Phenomenology of the Non-State. The New Behemoth and the False Friends of Spinoza. By Arend Heinlein. All ideology is based on the repression of violence. Even where it fetishizes violence, the sovereign's blind spot forms the origin. For it is not violence as such that is suppressed, but the fact that it is through violence that the unity of society exists in the first place. This blind spot reveals in the political itself how enlightenment refuses to understand its own conditions. In this it is initially nothing other than the early form of engagement. In this dialectic of Leviathan, the juxtaposition of Hobbes and Spinoza takes on a key role. The thesis is that a critical concept of the state cannot be had without a critique of the Spinoza's conception of substance, the problematic aspects of which, not coincidentally, recurred in the French and Italian left, Althusser, Deleuze, Negri. Conversely, it was precisely the problematic nature of this concept of substance that made it possible for Marx to develop the critique of political economy, together with Hegelian dialectics, and at the same time directed against it. If the latest ideology of both the left and the right in France and Germany often replaces substance and sovereignty with Heidegger's being and Carl Schmitt's concept of the political, Agamben, Badiou, Muff, this dialectic of the political on the basis of classical metaphysics and enlightenment is no longer enough. To contradict the triumph of Heidegger and Schmitt today, Jean-Paul Sartre's engagement against death and Jean Amory's appeal to substantiate the body, as Manfred Dahlmann recently put it, means, on the one hand, approaching the decisive questions of a philosophy after Auschwitz, especially with regard to the question of the sovereign. On the other hand, both regularly reversed their critical intentions as soon as they wanted to share the object of engagement with the political left and thus make policy. However, Amory, without necessarily being aware of it, demonstrated more than almost anyone else in his partisanship for Israel that it should rather be sabotaged. The categorical imperative formulated by Adorno, which at the same time understands the political as a state of unfreedom, proves to be the only way to get to the bottom of this sabotage. No critique of Heidegger's being toward death can be developed from the critique of Spinoza's concept of substance, just as the opposition between reason as self-preservation, which is criticized in the dialectic of enlightenment, and annihilation for the sake of annihilation, which includes self-sacrifice, is no longer accessible to dialectical mediation, but requires intervention. This imperative bears witness to this. However, only those who repeatedly admit their own powerlessness, which emerges as fatally as nowhere else in the necessary engagement against anti-Semitism, at the latest when the anti-Semite who has just been defeated rises again in a new form, will not underestimate anti-Semitic or anti-Zionist violence. This underestimation is the hallmark of all liberal efforts to push back the anti-Semites. Spinoza, insofar as he defines freedom as insight into the necessity of the state, knows no imperative with regard to the situation of Jews in bourgeois society. For that would be a continuation of election, the state within the state, in which he generally sees a great, if not the greatest danger for the state and thus for reason. In this sense, he is the forefather of assimilation. And yet he recognizes in the ceremonial laws, especially in circumcision according to Jewish ritual, something that itself points to a necessary political aspect, to the founding of a new state of the Jews, because it is evident in many places that the identification of state and reason cannot claim unconditional validity for the situation of the Jews in the diaspora, because states differ according to the extent of reason in them and the role of emotions, and these differences can be decisive for the situation of the Jews. That they could also be decisive for the behavior towards a state of the Jews, that such a state does not necessarily mean the end of the diaspora, and for this reason even the ceremonial laws would not simply disappear with the existence of this state. All this, however, lies beyond Spinoza's horizon, because for him the essence of the state as the epitome and goal of reason was the last word of wisdom. But Spinoza created the basis for Moses Hess, for example, to formulate the Jews' national struggle for freedom for their own state as a solution to the Jewish question after the horrific effects of the ritual murder days of Damascus. The old Mosaic law would rise again transfigured, he wrote in the spirit of his master Spinoza, while Hermann Cohen, who could not forgive the philosopher for his break with Judaism, wanted to see nothing but a demonic irony in the prospect of a state of the Jews that Spinoza opened up despite this break. The post-Nazi reception of Spinoza ultimately only adopted Cohen's rejection of Zionism, thereby removing the reservation to which the theological political treatise adhered. Even if it cannot or will not change the fact that the philosopher did not simply want to condemn and reject circumcision, it is able to combat the existence of a new Jewish state with a concept of universalism that originates from Spinoza. Spinoza's philosophy has always fascinated by the fact that it enables thinking without contradiction. The first question that arises, however, is why it was only able to gain great importance in this respect after 1945 within the French and Italian, but not the German left. Even before the triumph of structuralism or post-structuralism, it was given a peculiar function: the substantialization of circulation, which determined Spinoza's ethics and theory of the state, proved to be the appropriate Western way of thinking at that time in order to remain silent about National Socialism and at the same time affirm the democratic, constitutional form in which its results circulated. And the structural concept of the structuralists could then immediately tie in with this concept of substance. In other words, with Spinoza, one believed one could think like Heidegger without referring to Heidegger. But one thought like Heidegger by at the same time, quite unlike Sartre, who openly confronted it, concealing the center of his philosophy, being toward death. In this respect too, Jacques Lacan, whom Elisabeth Roudinesco calls an ardent admirer of Maurras, did not belong to the French left. He openly placed Heidegger's being toward death at the center of his thinking. But before he came into contact with German ideology through Kojève's lectures and long before he was to adapt Freud in their sense, he was an admirer of Spinoza and was already somewhat celebrated by the left and the surrealists, Paul Nizan, René Crevel, Salvador Dali, for having interpreted madness materialistically with his 1932 thesis on paranoid psychosis, as affections, alongside other modes of the one and only substance. When Lacan was finally removed from the list of teaching analysts by the International Psychoanalytical Association in 1963, he interpreted this excommunication in a detailed commentary on Spinoza's Theorem. In Germany, it was Hegel who was to play a similar role, to ultimately abolish the subject in being, which here was conceived as a process in the sense of Hegel's logic and philosophy of history, and yet to remain silent from being to death in this, however differently this being was designated, would be the program of everything that had determined post-war philosophy since Habermas and Luhmann, while for Adorno and Horkheimer the dispute between Kant and Hegel was still to be kept open so that both would have to be proved right, but only against each other. In France, however, Hegel could not have had the same function as Heidegger's deputy or the same significance as an impetus for real criticism from the outset, as his philosophy was virtually fixated on being toward death by Kojève. Thus Spinoza was given the dubious honor of stepping in as a structuralist avant la lettre and anti-Sartre. His philosophy offered, it seemed, the noblest possibility of achieving what, according to Foucault, the whole epoch was striving for, to escape Hegel. But if the discredited German philosopher once criticized Spinoza for the fact that substance, as his ethics understood it, did not become the subject, it was not enough to simply turn this criticism into a positive one in order to obtain an explanation as to why left-wing French intellectuals felt immediately addressed by Spinoza's philosophy. They themselves often enough referred to Hegel in this negative sense, for example Pierre Machery, whose argumentation is as simple and schematic as the title of his book, Hegel ou Spinoza. Louis Althusser, on the other hand, in his late writings, written in the psychiatric clinic, revealed a little more of the secret behind this. With astonishing candor he states here, "Today I may not see what Spinoza really wanted to think and say, but I do see the deeper reasons for my turning to him." End quote. Thanks to Spinoza, what was at least still a prerequisite for Hegel could be eliminated from the outset, and therefore Heidegger's tabula rasa could be much better met, because with this philosophy not only is there nothing to say about God, but just as little about the great problem that has preoccupied the whole of Occidental philosophy since Aristotle and especially since Descartes. The problem of cognition and its double correspondence, the cognizing subject and the cognized object. These great questions causes, which have given rise to so much talk causer, dissolve into nothing. Or in other words, into the simple statement of it is so of there is which Heidegger already announces. Thinking arises from the modalities of the thought attribute and does not refer to a subject, but to the sequence of modalities of the attribute of extension. End quote. For this attribute, the causer of the structures was soon found. According to La Fontaine's fable, consciousness thus only sits like a fly on a carriage. What is decisive is that the carriage pulls the train of the world, at a stretched gallop through the plains, at a laborious pace through the mountains. Spinoza's Conatus returns in this way after the end of National Socialism. It still contains the true maxim of all Western civilization, the principle of self-preservation of the individual as the desired synthesis of society, but the religious and philosophical differences of the bourgeoisie now only come to rest, in that behind self-preservation annihilation, which now emerges in every difference, is made to disappear. For the self, all traces of nature as mythological remnants are to be eradicated all the more lastingly, all the less may it be neither body nor blood nor soul and even natural ego any more. Which metaphors are found for this abstract self is arbitrary, language or the body, the only important thing is that soul and body no longer have to be thought of as separate. This is also the case with Althusser. Mens and body are connected like lips and teeth. Althusser recalls that he initially drew a rather strict parallel between the formations Spinoza versus Descartes and Hegel versus Kant. in that he wanted to show that in both cases a subjectivist transcendental conception was being fought against. No more epistemology, no more cogito in Spinoza, but only the factual statement homo cogitat, no more transcendental subject in Hegel, but a subject as process, which can ultimately be easily pretended to be a process without subject, Althusser. In other words, this process, finally brought to the fore by Spinoza, could itself be brought to a standstill by the result completely burying its becoming, identical subject-object as the abolition of the subject-object relationship. French philosophy used the concept of power for this purpose, which can already be found in Spinoza, but is now given a peculiar privileged status. It is not only placed in immediate proximity to God, but as the most divine of all God's attributes, derived directly from him. Unlike the Christian Son of God, however, the sacrifice is concealed, and this is done by elevating yet another attribute, to which Spinoza attaches no special significance, to the rank of the immediate divine, so that the Christian Trinity seems to be resurrected in the midst of Spinoza's philosophy, multitude, which celebrates a happy birthday as subjectivity after the abolition of the subject. This is the only way to understand why Althusser believed he immediately found the matrix of every possible theory of ideology in Spinoza's concept of God. As he writes in retrospect, he drew his profit from this, with the difference that which Spinoza also does in the theological political treatise, did not only put individual subjectivity first, but, if one can say so, social subjectivity, that of a human and conflict-prone group, i.e. a class, i.e. antagonistic classes, which Spinoza, as I must acknowledge, does not say in his own words, but clearly indicates in his history of the Jewish people. End quote. Far be it from Althusser to deal in any way with the particular questions of this history raised by Spinoza. Biblical criticism serves him only as proof that, with Spinoza, subjectivity can be thought of as collective, that universality is not established by individuals but by peoples, that a singular individual outside the Volksgemeinschaft cannot penetrate to concrete universality. Sometimes a translation seems as revealing as a Freudian slip. Althusser's translator does not shy away from translating Kommunate des People literally into German as Volksgemeinschaft. This is where Machiavelli comes into play for Althusser. He is automatically preferred to Hobbes because he thinks of the conatus from the state and not from the singular individual, and therefore the ideological unity of the collective can be more easily fantasized with him, on the one hand as a people, as a nation, on the other hand as a leader, as a party. To this end, Althusser conjured up the solitude of Machiavelli with great rhetorical effort in the mid-1970s. It is the new edition of socialism in one country projected onto the Renaissance. Machiavelli is to replace Stalin. The portrait that Althusser projects of him attempts to return to the initial situation of party communism after Lenin's death and the failure of the world revolution. Attempts once again to find the positive formula for the fact that there is not, could not be a world revolution, but precisely only socialism in one country, the socialist nation-state as ontology. This projection at least allows Althusser to raise the question of violence. He contrasts Machiavelli with the ideologues of the bourgeoisie since the 17th century, just as he contrasts the party communist conception of the state with the human rights idealism of the liberals in the present day. He is thus able to coin the term primitive political accumulation, following Marx, because Machiavelli did not speak the language of law, but that of armed power, which is indispensable for the formation of the state. Quote, "Here we stand before a man who, even before the totality of ideologies had covered reality with their stories, has the ability to think this violence in the active birth of the state and not merely to experience or endure it. Machiavelli thus bathes the beginnings of our own time, the time of bourgeois social formations, in a cruelly glaring light." End quote. With the origins of the modern state in mind, the ideological veil inherent in the nation-state can be pierced. Machiavelli also sheds a harsh light on the aleatory character of the formation of nation-states. Quote, "For us, they are eternally fixed on the map, the result of a fateful predestination. For him, on the other hand, they are largely accidental. Their borders are not fixed, conquests are necessary. But where should we go? To the limits of language or beyond? Or perhaps simply to the limits of our own strength?" End quote. On the one hand, these are exactly the questions that party communists ask themselves when they have conquered power in the nation-state and at the same time bury the goal of world revolution. On the other hand, they capture something that has actually been repressed in the exact Freudian sense of the word that Althusser immediately associates here. Quote, "We have forgotten all this. When we read Machiavelli, he seizes us as our own forgetting haunts us. With that uncanniness, as Freud says, that strange familiarity of something repressed." End of quote. Symptomatic of the fact that Althusser only wants to use uncanniness to save party communism is the way in which he deals with Hobbes. He distances himself from him for almost the same reasons as Carl Schmitt, because the Leviathan, with its theory of the social contract, stands at the beginning of that series of bourgeois ideologies of law. Althusser, however, makes considerably less effort than Schmidt to understand the special nature of Hobbes' conception of the state in relation to these ideologies. He ignores the fact that Hobbes' imaginary contract is only signed in the face of a common enemy, who by no means disappears as a result of this contract, that Hobbes, in this very treaty, established the role of violence in the act of birth and in the survival of the state, and thus does not quite fit into the series of those who tell the wondrous story aptly characterized by Althusser, the story that begins with the state of nature, continues in the state of war, and finally finds peace in the social contract, from which the state and positive law emerge. An entirely mythical story, but one that gives pleasure to the listener, for at least it explains to those living in the state that the origin of the state is not terror, but nature and law, that the state springs from nothing but law and is as pure as law. End quote. This is precisely what does not happen in Hobbes' narrative. If in Leviathan the horror of the origin and at the same time a moment of mediation, reconstructed as a theory of contract, is emphasized, it is thereby established that the horror, insofar as it is suspended internally by contract, lives on externally, thus by no means only determining the origin of the state, but persists unmitigated as the relationship of the states to each other, which in the event of a crisis penetrates into the interior of the state like the military for counterinsurgency. However, Althusser refrains from this exterior, however much he invokes the origin of the state in violence, as well as from the capital relation itself, insofar as it differs from slavery and serfdom, because then the left-wing theorist would also have to distinguish between the internal relations of citizens mediated by contracts and the necessarily persistent external state of war of the sovereign, who alone can guarantee those contracts thanks to this state. In a similar way, Althusser already attempted to correct the views on Montesquieu's theory of the separation of powers. In the reception of this theory in the 19th and 20th centuries, a veritable myth of the separation of powers had formed. By seeking to destroy it, Althusser makes it clear that he actually wants to negate the forms of mediation that are effective within the state and which Hegel attempted to unfold in the philosophy of law. He regards them as if they were relations between states that have come to an equilibrium or system of alliances through certain circumstances, and thus disregards the monopoly of force itself. Together with Charles Eisenman, he claimed that Montesquieu's view was in reality not a separation, but a combination, fusion, and linking of powers. The moderation of the so-called moderate form of government consists neither in the strict separation of powers nor in the legal concern and respect for legality, but in the balance of powers, i.e. in the division of powers between powers through the power of others. These powers are the king, the nobility, and the people. Althusser thus consciously describes the relationship between institutions as a relationship between classes, but unconsciously as a relationship between states. Basically, he always thinks of the class as a state and the relationship between the classes as a state of war. In this way, he gets to the heart of the Marxist view in which the dogma of class struggle denies capital as an automatic subject. Reading capital therefore means denying the capital relation. In the Succession of Lenin, it is precisely this erroneous path that seems to be predetermined by the entire terminology of Antonio Gramsci, to which Althusser refers. In Gramsci's prison notebooks, which run to thousands of pages, there are extensive reflections on Machiavelli, but not a single mention of Hobbes. The concepts of war of position and hegemony, central to Gramsci's political thought, which were to characterize the post-Nazi jargon of the left, are based as far as the sovereign is concerned on throwing everything into confusion and defining the relations within the state with concepts that would be appropriate only to the relations between states. In other words, they already present the relationship of the parties to each other and to state power as if there could be no forms of mediation within the state itself, only war or peace, battle or hegemony. The view of the ideologues of liberalism, according to which the constitutional state is the goal of history, is countered by the new Marxists with nothing other than the view that the racket state, which party communism has realized, is the conditio humana. Thus, since Gramsci and Althusser, this anti-Western left has constantly pitted Machiavelli against Hobbes because it is driven by hatred of the mediation that Hobbes included in the construction of the social contract, albeit in mythical form. It is precisely this mediation that is to be eliminated so that party communism can continue to exist. The prince that Althusser anticipates in Machiavelli is therefore nothing other than the Communist Party itself, which has only the people and the unity of the nation at heart. Quote, "There is therefore an extraordinarily deep connection between the passions of the prince and the passions of the people. If the prince does not control his passions, he cannot control the passions of the people. Worse still, he unleashes them and perishes as their first victim, and with him his entire state. It would seem, then, that the absolute condition for a rule that lasts, for a destiny governed by the prince that continues in his favor, is that fundamental distance by which the prince, quite independently of his inner constitution, knows how to appear in such a way that he is always in conformity with the permanent image of himself. A head of state who keeps his subjects at a distance both from themselves and from their deadly passions. End quote. However, these sentences and reflections on the means that are suitable for the prince to distance himself from himself and control his passions, as well as passion in general, make it clear that it was already the crisis of party communism after the death of Stalin that gave Machiavelli such outstanding significance for Althusser. For it had become clear after the 20th Party Congress of the CPSU how little the party leader could still appear as the prince should, i.e. that he would always conform to the permanent image of himself, how incapable Stalin was of maintaining that distance from himself, how much the whole party had gambled away its sovereignty in this, and how the passions of the individual party leaders and secret service chiefs held immediate sway, so that the state unity of the movement was in danger. Thus, the true head of state Lenin reappears behind Stalin, to whom this distance is attributed, and it is ultimately no coincidence that Althusser receives Spinoza's philosophy as if it were Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism. The regression behind Kant and even Descartes becomes the program. According to Althusser's interpretation of Spinoza, the soul is in nothing separated from the activity of the organic body, it is consubstantially united with it before any separation. This unity, which in contrast to Descartes is in no way problematic for Spinoza, is based on the infinity and strict parallelism of the attributes of substance. End quote. The unity that Althusser invokes with Spinoza is indeed Marxist in the sense that it is nothing but fetishized labor. Labor is when the body thinks. Althusser can only think the body as a working body, that is the crux of this unity when it is taken over from Spinoza without reflection. In Marxism, in Marxist theory, I found a way of thinking that took into account the primacy of the active and working body over the passive and speculative consciousness and thought of this relationship as the actual materialism. I was fascinated by this. In the realm of pure thought, I finally discovered this primacy of the body. End quote. Althusser projects onto Spinoza what he virtually worships as the disciplining of the body through work. Only the sovereign of labor leads out of the natural state of fear and hope. I found in it my own experience of an initially fragmented and lost body, an absent body full of excessive fear and hope, which had reassembled itself in me and discovered itself, as it were. The fact that one could once again dispose of one's own body and draw from this appropriation something in the way of free and powerful thinking, that is, that one could think with one's body in the true sense, in one's body, from one's body, in short, that the body could think through and in the unfolding of its powers, literally astounded me, as a reality and truth that I had experienced and that were mine. End quote. However, Althusser had not experienced this reality in the Leninist party, but in the German prisoner of war camp, and as such it became the paradigm of the Leninist party for him. He perceived the comradeship of the prisoners as liberation from the family, because here he was dealing with mature people, mature because they had grown up and become free. End quote. Althusser admits that he settled in very well in captivity, that he found something in this fraternal life among real men that made it bearable as an easy, happy, secure existence. We lived between barbed wire fences and under the eyes of armed guards, exposed to all the harassment of roll calls, body searches and punitive labor. We had to endure great periods of hunger, especially in the first and last year. But how can I put this? I felt safe there and protected from all danger by the prison itself. End of quote. It is Althusser who relates this status to his membership of the Communist Party. He describes with remarkable sincerity his insincerity in repeatedly tackling the plan to escape from captivity by hiding in the camp for a while to wait until the alert about his disappearance was given up, but then not taking flight after all. If my friend Rancière had known this episode, when he later accused me of criticizing the Communist Party in order to remain a member of it, I think he would have had something to dream about. End quote. While on the one hand, the experience in the German prisoner of war camp became the basis for membership in the party, on the other, reading Heidegger formed the prerequisite for the famous Lehre Le Kapital. The letter on humanism that Heidegger wrote after 1945 did not remain without influence on his theses on Marx's theoretical anti-humanism, Althusser reports. And that is truly an understatement. Although he repeatedly emphasized that he came to Marx via the detour of Spinoza and Machiavelli, that this was his royal road, all the concepts he adopted from Spinoza and Machiavelli are ultimately reversed, as it were, from Heidegger's philosophy. The relationship between substance and attribute or mode in Spinoza and that of prince and people in Machiavelli correspond to that of being and existence, i.e. the retraction of the subject-object relationship as Heidegger conceived it. Only being toward death is eliminated from it, replaced, as it were, by the concept of labor. That is why Althusser could not do anything with Kojeev's interpretation of Hegel, and that is probably the only thing that speaks for Althusser. Quote, for him, everything revolved around death and the end of history, to which he gives an astonishingly bureaucratic character. Undoubtedly an apt way of combining his needs as a philosopher and his professional situation as a senior bureaucrat. End quote. Capital ultimately serves Althusser only to exemplify Spinoza's philosophy in the spirit of Heidegger. He repeatedly lets it be known that he is basically of the opinion that Spinoza and Machiavelli had already gone further than Marx, and that Lenin and Mao were the actual points of reference for an actualization of Spinoza and Machiavelli, but the exemplification of the subject matter of capital was unavoidable as identification for party communists. With Hegel's logic, the monstrosity of capital, the independence of form from any content, could still be expressed, which is why it is almost inevitable that Marx flirts with the concepts of this logic. This is why Althusser ultimately turns against Hegelian philosophy with all emphasis, accusing it of starting from an original simple unity. For Marx, this unity of logic, which can only be understood from an opposition, provided the means to expose the false generality of value. With Althusser, however, the possibility of speaking of a false generality at all is suspended. The concept of structure serves this purpose. With its help, capital is to be presented as an object like any other. The scandal that it represents for reason is to be made to disappear. After all, it is itself nothing but a mode of substance. Althusser thus obstructs the possibility of already seeing in Spinoza's concept of substance the appearance of what Marx uncovered in Capital, i.e. of reading Spinoza negatively. According to Althusser, structure is not an entity external to economic relations that modifies their aspects, forms and relationships and acts on them like an absent cause. There is no exteriority of the structure with regard to economic phenomena. The structure is immanent to its effects in the sense of Spinoza. Its whole existence consists in its effects, and outside its effects it is a nothing as a specific combination of its elements. End quote. This applies to the capital relation as to any other structure. But when Marx uses Hegelian terminology, it is precisely because it is part of the essence of capital that its structure exists something like exterritorially, in a pre-existent space, which means, horrible dictu, real metaphysics, that this nothing of which Althusser speaks can exist outside the effects of the structure. The concept of value, as Marx defines it, means nothing else. Capital is to be thought of as a relationship in which the form actually becomes independent of all content. This insight, which is only possible if Hegel's logic is simultaneously confronted with the epistemological reflection of Descartes and Kant, is to be retracted. Whereas Althusser had attempted to displace the monopoly of violence in the concepts of the state and the capital relation in the concepts of capital, Foucault rejects all of these concepts and leaves the party. The consequence of this was the concept of power, which for him takes the place of the state and capital and could, in a sense, redeem what was still included in these terms for Althusser. Power is the positive expression, however ironically meant, for the repression of violence. Unread as the historian Foucault was when it came to political philosophy and metaphysics since the 17th century, he hardly realized how close he came to Spinoza's concept of substance with this expression. It was therefore left to Gilles Deleuze and Antonio Negri to make this very proximity their subject. There is perhaps only one passage in Foucault himself, in the Theatrum Philosophicum of 1970, where it becomes apparent that Spinoza appears almost as the ancestor of Nietzsche's concept of power and Heidegger's concept of being, on whose synthesis Foucault's philosophy is based. Spinoza's modes no longer revolved around substantial unity, the differences revolved around themselves, since being could be expressed in the same way by all differences and was no longer the unity that guided and distributed them, but their repetition as differences. End of quote. Foucault now turns to Deleuze, through whom he had learned to adapt Nietzsche. For Deleuze, the acategorial unanimity of being does not directly link the many with the one, as the universal neutrality of being or as the expressive capacity of substance. For him, being is what lies in the repetition of difference, being is the return of difference, without there being any difference in the way in which being is expressed. End quote. The suppression of the categories, the affirmation of the unanimity of being and the incessantly repeated circling of being around difference, these were ultimately the conditions for the thinking of the phantasm and the event. End quote. Unity is no longer to be thought. This is the principle of the Spinoza reading, which owes itself to Heidegger and National Socialism. Deleuze and Foucault use Nietzsche's concept of power for this purpose, which is purified of the ideology-critical moments that Nietzsche's philosophy contains. The central question, how can a whole be without violence being done to the individual, is rejected, and instead the question is posed. How can the whole be denied so that the violence that emanates from it no longer needs to be perceived as such? Spinoza's weakness is mercilessly exploited. His, one could say, historically conditioned inability to develop a concept of form in which the modes can be placed in relation to each other and to substance, in other words, his attempt to grasp the capital relationship and sovereignty sub specie eternitatis, which points beyond all historical conditionality, becomes the occasion for the post-Nazi philosopher's ectasis of immediacy. Heidegger's concept of being returns in that of immanence, which invokes Spinoza. The entire history of philosophy from Plato to Husserl appears as the return of transcendence in immanence, which Deleuze counters with his tautological concept of immanence. Immanence is only immanent to itself. Whenever, however, immanence is interpreted as that which is immanent to a thing, one can be sure that this thing, this something, introduces the transcendent anew. End quote. This is what happens with Husserl and many of his successors, who discover in the other or in the body the mole work of the transcendent in immanence itself, with which Deleuze and Guattari apparently allude to Emmanuel Levinas and Maurice Merleau-Ponty, who were unable to maintain the consistency in Heidegger's concept of being. Thus the Jewish-Christian speech once again replaces the Greek logos. One is no longer content with the attribution of immanence, one lets it exclude the transcendent everywhere. In his reading of Deleuze and Guattari's text, Giorgio Agamben reinforces the disgust towards the transcendent. He vomits it out. This is why Deleuze immediately pounces on the point in Spinoza's philosophy where the unity of body and soul is called into question. Every reader knows that for Spinoza bodies and souls are not substances, nor subjects, but modes. Nevertheless, it is not enough to be content with thinking them theoretically. Specifically, many things change when you consider bodies and thoughts as powers to affect and to be affected. End quote. Above all, this allows the unity of the individual to be abolished. Quote, in short, if we are Spinozists, we define a thing neither by its form, nor by its organs and functions, nor as substance or subject. End quote. A body can therefore be anything. It can be an animal, a body of sound, it can be a soul or an idea, it can be a body of text, a social body, a collective. We call the length of a body the totality of the relations of speed and slowness, rest and movement between particles that compose it from this point of view, i.e. between non-formed elements. We call vastness the totality of affects that fill a body at every moment, i.e. the intense states of an anonymous force, existential force, power to be affected. This is how we define the cartography of a body. The totality of lengths and widths constitutes nature, the plan of immanence and consistency, which is constantly changeable and is incessantly reworked, reassembled, recomposed by individuals and collectives. End quote. It is the resumption, inspired by Nietzsche, of the Stalinist project of the new man to be created. The desiring machine of the anti-Oedipus has thus emerged from a certain interpretation of Spinoza. It is the application of this interpretation to psychoanalysis, that is, its retraction. The ego is to become a desiring machine. The mediating instances that Freud developed from the Oedipus conflict, for Deleuze and Guattari the disgusting dirty family secret, are abolished. Althusser's concept of labor, still shaped by party communism, is replaced by a notion of production in which nature no longer has to disappear into the subject-object, as it did in Marxism, to which the worker in turn has the privilege as part of the labor movement, but in which nature is made identical with society as a whole from the outset, so that the individual can already be illuminated in the family context, as if the attack of the fascist mass organizations on the privacy of familial socialization were to be reenacted in a secondary futurism, so that beneath the individual fantasy, the nature of group fantasies is revealed, so that the private subject of castration is replaced by collective agents who in turn refer to machine institutions. End quote. In Being to Life, which French post-war philosophy wanted to oppose to being to death, the being to death still emerges in the end. The fact that the affirmation of life is concealed behind the affirmation of death in the entire anti-Oedipus event becomes immediately clear when Giorgio Agamben reads Deleuze. He first fixes the difference to Heidegger and asks what it means that immanence is to be regarded as life from now on. A life is the immanence of immanence, the absolute immanence. Agamben obviously wants to rule out the relapse into metaphysics once and for all, i.e. that the figure of absolute immanence can be attributed to any subject, since it is the matrix of an infinite desubjectivization. This desubjectivization not only does not stop at the separation between humans and animals, in which case it could still be thought of as an inverted concept of a reconciliation between society and nature, but also aims at the separation of the organic and the inorganic. Quote, the plane of immanence thus functions as a principle of virtual indeterminacy, on the basis of which the vegetable and the animal, the inner and the outer, even the organic and the inorganic cancel each other out and merge into one another. As absolute immanence, life is pure contemplation beyond every subject and every object of cognition, pure capacity that preserves without acting. End of quote. This indeterminacy is either death or, in Marx's words, the value that no longer utilizes itself. It is no coincidence that Agamben quotes precisely the passage from Deleuze where he speaks of indefinite life, which offers only the immensity of empty time, in which one still sees the event as future and already as having happened, in the absolute of an immediate consciousness. End quote. This is Deleuze's formulation for the state of exception in which the sovereign abolishes itself. Spinoza's Conatus is read in this light, according to which life is understood as the force through which things persist in their being. Life is no longer desire for something, but to desire its own desire. In the conatus, desire and being coincide completely. End quote. This corresponds exactly to how Jacques Lacan wants desire to be understood in his later reception of Spinoza, the affirmation of what already is. However, while Spinoza, whom Lacan sees as a precursor of psychoanalysis, understands desire as the mode, the essence of the human being, insofar as this is understood as being determined to act by any of its given affections, for Lacan desire is the essence of the human being, insofar as it is radically dependent on the universality of the divine attributes, the universality that itself can only be conceived through the function of the signifier. The attribute is the signifier, thus. Substance is desubstantialized in Lacan, as a symbolic order. The distinction between substance and its attributes, between the attributes and the modes, seems obsolete, and everything that was still a mode for Spinoza becomes a signifier itself. In contrast to Spinoza, Lacan thinks of desire and also the universality of the attributes attributed to God first as signifiers. However, this leads to a confusion, as even Lacanians notice if they still have an inkling of Spinoza. From Lacan's perspective, the universal are not the divine attributes on which Spinoza seems to base himself, but the signifier itself with the mere possibility of signifying something else. End quote. The problem of the transition from the finite to the infinite thus no longer arises at all. Not even an attempt to find a solution is necessary in the face of the signifier. As Sancho Panza, Slavoj Zizek famously joined this fight against the windmills of the signifier, but he needs Spinoza as a philosopher whose thinking is completely incompatible with the attitude that prevails in today's cultural studies. Quote, namely the ethical theological Judaic turn in deconstruction, as exemplified by Derrida and Levinas. Is there a philosopher who is further removed from this direction, who is more alien to the Jewish universe, which is precisely the universe of God as radical otherness, the riddle of the divine, the God of negative prohibitions instead of positive commands, than Spinoza? Were the Jewish priests therefore not right to a certain extent when they excommunicated Spinoza? End quote. In contrast to his chivalrous master, who wants to honor his desire, Zizek wants to make it clear that the fight is against the Jewish universe and asks in this sense, is it possible not to love Spinoza? But at the same time, in keeping with the German tradition, he wants to take the place of Mascheri's Hegel ou Spinoza and drum up support for Hegel and Spinoza, or Lenin and Spinoza or Chavez and Spinoza etc. Antonio Negri finally transferred the attack on the individual from the aestheticization of schizophrenia, as Deleuze and Guattari did, to the immediate political, perhaps out of the instinct that in this way he could escape the contemplation of being toward death to which Agamben and Lacan are addicted. The desire machine is multitude here. Once again, Spinoza has become the spiritus rector of a left-wing bestseller. Just as Anti-Oedipus owes its existence to Deleuze's interpretation of Spinoza, so Empire is the fruit of what Negri set out in his book on Spinoza's projection of a free society, entitled The Wild Anomaly. This wild anomaly is basically the glorification of the state of exception, what points to the weakness of the sovereign in the 17th century Netherlands as a weakness in Spinoza's philosophy is invoked as a strength in the development of the productive forces. The fate of De Witt is not worthy of Negri's consideration. Spinoza's philosophy is positioned against Hobbes and Hegel in order to re-establish an ontology, to a certain extent bypassing Heidegger. With Spinoza, one can finally leave epistemology behind, just as he had left unsolved the problem of a relationship between the spatial dimensions and the temporal, dynamic, creative dimensions of being. Imagination, that mental faculty that flows through Spinoza's system, constitutes being in an order that is only suggestively time-bound. In this way, being, before the invention of dialectics, prevents the misbegottenness of dialectical materialism. Negri does, however, grasp something of the proximity of the concept of substance to that of capital, of the truly astonishing anticipation of Marx's determinations of circulation in Spinoza's thinking, but he wants to turn this into the thoroughly contradictory relationship of his metaphysics to the new capitalist order of production. It is the radical expression of the overcoming of any order that is not constituted by the masses in freedom. Spinoza thus stands like Jesus in the Temple of Jerusalem. In other words, Negri does not understand that all critique must take place through the mediations, that only in this passage does it become aware of the power behind the mediations, but rather wants to fly over them, as it were, borne by the concept of being. The dialectic, which alone is able to do justice to the mediations, is in fact the form in which bourgeois ideology and all its variants present themselves, even if it is as a purely negative dialectic of crisis and war. The left's reception of Spinoza is thus directed against a philosophy of mediation. It is utterly fascinated by the fact that it can discover no sign of mediation in him, it is a philosophy of pure affirmation that repeats itself with increasing intensity on ever more substantial levels of being. End quote. Negri, however, skips mediation, which is what the concept of being serves him to do, in order to release the very potential of freedom that it contains. In this he is, in contrast to Althusser, committed to bourgeois emancipation, circulation which Spinoza substantialized, and thus freedom from pre-capitalist coercion, if you will. The promise of happiness of bourgeois society must not appear as what they are: circulation of capital, mere promise, freedom from coercion under the rule of organized coercive power, which is why Negri makes it the actual productive force and uses Spinoza's concept of potentia for this with some justification. Money, the epitome of mediation, about whose multiplication, as about organized violence, something can only be known through mediation, is the secret of Negri's concept of productive force, which grows all by itself, emanation of the deified collective, and leaves all mediation behind. This is how he understands the materialistic transfer that Spinoza makes of the revolutionary content of humanism. It takes thought beyond every dialectical form, human hope and transformative human practice beyond all dialectical form, beyond all mediation. Quote, this means, beyond the concept of the bourgeoisie as it has developed in a hegemonic way over the past centuries. End quote. The emphasis with which Negri formulates this intention of his reading of Spinoza, i.e., with which he stipulates that freedom goes beyond mediations, should be noted that when he wrote this book he was on remand for armed insurrection. The emphasis goes hand in hand with the fading out of violence. With Spinoza, the crisis is no longer, as with Hobbes, the problem of violence in relation to freedom, but the problem of a constitution of freedom. This fading out is, however, linked to the rejection of individuality. Hobbes' system cannot be overcome from the point of view of individuality, whereas with Spinoza a new ontological horizon can be established, and this is collective, is the horizon of a collective freedom. The idea of multitudo transforms its characteristic Renaissance-like, utopian and ambiguous potential into a projection and genealogy of the collective. Spinoza undertakes the effort to elaborate and shape the fundamental philosophical problem of the following centuries: the creation of the collective as practice. In this way, Negri sets potentia against potestas, power against violence. This potentiality, which in Negri's case involuntarily shows a double sense of the word, is the replacement of all mediation and abstraction. In doing so, he criticizes Spinozism as produced by bourgeois ideology, eager to reconcile Spinoza and Hobbes. Quote, the bourgeois revolution as a political form of social revolution imposed by capitalist development adopts Spinozism, the ideology of the homology of individuality and universality, of freedom and necessity, of labor and value, as a mystification on which to base itself. End quote. In the name of the anti-capitalist collective, Negri denounces homology in order to separate labor and production, in which only money appears to him as property, from value and capital, and to set them as freedom and true generality. Spinoza also functions here as a kind of substitute for the teachings of Carl Schmitt. Despite all the reverence he had shown Hobbes in the 1920s, Schmitt had ultimately reproached him for the irrevocable moment of the individual and declared the reservation of inner, private freedom of thought and belief to be the germ of death for the national community state, which he now served as Hitler's crown jurist. He points to Spinoza as proof that the germ that Hobbes had planted with his private reservation of faith and his distinction between inner faith and outer confession was irresistibly developing and becoming the all-dominant supreme conviction. With Hobbes, however, public peace and the right of sovereign power were still in the foreground. Individual freedom of thought remained open only as a final, underlying reservation. With Spinoza, on the other hand, individual freedom of thought becomes the formative principle, and the necessities of public peace and the right of sovereign power are transformed into mere reservations. Schmitt thus rejects the identification of freedom with the state in an anti-Semitic way, seeing in it a phenomenon of dissolution of the community, which is the basis of the state, pursued by the Jews. On the contrary, Negri sees it as the precondition of community and thus actually penetrates deeper into Spinoza's philosophy. He thinks from the concept of substance, which Schmitt does not recognize at all as the core of Spinoza's philosophy. Schmitt is probably helped to this ignorance by his unbroken Christian thinking, which adheres to the personal God. Negri, however, recognizes that individual freedom of thought as a form-giving principle is itself only a mode in relation to the substance, while he ascribes to the power of the collective that it does not receive its essence of being power at all through other modes, but through God or the substance. Negri now projects his collectivism onto Spinoza's philosophy, its skepticism towards the crowd, the reservation it formulates regarding the possibility of it becoming partaker of reason, so that religions retain a certain right here in the mediation between the crowd and the state. All this is ignored by Negri. Instead he elevates the crowd to the level of a mode privileged by substance, as it were. Quote, The materialist determination of the constitutive process is in fact characterized by this last modality, the collective, the crowd. End quote. For Negri, Spinoza therefore acts as a key witness against the individual. With the Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, he believes he is reading the first anti-Hobbes that the history of Occidental thought offers us. Quote, an anti-Hobbes who dwells on the Hobbesian realism of the description of natural society, even flirts with it, but who resolutely aims to destroy the logical functions of this system, especially the dialectical driving force that allows the transfer of individual right to absolute right. As we have seen, it is precisely at the point of the dialectical transference of the individual into the absolute that the political miracle and mystification of the bourgeois ideology of the state arises. End quote. By refusing this mediation and synthesis, Spinoza was also refusing the political events in Europe, which were moving towards a general stabilization of the ancien regime. Spinoza's philosophy opposed this repressive pacification, this balance of primitive accumulation and mercantilism. While Hobbes stands for the dark side of modern philosophy, because in his case mediation takes nothing away from the horror, indeed requires it out of itself, Spinoza appears as the clear and bright side, in that the lack of mediation is transfigured into harmony. It is the productive force conceived without mediation that Negri believes he can grasp with Spinoza. Spinoza's thought is the apology of the productive force. End quote. In truth, it is the apology of circulation, unconscious of itself, that the left-wing Spinozists present to themselves as a productive force, but which they want to turn against real circulation, and this is what their reading of Heidegger serves them to do, because the latter presupposes the commodity owner as an individual. Negri's productive power or potentia fantasizes money without the commodity owner. The individual no longer even appears as a mode, as it did with Spinoza, so much have the leftists committed themselves to the collective as the ultimate wisdom. In Spinoza's thinking, according to Negri, the productive force submits to nothing other than what it is itself, and in particular it withdraws from the domination of the relations of production. Rather, it seeks to dominate them from its own standpoint, from its own power. This means that Spinoza obviously shows us a strategy for overcoming the antinomies of bourgeois ideology. But since bourgeois ideology is essentially antinomian, this overcoming is the overcoming of ideology tout tort. Spinoza gives us back being in its immediacy. He destroys the homology of mediations and articulations of being and mediations and articulations of bourgeois violence. End of quote. It is therefore not surprising that Negri ultimately compares the anti-humanism that was such an important project for Foucault and Althusser in the 1960s with the battle that Spinoza fought 300 years earlier, and describes Donna Haraway's cyborg philosophy as a continuation of Spinoza's project, because it breaks down the barriers that we have erected between man, animal, and machine. Quote, if we understand man as separate from nature, then man does not exist. The death of man lies in precisely this realization. End quote. The problem is that Negri's philosophy reveals nothing of what separates man from nature, because his concept of productive power, in which circulation is concealed, has obstructed any possibility of determining the relations of production. Thus this second nature itself appears as the first. The realization that a new synthesis of society and nature could only be gained from the determination of their opposition is thus excluded from the outset. For Negri, the will to be against no longer requires consciousness, but in truth, a body that is completely incapable of submitting to command, a body that is incapable of adapting to family life, to factory discipline, to the regulations of traditional sexual life, etc., somehow sensing the nonsense of this remark, Negri and Hart add in brackets. If you notice that your body refuses these normal ways of life, don't despair, realize your gifts. So you are still speaking to a consciousness, not a body. But this consciousness is supposed to profess the barbarism of the humanists, a barbarism infused with love. Quote, we must arrive at developing a coherent political artifact, an artificial becoming in the sense in which the humanists spoke of a homo created by art and knowledge and Spinoza spoke of a powerful body created by the highest consciousness, suffused with love. The unlimited ways of the barbarians must form a new way of life. End quote. The only thing that seems important is that the opposition between the individual and the collective is no longer thought of, whether in the highest consciousness or in the great body. Here it becomes clear why Negri and the new Nietzschean left need Spinoza. The concept of life, which they have from Nietzsche and which also serves as a cover image for Heideggerian being, does not provide something that they absolutely need. Whatever barbaric things Nietzsche anticipated, he nevertheless held fast to the opposition of the individual to the community, and was therefore also able to make the non-violence of bourgeois society that is possible in circulation transparent, at least in its cultural expression of the violence underlying it. It is precisely this opposition between the individual and the community that Spinoza wants to eliminate, and only then does life turn into being toward death. Whether or not they refer to Heidegger, whether or not they can gain anything from Sartre's concept of the subject, whether or not they see themselves as anti-humanists, humanists or post-humanists, the new Spinozas are concerned with the abolition of consciousness. This becomes clearest in the feminist successor to Negri's interpretation of Spinoza, Rosie Braidotti. Based on the latest prejudices of neuroscience, Oscar Pistorius' sporting successes with prosthetic legs and Donna Haraway's philosophy of cyborg, dog and master/smoker, Braidotti translates Spinoza's monistic universe into the energy concept of the interested scientific layman and imaginative esotericist and speaks of the Spinozist indicator of cosmic energy. The contradiction that Hegel lamented in his critique of Spinoza is to be driven out of thinking. The monistic universe, as Braidotti wants it to be understood, refers to Spinoza's central idea that matter, the world and human beings are not dualistic entities structured by an opposition of inside and outside. End quote. For Braidotti, these monistic premises, which finally dispense entirely with reference to the negative and to violent dialectical opposites, are the building blocks of a post-human theory of subjectivity that is not based on classical humanism and avoids any anthropocentrism. End quote. Her favorite term, she freely admits, is affirmative. She is looking for new starting points to bring into play the unused possibilities of bonding, community building and empowerment, and finds these possibilities in a post-humanist project of Europe becoming nomadic, which wants to go beyond Habermas' social democratic concern, with pronounced impatience. However, the nature of this community and power should not be recognizable, because community and power per se are to be affirmed, just as the affirmation of the nomad is intended to prevent any concept of sovereignty and power. Braidotti thus provides an underhand philosophy of the euro, money without a sovereign. If Empire, the book co-authored with Michael Hart, can be understood as an immediate continuation of the Spinoza study, it is also the first attempt to apply Spinoza's philosophy to the new global political and economic constellations after the end of the Cold War, which are often referred to as globalization. To think of circulation without capital, to fantasize it as a productive force without relations of production, means first and foremost to think of it without the state. Negri already collected evidence for this displacement in an essay on Pastucanes and speaks of the emergence of the American empire and the extinction of nation-state sovereignty. An excess of command is attributed to this empire, which transcends all concepts of sovereignty and law. It allows any possibility of considering law as a social order, simply as justice, to fade into nothingness. Quote, "The law that we have known and of which Pastucanes also speaks no longer exists. The transition has taken place." End quote. In comparison, Karl Reiter's book Processes of Liberation, Marx, Spinoza and the Conditions of a Free Commonwealth, Münster 2011, appears to be a rather conventional attempt in the old Austro-Marxist spirit. Here, Spinoza's conatus serves as a philosophical justification for the unconditional basic income that the author calls for. The human subject is defined in terms of this basic income, which everyone is entitled to, in a way that goes against Althusser and Deleuze. Quote, "Human subjects are beings that are free of contradictions and act out of themselves. They are also not subject to an inner drama of fate, as is the case with Freud. There is no brokenness in the subject and no inherent problematic." Page 296. This is roughly how a civil servant in the Ministry of Social Affairs ideally imagines the recipient of social benefits. At times, Negri and Hart argue somewhat more cautiously in order to distance themselves from platitudinous anti-Americanism. A new logic and structure of rule has emerged. Quote, "In short, a new form of sovereignty. Empire is the political subject that actually regulates this global exchange, the sovereign power that rules the world." End quote. The decline of the sovereignty of nation-states therefore does not mean that sovereignty as such is in decline, but that it has taken on a new form, linking a series of national and supranational organisms that share a single logic of rule. Quote, "This new global form of sovereignty is what we call empire." End quote. Everything the authors can say about this form either corresponds to the logic of domination that has always applied in and between states, since the valorization of value has taken place in and through them, or it denies that domination is based on violence. Empire is decentred and deterritorializing. The imperial command is no longer exercised through the disciplinary mechanisms of the modern state, but follows the modalities of biopolitical control. This is written by someone who has just been released from the prison of the modern Italian state. Nowhere is the phenomenon of the repression of violence in the New Left more immediately tangible in biographical terms than in Antonio Negri's work. Because the state has been replaced by empire, the concept of the people, which organized the subject in terms of the system of rule, no longer functions. Basically, liberation had long since taken place in the midst of empire. the identity of the people would already have been replaced by the mobility, flexibility, and constant differentiation of the crowd. Quote, in its deterritorialized autonomy, the biopolitical existence of the crowd has the potential to transform itself into the autonomous productivity of mass intellectuality, into unrestricted democratic power, as one could say with Spinoza. End of quote. Spinoza is used by Negri and Hart to describe the form of movement of rackets as positive, but in reality it is Hamas and Hezbollah that move most effectively outside the state, but with all its destructive potential in their deterritorialized autonomy, and the unrestricted power is that of Islamic barbarism. Thus there are passages in this writing where all respectable attempts to distance oneself from anti-Americanism fail and the jargon of German national community ideology breaks through. The imperial government is a parasite that lives from the ability of the crowd to constantly create new sources of energy and value. However, a parasite that sucks the energy out of its host endangers its own existence. The functioning of imperial power is inevitably linked to its decay. End quote. In Germany, Hegelian philosophy remained dominant among the left and essentially prevented an emphatic reception of Spinoza a la Negri. Thomas Schmid also complains about this in his afterword to the German edition of Negri's 1981 Spinoza study. Considering that the former Wagenbach editor Schmid later became editor-in-chief and publisher of Springer's Welt, the line of the more recent German Spinoza reception is already mapped out in these statements about Negri's philosophy. Quote, our left-wing renaissance, which has now almost faded again, stood, if you like, in the shadow of Hegelian thought from the very beginning. The state always played a central role in it, and it was always an attempt to fit into a victorious tradition. Against the Hobbes-Rousseau-Hegel line of development so popular with all state socialists, Negri sets another, Machiavelli-Spinoza-Marx, the fragile tradition of a political and philosophical thought that is not based on mediation and dialectics, but on materialism, this worldliness and passion. Anyone who succeeds in taking off their Hegelian glasses when reading this book will find it a brilliant plea for a post-dialectical philosophy of the future, a book that is both philosophical and political. End quote. The Machiavelli-Spinoza-Marx-Springer line was particularly opposed to the Hobbes-Rousseau-Hegel-Adorno line and therefore had to be replaced in the long term by the Negri-Springer-Habermas-Butler line. Martin Saar now accomplishes this in his book The Immanence of Power. First, the author adopts Negri's idolatry of the community and also turns it against Hobbes. Spinoza's construction of the state only almost corresponds to the solution that Hobbes had already developed in De Cive and then in Leviathan. For the power and the right of the individual is not ceded to a sovereign, in the sense of abandoned, but remains in the community of society founding individuals as the power of a collective, of which the individual is a part. End of quote. The difference to Hobbes thus lies in a logic of the egalitarian division of power between individuals, which is not an abandonment or assignment in the strict sense, but only a transfer, a communication. Thus the state is dissolved into communication, the individuals communicate with each other, and this is the whole concept of power in such a theory. Quote, the division of the power of the individual accumulates on a higher level to an indivisible power of society. But this is not opposed to the individual, as in Hobbes the power of the removed sovereign, taken out of the relation of equality, the divided power rather remains within society, it only circulates from one pole of the individual citizen to the pole of the others or that majority of the whole society of which the citizen himself is a part. End quote. The monster is replaced by a circulation, a cycle of power. What Martin Saar criticizes about Negri, however, is that he still clings to a contradiction in this circulation of power, namely that between potentia and potestas, in which an essentialist moment enters into Negri's conceptuality, analysis, and political vision. This is indeed the last remnant that Negri retains of the relations of production, only to embody it as parasitic in empire. Saar wants to eliminate this remnant so that the concept of productive force can be completely dissolved into communication, and thus divulges the secret of Negri's reading of Spinoza. The latter's concept of productive force only conceals the affirmative one of circulation, which Saar in turn gives the more contemporary name of communication. He recognizes that Negri sets the capacity, the potentia, as the ontologically primary, constitutive force and contrasts it with the potestas as the secondary reactive power, as a force that is directed against the creative power of the potentia and attempts to force it into a rigid form. His own interpretation comes closer to Spinoza's doctrine on this point. Spinoza's potestas is only used in the sense of an intensification of potentia. The suggestion that potentia and potestas or power and force are absolutely opposed and that one is active social promoting, the other negative preventing individualizing, is contrary to the younger German theorist's concept of power. It imagines a fatal power of action from above, which one would much rather see dissolved into a necessary play of power. Quote, the danger of domination and the promise of liberation come from one source, from one substance, namely the human possibilities of being. And the antidote to one power can only be another power. End quote. The German interpreter of Spinoza undoubtedly learned this necessary game of power from Judith Butler. The state is actually nothing other than a playground for power. It is precisely the diversity or heterogeneity from which state order arises and which passes on its energy to the institutions or allows it to flow into them. Quote, the ground of state power is therefore not one that could be standardized or given a uniform form as a fixed, representable state people. It remains the multitude of individuals with different capacities and desires. The anarchic character of the multitudo is paradoxically the ground on which a state is to be built. End of quote. In Franz Neumann's Behemoth, we can read about the extent to which something can still be a state when its preconditions no longer have any unity, rather than becoming rule, which can only be described as a non-state, chaos and anarchy. Unlike Althusser, Deleuze or Negri, Butler and her German Spinoza disciple are concerned with a concept of the state that is not frontally directed against the sovereign, but pretends to participate in it democratically on the condition that it accepts no longer being called a sovereign but a power, which is therefore not a problem. But this democratic participation, in that it no longer calls the sovereign by his name, with its turn against Hobbes, which not infrequently refers to Spinoza, has one thing in mind above all: to transform the Leviathan into Behemoth. The concept of power, which Butler owes to the Spinoza interpretation of those philosophers of the French and Italian left, only reveals its true purpose in her, as if it had been invented from the outset to legitimize the partial introduction of Sharia law in one's own country and to delegitimize the sovereign status of Israel in the Middle East. The political program of Butler's philosophy essentially consists of polemicizing against Jewish sovereignty, without even having a concept of sovereignty. She is, as she emphasizes, in favor of self-determination, meaning, on the one hand, self-determination of any people, thus presupposing a concept of people only in order to regard the Jews as any people independent of the history of anti-Semitism and to deny them a special right to self-determination based on this. On the other hand, this self-determination of which Butler speaks is not sovereignty. The American anti-American philosopher is in favor of self-determination, as long as we understand it to mean that no self, not even a national subject, exists independently of an international socius. The mode of this self-determination of any people, regardless of its current state status, is not the same as the extra-legal exercise of sovereignty for the purpose of arbitrarily suspending rights. End quote. Butler thus follows the logic of the delusion of the world sovereign, which she refers to as the international socius. Ethics is supposed to replace sovereignty in the political sphere, but ethics here means nothing more than disarming the Jews for the purpose of handing them over to their murderers. For Butler, diaspora initially means being thrown into a world of non-Jews, in which one must find one's way ethically and politically in the midst of irreversible heterogeneity, a population and even a power that depends on cohabitation with the non-Jews and avoids the Zionist linkage of people and land. End quote. As if the term cohabitation, which Butler uses, were not already historically meaningful enough, deconstruction deliberately moves on to the goal of boycotting the link between Jew and Jew. Henceforth, Jewishness is to be understood precisely as an anti-identitarian project. This makes it clear that Butler is a Jewish anti-Semite in the full sense of the word. Unlike the many Jewish opponents of Zionism in the past and present, she does not stop at a separation of non-violent diaspora Judaism and violent Israeli sovereignty. She even fears that Judaism could renew itself by criticizing Israel. That's why she writes the sentence that actually suggests delirium: I also don't want to simply say that Jews are obliged to criticize the state of Israel, although I actually believe that they, or rather we, are obliged to do so. End quote. The fact that she does not want to say it simply, however, only means that she also wants to turn it against Judaism itself. The highlighting of progressive Jews, i.e. Jews who are critical of Israel, is associated with the danger of persisting in identitarian and communitarian assumptions. However, in Butler's thinking, being Jewish means being against the Jews, especially where they unite against their enemies, an anti-identitarian project. It means the detachment from a Jewish-centered frame of reference and the contemplation of Jewishness in the moment of its encounter with the non-Jewish and the resulting dispersion of the self. End quote. The criticism of Israel is ultimately intended to question Judaism as such, to dissolve it into a Jewishness that in turn dissolves itself. With contempt, and here in a very similar way to the anti-Semitic opponents of the Jewish rite of circumcision, Butler speaks of fighting a sentimental and blinding communitarianism in Judaism. Her anti-Zionism is so consequent that it unmasks itself by ultimately targeting any association of Jews in their self-defense. This is the whole height of the fall that separates Butler from Spinoza, to whom she likes to refer as a guarantor in her relationship to Judaism. Spinoza's immediate statement that it is the hatred of the peoples that primarily sustains the Jews is what experience has already shown. and insofar as he clarifies this experience, he can also demonstrate that the hatred of the Jews cannot be explained by the behavior of the Jews, but rather underlies this behavior, in fact causes it. The sovereign, of whom Spinoza only had a concept with regard to the Jews that corresponded to Leviathan in everything, decided whether the Jews in the diaspora would separate themselves and thus attract the hatred of the nations or not. In view of the experience that the sovereign could always decide against the Jews, Spinoza not only feels compelled to concede that ritual circumcision and the segregation of the Jews are a necessity, he even views this necessity from a political perspective. Thus he ultimately sees only a political solution for the Jews and, starting from circumcision, anticipates Zionism, which the majority of Spinozists have studiously ignored. If the sovereign is not prepared to integrate the Jews, then their only option is to re-establish their own kingdom. The Spinozists are up in arms against this political judgment, which Spinoza completely retained, especially in the question of Judaism, and invoke his identification with Paul. Alain Badiou in particular, he interprets Paul as saying that there is only one for all, and it is not based on the law, but on the event. Quote, "The law is not appropriate for all, because it is always state law of control over the part's particular law. There is only one at the expense of the law." End quote. The event is a sight which, when appeared in its maximum intensity, is also capable of absolutizing in appearance what was its own inexistent. This event is never the concentration or the imminent intensification of a becoming. It is never coextensive with becoming. End of quote. In this sense, Badiou also distances himself from Deleuze and his wish machine. Quote, "An active body that is adequate to the new present is, on the contrary, an effect of the event. It is the blow of the eventful one that magnetizes the manifold and constitutes them as subjectifiable bodies." End quote. While Butler can still refer to states in some positive way, provided that Israel loses its sovereignty, Badiou denies the state in and of itself, in order to be able to attack Israel as its epitome. This can be seen, as Alex Gruber writes, in Badiou's frontline position against human rights, for which the number of dead is the only criterion, because they glorify the individual, as in his frontline position against Judaism, which he wants to make pay for the prohibition of images and sacrifices imposed by his law. Moses, the man of the letter and the law, is projected by Badiou as the originator of a sovereign denial, the denial that civilization has always been and which Badiou now wants to eliminate in favor of the enthronement of the unlit instinct. For him, the Jews become the antagonists par excellence, who had already tried in Paul's time to use the law to inscribe the event-related universal into the order of the one, which is the order of the state, and thus subordinate it to Jewish particularity. Is it any wonder that Badiou sees the Jewish state as the institution of oppression par excellence, which must be dissolved in order to free the infinity of the absolute from its captivity by those against whom the apostle also fought because they considered themselves the owner of God? Badiou is therefore not only able to present himself as the more radical in the face of Judith Butler, he also makes fun of the disciples of Deleuze, among whom he certainly includes Negri, who hasten to praise the assumed constitutive flip side of unleashed capital, the creativity of the multiple folds. Quote, "And if they believe that in the anti-globalization demonstrations of Seattle and Genoa, when an idle youth participated in its own way in the rendezvous of the gallows birds of the financial world, they have seen the planetary parousia of a communism of forms of life, what is called seeing." End quote. Badiou goes beyond this. To break with such empiricism means to think the event as the arrival of that which is beyond all experience, as the ontologically groundless and as transcendental discontinuity. To break with dogmatism means to wrest the event from the grasp of the one, means to withdraw it from life in order to return it to the stars. End of quote. A more beautiful expression than this has never been found for annihilation. Thus the wishing machine becomes a suicide bomber, merely searching for metaphors for the readiness to die and kill in order to prepare itself inwardly for the event. The state is necessary, says Hans-Jürgen Kroll, because the process of abstraction from the empirical subject, capital as the concept of value that manifests itself in labor time, is not pure. Just as the memory of use value is extinguished in money, but nevertheless requires use value for exchange, so is the memory of exploitation through the internalization of economic violence, which is a second nature, must be abolished in the crisis. The power of state sanctions is directed against the awareness of this possibility. The administration of justice threatens with punishment. Moral norms proclaim the conscious internalization, thereby moralizing the legally institutionalized relations of domination. Ultimately, however, it is the ruling class that has the state as its instrument of violence, in order to be able to set aside law and morality at any time and reproduce capitalism regressed to a state of nature in a crisis. However, the state is the instrument of violence of the ruling class in the same sense that capital can be considered its property. It makes it the ruling class and disempowers it at the same time. It degrades the citizen to a character mask. The class or one of its factions can only ever use this instrument in one way: to enforce the unity of capitalized society, otherwise the instrument slips away and even turns against it. In any case, overcoming the crisis means that the unity that is about to break apart in the incalculably mediated opposites is now being violently asserted, or rather, that it is being violently asserted. Mediation is now being abolished, wrote Max Horkheimer in 1939. Fascism is the truth of modern society, which was struck by theory from the beginning. No revision of economic theory is needed to recognize it. Equal and just exchange has led itself ad absurdum, and the totalitarian order is this absurdity. End of quote. The absurdity is to be taken literally. There is no need to revise economic theory, but it itself reaches its limits in recognizing what it really means to abolish mediation, i.e., what annihilation is in National Socialism, just as equal and just exchange does not simply reduce itself to absurdity by itself, but only through the collective delusion of the Volksgemeinschaft, which is constituted in the persecution and extermination of the Jews. If it takes note of this, the theory is no longer safe from the question of whether the attempt is not more foolhardy than bold, to grasp the phenomenon that the impossible became real and more effective than ever a political absurdity. All the criticism of society that Horkheimer and Adorno subsequently formulated owes itself to the awareness of this limit. No derivation of the state has penetrated this far. For in those ambitious academic attempts after 1968 to derive the state from the value form, the content of the derived form was then always completely absorbed into class analysis, because no one wanted to know anything about the extermination organized by the Germans in this context, while Hans-Jürgen Kroll wrote that Auschwitz cannot be explained by capitalist accumulation. I believe that, to a certain extent, this even defied the logical unreasonableness of the capitalist course of history. Auschwitz is the concept of contingency that Adorno introduced into the course of history, contingency itself vis-a-vis political economy. End quote. Completely turning away from the critique of political economy, guided only by his contempt for the autonomy of law and his affection for the state of emergency, Carl Schmitt, in a remarkable approximation to dialectical thinking, stated for the first time in all clarity that the state could not be understood in any other way than in its inner contradiction. The sovereign stands outside the normally valid legal order and yet belongs to it. He was responsible for deciding whether the Constitution could be suspended in toto, and this decision was necessitated by the state of emergency, a state that could no longer be synthesized according to the applicable legal principles, necessitas legem non habet, Gratian. The totality that is forcibly asserted therein is not reflected in legal concepts. Quote, the exceptional case, the case not described in the current legal system, can at most be described as a case of extreme necessity, endangerment of the state or the like, but cannot be described in terms of facts. Only this case makes the question of the subject of sovereignty, i.e. the question of sovereignty in general, topical. It cannot be stated with subsumable clarity when an emergency exists, nor can it be enumerated in terms of content what may happen in such a case if it really is an extreme emergency and its elimination. End of quote. What Schmitt apologetically sums up as a state of emergency, George Lukács at the same time made into the content of criticism as a crisis. The state of emergency relates to law as the crisis relates to political economy, and the radical right-wing teacher of constitutional law and the radical left-wing philosopher meet in making themselves aware of the limits of abstract rationality, the rationality of legal propositions as well as economic concepts, precisely the success of the complete rationalization of the economy, its transformation into an abstract, preferably mathematized formal system of laws forms, according to Lukács, the methodological barrier for the comprehensibility of the crisis. The qualitative being of things, which leads its extra-economic life as an unconceptualized and eliminated thing in itself, as use value, which one thinks one can calmly neglect during the normal functioning of economic laws, suddenly becomes the decisive factor in the crises. End of quote. Sovereignty is non-derived power, which leads an extra-legal life, but which is naturally neglected during the normal functioning of the rule of law. It is the non-identical in the legal relationships that is decisive in a certain situation. In legal terms, this situation is called a state of exception, the legal form of that which cannot assume a legal form. Bourgeois theory has repeatedly attempted to rationalize the crisis and the state of exception, from Locke to Kelsen, from Smith to Keynes. However, when Newman says that there is none in which violence and law are not affirmed at the same time, this tendency towards rationalization, and thus also the difference between Locke and Kelsen, is not sufficiently clear. While economists were increasingly concerned with blurring the contrast between exchange value and use value, money and commodity, even in the very germ of the commodity, scholars of constitutional law increasingly endeavored to make plausible an uncontradictory identity of sovereignty and law. Kelson's pure theory of law then openly professes not to bring to consciousness that which is not identical with law. The concept of sovereignty must be radically suppressed. The state, as emerges from the successful repression, is not a reality alongside and apart from the legal order. It cannot, in terms of state theory, be something substantially different from this very legal order. What it seems to be beyond that, as a concretely existing, by no means necessary, but certainly falsifying and regressive consciousness that happens, as it were, in the realization of the idea of the constitutional state, should be left to psychological, and possibly religious research alone. This is a senseless duplication of the uniform and identical legal order in the form of deified subjects, inaccessible to the true generality of the law, as they haunt the minds of mostly backward-looking ideologues and petty bourgeois who have gone wild, and to be eliminated there through enlightenment and therapy. Psychologically, however, and only psychologically, can this tendency towards personification and hypostasis, this tendency towards substantialization, be understood. From this, however, it is not really possible to conclude how the concrete political practice of such reactionary ideologues and raging petty bourgeois should be confronted, insofar as it determines the state, whether it should be fought, because the state that is determined by it is not a state, but a non-state, or accepted because this practice, whatever it may say of itself, can in principle be nothing other than the legal order itself. In other words, is the Nazi state a constitutional state? The pure legal doctrine of democracy wants to dissolve sovereignty into law, all substance into functions. The political theological doctrine of the sovereign, on the other hand, prepares us to sacrifice law to sovereignty, function to substance. And so the approach to dialectical thinking also ends in attunement to the leader state. Quote, "We are looking for a bond that is more reliable, more alive and deeper than the deceptive bond to the twistable letters of 1,000 paragraphs of law." End quote. This German legal doctrine thus seeks a different purity. It wants to move from the mediation within identity immediately into the essential origin of identity. For it, sovereignty is the absolute decision created out of nothing, but created out of nothing means readiness to die and to kill as the supreme authority, sacrifice of life to a state whose own presupposition is already the decisive political factor. Similarly, Herbert Marcuse in his analysis of Sorel, Pareto and Schmidt, the absolute action, the absolute decision of the leaders becomes an intrinsic value before the social content of the action and the decision. The absolute recognition of their decision, the heroic sacrifice of the led becomes an intrinsic value before the insight into its social meaning. According to this theory, society is not divided into rich and poor, happy and miserable, progressive and regressive, but rather, with the comparative validity of all these material opposites, into leaders and led. End of quote. If the German doctrine of law is thus thought through to its conclusion, then, in the words of the philosopher responsible, everything depends on a being that stands apart from the superfluous, the Volksgemeinschaft, which is essentially nothing other than the exclusion, persecution, and murder of the Jews. Quote, "The German essence, which is supposed to be so tremendously positive, cannot assert itself anywhere else than in persecution, cannot possibly present itself in any other way than ex negativo in the search for the un-Germans." End of quote. This nothingness of which the Volksgemeinschaft is made up, is indeed presented as race, but in the freedom of the victim it lies openly exposed. The exact opposite of freedom is granted by law. Sacrifice is the farewell to existence on the way to preserving the favor of being Heidegger. Or in Hitler's words, if we understand this idea of national solidarity correctly, then it can only be an idea of sacrifice. Everyone must understand that his giving has any value at all in the sense of creating a real Volksgemeinschaft only if this giving means a sacrifice for him. End of quote. No matter how joyfully the individual participates in the hunt for Jews, no matter how much profit he makes for himself, this self-determined action, this joyful devotion must be understood as a sacrifice for a community which, as a community, contains only annihilation. "We Germans are heroic in bearing the suffering of others," said Rudolf G. Binding in 1933, anticipating Himmler's speech given 10 years later, in which the killing of all Jews is invoked as the most difficult task, which will only be fulfilled in love for our people. If, as Carl Schmitt says, political unity must, if necessary, demand the sacrifice of life, then this sacrifice of sovereignty differs from the original sacrifice of religion. Its possibility constitutes the modern state, i.e., the political unity of the self-valorization of value, and in this it forms from the outset the antithesis to law, as the form of circulation in which valorization takes place. In contrast to religious sacrifice, it can only be understood as the freedom of sacrifice, Heidegger, not as the practice of sacrifice in general, that is, in the general willingness to refrain unconditionally from one's own life as well as from the lives of others. Political unity is founded in this abstraction, which can, or rather must, become real at any time. Giorgio Agamben speaks of the ability to constitute oneself and others as killable life, and found the status of homo sacer for this in Roman law. His body, in its quality of being killable and not sacrificial, is the living pledge of his submission to a power over death. This submission, however, is not the fulfillment of the pledge, but absolute and unconditional submission. End quote. The sacred life of the state is consecrated beyond any fulfillment. It is neither profane nor religious, a life that is in a double exclusion from the real context of both profane and religious forms of life, defined solely by its entry into the closest symbiosis with death, but without already belonging to the world of the deceased. This ability to constitute oneself and others as killable life is, however, which Agamben deliberately conceals, only the political expression of the superfluousness of the individual under the conditions of the valorization of value. Thus this status, which was obviously peripheral within Roman law, was only generalized by the modern state and placed at the center of the ideological, determining for each individual citizen. The freedom of the victim can only exist on the condition that the law becomes universal. For this life in the freedom of the victim is in certain respects the constant awareness of the possibility of abolishing the law. In contrast to its mediations, it promises immediate community, instead of incalculable isolation. And as if by design, it is precisely here that the old legal figure of homo sacer fails as a definition of sovereignty in the age of capital. It cannot be used to grasp the community of annihilation, the Volksgemeinschaft. If the right is the unity of the commodity guardian with the commodity, so that he can sell it while retaining its original value, then the freedom of the victim consists in giving up the right to sell the commodity freely, in giving up being an independent center of circulation. Marx. Farewell to the existing. Quote, thus, in order to experience the interrelatedness of man and being, a leap is necessary. And a leap is made away from the common conception of man as the animal rationale, which in modern times has become the subject for its objects. End quote. This leap is the abruptness of the bridgeless entry into that belonging which first has to forgive a togetherness of man and being, and thus the constellation of both. The leap is the sudden entry into the realm from which man and being have already reached each other in their essence. A strange leap, which probably gives us the insight that we are not yet sufficiently where we actually already are. End of quote. However, we stubbornly fail to recognize such a belonging together as long as we imagine everything only in orders and mediations, be it with or without dialectics. We then only ever find connections that are linked either by being or by man, and that represent the interdependence of man and being as interdependence. End of quote. This leap entails the loss of any awareness of law, the awareness of those mediations and interweavings of subject and object. In the belonging together of the people's comrades, there is no longer any inner distance to oneself, as the relationship of commodity owner and commodity in and of itself allows, a prerequisite for reflecting on the projections. This is what Walter Benjamin meant when he perceived a blind mass in the Germans early on, with animal dullness, but without the dull knowledge of animals. The diversity of individual goals had become irrelevant among them, before the identity of the determining forces. A force completely incomprehensible to outsiders and completely unconscious to the prisoners made people as subject to the forces of community, as only the life of some primitive exotic people can be determined by the laws of the clan. The most European of all goods, that more or less clear irony with which the life of the individual claims to be disparate from the existence of every community into which he has been thrust, has been completely lost to the Central Europeans. End of quote. Benjamin adopted these thoughts in a slightly different form in his later book Einbahnstraße. Karl Kraus also meant this when he wrote about the already established Volksgemeinschaft. Servile command breaks into life, freedom and property from a mystical point is ruled by social balance. Fixing his value in being directly the specimen of a particular race, the people's comrade feels needed and not superfluous. The world finally appears organic, natural, concrete to him, not abstract, artificial, alien. However, this feeling, which underlies the actions of the individual, cannot really be explained, for he is needed, as he knows at the same time, for the annihilation of others, who are regarded as the abstract, artificial, alien, an annihilation that must be affirmed to the extent of sacrificing even his own life for it. That is, that which seems so organic, natural, concrete to him. He is, as Heidegger's Dasein would have it, stockholder of his own death. The community's ability to be whole has a single condition: only being free for death gives Dasein the goal par excellence. But everything can apparently be explained from the point of view of the state, if it is only imagined as completely detached from the consciousness of its citizens. The exchange with labor is replaced by dictation over it, and the contract disappears from the legal horizon of Mr. Everyman. Mediation is abolished. Mediated identity in the unity of the commodity guardian with the commodity is cashed in, because the necessity of overproduction and underconsumption forces this. The dignity of the commodity guardian is to be touched. The National Socialist Revolution meant a change that affected commercial interests but did not take them into account. Of course, the worker under National Socialism could sometimes choose between different employers. The housewife of the Third Reich could occasionally choose between Omo and Purcell, but it was part of her folkish consciousness that such bourgeois decisions and freedoms of the market could be revoked at any time in the name of Germany and were also revoked in the manifest war situation. The commodity can only be considered a commodity in a vanishing sense, on probation, so to speak. In the end, it has to prove itself as a mere means in the execution of annihilation. Just as a legal system that included the Nuremberg laws was no longer law, but the administrative form on the way to this execution. Historically, the grab for the dignity of the commodity guardian actually proves to be a groping process. The state becomes a major consumer. Ulrich Enderwitz, it initially replaces the lack of demand and purchasing power with orders that it places itself. It steps in for the individual commodity guardians to an ever-increasing extent. By his own right, he has to go into debt, since he has to pay for the goods. He only solves the problem in the long term if he buys and consumes very special goods, weapons, with the use of which he can collect his own debts, i.e. outwardly aiming at robbery instead of exchange. However, consuming these goods presupposes a separate sphere in which law in the sense of bourgeois society is suspended, the military. The individual, who in bourgeois society has a labor power to sell, for example, has to make it available by force in the age of compulsory military service, or more precisely, he is indistinguishably made one with it by being subjected to the power of command. The war economy, fascism and National Socialism extend this logic to the whole of society. The law is withdrawn or retained only in appearance. It is transformed, as Franz Neumann says, into a technical means of achieving certain political goals. Otto Kirchheimer spoke very similarly of the technical rationality that became the structural principle of the legal institutions, the legal apparatus and the instrument of application, the judiciary, in the Third Reich. Once the bearers of power have agreed on something that is then proclaimed as the Führer's will, there is no intermediary body that could dare to prevent or delay its realization. End of quote. Or as Carl Schmitt puts it, the concrete true law of the German people eliminates the false abstract law of the Jews. In other words, a law that serves only as an instrument of political coercion eliminates the rights that protect the individual commodity guardian. Of course, law can always be seen as a means for the sovereign to enforce political goals. But under the conditions of a liberal constitutional state and capitalist exploitation, it is also opposed to it. It is not a technical, arbitrarily manipulable instrument. The state encounters its own contradiction. This is eliminated by National Socialism. The separation of the functions of the employer and the coercive machinery of the state was one of the main guarantees of individual freedom in a society in which an ever smaller number of people controlled the means of production. It is now being abolished. It begins with immediate intervention in the market, installation of trustees of labor, enforcement of wage and price freezes, and continues in foreign political and economic relations. Within the gross realm, a division of labor was envisaged, but no competition, which is why the substitutive exchange of goods was to be hindered and the complementary exchange promoted. Complementary exchange of goods on a clearing basis means that each country only imports products that it cannot produce itself. With competition, however, the market, i.e. the impartial arbiter or the authority judging according to purely objective criteria, which regulates production volumes, locations, processes, etc., also disappears, and precisely this vacant position is filled by the hegemonic power itself, which makes specifications to the other nations, which are regarded as auxiliary nations, and the other countries, which are regarded as economic complementary areas, regarding the type and scope of what they must supply and receive in return. But this is also where the ability of economic theory to make the whole thing rationally comprehensible ends. Without a market in which free and independent subjects, i.e. commodity guardians, meet, without the autonomous will of the exchangers, pastuchanes, the value of the goods cannot be determined. The determination of the price or the exchange relation becomes an arbitrary act. However, exchange that is not based on the free decision of independent subjects, but is arbitrarily imposed, is the legalized form of robbery. This legalization has as little to do with law as mere robbery has to do with capitalist production. Nevertheless, it is not simply robbery. Talking about the reproduction of society at all, which can still be the aim of robbery, becomes equally absurd in the context of a state of emergency such as that produced by the Third Reich. The more the Grossraum developed, the more unclear it became to the Grossraum planners how to live and produce in the ever-expanding giant empire, how the Germans wanted to administer and control it, from the territorial delimitation of spheres of influence to fundamental decisions on developmental and regional political issues. The Nazis' propaganda against the grabbing, Jewish, and for the creative, German, capital expresses the projective idea that they themselves were ordinary bandits who could murder, plunder, and pillage, but were incapable of organizing production and a regulated life in general. But decent people's comrades are not ordinary bandits who murder, pillage, and plunder only for a specific, tangible purpose, comparable to the profit made by the entrepreneur. What happened here, wrote Karl Kraus about the German Revolution, happened truly according to the plan to reduce the life of the state, of the economy, of cultural practice to the simplest formula, that of annihilation. With this formula, the German Volksgemeinschaft quickly put itself at the head of all its fascist competitors, who were not consequent enough towards it in everything, insofar as their bandits had not yet become perfect people's comrades and continued to cling to something that should not be sacrificed to annihilation. The abolition of mediation, which National Socialism pursues, ultimately exists only as an end in itself, the preparation and execution of mass murder for its own sake. The owners of labor power grow together with it, that is, they dissolve the contrast between exchange value and use value in their own bodies. Identification with the value that no longer utilizes itself. This is the contingency itself vis-a-vis political economy, and means that Auschwitz cannot be explained by capitalist accumulation. In value which no longer utilizes itself, political economy reaches its limit, which it can only just grasp. Identification with it, however, lies beyond its conceptuality. In this, as Joachim Brun says, National Socialism really did spring from the capital relation in a double sense of the word. It emerges from it and at the same time goes beyond it. But its abolition is also ambiguous. It is eliminated by the imposed return of the law and yet lives on alongside it. By contrast, the decline of state communism is unambiguous. Even in the society that emerged from the October Revolution, law was unable to develop any power of resistance to sovereignty, private property as the elementary precondition of circulation had been abolished or rigorously restricted, and served throughout as a technical means of achieving certain political goals. In precisely this sense, Pashtoukanis already possessed a concept of the state of exception that Kelsen certainly lacked, namely, that class society is not only a market where independent owners of commodities meet, but at the same time the battlefield of a bitter class war in which the state apparatus represents a very powerful weapon. As if referring to Carl Schmitt, he also writes that this weapon finds immediate expression in the theological interpretation of the concept of state power. However, the more bitterly the class war is waged, the more the state apparatus, which has become a weapon, asserts itself against the legally anchored independence of the commodity owners, the faster the state of law turns into a disembodied shadow, until finally the bourgeoisie is forced to throw off the mask of the state of law completely and expose the essence of state power as the organized violence of one class over the other. This is the state of exception in the perspective of state communism, which now appears as the new sovereign and, for its part, rejects the autonomy of the individual together with the mask of the rule of law. Pashtoukanis himself was one of the first of the Bolsheviks to fall victim to it in 1936. The transition from the class rule of the bourgeoisie to that of a bureaucracy that uses the term communism only as a euphemism is shown more succinctly than anywhere else in the discussion of criminal law, since social relations, as Pashtoukanis knows, are not limited to the abstract relations of abstract commodity owners. The criminal court is also not only an embodiment of the abstract legal form, but a weapon of immediate class struggle. Thus, in the situation of intensified struggles, the impartial court and its legal guarantees are displaced by an organization of immediate class power, which is guided in its actions exclusively by considerations of political expediency. It is precisely these considerations of political expediency that Pashtoukanis himself adopts when he literally speaks of technical rules that should take the place of law under communism, by which he means repression. Coercion as a protective measure of communist society against individuals who harm it is an act of pure expediency and as such can be determined by technical rules. These rules can be more or less complicated, depending on whether the purpose is the mechanical elimination of the dangerous individual or his improvement. End of quote. What Newman fears could hardly be realized more clearly when he speaks of the law remaining only a technical means. However, according to Pashtoukanis, the goal that society has set itself should find clear and unambiguous expression in these rules. Now the goal that the state communist society set itself was anything but clear and unmistakable, a permanent attempt by the bureaucracy to take the functions of capital into its own hands once and for all, to put itself in the place of value forever, as it were. But this small proxy, which felt itself to be a great world spirit, committed itself in its teleological self-aggrandizement to guaranteeing and further developing the reproduction of society, better than capital. And the political goal, which did not want to recognize the end in itself of capitalist exploitation, could hardly ever completely detach itself from this. In this, however distorted, something of a relation between means and end was asserted, which is still expressed in Pastukhany's concept of the technical rule. As far as it was recognizable, the difference to the Nazi state, which pursued the reproduction of society for the purpose of annihilation, remained. Nevertheless, the entire murderous barbarism that this so-called socialism had unleashed since Lenin resulted precisely from the delusion of viewing the law of value as a means and getting a grip on it, and to this end abolishing mediations as well as inventing other forms of mediation. Whatever they did, whether they struck out or kept still, the bureaucrats with their end always had to stand out as the dumber ones in the face of this means. Their end was different from the National Socialist twilight of the gods. In the end, they might even pass as heroes of retreat in the eyes of the West, but they still looked stupid, like Gorbachev on Wetten Das. Here too, the exchange with labor had been replaced by dictation over it. As in fascism and National Socialism, the owner of the commodity labor power could not form an independent center of circulation. In this he sometimes looked confusingly similar to the people's comrade. What he lacked, however, was his own initiative, the complete devotion to pathic projection, the willingness to make sacrifices. Identification with the value that no longer utilizes itself, annihilation for its own sake, was absent. When George Lukács takes the self-knowledge of the worker as commodity, i.e. that this commodity possesses the possibility of attaining a consciousness of itself, as the starting point of the revolution, then the distance of the subject from itself, as made possible by the law on the relationship between commodity guardian and commodity, is already liquidated and the class is envisaged as the maneuvering mass of the authoritarian state. Lukács understands the class not as a realized expression of abstract labor of value, the abstraction of which can only take place in finite individuals themselves. The class carries out in an idealized form what exchange carries out on products and individuals. Lukács does not critically understand class as such an expression of value, because he himself abstracted from the finite individual. For him, it ultimately returns as an executive organ of the party or the state. According to Lukács, as a single empirical individual, the individual proletarian can only comprehend the decisions of the center post festum. When the commodity and legal form are restored after the destruction, when the law is reinstated after the elimination of the right, the original liberal state has apparently returned. Mediation is restituted, identity is once again mediated in itself, commodity guardian and commodity are once again separated, the former has regained its old rights, the latter is once again freely available. Moreover, the position of the law appears to be completely secure, unlike before National Socialism, as there is no prospect of the sovereign stepping in again as a major consumer in the crisis and thus repealing the law once more. It simply lacks the means to do so. Even if the majority of its citizens were prepared to reintroduce National Socialism, the state, as things stand, no longer has the necessary leeway in financial policy to pursue a comparable economic, or rather, anti-economic policy. And yet the post-fascist commodity guardian is different from the one who had not yet lost his right. The possibility, once realized, of abolishing all mediation can no longer be taken back. Post-Nazi law restores the mediated unity of commodity guardian and commodity, and in the formulation of the dignity of man, which is inviolable, Article 1 of the Basic Law, the pathos of the already lost dignity finds expression. But how this pathos is followed by the prosaic retraction of its content in the new German Basic Law, property obliges. Its use shall at the same time serve the common good. Expropriation is only permissible for the common good, Article 14, so in the new German society the reconstructed mediations themselves remain strangely unrealized, formal democracy loses precisely its formality, the categorical distance, as it were, of the superordinate institutions from the processes of spontaneous opinion formation in the population. What this generality now is expressed in the party's papers preparing the Basic Law. German unity is not justified in terms of the necessary unity of law, but in folkish terms. Quote, German social democracy rejects all open or hidden separatism and particularism while recognizing tribal characteristics, according to the SPD's Nuremberg Guidelines, for the expansion of the German Republic of 1947. Stay away from us with the rootless talk of a split, said Karl Arnold, CDU, at the opening of the Parliamentary Council a year later. The capitalization of political information abolishes it. Direct democracy fulfills all post-fascist promises. What is becoming increasingly clear in deregulated processes and chaotic disputes in Germany and Europe, often referred to as populism or right-wing populism, is that the commodity guardian now knows of the possibility of a different identity. He dreads it, and yet he feels irresistibly drawn to it, as it liberates him from the contradictions he has with his goods, which he does not know how to handle and which are scary to him. The way in which compensation payments to the Jewish survivors of the Shoah and to former forced laborers are dealt with in politics and the public sphere shows quite concretely and blatantly that a bourgeois concept of law could no longer really gain space in the subjective consciousness of citizens. Dumbness and denial of rights are like departure and return in natural life. The clock of our day in society and in politics is how the Austrian author and Wehrmacht deserter Michael Guttenbrunner characterizes life in this society that became none. Siegfried Kracauer, who visited the country in 1958, was right about this relationship when he wrote, "The fact that there has never been a society in Germany is frightening. The people are completely formless and unchanneled, they have no outside and a disordered inside. In short, I don't trust them. And I dare not even imagine what would happen in the event of an economic or political crisis." End quote. On such a basis, emergency laws such as those passed at the end of the 1960s take on their true meaning as a self-fulfilling prophecy, but only those who had already fled from the state of emergency in Germany understood this, although there are analogous laws in other states, which by no means read more humanely on paper. The situation in Germany is so thoroughly different that no justification for the plan can be derived from it. This had to be objected to even by those who, after all, already trusted the new state, civilized from the West, to the extent that they were willing to participate in education for democracy under its care. In this country, such laws contain immediate repressive tendencies, unlike in Switzerland, for example. However, the possibility of a different identity is only realized in certain so-called nationally liberated zones. This is where the emergency joy which Adorno perceived in his speech against the emergency laws runs riot for the time being, and often only at a certain age. As if some Germans in their individual development follow the historical development of the nation, like the embryo follows the evolutionary development, they regularly change from the right-wing extremist perpetrators of violence of marauding gangs on the fringes of society to the well-mannered family fathers in the community of extremism of the center. From the outside, this extremism reveals strange, exotically distorted figurations of its own past. The Islamist suicide bombers realize, each for themselves, annihilation for its own sake. A piece of earth or a thing that someone can call his own obviously presupposes a certain idea of space, something that encompasses that which is delimited as one's own as well as that which is excluded from it, something common to both, but which must remain empty or be emptied so that all the different things that can become property can also find a place in it. In his critique of pure reason, Immanuel Kant really did see in this commonality only the form of our imagination. He denied that space is a thing, rather it is the pure form in which things appear to us, a form of perception. Quote, "Space is nothing other than the form of all appearances of external senses, i.e. the subjective condition of sensuality, under which alone external perception is possible for us. We can therefore only speak of space, of extended beings, etc., from the standpoint of a human being. If we depart from the subjective condition under which alone we can obtain external perception, namely, as we may be affected by objects, the idea of space means nothing at all. This predicate is attached to things only in so far as they appear to us, i.e. are objects of sensibility." End of quote. This is a quite peculiar abstraction. If things are dispensed within it, they nevertheless remain present within the abstraction, as its condition as well as the subject that abstracts. For the critique of pure reason, space as the form of perception is nothing more than a certain relationship between subject and object, but it only says something about the subject. However, if this subject and this relationship are not understood as being without history, as is the case with Kant, as being given once and for all in a specific and determinable form, the question first arises as to what the necessity is to distinguish between things and space at all. In the mind of the citizen, things and space relate to each other like property and the monopoly of power. The idea of an empty space, which is itself independent of the objects that are gathered in it, forms something like the transcendence of the state, the modern state, which is already in the process of producing and reproducing the framework conditions of capital. By seeing through this idea as a general form of consciousness, Kant declares, as it were, the totality of citizens to be the sovereign. As long as the monopoly of power is still directly tied to land ownership, embodied in such a context by certain persons, their hierarchies and relations of power, hardly anyone comes up with the idea that Kant then criticizes, to imagine a space completely independent of certain objects. Only when things are made mobile as commodities, and the state both guarantees this and prepares the ground for this mobility to constantly increase, does the idea of space begin to take on a life of its own. Or to put it another way, with just as much justification, when social compulsion, in whatever concrete form it emerges, leads individuals to distinguish between things and space, they are able to potentially regard all things as commodities. The remarkable thing about Kant's critique is therefore not only that it dissolves, so to speak, in the spirit of the New Age, the old dogmatics that continue to assert an immediate identity in a world that has long since disintegrated and in which everything is mediated. For this dogmatism, space and thing are still indistinguishable and at the same time devalued, the earthly from which man can only free himself through sacrifice and death. At the same time, the The criticism of this also applies to the modern hypostasis of space, as a sphere that is completely detached from things and yet really exists, a secularized kingdom of heaven. It states, space is mere form, so there is no space without its content, just as there can be no monopoly of power without property. But if communism had to put this to the test first, Kant's epistemological critique had already given rise to the idea of a world society, an eternal peace and a world citizen state in which states would be abolished, even before the oldest system program of German idealism demanded that the state must cease to exist. For the idea of such a society could only be developed on the basis of the finiteness of the space available to mankind, nothing other than the globe, in order to ultimately conceive of the earth as the property of mankind and thus disavow bourgeois property and the state's monopoly on the use of force. Kant speaks of general hospitality as the right of a stranger on the soil of another not to be treated with hostility by the latter. Accordingly, all people are entitled to offer themselves to society by virtue of the right of common possession of the surface of the earth, on which, as a spherical surface, they cannot disperse into infinity, but must finally tolerate each other. But originally no one has more right to be in one place on earth than another. End quote. The idea of space seems to belong to the context of circulation, the idea of time to that of production. If the transcendental subject is to be found at the heart of the formal structure of the commodity, as Sohnrethel states, then the Hegelian spirit is to be found at the heart of the capital process. The truth of space is time, thus space becomes time. Space itself, Hegel continues, transcends. In the imagination, space and time are far apart. There we have space and then also time. Philosophy fights against this, also. End quote. However, it is precisely in this, by abolishing their false opposition, that Hegel hypostatizes space and time. He regarded them early on as existent abstractions, not merely, like Kant, as pure forms of perception. The thing in itself, which for Kant has neither time nor space, is abolished. For Hegel, space is in a sense even more abstract than time. It stands in the same relation to it as being to becoming. But even time, the truth of space, only becomes concrete in the spirit. And the spirit unfolded into the real world is the state. The emphasis that Hegel places on becoming, on movement, on the fact that the truth of space is time, shows that he thinks the unity of capital and state essentially in terms of capital. In this he is less the Prussian philosopher of the state than the philosopher of international capital. The state as the reality of spirit itself still appears as if detached from space. It appears in Hegel as if it were capital itself. Abstraction in act, self-valorizing value, automatic subject. Hegel is the first to stand on the standpoint of the logic of capital. His philosophy is the idealistically and metaphysically disguised form of production. The space in which the monopoly of violence applies coincides with the movement that value carries out. Law is identical with the commodity form. Thus, in this state capital or capital state, in this subject-object, in which space is completely absorbed into time, the state into capital, the crisis has become an undoing. The reconciliation of the general and the particular can be asserted. The state can be celebrated as the realization of freedom. It is therefore no wonder that when Marx criticized Hegel's philosophy of the state, he immediately came up against economics. Putting aside the reconciliatory idea of the state, he found in money the only existent abstraction, which, however, is irreconcilable. The value expressed in it is an abstraction of concrete labor. Its measure the average necessary social labor time. Since the duration of the concrete labor of those working in private form, i.e. separated from each other by property, becomes the decisive criterion for exchanging their products, the concept of time arises, as an objective form common to all people and things, which itself contains nothing, but can take on any content. In this sense, the idea of time itself is always abstract. The concept of abstract time is downright tautology. The term concrete time, as Post 1 uses it in Time, Labor and Social Domination for pre-modern societies, therefore appears to be an unnecessary contradictio in ejecto. Rather, these societies had no concept of time at all, only of duration, which was always tied to a specific thing. However, this sense lives on in formulations such as that of a beautiful time. Time, as an abstraction of concrete work, is nothing in itself. And that is also the content of the value form, abstract labor. The concept of value, however, as developed by Marx, shows precisely that abstraction should always be understood in unity with that which is abstracted from concrete labor, individual use value. Adorno sometimes gives the impression, especially in his critique of Fichte, that he does not retain this opposition in the unity, but at the same time wishes to soften it. Quote, "The result of abstraction can never be made absolutely independent of that from which it was abstracted, because the abstract remains applicable to that which is abstracted under it, because return should be possible. The quality of that from which abstraction is made is always preserved in it in a certain sense, even if it were in the highest generality." End of quote. At such points, it is as if Adorno is completely absorbed in the idealistic epoch and would rather see a return to classical art than progress towards social reconciliation. The fact that he considers a return from Fichtean abstraction to be possible is in any case due to his rather moderate treatment of this philosopher in his criticism, whereby his difference to Hegel's philosophy, of which Adorno was aware, fades too much. Only then could violence and coercion, which are inherent in the commodity form and capital relations, be grasped. The state is necessary, because the process of abstraction from the empirical subject, capital as the concept of value that manifests itself in labor time, is not pure. However, when Hegel says that space itself merges into time, he has ontologized violence in his dialectical way. When the philosopher describes space even before it merges into time, it sounds similar to the description of pre-bourgeois society, characterized by subsistence economy, by the bourgeois national economist. The lack of space consists in the fact that everything remains. For it was the state that created the spatial conditions for capital to accumulate, for merchant and usury capital to become manufacturing and industrial capital. The expulsion of small landowners from their land, the separation of producers from their means of production. It created the free space between means of production and producers, the inner market of society. This space merges into time. Here everything that exists is transformed into functions of a process whose lawfulness consists in shortening the socially necessary labor time, in other words, increasing productivity. Quote, difference has stepped out of space, in other words, it ceases to be this indifference, it is for itself in all its restlessness, no longer paralyzed. This pure quantity, as difference existing for itself, is the negative in itself time, it is the negation of negation, the negation referring to itself. Negation in space is negation in an other. The negative thus does not yet come into its own in space. End of quote. The negation of the same is only possible when labor power is exchanged with commodities. The same is the value form. Pure form that it is, it nevertheless remains inextricably bound to the tangible form, money, and to a specific space, the individual state. Just as that form can only be abolished with money and the state, all people should be entitled to offer themselves to society by virtue of the right of common ownership of the surface of the earth. The family is to the state as simple commodity production is to capital. On the one hand, it is ideological content, insofar as it suggests that social life can take place within it independently of the overriding monopoly on violence. On the other hand, it denotes a real form, but only if it is not viewed in isolation from the state. The difficulty lies not only in the realization that the state is already present in the seemingly quite immediate relationship between parents and children. The fact that it has not always been so makes it even easier to refrain from it precisely where it does not appear immediately. It also lies in the fact that with this presence of the state we simultaneously perceive the difference that is nevertheless also maintained in the family vis-a-vis the state, a prerequisite for all criticism of identity. The starting point of psychoanalysis is that, as Otto Fenichel once said, there are only things, living beings and human beings that enter into relationships with one another, and no ideas or mass souls or gods between them. But it is these relationships that they enter into with each other that matter. For psychoanalysis is concerned with their independence, or more precisely, with certain psychological forms in which these relationships become independent. The relationships lead a special existence for themselves with their own history, impose certain forms on people through their existence that are very far removed from the will and psychology of these people, generate reinforcements of some other relationships, come into contradiction with yet others. Such contradictions again have further consequences and again give birth to new forms that can only be grasped through this history of relationships. And so people ultimately appear to be dominated by ideas, gods or mass souls, and the only way to get to the bottom of this appearance is through the history of their relationships. However, as in contrast to the critique of political economy, which also deals with the paradoxical independence of relationships in relation to individuals, psychoanalysis abstracts from a certain relationship to things, from material production and its conditions, and therein also from state rule. It restricts its perspective to the constellation of the nuclear family. In Totem and Taboo, however, Freud already sought to draw conclusions about the historical emergence of society on the basis of this constellation. The patricide, which the horde of brothers is said to have committed at the beginning of all history, appears like world history, reenacted in the bourgeois living room, a fantastic embodiment of the conflicts surrounding the emergence of the state, the Christian religion, and the primitive accumulation of capital. Finally, mass psychology was less fantastic. In view of the mobilization of the population during and after the First World War, Freud obviously saw himself challenged in a completely different way to extrapolate the categories he had developed on the intimacy of the bourgeois nuclear family into the political sphere. Here, too, he suspected libidinal bonds that would constitute the essence of such state-formed masses, their inner cohesion, and explain them with identification, the earliest expression of an emotional bond to another person. Accordingly, such a mass consists of individuals who have placed one and the same object in the place of their ego ideal and have consequently identified with each other in their ego. Psychoanalysis understands the ego ideal, which Freud also calls the superego, as the internalized authority of the father, the result of overcoming the Oedipus complex. The replacement of this internalized authority with an object, such as the state, creates a direct bond between individuals and the authorities, through their identification with each other. Freud's concept of the people's state and Volksgemeinschaft. However, he himself made little distinction between different forms of such identification, either in the historical or political sense. Franz Neumann, following on from Freud, made an effort to differentiate between two basic types of mass psychology, a libido-occupied, affective, and a libido-free, affectless, and formulated the thesis that non-affective identification with an organization is less regressive than affective identification with a leader. Non-affective loyalty is transmissible, but personal loyalty is not. The former always contains strong rationalistic elements, moments of predictability between organization and individual, and thus prevents the total extinction of the ego. For a psychologist, however, the assertion of a libido-free identification is a contradictio in ejecto, yet with his comparison of these basic types, the legal scholar points out that the difference in the intensity of such occupations can be significant. Freud himself already makes a suggestive distinction between masses that have a leader and leaderless masses and poses the question of whether the masses with a leader are not the more original and more complete, whether in the others the leader cannot be replaced by an idea, an abstract. This abstract could in turn be embodied more or less completely in the person of a secondary leader, as it were. End of quote. The family is depotentiated, but is nevertheless indispensable as a prerequisite for political identification. Thus, the difference between the forms of such identification, between more or less libido-occupied, adhering to a leader or an abstract, can only be understood in its context. Mass psychology thus has to do with a constellation which, even if Freud was not aware of it, historicizes the categories of psychoanalysis without simply annulling them in their validity. Oedipus was a king. Family and state were one in Greek myth, the apparent immediacy of rule, although no longer in the sense of a natural hierarchy, as is assumed for the time before the patricide of the horde of brothers. What Freud actually assumes in his mass psychology, however, is the loss of this immediate unity. The family has, to use Brecht's term, slipped into the functional. It provides certain dispositions, structures and mechanisms that are absolutely necessary for the state. Without the need for this ego ideal, no masses could, according to Freud's hypothesis, be mobilized in the interests of the state. In this respect, in an interpretation of Freud's mass psychology that ties in with the critique of political economy, it can be understood as an elementary form. It is as independent of the modern state as the commodity is of productive capital. In other words, it exists only as a transitory stage of the state, as one of its forms in which the state is forced to appear. Just as the buyer of the commodity believes himself to be independent of capital, so the family man feels autonomous in relation to the state, and yet is its respective embodiment. He believes that he is fulfilling his own or his spouse's or his parents' desire to have children, and is only fulfilling the state's desire for workers, taxpayers, and soldiers. As long as he lives, the individual passes through the various forms of the state: family and school, company and office, private and public law. For if the monopoly of force is taken at its word, the relationships of marriage, education, and the private economic capital relationship also fall within its sphere, insofar as it is possible to grasp what goes on in them with legal principles, and thus the state also has its right in them, albeit mediated differently in each case. They fall within its sphere, but create the appearance of autonomy. If the individual isolates the forms it passes through from one another and hypostatizes them as modes of being, then it can feel and understand itself as an autonomous subject in each of them. This is the happiness that the family and professional life hold in store for the individual. Here he feels free from the grip of the state. Only the paltry tax return reminds him of this, like a debt that must be paid forever. But if it reflects on the change from one sphere to the other, if it understands that it cannot be in one without being forced into the other, if it understands itself as an abstraction in actu, then autonomy disappears, and what is realized through its own decision turns out to be an automatic process. From the point of view of autonomy, this means the most extreme insult, the insult that we are lived by unknown, uncontrollable powers. Freud, however, did not have the state and capital in mind when he spoke of these powers, and yet the uncontrollability of the superego and ID to which he alludes has to do with this. The prerequisite for the individual to become aware of this insult is that he or she has lived through the situation of Oedipus and has dealt with the conflict in whatever form. Psychoanalysis teaches this and at the same time reveals the condition of its own possibility, involuntarily dialectically, the relationship to mother and father as the earliest experience of contradiction, propedeutic to the identity of identity and non-identity. The condition for the identification with the father to appear as a result of his becoming, instead of disappearing in the result itself, is the ability to limit and reflect on identification, as the contrast between father and mother, phallic and narcissistic constellation, produces in the first place, and subsequently to keep the concrete and the abstract apart, that is, in the tension between father and fatherland, conscience and law, superego and authority, to gain, if not real autonomy, at least the reflection of its preconditions. In the long personal confrontation with the father, the norms of the bourgeois age were not only introject but processed, so that the adult subjects were capable of a reflexive use of these norms. At its best, the bourgeois family produced not only authoritarian, but also autonomous individuals. They were the model for the therapeutic ideal of psychoanalysis. Freud says that the superego is the representation of our parental relationship. As small children we knew, admired and feared these higher beings, and later absorbed them into ourselves. End quote. This internalization forms the individual, his or her way of dealing with conflicts, of behaving in relationships, not least the awareness of law, the sense of justice, in other words, the relationship to the state. The inner high being, the fading and finally past parental relationships, and the outer high being, the seemingly timeless state that the parents actually embodied before fall apart, inside the past of father and mother that has coagulated into the superego outside the quasi-ethereal present of the state, which, however, contains the long-forgotten thread of violence. The rationality of psychoanalysis lies in the fact that it holds on to the difference between the individual and society, psychology and mass psychology, between the superego bound to the ego and the state subject, the superego that has become independent, as if it were irrevocable, and takes the side of the individual. Even if the leader can be put in the place of the ego ideal, he remains in her eyes only a surrogate from which nothing good can be expected. She wants to make it clear to the individual that the difference in truth cannot be eliminated, that the antagonism between the individual and society therefore remains, but that there are different ways of living with this reality principle. Be it positively through sublimation and culture, be it negatively through defense and repression. The reason of psychoanalysis strengthens the individual. It should not succumb to the mass psychological striving to replace the ego ideal with the leader. In the same ironically anti-ascetic sense as the young Brecht, she says, "Don't let yourselves be seduced." But she is also always looking for a compromise with the state, as is expressed particularly revealingly in Sandor Ferenczi's speech to the sovereign, who had become a people's state shortly before the First World War. Sociologists and politicians tended all too much to forget that the renunciation of individuality, the state, must not be an end in itself, but only one of the means for the good of the individual, and that it makes no sense to sacrifice more personal happiness for the community than is absolutely necessary. End quote. The exaggerated asceticism that characterizes such states based on religion, just as much as the social democratic state, is the mass psychological counterpart of the repression of affect, the harmful consequences of which psychoanalysis has proven. Ferenczi thus comes to the question whether social diseases are not also due to the repression of drives. The analogies from the theory of neuroses speak for the validity of this assumption. The religious fanaticism of entire peoples has already been linked to obsessive-compulsive neurosis. The paroxysms of revolutions and wars are like hysterical discharges of stored-up primitive instincts. The mental contagion often spread like fire by the ideas of false prophets and philosophers could be called the madness of society, and so on. But somewhere between anarchism and communism, between unrestrained individual self-expression and social asceticism, there must be a reasonable individual socialist just milieu, which, in addition to the interests of society, also provides for individual well-being, cultivates the sublimation of instincts instead of the repression of instincts, and thus paves a quiet path for progress, safe from revolutions and reactions. End of quote. Alfred Adler and Carl Gustav Jung departed from this rationality of psychoanalysis early on. Both want, to varying degrees and by different means, to abolish difference and weaken the individual in favor of society, the state. Both do so by pushing the non-individual per se, the sexual drive, the only true worship, into the background, just as, conversely, psychoanalysis can only strengthen the individual by emphasizing this non-individual moment, in the knowledge that only in it, in its mediation, can individuality really develop. As if to disguise this fact, Adler called his community-oriented analysis individual psychology. He sees man as an individual as an inferior being. His will only triumph so playfully, or rather, educationally, over sexuality because it is nothing other than an impulse to move from a feeling of inadequacy to a feeling of adequacy, and that is the feeling of community. The compulsion of the state is ontologized as an anthropologically given compulsion to community. Adler's concept is there to erase the differences between the individual forms of sociality. Whether people or class, everything becomes community. The individual psychologist thinks of the individual from the point of view of state socialism, which has to organize the work of society and must evaluate each individual according to its standards. For this purpose, for example, it also denies the mediating power of the family. Wilhelm Reich's sexual revolution then merely sharpened this conception, which was social democratic in the true sense of the word. The community, which Adler still thought of as social, is transformed into a naturally biological democracy of work. The central reactionary nucleus of the family is deprived of any inner contradiction and understood in this way as a miniature state. Is completely absorbed in its function as the most important production site of reactionary and conservative man. There is no longer any difference to the state mediated by the Oedipus complex. The genital sexuality that Reich would like to glorify and liberate proves, in contrast to Adler, who represses it, to be a mere projection of a fetishized concept of work, ultimately leading to the biologistic delusion of the orgone. Quote, an ideal image, according to which we measure the individual, only comes about by taking into account his value, his benefit for the general public. What we compare the individual with is the ideal image of a community person, a person who masters the tasks before him in a universally valid way, a person who has developed a sense of community to such an extent that he follows the rules of human society. End of quote. In contrast to Adler, whose psychological educational dictatorship is based on the intrinsically inferior individual, only to dissolve it in the intrinsically fully fledged community, the individual in C.G. Jung's mythicized regression only proves to be fully fledged because it is always already dissolved in the community. Individual consciousness is only the seasonal flower and fruit stalk that grows up from the perennial underground rhizome, and this is in better agreement with the truth. When it includes the existence of the rhizome in its calculation, for the root plexus is the mother of all. End of quote. What is specifically understood as such a rhizome, in other words, what the identity of the ancestors consists of, which live on irrevocably in the individual, can be defined according to ideological and political trends, esoteric community, nation, race. Jung's Wandlungen und Symbole der Libido, 1912, which broke with Freud, already culminates in sacrifice and self-sacrifice. This intensification is derived with some necessity from interpretations of the Christ myth such as Wagner's version of the Nibelungen saga. The fundamental images are sacrificial death and resurrection. End quote. The sacrifice with which the individual withdraws himself in order to become aware of his identity with the community is consequentially placed in the place of sexuality, which isolates the individual in society and threatens to constantly sabotage the community. What remains of it is only suitable as a symbol of sacrifice to the collective myth. Freud immediately recognized the irrationalist core and understood it as a reintroduction of Christianity. What he recommended to me, any priest would have advised me to do. He quotes a disappointed patient of Jung's analysis, and at the same time suggests that the theological prehistory is as little indifferent to this deviation as Adler's socialist prehistory is to the development of his psychology. But the theological prehistory also has a political posthistory. In the emphasis on the collective unconscious, the psychological formula for the true sovereign of political theology is already in place. Incidentally, it was only consequent that C.G. Jung later welcomed National Socialism with emphasis. The problem that Freudian psychoanalysis increasingly found itself confronted with was that these were not simply deviations from pure doctrine, but the barely veiled, almost immediate expression of real mass movements that had suddenly accelerated in the crisis of society. In this situation, Freud was literally forced to counter the psychological systems of communal feeling, sacrifice, and the collective unconscious. Mass psychology, which actually only fundamentally held that the leader was put in the place of the ego ideal, but remained merely a substitute, was obviously not sufficient to explain the delusion of community, the willingness of the masses to sacrifice themselves. The fact that it was not only the deviant theory of his former companions, but rather the masses themselves who were prepared to replace sexuality with sacrifice, to take back the difference and merge into the community, to completely identify the superego and the state, which nevertheless fell apart. Freud constructed the death drive to explain this inexplicable. This strange, so to speak, metaphysical drive stands alongside Adler's sense of community and Jung's collective unconscious, like the Jewish God alongside pagan and Christian myths of sacrifice. Freud himself emphasizes that this can only be a matter of speculation, often far-reaching speculation, and he openly relies on Schopenhauer's idea that death is the actual result, and in this respect the purpose of life, but the sexual drive is the embodiment of the will to live, but finally formulates cautiously, the pleasure principle seems to stand precisely in the service of the death drives. The strange thing is that this new speculation does not change anything about the problems of psychoanalysis, that it can truly only apply beyond the pleasure principle, apart from its application to the sadistic component of the sexual drive, which, however, remains completely unmediated and does not take the analysis any further, but actually breaks it off. If sadism is identified as a mere representative of the death drive, there is no need to analyze it as the result of repression, condensation, and other psychological processes. Freud does not succeed in concretizing the death drive in any way beyond this. It remains a working hypothesis and auxiliary construction. Strangely enough, its truth lies in the fact that the state cannot appear positively in the context of psychoanalysis. Even with the invention of the death instinct, Freud's doctrine adheres to the restriction to the mere elementary form of society, resists simply identifying the authorities with a father figure, the state subject with the father imago, because this would undermine its own possibility of cognition. In other words, Beyond the Pleasure Principle can be seen as a failed attempt to portray the state as an instinct. It shows that Freud was not prepared to introduce sacrifice and self-sacrifice into psychoanalysis, knowing that this would turn it into the opposite, a synthesis of psychic repression. Critical theory, which no longer wanted to ontologize the state, was therefore also able to make the social dimension of domination visible in the death drive, as in Horkheimer and Adorno's dialectic of enlightenment. In the relationship of the individual to the body, his own as well as that of others, the irrationality and injustice of domination returns as cruelty, which is as far removed from an insightful relationship, from happy reflection, as it is from freedom. In Nietzsche's theory of cruelty, and even more so in Sada's, this is recognized in its scope, and in Freud's doctrine of narcissism and the death instinct it is interpreted psychologically. This is why a society is conceivable that knows death but no longer knows the death instinct. Death ceases to be an instinctual goal. During individual life, says Freud, a constant transformation of external compulsion into internal compulsion takes place. One may finally assume that all inner compulsion which asserts itself in the development of man was originally, i.e., in the history of mankind, only external compulsion. End of quote. But internalization, in the sense of psychoanalysis, is by no means continuous, but follows a dramaturgy that has been established once and for all in the early history of the individual as well as of humanity, the Oedipus conflict. Its result is the ultimate, all-decisive internalization, that of the parent or father imago. Every further internalization, i.e., the introjection of political constraints, state identification figures and, in particular, modern leaders, presupposes the primary one and, in certain respects, could also be understood as its externalization. Domination only functions because it is met from the individual. The dynamic of the Oedipus situation is the hidden model not only of every father-son relationship, but also the secret of the continual oppression of man by man. As a result of the Oedipus complex, domination now exists in the individual, the inner socialization of man in a society that has become a totality, whose elementary form is the family. Here, however, domination only exists in a mediated way. It exists because the long past can determine the individual in the present, and the individual's freedom is ultimately exhausted in uncovering this determinacy and coming to terms with it in some form or other. Thus the curse of the oldest tragedies appears to be the most modern. It represents this power of the past, which can no longer be changed, over the individual of the present, the primal scene of mediated domination. In the fate of the individual from a mythical clan, the free citizens recognize their own situation in the midst of a secularized world, that precisely as free citizens they are thrown back on the family, that the myth is repeated in them, which they believe to have overcome in the political community, that the lack of freedom persists in that elementary form. For it is not the past per se, the past is rather always the constellation of the family, a coercive context into which the individual is born. However, inner socialization can only be understood as the construction of a power structure in connection with the non-social nature. Tragedy refrains from doing so, and that is why psychoanalysis is needed in the first place. If there is a place where the unity of the domination of nature and social domination emerges as if by itself, then it is the family. What is so difficult to understand as a mediated relationship between the domination of man over man and the domination of man over nature gains immediate evidence here, as the socialization of inner nature. However, the insult that Marx inflicts on the individual of bourgeois society by addressing it as the character mask of the automatic subject does not at all reach the inner life, the psychic identity of the citizen. Similarly, the connection between the domination of nature and social domination is only hinted at by the critique of political economy. Quote, at the same pace that mankind masters nature, man seems to become enslaved to other men or to his own infamy. End of quote. Only psychoanalysis paved the way for understanding this lockstep as a connection. The dialectic of enlightenment would not be possible without the interpretation of dreams, its thinking of nature into the subject, which alone can turn enlightenment against domination. presupposes the insult that Freud must inflict on the individual in his innermost being by stubbornly insisting that domination over nature does not bring any resolution of the contradictions it sets, but only ever precarious constructions of identity. The attempts to revise critical theory are therefore very similar to revised psychoanalysis. If the latter exorcises the connection with sexuality, the latter exorcises the connection with the domination of nature. What Erich Fromm calls the art of loving, Jürgen Habermas calls communicative reason. Sex disappears in the pejorative category of possession dictated by asceticism, the mastery of nature in the concept of instrumental reason, which no longer knows anything about social domination. Both revisions have recently been combined in Jan Wyand's reinterpretation of Adorno's critical theory of the subject. It is in the logic of the matter that the question of violence and the monopoly on violence is swept under the carpet, just as, conversely, only those critics could really take up Freud's analysis who, like George Lukács, for example, were not committed to state communism. For the most important members of the Institute for Social Research in the 1930s, it was clear that the absence of revolution must have something to do with authority and family, and this is precisely where they began their studies. The orientation towards a successful overcoming of the Oedipus conflict and thus the establishment of a strong ego with a pronounced superego, which is able to create a synthesis between object libido and narcissistic libido under the primacy of genital sexuality, is therefore also precarious. The orientation towards the ideal of the bourgeois individual, who resists the regression that confronts him from the outside, whether in the form of fascism or the culture industry, because he can reflect on the difference between the ingrained parental imago and the figures of identification on offer. Critical theory has always tried to stand up for this individual and at the same time declared that it is on the losing side, because the relationships between consciousness and the unconscious ego and ID are as unreconciled as society, which is based on exploitation and humiliation, and which, precisely because of this, fails to recognize its connection with inner and outer nature. Mastery of inner nature does not mean suppression of sexuality. What Michel Foucault criticized as a hypothesis of repression does not really apply to psychoanalysis. Wilhelm Reich's reflectionless reinterpretation, on the other hand, can feel affected. For the concept that the individual has of his sexuality does not simply coincide with nature in the reflected psychoanalytical sense, but is itself already the result of the compulsion to absolutely oppose inner nature with an ego, to feel a drive as something with which there can be no reconciliation, which, on the other hand, must either be suppressed or liberated, which must either disappear or take the place of the ego. The one is envisioned by Christian morality, the other by the sexual revolution. The drive exists for Freud like the thing in itself for Kant. It must appear, but its appearance does not refer immediately to the drive, but to the conditions of its appearance, the Oedipal constellation. The theory of drives is our mythology, so to speak, says Freud. The drives are mythical beings, magnificent in their indeterminacy. In our work we cannot leave them aside for a moment and are never sure of seeing them clearly. End quote. Even if psychoanalysis cannot overcome the indeterminacy of these mythical beings and it always remains mysterious or unclear to it what the inner nature of the human being actually is, it nevertheless reveals in all clarity that it is important to master them if the individual is to be able to integrate. But the more he has mastered the conflict with the father, the more desire, his own drive, appears to him as something to be dominated, to be repressed where it escapes control, the more it appears to him as something to be separated and isolated from everything else in consciousness, as genital sexuality. The concept of domination that it will realize in the future towards all beings it encounters, one way or another, whether dominating or dominated, is formed in this confrontation with its inner nature, in the strict juxtaposition of ego and ID. Humanity had to do terrible things to itself until the self, the identical, purposeful, masculine character of man was created, and something of this is still repeated in every childhood. The fact that children love to see human actions embodied in animal figures or to anthropomorphize animals has to do with these early experiences. A state before the mastery of inner nature is suggested. A materialistic concept of reconciliation could be gained from the memory of this, but the teddy bear is not suitable as its symbol, since the humanized animals or humans in animal form are all deprived of their female and male sex, and the castration in the memory makes it clear that there can be no reconciliation in the regressive. Only revised psychoanalysis such as Erich Fromm's is content with the love of cuddly animals. If the power structure of the individual is also formed in the confrontation with one's own need, under the conditions of denial, this does not mean that the domination of nature precedes social domination at all, that it can only be understood as a consequence of it. In some passages of the Dialectic of Enlightenment, however, the impression arises that Horkheimer and Adorno want to dissolve the connection between nature and society in such a succession, in a mechanism of cause and effect, and this presumably arises because the authors seek to place themselves entirely in the perspective of the individual. In truth, however, this connection is by no means absorbed into the scheme of causality. Its various components are equally original. Just as the mastery of inner nature takes place under certain social conditions, so these conditions in turn are not possible without a certain relationship to inner nature. No matter from which side the connection is viewed, the one is always to be recognized as the precondition of the other, and whoever asks for the one single cause is only asking the well-known eternally false question of which came first, hen or egg. In the case of the family, however, it seems that phylogenesis and ontogenesis, individual development and historical process coincide. The individual first grows up in the constellation of the family, before finally passing through school and other institutions. Early human society existed in the form of large family groups, from which state structures only gradually emerged. The modern nuclear family, however, which can be regarded as an elementary form of the state, insofar as it provides it with the necessary human material to guarantee the utilization of value placed in its care, has little in common with the stateless clans of early times, which reproduce themselves as subsistence communities beyond the systematic production of a surplus product. About as little as the gift that was exchanged between such communities has in common with the commodity through which value is realized. The only thing that seems to unite them is the exercise of violence. Parents exercise violence over their children, the father over the family. In the modern family, however, this monopoly on violence is relative, limited by that of the state. Parents own their children, they may exercise violence over and against them within certain limits, but they may not lock them up forever or kill them. For a long time, the most severe punishment was the offense of the mother not recognizing this monopoly and killing her child. The question of who may and who may not take life under what circumstances determines the relationship to the state. But in this relative form, limited by the sovereign, the father's small monopoly on violence appears to be the conditio sine qua non of the family, of the relationship between the generations, of sexuality. It is all the more important for the individual, who is exposed to violence in the family, that there is a state from whose legal system he can seek protection, since this is based, in accordance with the exchange of goods, on the renunciation of violence, the mutual recognition of legal personality. As long as the elementary form of rule exists, the existence of the constitutional state must also be defended. Anything else leads to barbarism. However, the father, or by proxy the mother, does not have this power because they are the adults, older and more experienced and therefore more suitable for bringing up their children, but because they are their children. The parents regard their children like the state regards its citizens. And the sovereign himself guarantees this immediate relationship in civil and family law. The biological process of conception and birth, which is largely based on chance, takes on a state character in the relationship between parents and their children, the appearance of necessity. This is indirectly demonstrated by the possibility of adoption. The fact that state recognition can fully replace biological kinship in individual cases actually proves for everyone that this kinship in itself, i.e., without the state, cannot mean anything social. The state constitutes the relationship between parents and children. At the same time, however, the state creates the ideological appearance of the nation, according to which everything depends on descent. It would be conceivable, for example, to have a community, which is by no means meant here as a concrete utopia, only as an abstract, not really desirable possibility in which, by general agreement or according to the law of an anti-racist educational dictatorship, children would be exchanged anonymously and at random between parents immediately after birth, in order to dissolve the national appearance of biological necessity that the state has created, and to convey biological and social connection in a different way. The fact that parents distinguish certain children from all others and regard them solely as theirs is the essence of the family, the condition of possibility for what psychoanalysis is concerned with in its entirety. The satisfaction of needs and this peculiar relationship have thus become identity. Violence and coercion are rooted in it. Defined as a social relationship, there is as little violence in the animal kingdom as there is administration. The assertion of purely physical superiority, which can be observed between animals of one or different species in food procurement and mating, should be distinguished from this. It is on the same level as the fact that one tree takes the light away from another, as far as a meaningful social concept is concerned. Such a concept includes the fact that violence immediacy per se is itself mediated, that physical superiority as something immediate is itself mediated and mediating as soon as it is exercised and effective in a social context. However, violence only ever asserts itself as physical, i.e., immediate superiority. But it must be socially organized. In the family constellation, it is inherently present at a certain stage and lies, for example, in the greater muscular strength that parents have over their children. But only when this power coincides with the social relationship, which is always also a psychological one, can the threat of violence become permanent. However, anyone wishing to analyze the inner context of the family is compelled to refrain from manifest coercion at the same time. It is not as physically exercised violence, but as the ultimate threat that determines the constellation of the analysis. It can almost only be perceived in this, so to speak, self-evident form if the mute compulsion in the intimate relationships that holds the family together at its core is to come to light. In this, psychoanalysis is really related to the critique of political economy insofar as it abstracts from the state in order to decipher the mute compulsion that lies in the value form. In psychoanalysis, mute compulsion is called the superego. It performs for the family what the value form is in society, the form of the subject that the subject cannot make conscious. In it, the past family constellation has coagulated into a power that dominates the individual. In it, the past determines the present, the dead rule over the living. Freud's view of the metaphysics of morals in the Kantian sense is similar to Marx's view of exchange among the classical economists. He recognizes that a very one-sidedly oriented compulsion asserts itself through the reciprocal use of the sexual organs, a compulsion that is obviously not absorbed in reciprocal use. For Freud, this compulsion results from the opposites of ID and superego, of consciousness and unconsciousness, or rather, from the necessity imposed on the subject to create a unity of opposites as well as to preserve it at all times. This compulsion pursues people right into their dreams, which psychoanalysis begins to interpret. Quote, "The dream is only a form of thought. The understanding of this form can never be gained from the content of its thoughts. Only the appreciation of the dream work leads to this." End quote. This reveals the shifts and condensations of content that are necessary in order to maintain the unity of ego and ID, to take account of the superego. Together with the superego, the unconscious contains the power of the past over the present desire. By seeing itself forced to mediate between the two, the ego, the actual place of anxiety, also creates the necessary distance from reality. But Freud does not glorify this mediation. He is far from legitimizing the compulsion to establish and maintain unity, and thus the unity he discovers remains a questionable and problematic one. The successful ego is at best a regulative principle. Where it was, I shall become only indicates the direction, not an achievable goal. In his definition of marriage, Kant also initially refrains from violence, but he refrains from it in favor of exchange. Immediately following the right of property of the doctrine of law in the metaphysics of morals, it says, "The natural sexual community is now either that according to mere animal nature, or according to law. The latter is marriage, matrimonium, i.e. the union of two persons of different sexes for the lifelong reciprocal possession of their sexual properties." End of quote. Kant defines marriage quite openly according to the relationship of commodity owners to each other, with one essential difference. Sexual intercourse appears as commodity intercourse without money, seen in this way, the only real form of simple commodity production, and the sexual organs represent the use values. The value that is valorized according to this parallel of marriage and exchange, through use, would actually be the reproduction of human beings, but Kant abstracts from this. And in this abstraction lies the progress for the better, the civilizational development and the breaking of religious bonds in his definition of marriage. The purpose of producing and bringing up children may always be a purpose of nature, for which it has implanted the inclination of the sexes towards each other, but that the man who marries must set this purpose before himself is not required for the lawfulness of this union of his, for otherwise when childbearing ceases, marriage would at the same time dissolve of itself. For the marriage contract is not an arbitrary contract, even on condition of the desire for the mutual use of their sexual properties, but a necessary contract by the law of humanity, i.e., if man and woman want to enjoy each other's sexual properties, they must necessarily marry, and this is necessary according to the legal laws of pure reason. End quote. Freedom of pleasure from the compulsion to reproduce. The uniqueness of this negative concept of freedom lies in the fact that through the formalization, which at first glance only expresses the transcendental subject at the heart of the commodity form, the happiness of the individual and the promise of use values, which extend beyond the commodity form, are not eliminated. He denies the compulsion to reproduce, just as he demands that no one has more right to be in one place on earth than another. Nevertheless, the compulsion inherent in formalization itself becomes visible at the same time, in that Kant can only speak of concrete sexual intercourse as the enjoyment of a commodity, and thus not coincidentally also defines the sexual characteristics as genital and heterosexual. He must repressively enforce the marriage contract in order to save the dignity of man from the commodity character that reifies everything, for the natural use that one sex makes of the sexual organs of the other is a pleasure to which one part gives itself to the other. In this act a man makes himself a thing, which is contrary to the right of mankind to his own person. This is only possible on the sole condition that by acquiring one person from another, even as a thing, the latter in turn acquires the former, for in this way it in turn acquires itself and restores its personality. But the acquisition of a limb of man is at the same time the acquisition of the whole person, because this is an absolute unity. Consequently, the devotion and adoption of one sex for the enjoyment of the other is not only permissible under the condition of marriage, but also possible under the same condition alone. But the fact that this personal right is at the same time of a real nature is based on the fact that if one of the spouses has gone astray or has given himself into the possession of another, the other is entitled at any time and inevitably to bring it back into his power, as if it were a thing. End quote. While he initially liberates the sexual community from all degrading evaluations in an almost sublime abstractness, he finally lapses into all the more vehement condemnation of same-sex love. Sexual communion, commercium sexual, is the reciprocal use which one man makes of another's sexual organs and faculties, usus membrorum et facultatem sexualium alterius, and either a natural, whereby his like may be produced, or unnatural use, and this either of a person of the same sex or of an animal of a species other than human, which transgressions of the laws, unnatural vices, crimina carnis contra naturam, which are also called unnameable, as a lesion of humanity in our own person, cannot be saved by any restrictions and exceptions against total reprobation. End of quote. Here it can only be stated, all concretizations of morality bear repressive traits in Kant. But who intervenes when the contract is broken in this way? To whom does the person who is cheated out of the use of sexual organs turn? It is the same authority that comes into action in every case of fraud between commodity guardians. Hegel criticized precisely this narrowing down of marriage and commodity traffic with peculiar vehemence. He could hardly accuse Kant of anything worse than having transferred the provisions of private property into a sphere that is of an entirely different and higher nature. The subsumption of marriage under the concept of contract, which Kant had established, was a disgrace, one must say. In contrast, Hegel ennobles the family by drawing a parallel with the state, which for its part should not be mixed with private property, which requires contracts, at any price. As little as the nature of the family, the nature of the state lies in the contractual relationship, whether the state is taken as a contract of all with all or as a contract of these with the prince and the government. The interference of this, as well as of the relations of private property in general, in the relations of the state has produced the greatest confusions in state law and in reality. End quote. There is no doubt that Hegel perceived the contract theory as a degradation of family and state, and he regarded bourgeois society as the real site of this degradation. At the same time, however, his anti-bourgeois effect holds a truth that is suppressed in the contract theory. As if one had to hypostatize the state in order to be able to perceive its generality in the first place. In reality, therefore, the state is in fact the first thing within which the family first develops into bourgeois society, and it is the idea of the state itself that is reduced to these two moments. End of quote. Hegel thus undermines a false historicization. He questions whether the structure of the social order can be historicized in an immediate way, for example, in such a way that the family is the historical basis of bourgeois society, and this in turn is the basis of the state, or that the family gives rise to the state. For it is only within the state, according to Hegel, that the family can develop into bourgeois society. And if we take away the apologetic tone here, we read, law forces people to become a family, i.e. to identify themselves as a person in the form of the family, to make out a person, to give up their natural and individual personality in that unity. End of quote. Freud explains how people cope with this identification of personalities, whereby the family is a person. However, it can be assumed that the identification itself was initially still an external compulsion. The children and the woman are a subject of the state solely through their identity with the father or spouse. To the same extent that this identity has been internalized, it has been differentiated and newly conveyed to the outside world. The woman receives certain rights as an individual which she could previously only claim in her capacity as a family member. The unity of mother and child is itself recognized as a family, etc. However, psychoanalysis in particular reveals that identification with the father persists as the decisive process in the subjectification of the individual. The family, even there, indeed precisely there, where it disintegrates, remains the form in which the individual lives, feels, and thinks. The phallus is the actual fetish of the family. The analysis can only reflect its meaning in the neuroses and dreams, reconstructing through them the genesis of fetishization in the early phase of sexuality, in the phase before the Oedipus complex perishes or is repressed. The only alternative that is presented to the nascent subject in the familial context is, to have or not to have a phallus, to be castrated. This is the form that coercion takes in the family. The allusion to castration is something like the paradigm of the threat of violence that underlies the unity of the family and guarantees it in the long term. The studies of Bella Grunberger and Pierre Desuant, which can contribute much to the elucidation of the dialectic of narcissism and Oedipus as well as to the critique of Christianity, fall behind Freud at this crucial point. They completely abstract from the constitutive significance of violence in the family, which Freud captures precisely in the threat of castration. They relate to Freud's psychoanalysis like Kelson's theory of law to Marx's critique of political economy. For Grunberger, the child himself invents this threat, the Oedipal obstacle, in order to save his honor, his narcissism, since he becomes aware of the inequality between his desire and the equipment for its satisfaction in comparison to the adult object. It chooses the prohibition that it prefers to impotence, shame. Through the thesis of the origin of narcissism in the prenatal phase, Grunberger's theory also falls prey to the myth that is characteristic of every theory of origin in the course of its development. It develops all contradictions from the loss of an original unity of manual or peasant labor. The theorist of narcissism thus falls under its spell himself and describes everything only from the perspective of the heavenly child. The Oedipal desire and its prohibition stem from the same source, that is, the child. They no longer stem from a social relationship. The child becomes a biological subject-object, the prenatal state the a priori of psychoanalysis. Ultimately, narcissism itself is attributed immediately to matter. Narcissism belongs to the inner essence of this biological matter of which it consists. The distance between the mother and the child, which makes mental abstraction and conscious reflection of the subject possible in the first place, is thus ultimately enforced. The fact that it is not possible to establish consciousness and differentiation, i.e., a reflexive relationship, in the familial unit in any other way than through coercion and threat and humiliation aimed at gender, takes its revenge in the unconscious. The further development of the male ego is determined by the fear of becoming a woman as much as that of the female by penis envy. Orest and Electra appear as the two mythological figures of the castration complex. This does not refer to the Electra complex, an invention of C.G. Jung, which constructs a symmetry in gender relations that cannot exist in the form of the family. But there is a female person in this form who is closely related to the male coping with castration anxiety, united in despising the mother and women in order to identify completely with the father. Electra is on Orest's side, and Orest does not, like Oedipus, murder his father, but his mother and his female stepfather. Freud, far from describing the phallus as a fetish, may in some places also make psychological constellations identical with a physical body part, whereby a social relationship, the oppression of women, is reduced to one of nature and thus perpetuated, but the consistency with which this primacy of the phallus is applied in the unfolded Freudian theory makes it clear enough that the connection cannot be grasped in the biological. All considerations revolve around that which lies beyond the biological function. The phallus, in contrast to the male genital per se, fulfills functions of a different, scientifically incomprehensible relationship. Its primacy implies the social form of the family. This contradicts the assertion that boys and girls, since they are born as equals, can also perceive their own sexual organ in the same way. Psychoanalysis does not stop at the deceptive bourgeois equality of the sexes, at the exchange principle of the mutual use of sexual organs. It takes note of a fundamental inequality in equality, which in the consciousness of the exchanger grows together with one of the two organs, always the same one. With reference to political economy, this primacy of the phallus, which initially, in the early phase of sexuality, determines what is perceived, the male organ, and what is not, the female organ, could be referred to as the real abstraction of the family. Not the value is the man, as a feminism that has fallen for value criticism believes, but the phallus fulfills functions in the unconscious that correspond in a strange way to those of money in the conscious mind. In her critique of Roswitha Scholz's texts, Natasha Wilting demonstrates that an ontology of the sensual feminine is required to make women appear as not fully socialized in the sense of value. Value is to be kept free of any gender determination. Quote, to label such things as undogmatic additions to value criticism casts doubt on the elementary logical abilities of these value critics. Value is precisely nothing definite, and for this very reason it expresses everything, becomes a totality. But how can something be separated from nothing? End of quote. Seen in this light, the Abspaltungstheorem of the Nuremberg value critics resembles the Christian corruption of the Jewish God. He was declared to be the co-slave of the Virgin Mary. The question, however, is why value does not eliminate this inequality, from which it abstracts. Wilting writes, as non-representationality par excellence, as an immaterial processive form, value on the one hand sets itself in opposition to all existing forms of socialization and ways of life, which it assimilates and ultimately dissolves. On the other hand, precisely because of its constitutive emptiness, it requires a material with which it can illustrate or represent itself in terms of content. Where such material is not available to it as a free product, it also exposes it to itself. Thus it comes about that archaic phenomena that have long since perished are continually awakened to a second, zombie-like life in the midst of modern civilization.
End of quote.
Now the phallus could be understood as such a zombie. The problem, however, lies in the fact that we are dealing with relations of violence. The compulsion of value to present itself is only another expression for the unity that must be violently asserted. In other words, the inequality in the family, the primacy of the phallus, only becomes apparent if we do not abstract from the state. Thus the male genital is initially understood as an organ that can be detached from the body, it can be abstracted from its original bearer and allows the different to be equated. In his work Über Treibumsetzungen, insbesondere der Analerotik, Freud assumes that in the productions of the unconscious ideas, fantasies and symptoms, the concepts of excrement, money, gift, child and penis are poorly distinguished and easily interchanged. That these elements are often treated in the unconscious as if they were equivalent to each other and may safely replace each other.
End quote.
Freud himself thus suggests that the phallus is the money of the family. But just as the real money depicts the sovereign, from whom it circulates detached without losing its connection to his sphere of power, the phallus, no matter how it circulates in the consciousness, no matter how the Oedipal constellation is finally completely repressed in narcissism, always refers to the social power of the father. The daughter's desire to have her father's penis, for example, is transformed into the desire to have a child by him. Only later does he accept the man as an appendage to the penis. However, since the advent of real money, the prerequisites for this can only be found outside the family. In order to arrive at these preconditions, capital is completely indifferent to gender per se. All workers are equal before the law of value, insofar as they can create the same amount of surplus value. The state is also indifferent, equality of all female citizens before the law, insofar as they really have the citizenship certificate. But the state is not indifferent either, and this is again due to capital, insofar as it has to supply it with labor under the condition that its reproduction costs as little as possible, and also has to ensure that the unity of society is preserved. The nuclear family proves to be the ideal means for both functions. It preserves the relations of personal dependence, from which modern society must abstract and yet which it needs, like exchange value needs use value or the automatic subject needs natural resources. The state has to promote the nuclear family. If it had not found it, it would have had to invent it, and in doing so it absorbs the contradiction between equality before the law and the primacy of the phallus. Thus, in bourgeois society, the state, equality of citizens, can be fought against the state, privileges of families, and the outcome usually corresponds exactly to the calculations of capital. In other words, the state only ever enforces equality against the family and within the family to the extent that it is useful to capital and conducive to the unity of the whole. The dual necessity of minimizing costs and overcoming the crisis thus gives women the unofficial task of reproducing individual labor power. In this oldest form of outsourcing, the state spares itself the most expensive facilities, because the individual care and education of the nascent labor force containers and consumer monads is indispensable, indeed is becoming increasingly important, and the more individual the attention, the more expensive it is. If equality is enforced far enough, it allows men to take parental leave, equality before the law, but continues to tacitly rely on women in particular to do so, inequality in the family. Otherwise the neglect of citizens would presumably take on a state endangering, or at least capital damaging dimension. As much as the state establishes equality on the one hand, it appropriates every difference on the other. In principle, there are therefore two ways to do something about this: either make the sexes absolutely identical, or abolish the state. There would probably never have been any talk of the death drive in psychoanalysis if its founder had developed the concept of narcissism further and defined it more precisely, placing it in a more specific relationship to the Oedipus complex, as its antithesis and apparent solution in one. For perhaps everything that is to be grasped with the death instinct could then be understood as the purest expression of narcissism. Typologically, this concept would first have to be based on the striving to completely repress the Oedipal constellation and undo it, from which not least the pathogenic effects of narcissism could be understood. Indeed, its position, which is independent of the conflict, appears as the epitome of the regressive. A return to the origin should be possible at a level of development that has already been reached. If the high narcissistic assessment of the penis can invoke the fact that the possession of this organ contains the guarantee of a reunion with the mother substitute, in the act of coitus, FGW 14, 169, the absolutization of this assessment amounts to the desire to abolish the distance between mother and child altogether, to restore the immediate unity before the phallic phase. Narcissus is therefore, in immediate terms, male. For the female child, The prevailing primacy of the phallus means that the narcissistic longing for reunion is experienced as disappointment. Quote, the deprivation of this member, which experiences such a high narcissistic evaluation, is as much as a new separation from the mother, thus again means being helplessly at the mercy of an unpleasant tension of need, as at birth.
End quote.
As a possibility, this regression is inherent in the Oedipal constellation itself, because in it there is a conflict between narcissistic interest and the libidinal occupation of the parental objects. The child's ego, which is threatened with castration, subsequently turns away from the Oedipus complex by developing father authority as the core of the superego. The libidinal strivings associated with the Oedipus complex are partially desexualized and sublimated. The whole process has on the one hand saved the genital, averted the danger of its loss, on the other hand paralyzed it, abolished its function. With it the latency period sets in, which now interrupts the sexual development of the child.
End of quote.
Pure narcissism would then be a repression of the complex, which to a certain extent perpetuates this latency period in order to force the reunion with a mother and the identification with a father into a unity without contradiction, which forms the superego in such a way that no conflict with it is possible anymore, an identity of ego and superego which makes both abstract, so that one can speak of a particularly strong and particularly weak superego with approximately the same
justification.
Pure narcissism in this sense means that the infantile complexes remain dominant for a lifetime, that the downfall of Oedipus is halted, the genital must be permanently saved, the danger of loss constantly averted from it anew, in that this genital is simultaneously desexualized and glorified. The more narcissistic the individual is in this sense, the more he loves himself, in simple identification with the father, and excludes others from this, the more reserved he is towards his own drives. It satisfies them only illusionarily in order to escape the confrontation with the father. It only needs objects for projection in order to be able to shift its desires. If the most important means of defense against the aspirations of one's own unconscious consists in projections, that is, in seeing something in others of which one does not want to become aware in oneself, then pure narcissism is an inexhaustible producer of projections. However, narcissism in itself by no means excludes reflection. Quite the opposite. Just as anyone who paints a picture, composes a piece of music or writes a book cannot achieve anything without a little megalomania, whereby the delusion offers no guarantee that it will turn out differently, all important works of art and science owe themselves to reflected projection, and broken narcissism are, so to speak, wrested from regression, not least psychoanalysis itself. Without the narcissistic needs of its creator, the Oedipus complex would hardly have been given its name. Freud himself called it sublimation when the drive energy is deflected by the ego, as it were, without simply extinguishing, compulsively eliminating the original goal. Sublimation allows it to exist, but creates distance. According to Adorno, narcissism in general is above all a more or less desperate effort on the part of the individual to compensate, at least in part, for the injustice that in the society of universal exchange no one ever gets his money's worth. It shows how much the individual is forced by the almost insurmountable difficulties that stand in the way of any spontaneous and direct relationship between people today to direct his unused drive energies onto himself.
End quote.
The crux of the matter is whether the mere projection that makes this narcissistic directing of drive energies possible is resisted by a spiritual experience in which the almost insurmountable difficulties, the compulsion emanating from the relationships, come to consciousness. Unaffected by such experience, however, the unity of narcissism and projection becomes the elementary precondition for the masses to identify with one another in their ego beyond every inner boundary, for regression to become political violence. Only as the purest embodiment of this narcissism can the object be put in the place of the ego ideal. Freud has already emphasized in the leader figures their master nature, absolutely narcissistic, but self-confident and independent, and noted that the individuals treat the leader like their own ego. A greater measure of narcissistic libido flows over to him. By making the leader his ideal, man actually loves himself, only by eliminating the characteristics of failure and dissatisfaction that distort his image of his own empirical self. FGW 13, 124.
End quote.
The leader figure must therefore appear to be absolutely narcissistic in order to enable identification. The reflections on the sadomasochistic character and on collective narcissism from the circle of critical theory also point to this. It is no coincidence that the connection with the victim is established there, even if only in a single phrase, the form of the drive energy to which, according to the Freudian analytic type, the ego leans when it strides towards the supreme victim, that of consciousness itself, is narcissism.
End of quote.
The findings of social psychology on the regressions prevalent today, in which the ego is simultaneously negated and hardened in a false, irrational way, point to him. Socialized narcissism, as it characterizes the mass movements and dispositions of the latest style, consistently combines ruthlessly partial rationality of self-interest with those irrational deformities of a destructive and self-destructive nature, the interpretation of which Freud linked to the findings of McDougall and Lubon.
End of quote.
The introduction of narcissism, Adorno continued, was one of Freud's greatest discoveries, without theory having yet fully come to terms with it. In narcissism, the self-preserving function of the ego is, at least in appearance, preserved, but at the same time split off from that of consciousness and handed over to irrationality. All defense mechanisms have a narcissistic cachet. The ego experiences its weakness towards the drive as well as its real powerlessness as a narcissistic insult. But the performance of the defense does not become conscious.
End of quote.
In order to enable identification, the Führer must not appear exclusively as a Superman, but must also possess traits of mediocrity. Hitler poses as a combination of King Kong and suburban hairdresser. Nevertheless, the identification with the politically replaced ego ideal, the state authority in personam, is boundless enlargement of the subject. It is not limited by anything, is as unconscious as it is conscious. The difference between the conscious and the unconscious, which is essential for psychoanalysis, has virtually disappeared in it. Collective narcissism as the abolition of all mediation. The leader assumes the position of the only one who is not himself involved in the libidinal events he arouses, the incarnation of the collective ego ideal. People compensate for the awareness of their social impotence, which extends into their individual drive constellation, and at the same time the feeling of guilt because they are not and do not do what they should be and do according to their own concept, insofar as they make themselves members of a higher, all-encompassing entity, to which they attribute the attributes of everything that they themselves lack, and from which they vicariously receive something like participation in those qualities in return. This participation without mediation aims at the individual sacrificing himself for that higher being, in the logic of identification, for himself, because only in such a tautology, in such a circle, can the higher being really be achieved, the final redemption from all conditions that still remind us of the Oedipal constellation, liberation from all mediation, the absolute love for oneself. Self-sacrifice is the unconscious perfection of pure narcissism. Seen in this light, Christ, understood as a construct of Christianity, is the model of pure narcissism and the true anti-Oedipus. In contrast to Judaism, Christianity is essentially narcissistic, Grunberger/desuant. Its relationship to father and mother is completely removed from the Oedipal conflict. The mother is a virgin, the earthly father is only formally present, depotentiated as a man, no real competitor for the love of the mother, who has risen to become the mother of God, because as the Son of God, Jesus is also the actual, if not openly sexual, lover of the mother. There is no more memorable image for the narcissistic triad Bella Grunberger than that of the heavenly infant Jesus in the manger, the most humble shelter and yet the center of the world, surrounded by humans and animals, by parents who carefully guard him, by strangers who rush from afar, guided by a star, and offer him precious gifts, and by gentle pets in which the repressed drive seems to be embodied. It is no coincidence that the motif of the Virgin Mary with the infant Jesus became a central symbol of Christianity, and the divine little child itself the most popular figure of identification for all Christians. However, in piety, another main motif of Occidental art and the formal counterpart of the Virgin and Child, the uncanny aspect of this identification comes to light. The Nazi unity with the mother can only be completed in death. For the Gospels themselves show one thing above all: the inability to occupy the object libidinally leads to pathic projection onto the object, especially the Jews, which is demonized, and through this pathic projection to the destruction of the subject, to self-sacrifice. Whatever the relationship of suicide to narcissism may be, at this crucial point it deviates from its completion. The pathic projection, which is indispensable for self-sacrifice, is radically terminated. Strangely enough, Freud did not touch on the question of sacrifice and self-sacrifice in the context of Christian anti-Semitism either. It is also strange that Grunberger and Desuant do not really address it in their psychoanalytic study on narcissism, Christianity, and anti-Semitism. Presumably, it was simply too far removed from his fundamentally unchristian and national thinking to play a real role within the familial constellation of narcissism and castration anxiety. He came closest to it in his late work when he worked out the peculiarity of Christianity compared to Judaism. The Christian religion did not reach the heights of spiritualization to which Judaism had risen. It was no longer strictly monotheistic, adopted numerous symbolic rites from the surrounding peoples, re-established the great mother goddess and found room for the accommodation of many divine figures of polytheism in transparent disguise, albeit in subordinate positions. Above all, it did not close itself off to the intrusion of superstitious, magical and mystical elements, which were to be a serious obstacle to the spiritual development of the next 2 millennia.
End of quote.
To speak of inhibition of spiritual development, however, becomes a euphemism where the magical and mystical element of the sacrifice is immediately absorbed into the political. On the one hand, modern society abstracts from all previous forms of domination, including slavery, patriarchy, etc. On the other hand, all previous forms of domination, including slavery, patriarchy, etc., are integrated. In this way, capital creates a world in which no form of servitude can be broken without breaking every form of servitude. This corresponds to the structure of the commodity. Just as value requires use value, the capital relation requires personal relations of dependence, in order to be able to abstract from them. It is therefore absurd to imagine that patriarchal personal relations of dependence no longer exist, that they have been abolished by the capital relation, that equality has been established through equal exchange. Equally absurd is the assertion that patriarchy and personal power structures continue to exist as they always have, unbroken in their essence, and that emancipation is not even a possibility. According to Marx, it is easier to produce with the modern police than, for example, under the law of the fist. The bourgeois economists only forget that the law of the strongest lives on under a different form in their state of law. The difficulty lies in understanding this other form, i.e., in grasping the integration of violence and abstraction from it as a unity. What is abstracted in the enforcement of the capital relation on the one hand is reflected on the other in the relations of violence that make this enforcement possible and secure it. If exploitation itself was once introduced as personal dependency and exercised as an immediate violent activity, it now takes place as mute compulsion in completely objectified relations. All the more carefully, however, the individuals are to be integrated into these relations through personal dependencies and
deliberate violence.
Whoever is able to look beyond the abstract rules of simple circulation and relate to these rules what takes place every day at the workplace or in the family will undoubtedly realize that other more intricate relations of production, economic relations of individuals that more or less collide with their freedom and independence, are already presupposed in order for them to confront the circulation process as free private producers in the simple relations of buying and selling, to figure as its independent subjects. These relations, which collide with freedom and independence, which are presupposed by freedom and independence but are extinguished in the laws of circulation, are also what Marx has in mind when he does not refrain from criticizing the division of labor. And all division of labor goes back to the division of labor within the family and presupposes violence. Hegel's philosophy represents the last authentic attempt to mediate sovereignty and law, state and capital, in order to preserve them. The hypostasis that Hegel pursues is not simply glorification, as it is delivered by so many other philosophers, writers and artists. For it contains myth and truth in equal measure. It is mystifying and clairvoyant at the same time only because it actually thinks of the state as capital. Hegel is the metaphysical thinker of capital, says Hans-Jürgen Kroll, and Jean Amory himself regards the Prussian philosopher of the state as a gloomy prophetic critic of the capitalist structure. It is true that Hegel separates history and concept in the philosophy of law, separates what the phenomenology of spirit and the science of logic put into context, the result and its becoming idea and reality. The state is the real God, it is not a work of art, it stands in the world, thus in the sphere of arbitrariness, chance and error, bad behavior can defigure it in many ways. But by allowing capital to merge into the form of the state, Hegel inscribes a subject into the subjectless process, which he can juxtapose with the historical process, as its precondition, which cannot be removed by chance, arbitrariness and error. It is the course of God in the world that the state is, its ground is the power of reason realizing itself as will. Bourgeois society is the difference which comes between the family and the state, even if the formation of the latter takes place later than that of the state, for as the difference it presupposes the state, which it must have before it as an independent entity in order to exist. However, the state is not simply an accidental historical constellation, but the subject par excellence, from which everything else follows. In the philosophy of law, this subject is called free will. It differs from Fichte's ego in that it is not only able to abstract from everything, but also knows how to preserve in itself what it abstracts from, to balance it with itself. The will is the unity of these two moments, the particularity reflected in itself and thus led back to generality, individuality.
End of quote.
This will is the phantasmagoria of the value endowed with consciousness. Reconciliation in the Hegelian sense means nothing other than that it is possible to give consciousness to that which contradicts all reason. The will is the active Hegelian spirit that resides in the real, in the objective. Only the will is the infinite absolute in relation to everything else, while the other, for its part, is only relative.
End quote.
precisely because he does not attempt to reconstruct and think of the relationship between capital and the state as a contractual relationship in historical terms, as it were, but presupposes it immediately in free will, i.e., more mystified. Hegel arrives at much more transparent and historically precise concepts of property and law. Instead of assuming a natural law, he sees in law the necessary opposite of nature. With this concept of will, he is able to think of man as the completely indeterminate, in contrast to the animal, as the completely determined by drives and instincts. However, the fact that man can abstract from instinct does not mean that instinct ceases to exist for him. The human individual stands in a different relationship to instinct than the animal, or rather, only in the human individual is there a relationship to it at all, because only here can an ego arise at all. While the contract theorists regard property essentially as a means, Hegel can see through it as an end in itself. In it, the will of the individual becomes objective. If the thinkers of the French Revolution want to enforce the equality of men, Hegel recognizes in this equality only something abstract, albeit necessarily abstract, which alone possesses its right in the right itself. The right is that which remains indifferent to particularity.
End quote.
Hegel thus approaches bourgeois society to such an extent that it readily admits its secret to him. It is a society that is essentially not concerned with the use of what it produces, but the will of the owner, according to which a thing is his, is the first substantial basis, of which the further determination, the use, is only the appearance and particular manner that is inferior to that general basis.
128. End quote.
Bourgeois society is first of all the system of needs. In it, a need is not produced by those who have it in an immediate way, but rather by those who seek profit through its emergence. If particularity and generality fall apart, it necessarily follows that the direction of the social state towards the indefinite multiplication and specification of needs, means and pleasures is an equally infinite multiplication of dependence and need.
End quote.
Under this dependence and need is also to be understood the way in which the use values for need are produced. The general and objective in labor, however, lies in the abstraction which brings about the specification of means and needs, thus also specifying production and bringing about the division of labor. Furthermore, the abstraction of production makes work more and more mechanical and thus, in the end, enables man to step away from it and let the machine take his place.
End of quote.
Generality and particularity fall apart, i.e., abstraction prevails, and it is money in which the abstract value of all commodities is real. But Hegel also includes law, the administration of justice and police and corporation in bourgeois society. It is no coincidence that he mentions them in connection with money, since they guarantee and enforce that the abstract value of all commodities becomes real. Police precaution first realizes and maintains the general, which is contained in the particularity of bourgeois society, as an external order and event.
End quote.
It is only against this background that the true face of the generality is revealed. Bourgeois society is rather the immense power that seizes man, demands of him that he work for it and that he be everything through it and do everything by means of it.
End quote.
This is why the German idealist is also able to effortlessly take up the concepts of English national economics, Smith, Say, Ricardo, including the concept of value, and integrate them into his state building. Quote, "The thing in use is a single thing determined according to quality and quantity and in relation to a specific need. But its specific usefulness is at the same time quantitatively determined and comparable with other things of the same usefulness. This generality of it, whose simple determinateness emerges from the particularity of the thing, so that this specific quality is at the same time abstracted from, is the value of the thing, in which its true substantiality is determined and is the object of consciousness."
End quote.
The prolegomena of the analysis of the value form can already be found in Hegel himself. Money is an existing general. It can only be understood if one knows what value is, because it is the existing general value of things and services. Value, however, as that which remains absolutely identical, is revealed in the exchange of owners, since everyone retains the same property in the real contract with which he enters and which he gives up at the same time. This property, which remains identical, is distinguished from the external things which change their owner in exchange. That is the value in which the objects of the contract are equal to each other, despite all qualitative external difference of the objects, the generality of them.
End quote.
By perceiving this objective abstraction, idealism is able to express bourgeois reality in all its depressing hopelessness and misery. With a generalization of the connection of people through their needs and the ways of preparing and bringing about the means for them, the accumulation of wealth, for the greatest profit is drawn from this double generality, increases on the one hand, as does the isolation and limitation of particular labor and thus the dependence and misery of the class bound to this labor on the other. This shows that bourgeois society is not rich enough in the excess of wealth, i.e., it does not possess enough of its peculiar capacity to control the excess of poverty and the generation of the rabble. Through this dialectic of its own, bourgeois society is driven beyond itself.
End of quote.
But this is not a historical process, but a logical connection that can be proven. Quote, this development of immediate morality through the disunion of bourgeois society to the state, which shows itself to be its true ground, and only such a development, is the scientific proof of the concept of the state.
End quote.
No mention of the invisible hand that could turn everything to good here, as Adam Smith had claimed. The cunning of reason of which Hegel speaks, initially leads to the abyss. In bourgeois society, everyone is an end in himself, everything else is nothing to him. But without relation to others he cannot achieve the scope of his ends. These others are therefore means to the end of the particular. But the particular end gives itself the form of generality through its relation to others.
End quote.
Every particularity is bound to this condition of generality, in economic terms, to value, so the whole is the ground of mediation. But in contrast to national economics, Hegel sees no invisible hand that harmoniously links particularity and generality with one another, but rather mutual condition and mutual separation equally and in one. While particularity and generality have fallen apart in bourgeois society, they are nevertheless both mutually bound and conditioned. In that the one seems to do precisely what is contrary to the other, and only seems to be able to do so by keeping the other at bay, each nevertheless has the other as its condition.
End quote.
Hegel, however, by no means comes up with the idea of conceiving that general is false, and therefore it remains with prolegomena. It is not elaborated what would have to be determined as the form of value. He does say that much becomes clear once one has a firm definition of what value is, but nothing becomes clear as we proceed, and the relationship between exchange value and use value is instead reduced to one of value and sign, the significance of which is determined solely by the subjective presence of the will. If one considers the concept of value, the thing itself is regarded only as a sign, and it is not regarded as itself, but as what it is worth. The form given to possession and the sign are themselves external circumstances, without the subjective presence of the will, which alone constitutes their meaning and value.
End quote.
Marx saw Hegel here in line with the Enlightenment manner of the 18th century and criticized, but by declaring the social characters, which things or the objective characters, which social determinations of labor receive on the basis of a certain mode of production, to be mere signs, one declares them at the same time to be the arbitrary product of human reflection.
End quote.
In Hegel, however, these signs are no longer arbitrary, since here they arise from a will that represents the mystification of value. This mystification is carried out by the state. This will, however, is the affirmed value. It now re-establishes the harmonious unity of the general and the particular. It appears as the necessary synthesis of value and use. In contrast to Kant, who abolishes all conditions of perception which justify empirical possession, all concrete references in space and time, and establishes the concept of a merely legal, intelligible, possession through a synthetic legal proposition, Hegel makes property dependent on the use, utilization, or other externals of the will. Quote, without this, the thing, as abandoned by the reality of will and possession, becomes ownerless. I therefore lose or acquire property through prescription. The statute of limitations has therefore not been introduced into the law merely out of an external consideration contrary to strict law. Rather, the statute of limitations is based on the determination of the reality of property, the necessity that the will to have something expresses itself.
End of quote.
With Kant, who always thinks of property only as external possession, this will must only express itself on the market, but with Hegel, who asserts an inner and outer side of property, the state is already lurking for property, which no longer receives its reality from any will. This philosopher can therefore hold on to the economic general, the value of the thing, as a true one in which the true substantiality of the thing is determined and the object of consciousness, because he has long since presupposed the state, to which he now resorts. This is then the cunning of his reason. The confusion of this state can only come to its harmony through the state that overcomes it.
End of quote.
The separation of concept and history makes it possible to refrain from violence in certain respects. This makes it possible to state on the one hand violence and coercion are therefore taken abstractly unlawful, and on the other hand to attribute the real violence with which states were created and on which law is therefore based to a history that lies outside the concept. Either a moral existence in family and state is already set, against which this naturalness is an act of violence, or there is only a state of nature, a state of violence in general. 180. End of quote. However, even here Hegel still recognizes an overarching mediation through the idea. This establishes a heroic right against the state of violence, and thus violence becomes visible again, but it is the violence of reason realizing itself as will, as the higher right of the idea against naturalness, this compulsion of the heroes is a legal one, for in goodness little can be done against the violence of nature. End quote. However, when Hegel begins his presentation of the concept with free will and abstract law in order to presuppose them for all history, he systematically ignores the fact that the possibility of free will in law is based on the reality of violence in history. In the new state, history and concept finally seem to coincide, reconciliation of the general and the particular is accomplished, and the invisible hand of political economy becomes the free will of economic policy. Quote, "The essence of the new state is that the general is bound up with the full freedom of the particular and the welfare of individuals, that the interests of the family and of civil society must therefore unite to form the state, but that the generality of purpose cannot progress without the particular's own nature and will, which must retain its right. The general must therefore be affirmed, but subjectivity on the other hand must be fully and vividly developed. Only by the fact that both moments exist in their strength can the state be regarded as a structured and truly organized one."
End quote.
The state alone is real, and its reality consists in the fact that the interest of the whole is realized in the particular ends. Reality is always the unity of generality and particularity, the separation of generality into particularity, which appears as an independent entity, although it is only born and held in the whole. Insofar as this unity does not exist, something is not real, even if existence can be assumed. A bad state is one that merely exists. A sick body also exists, but it has no true reality. A hand that has been cut off still looks like a hand and exists, but without being real, true reality is necessity. What is real is necessary in itself.
End of quote.
But this is precisely where Hegel must contradict himself without reflecting on it, unless one already understands the difference between reality and existence, which he makes and in which the difference between concept and history is reproduced, as a reflection. The unity and separation of idea and reality, however, remain unmediated every state. One may also declare it bad according to the principles one has, one may recognize this or that deficiency in it, always has, if it belongs namely to the developed ones of our time, the essential moment of its existence in itself. But because it is easier to find defects than to comprehend the affirmative, one easily falls into the error of forgetting the inner organism of the state itself through individual aspects. But the ugliest man, the criminal, a sick and crippled man is still a living man. The affirmative, the life, exists in spite of the defect, and it is this affirmative that is at issue here.
End quote.
On the one hand, Hegel says that every state is good at its core, has that which is to be affirmed. On the other hand, he says that a bad state may exist, but is not real, has no core. It is the question of the state of emergency, the question of what the state should and may be in a crisis, that is concealed here. Hegel tries to suppress it. It only comes to expression undisguised at one point in the philosophy of right, and here the will to the state of emergency operates as a kind of transition to the true will, as a phase in which the will is abstracted from all particulars, is purely negative will. Quote, "If the one side of the will determined here, this absolute possibility of being able to abstract from every determination in which I find myself or which I have placed in myself, the escape from all content as a barrier, is what the will determines itself to be, or which is held fast for itself by the imagination as freedom, then this is the negative or freedom of the intellect. It is the freedom of emptiness, which is elevated to a real form and passion, and in the political as in the religious becomes the fanaticism of the destruction of all existing social order and the removal of the individual suspected of an order as well as the destruction of every organization that wants to reassert itself. Only by destroying something does this negative will have the feeling of its existence. It may well mean to want some positive state, e.g. the state of general equality or general religious life, but it does not in fact want the positive reality of the same, for this immediately brings about some kind of order, a particularization of both institutions and individuals. But it is the particularization and objective determination from the destruction of which this negative freedom derives itself.
Consciousness.
Thus what it thinks it wants can in itself only be an abstract idea, and the realization of it only the fury of destruction.
End of quote.
For the German philosopher of state, the epitome of such an emergency is the terrible time of the French Revolution, in which all differences of talent and authority were to be abolished. This time was a trembling, an earthquake, an intolerance of any particularity, for fanaticism wants an abstract, not a division. Where differences emerge, it finds this contrary to its indeterminacy and abolishes them. That is why, in the revolution, the people destroyed the institutions which they themselves had made, because every institution is contrary to the abstract self-consciousness of equality.
End of quote.
In terms of the philosophy of history, the period of horror of the French Revolution occupies a similar position to that of Judaism in Hegel's History of Religion, a necessary stage of the spirit, in the overcoming of which the true idea is realized. Overcoming itself appears to be irresistible, as such it is already inherent in the concept itself. I do not merely want, but I want something. A will that only wants the abstract general wants nothing and is therefore not a will.
End of quote.
Annihilation for its own sake, that lies beyond the French Revolution and Hegel's philosophy. After all, it was the course of the Great Revolution and the specifically Western form of its ideologies that made it possible for Hegel to once again integrate the will to nothing, which had already become independent in Fichte, into the plan of salvation of the spirit, like Mephisto into Goethe's world drama. This will, Hegel teaches true to the French Revolution, cannot really become independent. It remains bound to the law, even where it rages against the respective existing mediation. It, nevertheless, ultimately preserves the law, which it regards as the precondition of true mediation, does not dissolve it in pure faith in substance in the nation, but retains it as a means of domination, which at the same time opposes domination, reflection, by which it exposes itself.
End quote.
Thus, beyond the fury of destruction, the concept of humanity as a subject of liberation is preserved here. However clear-sighted Marx's early critique may appear in everything, it cannot grasp the fact that one obviously has to hypostatize the state, as Hegel did, in order to do justice to its totality. It denies with good reason that it sees the first in the state, but rather sees in it the essence of idealism and German ideology. Hegel is accused of systematizing the family and bourgeois society as conceptual spheres of the state, namely as spheres of finitude, its own finitude. According to Hegel, it is the state that divides itself into them, that sets them. With recourse to Feuerbach's turn to immediacy, Marx takes the standpoint of this finitude and in turn makes it the first. The real relationship is bourgeois society, but it is expressed by speculation as an appearance, as a phenomenon. For Hegel, real mediation is merely the appearance of a mediation that the real idea performs with itself and that takes place behind the curtain. Ordinary empiricism does not have its own spirit, but an alien spirit as its law. The idea is subjectivized, and the real relationship of family and bourgeois society to the state is conceived as its inner imaginary activity. Family and bourgeois society are the preconditions of the state. They are the actual agents, but in speculation it is reversed.
End quote.
The condition is set as the conditioned, the determining as the determined, the producing as the product of its product. The real idea only abases itself in the finitude of the family and bourgeois society in order to enjoy and bring forth its infinity through its sublation.
End quote.
Hegel makes the idea the subject everywhere and the actual subject the predicate. He does not develop his thinking out of the object, but the object according to a thinking that is finished with itself and finished with itself in the abstract sphere of logic. The soul of the objects, here of the state, is finished, predestined before its body, which is actually only appearance idea, and concept are here independent abstractions.
End of quote.
This critic of Hegel's philosophy obviously trusts entirely in the immediacy that he believes he finds in the family and bourgeois society. He is a spontaneous empiricist who feels offended by Hegel, for here he has to conclude, ordinary empiricism does not have its own spirit, but an alien one as its law. In the German ideology, written together with Engels, spontaneous empiricism is then almost pushed further into systematic positivism, where speculation ends with real life, there begins the real, positive science, the representation of practical activity, of the practical process of human development. The phrases about consciousness cease, real knowledge must take their place. With the representation of reality, independent philosophy loses its medium of existence. It can be replaced at the highest by a summary of the most general results that can be abstracted from the observation of the historical development of mankind.
End quote.
What was eventually to establish itself as Marxist and Leninist philosophy did not, with a few exceptions, go beyond this empiricism of German ideology. It includes declaring the state to be the superstructure and replacing the dualism of objective and absolute spirit with the base superstructure scheme. Quote, the material life of individuals, which by no means depends on their mere will, their mode of production and the form of intercourse, which are mutually dependent, is the real basis of the state. These real relations are by no means created by the state power, they are rather the power that creates them.
End quote.
Marxism thus turns Hegel on his head. The material life of individuals has been chosen as the new objective spirit, the absolute subject, and the state is only regarded as its predicate. The question is, however, what one understands by this material life of individuals, which by no means depends on their mere will. Theoretically, once Marx had reached this point, he could have opted for psychology and instead of starting with bourgeois society, he could have begun with the family, as Freud later did, locating the material life of individuals in their sexual relationships. For him, however, The family as a form was as self-evident as the first nature, and therefore only came into question as an object of the natural sciences and beautiful literature. The individual itself was conceived by Marx quite automatically in this form of the family. Here, viewed in isolation, material life still depended, so to speak, on the mere will of the individual. The real relationship that interested Marx was bourgeois society, in which, strangely enough, the mere will disappeared completely. The more intensively Marx examined the mode of production and form of transport, the more astonished he was to discover that Hegel was right, and the value-form analysis realizes this admission, that ordinary empiricism did not possess its own spirit, but an alien one to the law, that the independent abstractions haunted not only the philosopher's mind but everywhere in reality. The only difference is that Marx, as before, simply does not recognize the alien spirit and the independent abstraction that Hegel, in the form of the state, declares to be the substantial unity and the absolute unmoved end in itself, that he, an atheist of the state, does not believe in this real God. This atheism was the prerequisite for resuming the dialectic that Hegel had broken off in the absolutely unmoved end in itself. Ordinary empiricism cannot be abolished in the independent abstraction. Finite individuals do not disappear in the infinite spirit. No synthesis can dissolve the contradiction. The value form was not developed by Marx, as the Marxists claim, as a unity of the historical and the logical, but purely logically, even if by no means in the sense of formal logic. However, he then inserted historical references and illustrations in the various versions of the account in order to create the impression of a logical historical development, which ultimately made it relatively easy for Engels to misunderstand it as an account of the historical stage of simple commodity production. If one takes the historical development of money seriously, writes Hans-Georg Backhaus, then the peculiar logic of its conceptual development disappears, that is, if the latter is declared to be a corrected mirror image of the historical one. But if one takes the logical development of money seriously, namely the attempt to gain a definition of the essence of money, then the theoretical relevance of the historical development disappears, if the latter is merely meant to serve as an illustration or a rehearsal.
End quote.
But if the unity of the historical and the logical is not possible, why did Marx, and this already in the Grundrisse, nevertheless feel the need to establish it? The problem can initially be summarized in the most general terms as the relationship between content and form. In the preface to the new edition of Capital of 1873, Marx writes that his dialectical method is not only fundamentally different from Hegel's, but its direct opposite. However, he immediately recurs to the old basis superstructure scheme when he wants to explain this contrast in a popular materialist manner. For Hegel, the thought process, which he even transforms into an independent subject under the name of idea, is the demiurge of the real, which only forms its external appearance. For me, conversely, the ideal is nothing other than the material realized and translated in the human mind.
End of quote.
But the material is therefore not the actual demiurge. What happens to it, what determines it as such, can only be understood by those who grasp the social form that it inevitably assumes under the conditions of capital. This is achieved by analyzing the value form. It is the determination, i.e., the negation of this form. In the concept of the automatic subject, which it coins for the self-valorizing value, it refers back to Hegel's demiurgic subject and still reveals the latter's idealism as a problem of the determination of form. Content is nothing but the transformation of form into content, and form is nothing but the transformation of content into form, but this alone does not determine form and content. On the contrary, it affirms them as an absolute relationship. The materialist critique, however, which both grasps and refutes the capital relation as an absolute, is obviously quite one-sidedly concerned with the question of why this content assumes this form. For this intricate form cannot be derived from the content, it is itself already the mute compulsion that makes the relation appear as an absolute. It is no coincidence that Marx speaks of a reversal when the absolute relation is disturbed. Quote, with more general disturbances of this mechanism, from whatever source they may arise, money suddenly and abruptly turns from the merely ideal form of account money into hard money. It becomes irreplaceable through profane goods. The use value of the commodity becomes worthless, and its value disappears before its own form of value.
End of quote.
And turning Hegel's dialectic upside down can only mean understanding identity in the consequent awareness of non-identity, instead of the other way around. Marx's capital takes its starting point in the commodity as a sensual supersensual thing, in the fact that the commodity, to put it in Hegelian terms, is itself and at the same time its other, money. It is therefore the identity of identity and non-identity. This does not yet seem difficult in the case of the isolated commodity. The opposition of exchange value and use value, abstract and concrete labor, can be separated fairly clearly. The substance of value can be determined by general human labor, not to say, value can be substantialized by labor. But labor is not the starting point, as the Grundrisse already knew. In order to develop the concept of capital, it is necessary to proceed not from labor, but from value, namely from the exchange value already developed in the movement of circulation.
End quote.
It is different when the commodity is considered in relation to other commodities, when it acquires its value form in the analysis, which exists in the relation of commodity to commodity. The contradiction must develop as soon as the commodity is not considered analytically, as hitherto, sometimes from the point of view of use value, sometimes from that of exchange value, but is really related as a whole to other commodities. Thus, the analysis of the value form should always be interpreted as a synthesis. In any case, the thinking of contradiction has to pass its great test in this, as the many attempts Marx made for the first volume testify. At first glance, the in itself of money is a simple equation x commodity A equals y commodity B. This form is somewhat difficult to analyze because it is simple. One commodity shows its own value by referring to another commodity as its equal, thus 20 cubits of canvas to a skirt, if 20 cubits of canvas equals 1 skirt. The use value or commodity body plays a new role here. It becomes the form of appearance of the commodity value, that is, of its own opposite.
End of quote.
That it is a question of this opposite must be stated in the equation itself, the non-identity in the identity. And this is actually what makes the analysis of the value form so difficult to understand and obviously requires us to fall back more extensively on Hegel's logic, as this whole, each is mediated by its other with itself and contains the same. But it is further mediated with itself through the non-being of its other, thus it is a unity existing for itself and excludes the other from itself. In that the independent reflective determination excludes the other in the same respect as it contains the other and is thereby independent, it excludes its own independence from itself in its independence. For this consists in containing the other determination within itself and thereby not being a relation to an external alone, but just as immediately in being itself and excluding the negative determination from itself. It is thus the contradiction.
End of quote.
But because it is the real opposite and does not disappear as the other, because the identity that emerges is therefore crazy, the non-identical always only merges into the false identity, the analysis must not coincide with the equation, even the minute reflection in the Hegelian contradiction, which secretly understands it as already abolished, the true whole, and therefore coincides with value, at the same time promoting the metaphysics of labor, cannot become a critique and contradict that crazy identity. Marx's analysis goes beyond this synthesis of contradiction, which calms down in the consequent consciousness of identity. It stills the transition to an other demanded by Hegelian logic in relation to the mere equation itself. As if to demonstrate this, she even refuses to refrain from naming the concrete use values and persistently speaks of canvas, T and skirt, instead of commodity A and commodity B. But if in its progression it can hold on to the non-identical nature of the two sides, as presented by the equation, in this way, it is solely through its concept of form, with it insists, to a certain extent undialectically, that the equation is always to be considered from only one of the two sides. Only by virtue of this intransigence of the non-identical does the unity of reflection prove itself, which claims to uncover the excluded third everywhere that the logical proposition of the excluded third would like to exclude. Only in this way is it a critique at all, i.e. capable of insisting on the contradiction. The mediating movement disappears in its own result and leaves no trace. Nevertheless, to track it down in order to denounce the result as always only provisional is where the spirit differs from money, critique from theory, the critic from the state. It has been pointed out that Marx's transition from money to capital is modeled on Hegel's transition from the logic of being to the logic of essence, Helmut Reichelt. At the same time, however, this imitation is directed against the imitated. If Hegel states, the truth of being is essence, Marx cannot simply understand capital as the truth of money. Rather, it becomes clear that the truth can only be expressed if capital is not understood as essence, but as non-essence. Marx speaks intransigently of two poles of the value form and differentiates strictly between two forms that exclude each other, that of relative value and that of the equivalent. The relative value form of the canvas thus assumes that some other commodity is in the equivalent form in relation to it. On the other hand, this other commodity, here the skirt, which figures as the equivalent of the canvas, and is therefore in the equivalent form, cannot at the same time be in the relative form of value. It does not express its value. It only supplies the material for the expression of the value of another commodity. The same commodity, therefore, cannot appear in both forms at the same time in the same expression of value. Rather, they are polar opposites.
End of quote.
The next step unfolds what is non-identical into totality, second or unfolded form of relative value. In the endless, ever-extendable series of its relative expressions of value, the canvas refers to all possible bodies of commodities as mere manifestations of the labor contained in itself. Here, therefore, the canvas value is only truly represented as value, i.e., the crystal of human labor in general.
End quote.
Through the interaction of the individual commodity no longer merely with a single other commodity, but with all other commodities, it becomes possible for the abstraction from concrete labor to become valid, which was actually only assumed in the first form of relative value as in the isolated consideration of the commodity. The well-known question, where does value arise, is therefore always already wrongly posed. Its concept is created to grasp the whole of the process. Value cannot realize itself in production, only in circulation, but it can only realize itself there if that real abstraction from concrete labor has taken place in production, which itself, however, can only be grasped outside of production, that is, if it is given validity. The question of where value arises is posed by the citizen in the crisis, that is, when value is no longer realized. Some, the state socialists, then say that it arises in production. Others, the liberals, say that it arises in circulation. Yet it is nothing but the expression of the fact that production and circulation must form a unity and must not become independent of each other under penalty of destruction. The third step, finally, merely reverses the second form, and thus obtains in what has hitherto been taken as the form of relative value, 20 cubits of canvas, the general equivalent, the general body of value, the material nature of abstract human labor. This is already almost the finished result, money.
Almost.
Marx can thus prove that, provided the commodity is posited as an intermediate thing, i.e., consisting of use value and exchange value, commodities as values can only relate to each other by relating to a third thing. The criticism is thus directed against all ideas according to which commodities could be exchanged immediately, without this third party. Directly or indirectly, the value form analysis polemicizes against the socialist utopias of abolishing money while retaining commodity production. In fact, it is not at all obvious that the form of general exchangeability is a contradictory commodity form, as inseparable from the form of immediate exchangeability as the positivity of one magnetic pole is from the negativity of the other. One can therefore imagine that one can stamp the stamp of immediate exchangeability on all commodities at the same time, just as one can imagine that one can turn all workers into capitalists.
End of quote.
And Marx makes the comment, the coloring of this Philistine utopia is Proudhon's socialism. Unexpectedly, Marx adds a fourth form. It is added as if to show that this general equivalent is not quite money after all, that it lacks something to be money. The general form of equivalence always belongs only to one commodity in contrast to all other commodities, but it belongs to every commodity in contrast to all others. But if each commodity sets its own natural form against all other commodities as the general equivalent form, then all commodities exclude all others from the general equivalent form and therefore exclude themselves from the socially valid representation of their value quantities.
End quote.
The value form analysis thus arrives at a paradoxical result here, which, so to speak, halts its steps. It gets nowhere, moves in circles. By its own power, with the categories and methods of abstraction chosen so far, it cannot posit money. The value form, as Marx understands it, does not turn into money by itself, and the break with Hegel's dialectic becomes manifest in this, so to speak, purely methodologically. Already in the original text of the Critique of Political Economy of 1858, Marx said about the question of why gold and silver instead of other commodities serve as the material of money, it falls beyond the bourgeois system. Marx has to leave the level of his previous investigation and turns immediately to the process of exchange. A few pages further on it says, as if Marx wanted to forget the social act again, as soon as gold and silver, or any other commodity, have developed as a measure of value and means of circulation, they become money, without the intervention and will of society. The immanent contradiction of the commodity as the immediate unity of use value and exchange value, as the product of useful private labor and as the immediate social material of abstract human labor, does not rest until it has doubled itself into commodity and money. In the original text of the Critique of Political Economy, Marx already distinguishes between the nature of money and its function in connection with the labor time required to produce a given quantity of gold or silver. The nature of money, as incarnated in a particular commodity, comes into collision here with its function as the independent exchange value.
End quote.
But this requires something else. Something must be added. Quote, but only the social act can make a particular commodity a general equivalent. The social action of all other commodities therefore excludes a particular commodity, in which they represent their values on all sides. Thus the natural form of this commodity becomes a socially valid form of equivalence. Through the social process, being a general equivalent becomes the specifically social function of the excluded commodity. Thus it becomes money.
End of quote.
What does social action of commodities mean? If there is no tautology, the action of commodities is always social, then this action can only be the natural instinct of commodity owners. And even if this instinct is nothing other than the nature of commodities, it must nevertheless be embodied beyond commodities, beyond the bourgeois system, in order to have any effect at all on this side. The critic of political economy attempts to express in mythical form what it is specifically about and what is concealed in the concept of the social, which is introduced here so abruptly. Marx quotes from the Apocalypse, the Revelation of John, 17:13 and 13:16-17. The 10 future rulers or kings have a common plan, and they hand over their power and authority to the beast. And no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark or name of the beast or the number of his name.
End quote.
The social act that constitutes money is a main and state action. The transition from the form of the general equivalent to the real money commodity means the entry of the state into the critique of political economy, which strangely enough takes place incognito, or rather, under a biblical pseudonym. Only with it are the preconditions created for value to pass constantly from one form to another, without losing itself in this movement, for it to transform itself into an automatic, self-processing subject. Not only historically with the so-called primitive accumulation, the separation of producers and means of production, but also structurally, in the social act that stamps the universal equivalent as money, in the organization of the natural instinct of the commodity owners, the state is thus constitutive for capital. To speak of superstructure and basis is therefore misleading, as is to speak of reflection. This social act reflects something as little as there is one cause to which it can be traced. Cause would be the whole to which it itself belongs. There can be no relation of derivation between the state and capital. Rather, sovereignty is the political relation of capital, just as capital is only the economic relation of sovereignty. Bourgeois society suspends the question of the relationship between origin and validity. This social act is also not a one-off act, as could be historically misunderstood from the analysis of the value form, but an action that is indissolubly integrated into the production process of capital. Without it, there is no capital. Viewed historically, it ranges from the fixing, and of course, procurement of gold as the monetary commodity and the guarantee of this peg to the intermittent suspension of the currency's peg to gold, whereby the state with its potential for destruction can tend to substitute itself for gold. From the introduction of the legal system by the absolutist regime and beyond this regime to its abolition in the authoritarian state. It could also be expressed historically correctly as follows. The existence of money, guaranteed by the state from the earliest times, is the precondition for that general equivalent, as theory can discover it in the simple abstract circulation of the modern capital process, also finding its necessarily concrete form, its material and becoming money. In other words, money has fundamentally changed its character, its function. The continuity of the monetary economy proves to be a stubborn illusion. It conceals the fundamental change that it mediates. If money was initially a means of exchange in which the value, of which Aristotle already speaks, disappears again and again, is not continuously maintained and does not increase of its own accord, it now, as a general equivalent, embodies the value that utilizes itself, is incessantly reproduced and accumulated as abstract wealth. The logical form looks away from what it presupposes. It is abstraction from the conditions of abstraction. Marx already presupposes the existence of abstract labor in the first chapters of Capital, as the result of social processes, which he deals with later in the chapter on so-called primitive accumulation, and does so historically. However, he must refrain from its becoming, insofar as he establishes the equations of value, 1 skirt equals 20 cubits of canvas etc. And at the same time must refer to it as a result by adding that the value of the canvas, for example, is merely a representational reflex of the labor expended as abstract labor and as such is not reflected in the body of the canvas, but is revealed through its value relation to the skirt.
End quote.
The word is well chosen. Revelation is not a historical process, it is a religious phenomenon. The concept of abstract labor is the actual reference to history in the logical context of the value form analysis, and not those illustrations and fables from the early days of pre-monetary barter that Marx added. But it is an ex negativo reference. The term excludes the historical itself. However, Marx oscillates between this ex negativo historical concept of abstract labor as the substance of value, and the positively understood superhistorical concept of labor per se, as the true living generality of the species and newly gained transcendental subject, insofar as he once again substantializes abstract human labor as the substance of value, so to speak, and absolutizes it into a quasi-ontological category, Reichelt. And perhaps this is precisely why he was seduced into incorporating history in the wrong places and illustrating the value form with archaic forms of exchange. Perhaps the ontologizing concept, insofar as it erases the historical becoming of abstract labor, led him to misunderstand the logical form itself as historical becoming. In the original text, on the other hand, Marx literally wipes away the historical question when he analyzes the logical structure of capital. We are not dealing here, however, with the historical transition of circulation into capital. Simple circulation is rather an abstract sphere of the overall bourgeois production process. And on the other hand, it is precisely with the problem of historical constellations, that he sets a limit to the dialectical form of representation that can hardly be overestimated in terms of epistemological significance. He later arrives at his clear and cautious definition when he says that there are points where historical meaning must enter, or where the bourgeois economy as a merely historical form of the production process points beyond itself to earlier historical modes of production. However, it is not necessary to write the real history of the relations of production in order to develop the laws of bourgeois economy. But the correct view and deduction of these as relations that have themselves become historical always leads to the first equations, like the empirical figures in natural science, for example, that point to a past that lies behind this system. These allusions, together with the correct formulation of the present, then also provide the key to understanding the past, a work in itself, which we will hopefully come to.
End quote.
Reflection becomes possible at the boundary, making visible what the concept does not reveal. A certain historical stage of development, whose product itself is already the free worker, would have to be thought of as a precondition for the becoming, and even more so for the existence of capital as such. Its existence is the result of a long historical process in the economic organization of society. At this point, it becomes clear how the dialectical form of representation is only correct if it knows its limits.
End of quote.
The last sentence is of fundamental importance for everything that Marx was ultimately able to explain in his studies on capital. Thus, the truth of the value form analysis, which can only be concealed by the historical ingredients, not prevented, lies in its negativity in the fact that it makes its own limits explicit, vis-a-vis a third party that is not money and commodities, that it proves why it cannot prove something. On the one hand, that social act which really creates money, on the other, the automatic subject, a process in which, under constant change of the forms of money and commodity, value changes its magnitude, valorizes itself. From the consideration of simple circulation, the general concept of capital emerges for us, because within the bourgeois mode of production, simple circulation itself exists only as a presupposition of capital and presupposing it.
End quote.
Simple circulation, so the analysis teaches, can only exist if exchange value becomes independent, but exchange value cannot become independent of money. It can only do so in relation to a third party. This third party is not commodities. It is living labor. Helmut Reichelt writes, Marx states that dialectical development cannot be immediately paralleled with the historical development that brings forth capitalism, modern property, and free labor. Dialectical development as a method of proof and historical representation diverge. As a dialectical representation, it is the proof that value can only maintain itself as independent and at the same time increasing through the constant additional supply of value through living labor.
End of quote.
Helmut Reichelt has also pointed out the difference to Hegel in this problem, that the historical and the logical are not identical in Marx as they are in absolute idealism. Quote, the relationship between the two is more complicated. Marx refers here to the process of primitive accumulation, through which the free wage labor force is produced in the first place, whereby the systematic place of the treatment of this process is determined by the immanent logicality of the categorical representation. However, in order to be able to distinguish this real history of the relations of production as specific to the categorical representation, not only must there be clarity about the structure of the categorical fabric into which this real history projects at certain nodal points, but the exact conceptual grasp of this history of the relations of production can also only take place on the basis of knowledge of the inner logicality of the movement of value. The concept of capital is thus presupposed in order to trace the historical development of capital that led to capitalism, and thus also to those relations on the basis of which the formulation of this concept is possible at all.
End quote.
The analysis of circulation, however, shows that living labor cannot be grasped in its forms, that it is actually extinguished here, that is, it can only ever appear as abstract. Money is therefore not able to resolve the contradiction of concrete labor, which is only valid as abstract general labor, but merely to swallow it up in the formula G to G prime. Abstract labor in itself is nothing, and this nothingness is represented in money. With a strange irony directed against Hegel, Marx also speaks of substance. As such, however, the residue of real abstraction appears when it is brought back into the context of things, and then means the ghostly objectivity of these things, MEW 2352, as much as Marx keeps open the possibility of an unironic understanding of substance as a way out of substantializing labor. The chapter on primitive accumulation, in turn, makes it clear that the preconditions of abstract labor can only be grasped in the historical context of doubly free wage labor, which is the basis of the totality of commodity production. The recognition of the form in which labor is considered abstract and only as such, however, is the condition of a reflected representation of that historical context, for it clarifies the constraint under which free wage labor is totalized, the immoderation of capital as the self-valorizing value. Since a close reading of Capital, including its preliminary stages and various versions, necessarily breaks down the unity of the logical and the historical, no general method of historical research or even of science in general can be extrapolated from the critique of the political economy of capital. It is curious how Moishe Postwan avoids the problem in his study on time, labor, and social domination. He claims a dialectical logic of history, in which logic and history would merge, and in this he is actually in line with traditional Marxism, from which he so emphatically distances himself. In contrast to the latter, however, for him logic only comes into force from a certain historical point in time. The logical and the historical merge after the complete formation of capitalism. Thus, it seems only logical that Marx could not yet present history as a fusion of the logical and the historical in the section on primitive accumulation. For history thereafter, however, Postwan considers such a presentation of history possible, i.e., in that form of consistent dialectical logic which Marx uses in the first sections of the first volume of Capital.
End quote.
If Postwan here again dissolves the inner problematic of Marx's presentation in the historical, his own presentation attempts all the more carefree to realize such a consistent unity of logic and history, reinterpretation and continuation of that dialectical logic of history for the 20th century. He also suggests that Marx, with his historical interpolations, deliberately, even ironically, wanted to point out that the logic determining capitalism could very easily be mistakenly read into history before capitalism. However, he should be able to recognize that the dialectical logic of history can only ever grasp history itself, i.e., history as the past, from one side, that the non-identical is not absorbed in the dialectical identity, that concept and matter by no means coincide in the historical object, which he consequentially ignores in his study, but on which his essay, Anti-Semitism and National Socialism, first published in 1982, offered astonishing insights. Conversely, however, the questions that this critique raises for the formations that preceded capital cannot simply be dismissed. The anatomy of man is a key to the anatomy of the ape, it says in the introduction to the Critique of Political Economy. And key, of course, means that the anatomy of man is not identical with that of the ape, on the contrary. Quote, bourgeois economics thus provides the key to the ancient etc. anatomy. But by no means in the manner of the economists who blur all historical differences and see the bourgeois in all forms of society. One can understand tribute, tithes, etc., if one knows the basic rent. But it is not necessary to identify them.
End of quote.
Marx showed how this key could work by looking at certain developments since Greek and Roman antiquity. In the Grundriss he speaks of the fact that it was money that destroyed the ancient polities of antiquity, at the moment when it outgrew its function as measure and means of circulation. It lies in its simple destiny that it can only exist as a developed moment of production where wage labor exists, MEW 42, 150. The ancient commonwealths, however, were incompatible with wage labor as a general basis. The commodity could not develop into the elementary form of wealth here, but it did develop to such an extent that the ancient commonwealths perished because of it, and the modern forms of law took shape to the same extent. Quote, the ancient world for which exchange value did not serve as the basis of production, which rather perished from its development, produced a freedom and equality of quite opposite and essentially only local content. On the other hand, since in the ancient world at least the moments of simple circulation developed in the circle of the free, it is understandable that in Rome, and especially imperial Rome, whose history is precisely the history of the dissolution of the ancient commonwealth, the provisions of the legal person, the subject of the exchange process, were developed. The law of bourgeois society had to be worked out according to its essential provisions, but above all had to be asserted against the Middle Ages as the law of the emerging industrial society.
End quote.
There was simple commodity production, and at the same time it did not exist. It existed insofar as certain moments of simple circulation already existed before productive capital existed at all. It did not exist insofar as simple circulation lacks in itself the principle of self-renewal. Its moments are presupposed, not set by itself. Commodities must always be thrown into it anew and from outside, like fuel into the fire, MEW 42, 179F. In the logical context of the analysis of the value form, it is capitalist production that throws this material into the fire. In the historical context of the societies that preceded capital, it is completely different, non-commensurable moments of immediate domination and social reproduction that keep the fire alive, or not, and the fire goes out. Circulation can therefore only be spoken of here in a figurative sense. Exchange value only ever leads an ephemeral, vanishing existence as long as it does not exist as capital. It is therefore conceivable that it could have remained a mere episode in the history of mankind. At any rate, circulation was once not the phenomenon of a process going on behind it, but a process sui generis that had no essence and therefore produced no semblance. Commodity circulation without commodity fetish. In the preface to the first edition of Capital, it is no coincidence that Marx dates the problem to the Greek polis and Aristotle. Quote, "The value form, whose finished form is the money form, is very insubstantial and simple. Yet for more than 2,000 years the human mind has sought in vain to fathom it, while on the other hand the analysis of much more substantial and complicated forms has at least come close. Why? Because the developed body is easier to study than the body cell."
End of quote.
But it is precisely here that it is as if the long shadow of capital were obscuring entire periods of its own prehistory, as if for these periods, in which Marx locates the problem of the origin of the commodity form, the analysis would necessarily have to muster the utmost speculation in order to interpret the historical facts. It is questionable whether it is even possible to speak of value and abstract labor for the late period of the Greek polis, as in the major study by Ulrich Enderwitz, where there is even talk of the ancient polis as a vexed, instructive anticipation of the capitalist societies of the present. However, this anticipation demonstrates that totalization through value and abstract labor depends on certain constellations that did not exist in antiquity. The fall of the polis does not refer to a final crisis to be expected today, but to the fact that capital could not yet reproduce its own logical preconditions, because it is not itself historically without preconditions. This simple pre-capitalist, intermittent circulation, which is merely a temporary mediating movement between presupposed starting points, could only lead to bourgeois, i.e. exchange value-setting production, under certain historical conditions and create a different basis than the one from which it immediately emanated. The state, which helps the general equivalent to become money and thus makes the independence of exchange value possible, is separated from the polis by an abyss, whose unity should actually be explained in reverse by the inevitable disappearance of exchange value. This abyss was the so-called primitive accumulation. But on the level of money and the form of value, causality reveals itself as the familiar question of which came first, the egg or the hen. As a social act, primitive accumulation brought forth the modern society of industrial capital and free wage labor on the one hand, and was already the product of this society on the other. Absolute monarchy, which viewed in isolation can be regarded as the midwife, if not the mother of modern capital, is itself already the product of the development of bourgeois wealth to a stage incompatible with the old feudal relations. In accordance with the uniform general power which it must be capable of exercising at all points on the periphery, it requires as the material lever of this power the general equivalent, wealth in its always ready-made form, in which it is quite independent of particular local, natural, individual relations.
End quote.
This ready-made form, however, is not possible without a form of state power. Any fixation of an actual cause for the genesis of modern capital, especially if it is reduced to empirically conceived circumstances, such as is often claimed, the state of weapons technology, necessarily comes up empty. It can only ever be said that it is the summary of all conditions in which man is a degraded, enslaved, abandoned, contemptible being, and discovering its cause can only ever mean abolishing these conditions. Classical economics also perceived a qualitative leap, which is why it spoke of primitive accumulation, not just continuous accumulation. It was no coincidence that the origin concealed the incomprehensibly cruel main and state action that Karl Marx revealed as historical after all, in the 24th chapter of Capital. The so-called primitive accumulation is therefore nothing but the historical process of the divorce of producer and means of production. State power appears here as a means. All countries use state power, the concentrated and organized violence of society, to accelerate the process of transformation of the feudal into the capitalist mode of production in a greenhouse fashion and to shorten the transitions. Violence is the midwife of every old society that becomes pregnant with a new one. It is itself an economic potency. End quote. However, if society is understood as the actual subject of the transformation process, the state cannot be a mere means. It is as much a part of society as it is independent of it. From the perspective of a society in which the mute compulsion of economic conditions has sealed the rule, it appears as an instrument that can be isolated and, as such, handled at will, especially in retrospect. For the ordinary course of things, the worker can be left to the natural laws of production, i.e. his dependence on capital, which arises from the conditions of production themselves and is guaranteed and perpetuated by them.
End quote.
To these conditions of production, however, belongs essentially the legal system enforced by the sovereign, in which the concentrated and organized violence always remains suspended and concealed only as long as the ordinary course of things is not interrupted. The break with Hegel is only made insofar as Marx himself does not once again abolish concrete labor in abstract labor, use value in exchange value, as Hegel did the dynamics of bourgeois society in the immobile end in itself of the state, insofar as social labor does not become the new objective spirit and theoretically anticipate the repressive Leninist or social democratic worker state. It is the absurd formulation of the automatic subject that prevents this, and it would not be conceivable without the determination of form in the analysis of value. In turn, Hegel evaded this determination even in the most astonishing passages of the philosophy of right, in those on bourgeois society, for his philosophy takes every commodity as an existing individual and money as an existing general only under the presupposition and from the point of view of the affirmed, even deified state, better through it, and therefore necessarily also affirms economic value as the true general of the thing that is sold here, and the thing that expresses it only as the sign that only becomes reality through the subjective presence of the will, whatever negative consequences this will may have in bourgeois society. The state is the hypostatized a priori of his political economy. In its critique, however, it becomes an a priori in the opposite sense. Marx comes to it by turning immediately to the exchange process in the course of his analysis. It needs commodity owners who not only make the commodities move so that they reach the market, it needs a social act. The irony with which it is described makes it abundantly clear that this act cannot be a free one, that in it, as Hegel claims, freedom does not attain its highest right. In their embarrassment, according to Marx, our commodity owners think like Faust. In the beginning was the deed. They have therefore already acted before they have thought. The laws of commodity nature operate in the natural instinct of the commodity owners.
End quote.
The social act, which really constitutes money, is not the act of free individuals. It can only take place when these individuals are united under the compulsion of the state in order to perpetuate this compulsion. The two passages from the Apocalypse, the Revelation of John, which Marx quotes, leave no doubt about this. They tell of this compulsion in a mythical way. The analysis of the value form not only shows that without money there is no commodity, but also, albeit only indirectly, that without the state there is no money. But the social act of which Marx speaks is both conditional and conditioned, just as there cannot be a single cause to which everything can be traced back. And it does not follow an unmoved, it follows a moving end in itself. The inner unity moves, which is part of the precondition of the analysis of the value form, in external opposites. The processes form a whole and yet lead apart, are as identical as they are non-identical. And if the external independence of the internally dependent processes, because they complement each other, continues up to a certain point, the unity asserts itself violently through a crisis. Although Marx does not go into detail about how unity can assert itself and what violence can be decisive in this process, he repeatedly emphasizes the moment of violence. Crises are always only momentarily violent solutions to the existing contradictions, violent eruptions that restore the disturbed equilibrium for the moment. MEW 25, 259. In the third volume of Capital, what is posited as a possibility in the first is specified when the individual conditions of exploitation are set apart and it becomes clear that the conditions of immediate exploitation and those of its mediated realization can be as little identical as use value and exchange value, concrete and abstract labor. Production and realization of surplus value, productive power and consumptive power of society fall apart and yet are to be forced into unity. Under the specific conditions of capitalist commodity production, the productive power of labor generates such a law, meaning the famous law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, which is hostile to its own development at a certain point and must therefore be constantly overcome by crises. But Marx is silent about the subject. Here he describes the overcoming through crises like the natural scientist describes the process in an organism. The whole of capitalist society is conceived as if it were a subject that must overcome that law through crises if it wants to continue to exist. In this way, the appearance of a world spirit is created, of an absolutely immovable self-purpose that moves everything. And the appearance, which in truth only springs from a kind of labor hypothesis, can solidify if the social act, without which not even money would exist, the state, remains unconscious. But Marx is silent about it, just as he is silent about the categorical imperative that his analysis presupposes, to overthrow all conditions in which man is a degraded, enslaved, abandoned, contemptible being. The analysis speaks of this ex negativo, so to speak. It states that there is no law that is identical with the whole, no identity without the non-identical, no crisis-free bourgeois society, and that people can therefore never escape the categorical imperative, the question of how long they are still prepared to put up with this whole. To stop doing it to themselves, however, requires a social act in which freedom would really come into its own. Thomas Hobbes had already deduced the necessity of the state from bourgeois society, the battlefield of the individual private interest of all against all. It is difficult to overlook the fact that the common good and private good fall apart, but for him the spiritual animal kingdom is still the literal animal kingdom. Hobbes traces everything back to the natural characteristics of the human being, which differs from bees and ants in much the same way as wolves. Only bees and ants function for him as Adam Smith would have it, since they naturally strive for their private good, they thereby promote the common good. Not so man, because he loves to compare himself with other men. That is why the relationship between people is the war of each against each. The problem of human coexistence is therefore not seen in the fact that people are different, but on the contrary, that they are actually the same. Equality consists in both the possibility and the willingness to kill the other. It is ultimately a continual and restless desire for ever new power, which Hobbes considers to be a general impulse of all mankind, and the greatest power is that over the life of the other. What Hobbes understands by man is something like a commodity on 4 legs or a commodity in wolf's clothing that can run to the market all by itself to compare itself with the others. But the comparison costs life. War and exchange are set identically, one goes to the death of the other. The crisis is assumed to be a primordial state, the return of which threatens eternally, and it was specifically the crisis at the beginning of modern capital that Hobbes envisioned as a social catastrophe. It is not yet so easy to separate the owners of goods from their commodities in thought, but the real separation of the producers from the means of production has long since begun. The Leviathan, as conceived by Hobbes, is a kind of rationalization of this separation, the legitimization of violence in the state of so-called primitive accumulation. The natural characteristics of the human being make artificial contracts between people necessary, and these contracts in turn imply a coercive power constituted outside the contractual partners. Hobbes' rationalization, however, is still transparently focused on the exchange of goods. The bourgeois ideals of equality, the good, the true, and the beautiful do not yet cloud the view. On the contrary, Hobbes defines the categories of his theory of the state in strictly negative terms. Where in later centuries those ideals pretend to have a human substance, he sees only functions of a context superior to human beings. For him, the essence of justice lies in the observance of valid contracts and in nothing else. And contracts are, after all, the legal formulation of buying and selling. The definition of injustice in Leviathan is no other than the non-fulfillment of a contract. And everything that is not unjust is just. Before, therefore, we can speak of just and unjust, there must be a coercive power to compel men equally, by the fear of punishment, to fulfill their contracts, more weighty than the advantage they hope to derive from the breach of their contract, and to secure property. But there is no such power before the establishment of a state. This can also be inferred from the usual scholastic definition of justice, for it reads, "Justice is the constant will to give to each his due." And therefore, where there is no mine, that is, no property, there is no justice, and where no coercive power has been established, that is, where there is no state, there is no property, since all have a right to everything, therefore nothing is unjust where there is no state. This great negativity, which Hobbes develops at the beginning of modernity, is even familiar to Kant's categorical imperative. In contrast to Kant, however, it is based immediately on the relationship to the state and is understood as the law of nature of man. Everyone should voluntarily, if others are also willing to do so, renounce his right to everything, insofar as he considers this necessary for the sake of peace and self-defense, and he should be satisfied with as much freedom towards others as he would grant others against himself.
End quote.
Freedom itself can only ever be absence of external compulsion. Every man must renounce his original right to everything, as a kind of insight into the necessity of man's nature, which continually tempts him to partiality, pride, revengefulness, and the like qualities that Hobbes traces back to a single one: man's urge to compare himself with other men. This natural characteristic, with which Hobbes comes closest to the commodity form in his anthropological view, is the reason why humans, unlike bees and ants, did not arrive at a natural agreement, but only at an artificial one, that of the contract. Quote, "And therefore it is no wonder that in addition to the contract, something else is needed to make their agreement constant and lasting, namely a general power to keep them in check and direct their actions towards the common good."
End quote.
Artificial conformity is more than mere conformity, just as the whole of the state is more than the sum of its parts, namely the sovereign overriding the parts. Quote, "A real unity of all in one and the same person, brought about by contract of each with each, as if each had said to each, I authorize this man or this assembly of men and confer on them my right to govern me, on condition that you likewise confer on them your right and authorize all their acts. When this has been done, this united multitude is called a state, in Latin civitas. This is the production of that great Leviathan, or rather, to express it more reverently, of that mortal God to whom we owe our peace and protection under the immortal God. For by this authority vested in him by every individual in the state, He has so much power and strength at his disposal, which have been transferred to him, that he is enabled by the terror thus produced to direct the will of all towards domestic peace and mutual aid against foreign enemies. Herein lies the essence of the state, which, to give a definition, is a person in which each individual of a great multitude has made himself the author of its actions by mutual compact of each with each, for the purpose that it may employ the strength and resources of all, as it sees fit, for peace and the common defense. He who embodies this person is called the sovereign, and possesses, as they say, supreme power, and every one else besides is his subject.
End quote.
From this unity, which accumulates horror in order to turn it inside out, Hobbes now derives property, the commodity and monetary economy itself, which he has already presupposed in the form of contracts and in people's urge to compare themselves, as horror. Property is nothing but a substitute or compensation for the universal right to everything, which citizens renounce in the name of the state. In doing so, however, Hobbes hypostatizes the social act that Marx speaks of when he analyses the unification of commodities into money commodities, the leap from the general equivalent to money. The dissolution of the subsistence economy through exchange value is virtually identical with the formation and maintenance of the state. Quote, moreover, since it is not sufficient for the maintenance of a state that every man should be the owner of a piece of land or a few goods, or possess a natural skill in some useful trade, it is absolutely necessary that they should distribute their dispensable goods and transfer the ownership of them to each other by exchange and mutual contracts. And therefore it belongs to the state, that is, to the sovereign, to determine in what manner all kinds of contracts, such as purchase, sale, exchange, lending and borrowing, leasing and renting, shall be made, and by what words and signs they shall be considered valid.
End quote.
Among the dispensable goods, which the owners have to distribute and transfer the ownership of them to each other by exchange and mutual contracts, is labor, which Hobbes does not mention at all, although setting it free is the impulse of the modern state. Because he reduces the exchange of commodities to one of the functions of the body politic, and cannot understand the state as a function of the exchange of commodities, because in this reduction and integration the exchange of the commodity of labor power, which is the primary concern of the real Leviathan of modernity, disappears completely, the value in the material of gold and silver is also substantialized, attributed to the material itself. Gold and silver form a convenient standard of value of all other things between nations, and money, whatever material it may be made of by the sovereign of a state, is a sufficient standard of all other things between the subjects of that state. By means of these measures, all goods, whether movable or immovable, may accompany a man to all places of his residence within or without his usual abode, and they pass from man to man within the state, nourishing in their circulation every part they touch. In this respect, this workmanship is, as it were, the circulation of the blood of the state, for the natural blood originated in the same way on the fruits of the earth and nourishes every limb of the human body as it circulates. And as the value of gold and silver lies in the material itself, they possess first of all this merit, that their value cannot be changed by the power of one or a few states, since they form the common standard for the commodities of all territories.
End quote.
However, this is the first time that the theorist recognizes the importance of the state where the real interface in the logic of political economy lies, in the transition from the general equivalent to concrete money. The actual analysis of the exchange of goods does not take place here either, but in anthropology, in the state of war of all against all, which if any kind of peaceful life is to be possible at all forces people to enter into contracts. Since Hobbes has no illusions about this state of bourgeois society, his contract theory remains relatively transparent. The contract still provides a view of violence. The exchange value it contains allows the dirty main and state action to shine through, without which it would not be possible. Sovereignty forms the artificial soul in the state body constructed by man, which gives life and movement to the whole body. The unity of society, which gives life and movement, is thus definitely understood as something artificial. Society is no longer nature, is thus no longer necessarily truth, but conditional. This is how Hobbes' famous sentence, turned against the usual way of interpretation, could be interpreted: auctor ritas, non veritas facit legem, but authority should be truth. Not already in political theology, but in his later writing on the Leviathan, Carl Schmitt understood what the germ of death for his favored doctrine of law, which sacrifices everything to the sovereign, could be found here. As Raphael Gross emphasizes, this is precisely where Schmitt saw the starting point of the Jewish decomposition, the evasion of the question posed by Pilate: quid est veritas? In favor of Thomas Hobbes' answer auctor ritas, non veritas, which prevents civil war, does not decide on the truth content of the answer given by the sovereign. However, as Schmitt noted, this truth neutralism makes the unity of religion and politics symbolized by the Leviathan doubtful. The breaking point can be seen in the problem of the belief in miracles. Here Hobbes makes an ineradicable, individualistic reservation. For although he leaves to the sovereign power the power to define what is called a miracle in the state, he also grants the individual his own, inner, private judgment. In doing so, he created the conditions for the disastrous distinctions between private and public reason, faith and confession, which were developed over the coming centuries into the liberal constitutional state. The mortal god Leviathan had already carried its germ of death in the form of freedom of thought and belief incorporated into the political system. As Schmidt probably wrote with Weber in mind, this, and not the religiosity of Protestant sectarians, was the origin of the modern, neutral state. From a historical perspective, it is particularly striking how, for Schmidt, Judaism is transformed into an agent of the undesirable developments laid out by Hobbes. By exploiting the barely visible breaking point in the Leviathan book, the Jews understood how to accelerate the failure of political symbolism. Spinoza was the first to turn the relationship created by Hobbes between external and internal, public and private into its opposite. By emphasizing the merely external significance of the state cult, he desecrated the Leviathan from within. What is reasonable by nature can only become law through sovereign power. However, it is in this power that it can also override that reason. Accordingly, Hobbes does not simply resolve the contradiction between law and sovereignty, he leaves it in place, even if he removes any doubt that the sovereign is only bound to himself. Quote, "The sovereign of a state, whether an assembly or an individual, is not subject to civil laws. For since he possesses the power to enact and repeal laws, he can also, at his discretion, free himself from subjection by repealing the laws he dislikes and by enacting new ones. Consequently, he was previously free. For only those who can be free when they want to are free. Nor is it possible to be bound against oneself, for he who can bind can abrogate the obligation, and therefore one who is bound only against himself is not bound."
End quote.
This does not mean, however, that in the face of this power there is no longer any truth, that the question of right would be abolished by the sovereign. It should not be a state of exception, is rather the principal demand of Leviathan, who so illusionlessly determines the sovereign power and yet does not abandon the law. The king should rule in accordance with Parliament, both in accordance with the law. The Hobbesian theory of the state desires a balance, a normal state, and at the same time, taught by the Civil War, knows how precarious such a state is and must be. Something similar applies to the first great theorist of the sovereign, Niccolò Machiavelli, the author of the Principe, whose name is usually enough to display moral contempt or fanatical glorification of political power. The real Machiavelli, however, did see the necessity for a republic to become a dictatorship in a certain situation, but for him this did not change the fact that the internal politics of communities were fundamentally about finding good laws to preserve their freedom, and that violence should not be exercised for its own sake. Quote, "But there should never be anything in a republic that requires the use of unlawful means. Even if the unlawful means bring benefit for the moment, the example brings harm, for if it becomes customary to break the Constitution for good purposes, it will eventually be broken under this pretext for bad purposes. A republic, therefore, will never be perfect unless everything is provided for in its laws, unless a remedy is determined for every event and the manner of its application. I conclude, therefore, that republics which do not have recourse to dialectics or to a similar force in urgent danger will always perish when serious events occur. For he does not deserve censure who uses force to build, but to destroy. Of course, he must be so wise and virtuous that he does not pass on to another the violence he has usurped. For since men are more inclined to evil than to good, his successor might abuse for his own ambition the power he has used for good."
End quote.
If in Il Principe Machiavelli emphasized the non-derived power of the sovereign, in the Discorsi he emphasized the laws derived from reason. It is no coincidence that these comprehensive discourses on state and politics gained particular importance in the Anglo-Saxon reception, especially in the history of the United States of America, while on the continent the name Machiavelli was only ever associated with a book on the prince, which contains the insight that the sovereign is permitted to do anything that benefits political unity. However, it is even clearer in Leviathan. Hobbes by no means takes sides with either of the two parties in the Civil War, the side of the king against Parliament, the immediate authority against the mediated authority of law. Rather, with his theory of the artificiality of authority, he undermines the divine immediacy of rule, and he strengthens legal mediation at a very specific, decisive point. It is the question of the protection and freedom of the individual. Hobbes distinguishes between right and law, jus and lex. He sharply criticizes that the words lex civilis and jus civil, that is, civil law and civil right, are used indiscriminately for the same thing, even by the most learned authors. However, this should not be the case. For law is freedom, namely the freedom that civil law gives us, but civil law is an obligation and takes away the freedom that natural law gave us. Nature gave everyone the right to protect himself by his own strength and to attack a suspicious neighbor by anticipation, but the civil law takes away this freedom in all cases in which one can safely wait for the protection of the law. In this respect, lex and ius differ like obligation and freedom.
End of quote.
But what if one cannot safely wait for the protection of the law? In his interpretation of the contradictory nature of Leviathan, Franz Neumann has reached this sore point. Quote, although according to Hobbes, law is pure voluntas, although law and measures of the sovereign of any kind are identical, although a law outside the state is not supposed to exist, he nevertheless makes strong restrictions to his monistic theory in that the state, and thus the law itself, is based on a natural law, but this is not only voluntas, but also ratio, since it has the preservation and defense of human life as its content. In the case of conflict between measures of the sovereign and the ratio of the natural law, he clearly gives priority to the natural law. Treaties that forbid the defense of one's own body are null and void. No one is obliged to confess to a crime, no one is obliged to kill himself or a fellow human being. General conscription is contrary to natural law. This is how he formulates it, abandoning his usual clarity. The natural law always obliges before conscience, in foro interno, but not always in foro externo. When the duty of obedience ends and the right to refuse obedience, which is admittedly only granted individually, begins, is again only formulated very ambiguously. If the sovereign commands a man who is himself lawfully condemned to kill, wound, or maim himself, or to abstain from food, air, medicine, or other things without which he cannot live, then man has the freedom to disobey. Hobbes' ambivalent attitude becomes clear here. The emphasis, as the times demanded, is on sovereignty, lawless violence, the demand for a state power independent of the fighting groups. But freedom is emphasized, albeit weakly.
End quote.
That is why Neumann, when describing the Nazi state, resorted to the name of the other monster, the enemy of Leviathan, to express the negation of freedom, even in its weakest form, Behemoth. It is therefore all the more remarkable that Hobbes' ambivalent attitude is particularly evident in the question of self-sacrifice, and that freedom is emphasized in its refusal. In the year of Hobbes' death, 1679, Parliament, in opposition to royal absolutism, obtained the Habeas Corpus Act, according to which no one may be detained and held without a judicial order and review. However, a temporary suspension by parliamentary resolution is itself possible, namely if public safety is endangered. John Locke, whose writings sealed the glorious revolution after his return from exile in the Netherlands, then presented the conditions for state rule differently. At the end of a century characterized by the struggle between absolutist kingship and parliamentary power, it was possible to achieve a lasting balance between the two forms of rule that satisfied the irreconcilable opposition between sovereign and law. However, as little as Hobbes had provided the theoretical legitimization of absolutism, as is often claimed, Locke cannot simply be regarded as his opponent. Rather, he continued Hobbes' ideas under different conditions. Above all, this meant that he strengthened the position of the individual and his freedoms even more. He more decisively undermined the thesis of the divine immediacy of royal power, with which Locke's real opponent Robert Filmer had meanwhile provided the court aspiring to absolutist rule, patriarcha, or the natural powers of kings of 1680, by proclaiming the separation of powers, empire of law and not of men. However, the balance of the modern Western state also began to cloud the view considerably. The sordid main and state action is almost completely forgotten in Locke's work. The primordial state that this legal theorist envisions appears remarkably peaceful, so that at first one does not quite understand why people leave it at all and thus find themselves forced to live in states, why they change from a state of nature to a state of war. The agreement on which Locke bases the state as well as money is largely motivated by nonviolence, ultimately by a new concept of labor. It takes on a decisive function in the justification of property and the necessity of contracts. The primitive accumulation, the violent separation of the producers from the means of production, is reconstructed in the peaceful idea of property. Quote, although the earth and all lower living beings belong to all men in common, every man has a property in his own person. No one has a right to this but he alone. The labor of his body and the work of his hands are, we may say, his property in the proper sense. Whatever he thus removes from the state which nature has provided and in which he has left it, he has mixed with his labor and added something of his own to it. He has thus made it his property. Since he has removed it from the common state in which nature has placed it, something has been added to it by his labor which excludes the common right of other men. For as this labor is the indisputable property of the laborer, no one but he can have a right to anything that is once connected with his labor.
End quote.
The ideology of simple commodity production is already pronounced here. Locke does not distinguish between labor power and labor. He denies the mute compulsion that lies in the fact that the person must sell his labor power after he has been expelled from the land and expropriated, i.e. is deprived of his means of production. the prerequisite for someone else not being able to gain possession of the person by contract, but of his labor power. With Locke, the worker becomes the owner through labor, the producer turns the thing into a commodity solely by virtue of his labor, which he can then sell and receive the aliquot part that he has added to the thing. This is the first part of the legend of primitive accumulation, which was repeated again and again in later national economics. Through special industriousness, a few came into possession of wealth, which then, second part, enabled them to buy the labor of others. Worker and entrepreneur become identical in the concept of owner. This makes it possible for Locke to speak of property and labor while remaining silent about violence and coercion, for the identical owners need only come to an agreement among themselves and the state is finished. The good government made agreement, for example, that a small piece of yellow metal, which neither wears out nor spoils, should have the same value as a large piece of meat or a whole heap of corn, but that every man had a right to appropriate as much of the things of nature as he could use by his labor.
End quote.
With this ideology of peaceful, simple commodity production, which has rid itself of the dark truth of Hobbes' anthropology of the market and now characterizes the conception of the state of nature and the state of the state in equal measure, the question of violence becomes a question of variable form, the respective form of the state. It dissolves into legislation. Since the social contract that constitutes the state no longer springs from violence, it also produces a rational government all by itself, in which violence as political is always only a kind of regulatory measure. The bad government, however, the despotic one, which knows nothing of reason and nature, is also not based on contract. This completes the rationalization of the state. Quote, as the end and measure of this power, when in the state of nature it is in the hands of each one, is the preservation of all in his society, so also, when it is in the hands of the authorities, it can have no other end and measure than to preserve the life, liberty and property of the members of that society. Consequently, it cannot be an absolute and arbitrary power over their lives and property, because both are to be preserved as far as possible. Rather, it is a power to make laws and at the same time to lay down with these laws such punishments as can thereby contribute to the preservation of the whole by excluding those parts, and these alone, which are so corrupt that they threaten the good and healthy, for only then is severity justified. And this power has its origin solely in contract and agreement and in the mutual consent of those who form the community.
End quote.
In Locke's writings, the state of nature is approximated to the state of contract with the assertion that in both, man is actually free. The concept of natural law then codifies the construction of such a continuum of freedom, which in reality projects the idealized exchange of goods onto earlier forms of society. At the same time, the pure form of law can thus be presented as content, and law as such can be turned against the traditional feudal and ecclesiastical ties. Natural law, which existed before all order, is always used to argue against the old order and in favor of the new state of law. Quote, whenever a political group seizes positions of power from another, it makes use of a thoroughly revolutionary natural law and even derives the right to murder tyrants from this natural law. Whenever this group has conquered positions of power, it renounces all old ideals, denies the revolutionary power of natural law and transforms it into a conservative ideology.
End quote.
Thus, around the middle of the 19th century, a German constitutional law expert was able to exclaim with relief, "The dream of natural law is over, and the titanic attempts of the newer philosophy have not stormed the heavens." Winscheid, Leipzig Rectorate speech of 1854. This connection was only made clear by Hegel. A state of nature had been invented, in which natural law should apply, whereas the state of society and the state demands and entails a restriction of freedom and a sacrifice of natural rights. Quote, in fact, however, law and all its provisions are based solely on free personality, a self-determination which is in fact the opposite of natural determination. The right of nature is therefore the existence of strength and the assertion of force, and a state of nature is a state of violence and injustice, of which nothing truer can be said than that it is necessary to leave it. Society, on the contrary, is the state in which alone right has its reality. What is to be restricted and sacrificed is precisely the arbitrariness and violence of the state of nature.
End quote.
It is a curious irony of Hegelian reason, however, that the same philosopher who speaks here of the arbitrariness and violence of the state of nature has in another context defined the legal system as a second nature. The sovereign, however, disappears in the laws that he gives, only in appearance. Even Locke cannot help but refer to a power that is not absorbed in the law at certain points. However, he does not call it sovereignty, but prerogative or federal power, and describes it primarily as a force of foreign policy. As such, as it turns out in his writing, it cannot really be determined by abstract general norms. It cannot be exercised by the general law in its mere fulfillment, so it must necessarily be left to the prudence and wisdom of those in whose hands it lies to use it for the public good. For Kant, this was merely proof that the true constitution had not yet been found, that humanity, which always follows the better, was still on the way to it. Law must never be adapted to politics, but politics must always be adapted to law. He was all the more resolute in pointing out how far we are still from such a state, whatever is claimed. Thus, in the dispute of the faculties it says, another concealment, although easy to see through, but nevertheless lawfully ordered to a people, is that of the true nature of its constitution. It would be a violation of the majesty of the great British people to say of them that they are an unlimited monarchy, but it is supposed to be a constitution restraining the will of the monarch by the two houses of parliament, as the representatives of the people, and yet every one knows very well that the influence of the same over those representatives is so great and so infallible, that nothing is passed by those houses but what he wills, and proposes by his minister, who then may well propose resolutions, in which he knows and does so, that he will be contradicted, to give an apparent proof of the liberty of Parliament. This idea of the nature of the case has the deceptive quality that the true rightly stable constitution is no longer sought at all, because it is thought to have been found in an already existing example, and a lying publicity deceives the people with the pretense of a monarchy restricted by the law emanating from it, while its representatives, won over by bribery, subjected it in secret to an absolute monarch.
End quote.
But this state of affairs would have to be overcome, and what is only pretended by the constitutional constitutions would have to be realized. The idea of a constitution that harmonizes with the natural rights of men, namely, that those who obey the law should at the same time, united, be lawgivers, underlies all forms of government, but this common essence is not an empty fantasy, and not merely the eternal norm for all civil constitutions in general. Rather, the duty consists in actually entering into such a constitution that finally corresponds to this true norm, which, as Kant admits, will not soon come about. Kant's critique of existing constitutions is based on the concept of volonté générale formulated by Jean-Jacques Rousseau and other French Enlightenment thinkers and revolutionaries. It makes the sovereign appear truly identical with the law.
If Hobbes sei's auctoritas, non veritas fecit legem, Rousseau sei's analog ausli. Lex est auctoritas.
Since the sovereign consists only of the individuals of whom he is composed, he has no and can have no interest contrary to his own.
End quote.
This is what the law stands for. But for this it is also necessary that the individuals alienate themselves from nature with awareness. The legislator must feel himself capable of changing human nature, so to speak, of replacing a physical and independent existence, which we have all received from nature, with an existence as a part and a moral existence. In a word, it is necessary that he should rob man of his own powers in order to give him foreign ones, of which he can only make use with the help of others.
End of quote.
What the automatic subject of capital involves, putting social mediation in the place of personal dependence and natural limitation, is conceived as a conscious act of the law-giving sovereign. But in the revolutionary's view, the law itself which he gives, thereby acquires that irrational moment which the sovereign always embodies, and which was actually already present in the appeal to nature and in the idea of natural law. The legal personality, it says in the Phenomenology of Spirit, thus experiences its insubstantiality by the fact that the content that is alien to it asserts itself in it, and it asserts itself in them because it is their reality. The destructive rummaging in this insubstantial ground, on the other hand, gives itself the consciousness of omnipotence, but this self is mere devastation, therefore only outside itself and rather the throwing away of its self-consciousness.
End of quote.
It is obviously held in check by the idea of simple commodity production. The abstractness of law, which misjudges itself because it believes itself to be identical with the sovereign, is to be bound to a certain balance of concrete property relations. So you want to give the state permanence? Asks Rousseau and answers, bring the extremes as close together as possible, tolerate neither the rich nor the beggar. He demands that no citizen should be so wealthy as to be able to buy another, and no one so poor as to be forced to sell himself.
End quote.
Of course, Rousseau leaves it open as to whether the poor must sell themselves or their labor, just as the teachings of his contemporary Adam Smith make the buying and selling of other people's labor disappear in the value of labor. Rousseau's social contract projects a community without the slightest chance of primitive accumulation. Quote, in order to establish the right of a first possessor to any piece of land, the following conditions are generally required. First, that this territory is not already inhabited by someone. Second, that one does not take possession of it more than one needs for subsistence. Third, that one does not take possession of it by some empty ceremony, but by labor and cultivation, the only evidence of property which, in the absence of legal titles, must be respected by others. End quote. As Franz Neumann emphasizes, Rousseau referred the general law with all clarity to a society in which there is only small property or social property. precisely where he envisages the transition from a society of petty property to one of corporate property. However, the old monster raises its head and the irrational moment takes hold of the whole. Rousseau then envisages the state appropriating everything, and it remains unclear and indeterminate throughout to what extent this is a state of necessity or an ideal state. The capers of Rousseau's social theory teach every owner, even if he is only the owner of his own labor power, the state is not to be trusted, everyone can be suspected by it. In this, something of the later age of terror can already be felt. This terror was understood exclusively as the execution of rational laws. Property, which Rousseau's theory declares to be sacred and inviolable, is so only insofar as it remains a special and individual right. Insofar as it is considered to belong to all citizens, it is subject to the volonté générale, and this volonté can destroy it. Thus, the sovereign has no right to encroach upon the goods of one or more individuals. But he can legitimately seize the goods of all. Or the rule of the general law is postulated by Rousseau when property is socialized, as Rousseau formulated it in his projection for the Corsican constitution. Far from wanting the state to be poor, I want, on the contrary, that it should possess everything and that everyone should have a share in the common goods according to the measure of his services.
End quote.
Rousseau thus believes that the volonté générale can only express itself through the general law if the law is confronted either with equally distributed small property or with social property. In Rousseau's system, the law really rules and there is hardly any room for violence, since the state has no function in Rousseau's postulated social structure. Because individual property is so weak and dependent, the government needs little force and leads the peoples, so to speak, with a movement of its fingers.
End quote.
It was also almost a mere finger movement to operate the mechanism of the guillotine thousands of times in the shortest possible time. But the recourse to a just original state of all people prevents the national fixation of the citizens forming the sovereign. The property that Rousseau wants to see equally distributed or taken over by the state is not mystified as common descent. Mediation is not abolished. It is the legislator, says Rousseau, who establishes a people, institutor, and the legislator is the individuals who join together by contract.
Only the French Constitution of 1791 stated, le principe de toute souveraineté réside essentiellement dans la nation.
The older Bill of Rights of Virginia, on the other hand, only refers to the people, that all power is vested in and consequently derived from the people. And the Constitution of the French Republic of 1793 also states, la souveraineté réside dans le peuple. Robespierre spoke of humanity in his speech of April 24, 1793. In his speech of April 24, 1793, Robespierre spoke of humanity as the sovereign of the earth, and the Constitution of 1795 realized what had become possible and what remained of it on a civic basis in the sense of political reason. After nation and peuple, the citoyens now appear on the scene. La souveraineté réside essentiellement dans l'universalité des citoyens. Diderot's article on natural law in the Encyclopedia already referred the volonté générale not to the state but to the human species and said of the individual, you possess the inviolable natural right to everything that is not disputed by the entire species.
End of quote.
But insofar as the individual must turn to the general will of the species in order to find out what his natural right is, the rationality of this will cannot simply be pinned down to the state and fetishized as a nation. Stephen Brewer writes that natural law has prepared the ground for its negation. Precisely by declaring society to be a derivative of the isolated individual, it has opened up the dynamic that ultimately sacrifices the individual unreservedly to abstract socialization. By this abstract socialization, Brewer means a final solidification of the system of pure socialization, which no longer knows anything except what it itself has legislated, in which the non-identical, on which Adorno insisted, would have to be disposed of with Luhmann. Thus Brewer can also no longer recall the preconditions of his own reflection, namely that natural law created the possibility of perceiving that the individual is sacrificed in the first place and thus also the possibility of thinking that he is not sacrificed. If reason is defined as the consciousness for the self-preservation of humanity, then this also means that at a certain point it can turn against the state itself, and thus demands that it must cease. However, as long as the sovereign was inevitably identified with the law, the relationship between species and state, man and nation remained unresolved. Hannah Arendt emphasized that the aporias of human rights could not emerge at all insofar as there was no statelessness that would have affected large parts of the population. And statelessness is the state in which the unity and contradiction of force and law crush everyone who is not attributed to a sovereign. Only Edmund Burke saw through this insubstantiality of human rights, which must become manifest in an emergency. As early as 1790, they were meaningless abstractions, since in a concrete case they would never be anything other than the rights of an Englishman or a German or another nation. Rights originate from the nation-state and nowhere else. The concept of human rights did indeed collapse, as Burke had predicted, at the moment when people could really only refer to them and no longer to any nationally guaranteed rights. But those who thought in terms of treaty theories could not formulate these contradictions. For according to these terms, stateless individuals can become parties to the social contract at any time. However, they did not prevent the inequality of the property of the contracting parties, who were nevertheless equal to each other, from being more sharply focused and the ideology of simple commodity production from being further sharpened accordingly. Jacobins and sansculottes professed a society of small independent producers of goods, farmers and craftsmen who could feed their families without having to rely on wage labor, an ideal, tailored to the France of the time, which embodied the aspirations of the small farmer and the agricultural worker, the master craftsman and the journeyman, as well as the boutiqueur and the merchant's assistant, an ideal that harmonized with the living conditions of the majority of producers, but was at odds with the call for economic freedom, which must inevitably lead to capitalist production. Following Rousseau, who places the contract above property, it would also be possible to make the nature and extent of property, even its abolition, the definitive object of the contract, so that the state could really claim to take possession of everything. In this way, however, the revolution would really have abolished the opposition between sovereignty and law in favor of the sovereign, because the abolition of property also abolishes the contract, which Rousseau does not want to admit. This case did not occur on a large scale until the Russian October Revolution. For the French Revolution, it remained essentially only an ideological background or the program of groups that were themselves eliminated by force. Robespierre declared in 1793, "Equality of goods is a fantasy," while at the same time Saint-Just demanded that there should be neither rich nor poor. In the Constitution of 1791, property was even a sacred and inviolable right. In that of 1793, it is neither sacred nor inviolable, but a mere guarantee, according to which every citizen is entitled to enjoy his goods and his earnings, the fruits of his labor and his diligence, and to dispose of them as he sees fit. The next article then opens up the freedom of trade and commerce. No kind of employment, acquisition or trade can be forbidden to the diligence of citizens, and provides an albeit coded but explicit provision that does away with all of Rousseau's idealicism as far as the sale of labor is concerned. Everyone can freely dispose of his services and his time, but he himself can neither sell himself nor be sold. His person is not alienable property. The law recognizes no status of servitude. There is only an agreement for services and compensation for them between the one who works and anyone who employs him.
End quote.
In the bourgeois revolution, the will of the people or popular sovereignty was not detached from the contract and the laws and was defined independently of them. In the fact that the sovereign was to be completely absorbed into the law, there is nothing in France that is superior to the authority of the law. According to the Constitution of 1791, treaty fetishism proved to be the necessarily false consciousness of the revolutionary state. The sovereign did not appear to be what it was and therefore, with each of its measures and actions, became the object of criticism and counteractions, which assumed that it was still deviating from the law, instead of finally becoming completely identical with it. The coercive measures that had to be taken in 1794 in order to guarantee the defense of the revolution against its enemies on the outside did indeed suspend the market that had just been unleashed on various occasions, but they were only a temporary stopgap measure in a state of siege, i.e., in a difficult military situation, and the irregular measures were also withdrawn insofar as this permitted. According to Otto Kirchheimer, the revolutionary government was not prepared to actually and substantially restrict the interests of merchants and landowners. Property was considered inviolable. The centralization of the administration, the maximum price for food and the promise of the famous Ventos decrees, all measures to win the war, not to create a new social order. The whole dynamic of the revolution resulted from this. As Hegel says, the abstract principles of freedom and virtue, suspicion thus reigns, virtue and terror now reign. It did not see itself as a permanent state of emergency, but on the contrary, as an attempt to abolish it forever on the basis of law, for the whole feudal absolutist state machinery appeared to it, as the very meaning of the word revolution indicates, as a centuries-long state of exception from which it would be necessary to return to the old order of natural law or to the original social contract. In the preamble to the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, ignorance, forgetfulness or disregard is assumed to be the sole cause of corruption. State authority, however, should no longer be an end in itself, i.e. sovereign. The nation, i.e. the totality of citizens, i.e. the law, is sovereign, Article 3. All citizens, personally or through their representatives, have the right to constitute the sovereign, Article 6. And the state itself has no other aim than to ensure that citizens enjoy their rights. If it fails in this, they can resist it, Article 2. The revolution is violence, but legally organized violence, wrote Santi Romano in his Frumenti di un Dizionario Giuridico. The revolution unleashed violence and irrationalism precisely in its attempt to exclude the exceptional state, which it believed it had left behind as the ancien regime, for all time by virtue of the law. In every single aristocrat whose origins were visible, in every priest who did not want to resign his office, in every person of the dissenting political group, the bad part of sovereignty was ultimately seen to be embodied, which opposed the law and justice, precisely what one did not want to recognize in one's own state actions, and made him responsible and liable for the entirety of the negative consequences of the property order guaranteed by law. Physically liquidating him then meant finally realizing the law in its entirety. It is not a question of making examples, declared Jean-Marie Collot d'Herbois in 1793, but of eradicating unteachable satellites of tyranny. In mid-December of the same year, George Forster wrote from Paris with barely fathomable irony, "My head is cheerful, I read newspapers with all my might, and at the same time, God be with us, the Prince of Machiavelli." The uniqueness of the general from Corsica ultimately lay in the fact that he succeeded in turning the tide, turning the internal dynamics of the bourgeois revolution into the external dynamics of modern war, and thus establishing for a time the dazzling appearance of a perfect identity between sovereign and law, Weltgeist on horseback. Quote, "A government like ours, in order to consolidate itself, must dazzle and astonish. It must be at the head or be defeated." Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon became consul of France, wrote Gustav von Schlabrendorff, because the form of government most welcome to the masses was that which, after the long storm, brought decision and stability to the social relations resulting from the revolution, and the military power that Napoleon used is the only means of bringing about this decision and putting an end to the convulsions of society. Decision and continuance, sovereignty and law were to coincide in one person and his own deeds. It was precisely in this that Bonaparte remained the prisoner and the rushed victim of his steep ascent. With all his campaigns of conquest, he ran after an unattainable status quo. However, this was only possible in the permanent expansion of the state of law, in the uninterrupted sublation of immediate rule by the mediated rule of law. General Bonaparte's order of the day to the Italian army on July 14, 1797 already read, "Soldiers, the government watches over the sanctuary of the laws entrusted to it." The Napoleonic Code was finally enforced in the sanctuary of the laws entrusted to it. The Napoleonic Code was finally enforced in the feudal and absolutist-dominated south and east of Europe in an unprecedentedly violent action by the French sovereign. An indicator of the extent to which the barbaric conditions could actually be ended by them is the respective situation of the Jews. Human rights were the name given to individual liberties, which, like the meter, were finally to be spread across the whole earth. Under the spell of this victorious action, there could be no question of a state of emergency. It was only spoken of as the hidden meaning of state order in the counter-revolution, which, however, was revolutionary in Germany, only to unfold fully in the reaction to the Napoleonic Wars and later to English hegemony and Pax Americana. In this respect, a counter-sovereign could be assumed, which is constituted here in opposition to Western development. Turned against Kant, the sovereign is substantialized as a nation in a state of emergency. For Fichte, the law itself is the abstraction from the law, the abolition of mediation as an end in itself, a state of emergency and permanence as the telos of history, which, however, provoked Hegel's sharpest contradiction and one that was decisive for the later philosophy of law. Quote, "This state of necessity is asserted as natural law, and not in such a way that the highest goal would be to abolish it and to construct an organization of life free from all servitude under the concept of reason in place of this intelligent and unreasonable community, but the state of necessity and its infinite extension over all impulses of life is regarded as an absolute necessity."
End quote.
The sovereign is he who decides on the state of emergency. The first sentence of Carl Schmitt's political theology was directed head-on against the fading stage of the once revolutionary contract fetishism, against Hans Kelsen's pure theory of law, where it says just as succinctly, the concept of sovereignty must be radically repressed. How the concept of repression is meant, however, whether in the sense of psychoanalysis, which Kelsen at least dealt with, or in the sense of real elimination, remains almost open. If the democratic legal scholar were to admit that here the wish is the father of the thought, the fetishism would be as good as broken. The opponent of the political theologian Schmitt and most prominent advocate of an anti-metaphysical doctrine of law, however, wanted to think sovereignty away. He treats it like unreflective atheism treats religion, as a concept of God. False consciousness, but without necessity, therein lies the positivist idea. The state is completely absorbed into law. The immediate identity of law and state is revealed as the core of the pure doctrine of law, which in this way only dehistoricizes the doctrine of natural law and brings the constitutional thought of the 18th century to itself. In other words, Kelsen thinks of the state as if Kant's ideal had finally been achieved, as if the true, rightly enduring constitution, for which this German Enlightenment philosopher saw humanity searching, had now really been found and the duty to enter into such a constitution had been fulfilled. The sovereign, God rest his soul, can now step down in the minds of the citizens, he no longer even has to be beheaded. Sovereignty corresponds to the omnipotence of God, it only exists if you believe in it. The hypostasizations of religion and the state are thus merely to be dissolved into their individual psychological elements, and the state is already brought to reason, rule rationalized, the world completely disenchanted for its own good. The pure legal theory of the state can be presented as a theory of the state without the state. Accordingly, the sovereign is not to be seen as a substance, neither as a person nor as a myth, but as a function. The idea of a sovereignty above the law, referred to as the state, no longer applies. The state loses its uniqueness as a consequence of sovereignty. Likewise, the systemic unity of law and state in the pure doctrine of law eliminates the need for a mediating substance or person. The concept of sovereignty can therefore be eliminated. In doing so, Kelsen certainly discloses that the state is a coercive apparatus. He merely denies that this coercive apparatus can somehow be or be thought of as independent of law. That is already hypostatization. The law itself, however, is viewed purely positivistically, nothing other than an external coercive order, and therein a specific social technique. It is precisely on this point that Kelsen criticizes the old doctrines of natural law, which would like to dispense with the coercive element as an empirical criterion of law. For them, the order of coercion is not essential. Since the insight into the value of the respective right would be possible for the citizen, coercion could be dispensed with in a better, improved civil society according to their ideas. For legal positivism in its strictest form, however, the order of coercion, the unconditional ought that punishment follows injustice, is the essence of the law, the ultimate determining factor that characterizes a legal system. The content of the law consists exclusively in the fact that a certain human behavior, defined in the law, is to be followed by a coercive act. But the apparatus of coercion, which empirically realizes this ought, cannot detach itself from the legal order, remains immediately identical with it at all times, it cannot become independent. In the face of this abstract ought, everything social dissolves completely, and disappears as a special object altogether. In the pure abstraction from the social lies precisely the insight that is held by the pure doctrine of law. Any content can be law, there is no human behavior that as such, by virtue of its content, would be excluded from becoming the content of a legal norm.
End of quote.
Kelsen goes beyond the doctrine of natural law insofar as he declares what this historical precondition is to be an epistemological a priori. All moral and political contexts in which natural law was once used to argue against an existing order no longer apply. The pure doctrine of law wants to present the law as it is, without legitimizing it as just or disqualifying it as unjust. The pure doctrine of law thus unmistakably points to the specific form of law and rejects all attempts to substantialize it, even rejecting Kant's imperative out of mistrust of doctrines that seek to subordinate democratically legitimized law to other values. In this way, however, he abstracts from that from which Kant's theory of law could still derive the abstract ought, from the exchange of commodities, and refrains all the more from that which at the same time determined the bourgeois revolutionaries, resistance to the misery that springs from the exchange of commodities. This shows how far Neo-Kantianism fell behind Kant by using his formalization, which made dialectical thinking possible in the first place, only to eliminate the contradictions. Any dialectical conception, even in the slightest, is rejected as hypostatization, i.e. any conception that by whatever means and for whatever purpose seeks to perceive a non-identical entity alongside and within law itself, that confronts the state as an entity distinct from law and yet at the same time asserts it as a legal entity, or assumes it to exist as a collective entity that appears as the subject of will and action, independent of and even prior to law. The question of the relationship between law and the state is a pseudo-problem. Quote, where theory sought to determine two different entities and their relationship, in reality there is only one single object. The state, as an order of human behavior, is identical with the very coercive order that is understood as law or legal order.
End of quote.
It is a simple, immediate identity that makes every internal contradiction appear as mysticism. Two different beings must not be one, otherwise everything becomes incomprehensible. What is undeniable here is the decline of thought in the face of a reason that seemed reasonably required to grasp incomprehensibility rather than the incomprehensible itself. As simple as the illusory problem is to see through, so simple is the definition of the state that Kelsen has ready. The state is called the legal order when it has reached a certain degree of centralization.
End of quote.
The state is nothing but a problem of attribution. Quote, the question arises as to why a certain human act, and every act of the state is initially nothing other than a human act, is not attributed to the acting human being himself, but to a subject conceived behind him, as it were.
End quote.
The only possible criterion for this attribution, however, is the law. Whether someone acts as a private person or as an organ of the state is itself a question of law. Quote, the attribution to the state person turns the attributed act into a state act, qualifies the person committing the act as an organ of the state. The legal person of the state thus has the same character as any other legal person. Like the latter, as an expression of unity, it is a legal order, a point of attribution which the mind of the cognizing human being, striving for contemplation, is all too easily inclined to hypostatize, to make real, in order to imagine the state behind the legal order as an entity distinct from it.
End of quote.
The monopoly on the use of force is the effectiveness of the legal order, and nothing else. In it one can completely understand all that which one is accustomed to designate as power of the state, or state as power. The description of absolutist power and primitive accumulation, given in the pure theory of law, looks like this. Quote, the state organ that functions according to the division of labor, as the bearer of the centralized legal function, becomes a state official. This is a legally qualified organ in a certain way. This development, which is linked to the transition from a natural to a monetary economy, presupposes the formation of a state treasury, i.e., a centralized property. From the state, represented by these civil servant organs, emanates in particular that activity which was previously described as immediate state administration, as the direct pursuit of the state's purpose.
End of quote.
Although Kelsen sets himself the task of criticizing all ideology that reinterprets relations into fixed things, function into substance, when he asks himself where this false consciousness comes from, what its necessity consists of, he is left with only psychology. With recourse to Freud, he attempts to dissolve the hypostasizations that make the state appear as substance into its individual psychological elements. The necessity for hypostasis, however, which results from the fact that the synthesis of the whole cannot become conscious, lies outside the horizon of the pure theory of law, which relates to capital as revisionist psychoanalysis relates to sexuality. It wants to analyze away the non-identical. Quote, but if one sees through the identity of state and law, if one understands that law, the positive law that cannot be identified with justice, is precisely the same coercive order as which the state appears to a cognition that does not remain stuck in anthropomorphic images, but penetrates through the veil of personification to the real relationships between people, then it is absolutely impossible to justify the state through law.
End of quote.
However, what Kelsen understands as real relationships is itself only the veil of law, the relationship of things that appears as one of people. And that is why the identity of state and law, which he believes to recognize, becomes for him the justification of both, whatever their real relationship to each other may be. With Hobbes' Leviathan, Carl Schmitt counters the pure doctrine of law, auctoritas, non veritas facit legem. Authority proves that in order to create law, it does not need to be right. The idea of law cannot be realized by itself. For in the decisive situation, it is not a matter of concepts, but of concrete application. Who decides in the case of conflict what the public or state interest, public safety and order, lusalit public etc. consists of? The exceptional case, as the case not described in the applicable legal system, can at most be described as a case of extreme necessity, a threat to the existence of the state or the like, but cannot be described in terms of facts. It cannot be stated with subsumable clarity when an emergency exists, nor can it be enumerated in terms of content what may happen in such a case, namely when the whole is at stake. The sovereign, however, decides both whether the extreme emergency exists and what should be done to remedy it. It stands outside the normally applicable legal order and yet belongs to it, because it is responsible for deciding whether the Constitution can be suspended in toto. It lies, as Schmitt argues, in the tendency of the modern development of the rule of law to eliminate the sovereign precisely in this sense, to make him completely identical with the normally valid legal order itself, so that nothing remains of him outside of it. Quote, but whether the extreme exceptional case can really be eliminated or not is not a legal question.
End quote.
It is precisely here, where the form of society is actually at issue, that Schmitt quite deliberately breaks off the reflection that has touched on dialectical thinking in order to revoke it ideologically. Whether one has the confidence and hope that the state of exception can actually be eliminated depends on philosophical, especially historical philosophical or metaphysical convictions. And as far as these convictions are concerned, Schmitt has long since made up his mind, namely by not wanting to make their social character transparent. Raphael Gross's meticulous account of the development of Hitler's crown jurist makes it clear above all that Carl Schmitt could only become a National Socialist through the Weimar Republic, that he accepted the idea of the nation and the irreversible change in legitimacy from the sovereignty of God to the sovereignty of the people, or from the monarchical to the democratic idea of legitimacy. And only through this did he find his way to Hitler. The democratic initiator of this development appears to be Max Weber, who, as early as the First World War, demanded that the masses be integrated into the state as its co-rulers and, unlike Kelsen, could not simply ignore the state of emergency and the question of sovereignty. The real structure of rule is determined by the answer to the question, what would happen if a constitutionally indispensable compromise, e.g. on the budget, could not be reached, Max Weber. Schmidt then no longer formulated the question so value-free, but rather substantialized it step by step, whereby he was finally able to re-enchant the disenchanted world of real abstraction with the illusory concreteness of the race with German blood and demonic degeneration. At the apex between Weber and Schmidt is Werner Sombart, who had already identified Jewish rationalism, instead of Weber's Protestant ethics, as the originator of the capitalist spirit. However, even Weber's programmatic freedom from value proves to be ambiguous, as it in no way prevents the assumption of a connection between certain types of rationalization and hereditary qualities, which has merely not yet been researched in sufficient detail. At the beginning of the 1920s, Schmidt was still quite unbiased in his view of who was sovereign and left it open. Whether God is sovereign, that is, the one who acts without contradiction as his representative in earthly reality, or the emperor or the sovereign or the people, that is, those who are allowed to identify with the people without contradiction.
End quote.
And yet the transition to the Nazi state is already palpable. The Volksgemeinschaft as sovereign is constituted by the fact that it identifies those who are not allowed to identify with it. If Schmidt regards Kelsen's jurisprudence as the ideology of the legal bureaucrat working under changing political conditions, who under the most diverse forms of rule, with relativistic superiority over the respective political power, seeks to systematically process the positive orders and provisions thrown at him. Conversely, his own political theology is the ideology of the new generation of academics emerging under intensified crisis conditions, an ideology that allows the apparatus to be penetrated by force and the old bureaucracy to be eliminated or pushed back in order to convert the state itself to a war of annihilation. Kelsen is the apologist of the mute compulsion of circumstances, Schmidt the apologist of the unconditional use of force. This is how the much-admired clarity of Schmidt's writings is to be understood. They are clear insofar as they outline the sovereign's next step on the path to asserting political unity by force in the manifest crisis. Conversely, this corresponds to the expiry date of intellectual consistency in Kelsen's pure theory of law. It blurs the threat of violence the greater the crisis becomes. Kelsen constructs a state without crisis, a state that is not based on the possibility of a state of emergency, actually a constitutional state without a state, analogous to the economic constructions of simple commodity production without capital. But as soon as he comes to talk about the juridically incomprehensible foundations of his doctrine of law, about that which must be abstracted from for the sake of purity, he not only has to state that an anti-metaphysical doctrine of the state only has a prospect of general recognition in a period of social equilibrium. He also becomes aware here in an unclean way of the immediate threat to democracy in Germany and Austria, whose constitutional texts he had a decisive influence on, and which consists in the fact that sovereignty cannot de facto be displaced. However, it was impossible for the doctrine of pure law to oppose National Socialism. Since it completely identified the state and law, it must also recognize the fascist state as a legal order about which no judgment could be passed from the standpoint of pure law. According to this doctrine, every state is, and must be, a constitutional state, whatever it determines to be wrong and whatever punishment it executes. Legal rationality turns into this political irrationalism and confirms Pastuchani's criticism that Kelsen's pure, purged of all admixtures of the existing, of the factual, of all psychological and sociological dross, lawfulness of the ought cannot have any rational determinations at all, that for her even the end has become something secondary and indifferent. If the Third Reich can be considered a state, then the Nuremberg laws are also lawful. Therein lies the final, unspoken consequence of the pure doctrine of law. The political theologian makes the reverse conclusion. He does not deny the possibility of a complete disjunction between sociology and jurisprudence, but attacks the law itself by questioning abstraction. With his concept of the state of exception, he aims at that which necessarily escapes the pure theory of law as a completely rationalized theory, that which is not identical with the laws, and sees precisely therein the Archimedean point to establish the identity of the whole, thus ultimately concludes from the recognition of the non-identical, which he has ahead of the pure theory of law, to the establishment of total identity. Raphael Gross comes to the conclusion that Schmidt's German jurisprudence has failed, since a science of law cannot be justified as particular. Every legal science must therefore be positivist and abstract in one way or another.
End quote.
In his eyes, the exception not only refers to the context of the whole, it becomes an instrument to seize it. Quote, "The exception is that which cannot be subsumed, It eludes general definition, but at the same time it reveals a specifically juridical formal element, decision, in absolute purity. In its absolute form, the exceptional case has occurred when the situation must first be created in which legal propositions can apply. Every general norm requires a normal configuration of the living conditions to which it is to apply as a matter of fact and which it subjects to its normative regulation. The norm requires a homogeneous medium. A normal situation must be created, and the sovereign is the one who definitively decides whether this normal situation really exists. All law is situational law. The sovereign creates and guarantees the situation as a whole in its totality. He has the monopoly of this final decision. Therein lies the essence of state sovereignty, which is therefore rightly to be defined in legal terms not as a monopoly on coercion and rule, but as a monopoly on decision-making.
End of quote.
Schmitt, for his part, abstracts and thus betrays what is understood by exception to the state. However, he does not abstract in favor of the law for the sake of the law, as he accuses Kant and Kelsen of doing, but in favor of the decision for the sake of the decision. Reduction of the state to the moment of decision, consequent on a pure, non-rationalizing and non-discussing, non-justifying, absolute decision created out of nothing.
End of quote.
He opposes the concept of law, as the legal concept of the pure doctrine of law, which excludes the exception and displaces sovereignty, with his concept of law as a political theological one. Law as the form that enforces the state of exception, the Führer protects the law. Taken at its word, Schmitt's decision turns out to be an abstraction sans phrase, like only Heidegger's being, the creation of total identity as a decision for nothingness, for death. And thus it becomes recognizable as the innermost core of political violence. Karl Loeth became aware of the consequences of this existential politics very early on. Quote, if, like Schmitt, one abstracts from every central subject area in order to define the political through the concept of a sovereign decision, the only logical thing that remains as the wherefore of the decision is the war that transcends every subject area and calls it into question, i.e. the readiness for nothingness, which is death, understood as the sacrifice of life to a state whose own presupposition is already the decisive political. Schmitt's decision for the political is not, like a religious, metaphysical, moral, or even spiritual decision, a decision for a specific and decisive subject area, but nothing other than a decision for decisiveness, no matter for what, because this in turn is already the specific essence of the political. This formal decision, however, negates precisely what makes it a concrete and free one, because it involves deciding for something specific and being bound forever by what one decides once. Only the willingness to die and to kill, but not any order of communal life as it lies in the original sense of the polis, becomes the supreme instance for Schmitt's concept of the essence of politics.
End quote.
This decision in favor of the political had long been on the agenda in Germany. Just a few years after the publication of Political Theology, Hitler wrote in Mein Kampf, if a folkdom is led towards destruction by the means of governmental power, then the rebellion of every member of such a people is not only a right but a duty. But the question of when such a case exists is not decided by theoretical treatises, but by force and success.
End of quote.
Before Hitler himself came to power, emergency decrees and special powers on the basis of the Weimar Constitution had already ushered in a state of emergency. It was Schmitt who justified Hindenburg's regime at the constitutional level with the argument that the president had acted as guardian of the Constitution. The decree of the Reich President for the protection of the people and the state of February 28, 1933, and the Act to remedy the distress of the people and the Reich, the so-called Enabling Act, of March 23 of the same year, were ultimately sufficient to establish a permanent state of emergency without formally repealing the Weimar Constitution. On this basis, a few guidelines in the Deutsche Juristensitzung were then sufficient on a case-by-case basis to regard acts such as assault, deprivation of liberty and murder as determined by the national purpose, and therefore exempt them from suspicion of being a criminal offense. Quote, for our ancestors, the internal enemy was subject to the Eight and became dishonorable, lawless and peaceless, outlawed. Any people's comrade could openly slay him. The complete eradication of the inner enemy is part of the restoration of German honor. The criminal judge can participate in this through a generous interpretation of the penal code.
End of quote.
On the other hand, there was no hesitation in citing the rule of law when things seemed to be getting out of hand, as in the case of the anti-Semitic pogroms of the Viennese population in March 1938, when the unity of the state in the extermination effort was not maintained. Then, for example, the Völkischer Beobachter stated, because everyone should remember, Germany is a constitutional state. This means that nothing happens in our empire without a legal basis. Pogroms are not organized.
Völkischer Beobachter, 16.
4. 1938. except those organized or merely tolerated by the state itself. In this constitutional state, however, individual fundamental rights had been suspended until further notice since 1933, and the initially temporary detachment of state power from the parliamentary legislative process could be extended at will. The decree and the enabling act remained in force until the end of the Third Reich. Their success proved them right. However, National Socialist Germany could only appear to be a constitutional state if either, as with Kelsen and the bourgeois democratic ideologues, all sovereignty could be dissolved in law, or, as with Schmidt and the National Socialists, all law could be dissolved in the sovereign. Quote, all political power of the German people is united in the Führer, it rests in his hands. Consequently, all law emanates from him. The Völkisch leader is characterized by his commitment to the Völkisch law of life, to which he gives form and character in laws, ordinances, etc. He is part of the community and not outside of it. It is this immediate preservation of the law that appears to all minds still stuck in 19th century thinking as a very special monstrosity. For them, law can only be what is written in the law, and they call law what Parliament, as the so-called representation of the people, has duly decided. Above all, however, it seems inconceivable to them that even the supreme judicial sovereignty of the Völkisch community is embodied in the Führer. After all, they had established their bourgeois constitutional state precisely under the palladium of the separation of powers and saw in an independence of the judge, directed against the state, one of the essential guarantees of their individualistically understood freedom. History alone has finally decided for us Germans against those liberalist principles that destroy the people. Today we know that the Führer protects the law, and that he himself intervenes with immediate execution when the need arises, for the fate of the whole nation rests on his shoulders. Hans Frank, 1936, in the Journal of the Academy of German Law. Carl Schmitt also explicitly referred to the Reichsrechtsführer, from whom this quote originates, in order to take the final step in his doctrine of the sovereign. Quote, if, therefore, the problematic word Rechtsstaat is also to be adopted for the National Socialist state and overcome by it, then it seems to me that the best and least misunderstandable rewording lies in the formula created by Dr. Hans Frank in his lecture of March 20, 1934, Deutsches Recht 1934, page 120, Adolf Hitler's German constitutional state.
End quote.
The law is identical with the will of the Führer protects the law which he himself creates, the Führer protects the law from the worst abuses when, in the moment of danger, he creates immediate law by virtue of his leadership as supreme ruler.
End of quote.
The emphasis in National Socialism is on the word immediate. After all, the act of leadership is not the action of a Republican dictator who, in a legal vacuum while the law closes its eyes for a moment, creates fait accompli so that then, on the ground of the new facts thus created, the fictions of seamless legality can take hold again. The leader's judgeship springs from the same source of law from which all law of every nation springs. The highest right proves itself in the greatest need, and the highest degree of judicially avenging realization of this right appears. All law derives from the people's right to life. Every state law, every judicial judgment contains only as much right as flows to it from this source.
End of quote.
Karl Kraus already knew in the summer of 1933 what was to be thought of the law under the conditions of such people obsession. Because of a certain uncertainty, which is to make itself felt in the German administration of justice, in that it still exists as a legal principle that the interest of the nation overrides it, it would be difficult to come up against the objection, which is also effective in cases of international law, that a treaty is a scrap of paper.
End quote.
Only when the contrast between sovereignty and law is established does the difference emerge between the state of destruction and the state of utilization, between the German Führer state or Germanic democracy and Western democracy or dictatorship. Franz Neumann, who had taken Carl Schmitt's theory as his starting point and had really advanced in his critique of the dialectic of sovereignty and law, refused to abandon the idea of contradiction by pointing to the resounding global success of state capitalism. Quote, if, like Carl Schmitt for example, one sees in the generality of the law only a means of satisfying the needs of free competition, then the conclusion naturally suggests itself that with the elimination of free competition and its replacement by organized state capitalism, the general law, the independence of judges and the distinction of powers must also disappear, and that the true law is either the Führer's command or the general clause.
End quote.
In contrast, Neumann refers to Hegel and even speaks of an ethical function of the general law that should be preserved. Equality before the law is certainly formal, i.e. negative. But it was precisely Hegel who most clearly recognized the inadequacy of the merely formal negative definition of the concept of freedom, who warned against throwing away this definition.
End quote.
Conversely, Carl Schmitt warned at the same time, Hegel's philosophy already contained the germs of a revolution in the sense of Western development that were developed in later left-wing Hegelianism.
End quote.
The recorded contradiction is not least the condition for the possibility of seeing through the sovereignty and rule of law of the Third Reich. Quote, if law and the will of the Führer are identical, if the Führer himself can have political opponents killed without any judicial process and this act is celebrated as the highest realization of law, then, however, one can no longer speak of a specific character of law. The law is now a technical means of enforcing certain political goals, it is merely the command of the sovereign. In this respect, the legal theory of the authoritarian state is decisionism. The law is merely an arcanum dominationis, a means of stabilizing power.
End quote.
This opposite of law, thus the essence of National Socialism as lawless tyranny, Michael Guttenbrunner, only becomes transparent when law itself is understood in its logical consequence, in its independence and relative autonomy, and remains present as a contradiction to sovereignty. Quote, the Hitler era is often called a time without mercy, and only because it is wrong and because it is a pleasure to repeat the wrong. It is not that it was without mercy, but its lawlessness. That power despised the law and that no one should dare to uphold the law or practice humanity with impunity. It was the time of human abusers and butchers. It was the time of those who despised the law, as the Reich government committed murder on a large scale. Beyond that, however, there was still clemency, which was granted to many people as a legal substitute for lawless tyranny, whose justification would not have caused the slightest stir. Moreover, there was another, higher mercy in the Hitler era, and it is typical of ours that it knows nothing of it. Its evidence outshines everything. Through the night of our sins shine the words and deeds of those who defied violence and fell in resistance. They have feared shame more than death. It is incomparable under what conditions they were encouraged and empowered for something that the executioner's rule punished with death by torture.
End of quote.
This is the merit of Franz Neumann's 1937 study on the functional change of the law in the law of civil society, which was based on an extensive work on bourgeois legal theories, Neumann 1980, and on this basis was able to analyze the legal concepts of fascism and National Socialism more precisely than all other contemporary studies. Quote, the basic legal concepts of positivism certainly had concealing functions. The concept of the legal person is undoubtedly a social character mask. But this mask only conceals, it does not make its wearer disappear, it still gives him a hint. The proprietor need not disappear from theory even in the period of competition, since as an individual he exercised no great economic and social power, for it was not the individual, but only the sum of individuals, the system, that exercised dominion over men. However, if political power is so strongly concentrated, as is the case in the authoritarian state, it is advisable to eliminate the concept of the state person and that of sovereignty and to replace these concepts with the community led by the leader. The state is now called Gestalt. It is described as the political figure of the German people.
End of quote.
Assuming that law is not only voluntas but also ratio, the law of the authoritarian state must be denied the character of law. Law as a phenomenon distinct from the political command of the sovereign is only conceivable if law manifests itself in general law.
End quote.
In a society that cannot renounce violence in principle, true universality is impossible. But the limited formal and negative generality of the law guarantees a minimum of freedom, which is secured in the form of law, if it is preserved. Otto Kirchheimer, who was even closer to Schmitt, also came to this conclusion. While Neumann had to leave the reformism of the social democratic center behind him, Kirchheimer had belonged to the left wing of social democracy in the Weimar Republic and at the same time wrote his doctoral thesis on the state theory of socialism and Bolshevism under Schmitt. His starting point was a state socialist interpretation of political theology, which was very similar to Pastuchany's view of sovereignty as a class power. Through his experiences since 1933, which Kirchheimer shared with Neumann as a leftist and Jew, he recognized legality in its function as a weapon to protect the individual, at the moment when he himself lost this weapon. The subjection of both the individual and the state to the same rules of the game, with their striving for equality of the contending parties suddenly appeared to him as one of the happiest and hardly accidental consequences of the liberal emphasis on general concepts. But if this emphasis no longer takes place, the submission of the state to the law proves to be a fiction whose usefulness is simply a question of time. Under the veil of community ideology, the system of the generality of the law, which is equally applicable to all cases, collapses. With it falls the useful fiction of a government that is bound by law to the same rules as the individual who defends himself against its orders.
End quote.
A different kind of rationality is thus imposed, technical rationality. It no longer implies that there are generally applicable norms whose consequences could be calculated by those affected. In this context, it merely means that the entire apparatus of law and law enforcement is exclusively at the service of those in power.
End of quote.
But who are these rulers, and from what do they derive their power? Newman and Kirchheimer derived the authoritarian state, the abolition of law, in turn from certain economic structures, from the implementation of monopoly capitalism and the replacement of free competition. They understand the change to a certain extent as a purely historical development, as a continuous monopolization of capitalism, as it were, and do not see it in the context of the internal contradictions of the commodity form itself, which would still have to be unfolded, not as a discontinuous dynamic of the crisis, in which the unity of contradictions violently asserts itself. For Newman, the law and the rights of freedom related to it come into conflict with the needs of the monopoly economy, because monopoly capitalism is the way it is. In contrast to the capitalism of free competition, it requires that the general law and the contract be replaced by individual measures of the sovereign, even if private property in the means of production remains untouched as the unifying legal figure of the entire bourgeois epoch, because this corresponds to a certain extent to its corporate structure, in which immense power of command is concentrated in a few. Instead of the contract, according to Kirchheimer, the administrative command has now become the alter ego of property. Equality of rights and freedom of contract mean guaranteeing protection for everyone who had acquired a legal claim to property. The new system of administered property relations, after the elimination of generally binding legal norms and uniform procedures, has shifted the decision on the legal validity of property titles to the group dominated by the monopoly.
End quote.
The legal system is only rational for those in power, which is why Kirchheimer speaks of technical rationality, which has taken the place of law. He assumes that the top and the base are to be strictly separated, but when he speaks of the shortest connecting paths from the top to the base, which are created by this technical rationality, he actually questions whether this separation can be maintained for National Socialism, whether it is even possible to speak of rationality in the case of the rulers, of rulers in the case of such rationality. However, such contradictions of the authoritarian state are dissolved in the concept of monopoly capitalism. This is why Kirchheimer does not ask himself what this community ideology means, under whose veil the system of generally applicable law collapses. This is why Newman does not pursue his own reference, which was aimed at the community led by the Führer and the Nazi state as the political figure of the German people. Community is left aside as a Nazi propaganda phrase in order to develop non-contradictory legal theoretical concepts that can just as easily be related to American Keynesianism. Institutionalism, which is the legal theory of the monopoly economy, makes the mask disappear from legal theory, but with it its bearer, the owner. One no longer speaks of the owner, but of the institution. One no longer speaks of the legal person, but of the company, the entrepreneur. The state person disappears. In the theory of constitutional positivism, the concept of the state person concealed the fact that a social group actually exercised the sovereignty attributed to this state person.
End quote.
In this respect, Newman's essay still bears traces of the view of state capitalism that he is fighting against, according to which an overcoming of the capitalist crisis could basically be realized peacefully. Although he always conceives of the state in the awareness that sovereignty and law are not identical, he derives its development from an economic basis whose concept does not allow the contradictions to unfold. Thus it also remains outside his considerations that the excellent possibility of enforcing unity in the crisis is the abolition of contradictions in all-sided annihilation, and that the Nazi state is nothing other than its concrete preparation and implementation. The particular realization that the Nazi state made it possible for individual companies in individual sectors to make monopoly profits therefore conceals its general essence, its evil. In the major study on the Nazi state with the eloquent title Behemoth, begun shortly afterwards, Newman already goes beyond the limitations of his 1937 essay, and yet confirms its most important results. He states that in Germany there is no realm of law and order, although thousands of predictable technical rules exist. He even questions whether it is even possible to speak of a state in the Third Reich, insofar as a state is conceptually defined by the unity of the political power exercised by it. It is difficult to describe the various groups that negotiated with each other and exercised power in the Third Reich. Newman specifically refers to four: monopoly capital, the bureaucracy, the party and the Wehrmacht as a state. The unification of these groups was not institutionalized, but merely carried out personally. Neither a general law nor a rational bureaucracy are necessary for integration. Compromises between the four authoritarian bodies need neither be laid down in a legal text nor institutionalized, like the gentlemen's agreements between monopoly industries. It is quite sufficient for the leadership of the four wings to agree informally on a certain policy. Then the four totalitarian organizations implement this policy with the apparatuses at their disposal. There is no need for a state above all groups. The Nazi state was not a state. Rather, it was a gang whose leaders were constantly forced to make up after disputes. None of the institutions possesses power per se, Each is only powerful to the extent that it is in harmony with a large number of other institutions. This also allows the leader to play off one group against another.
End quote.
Following on from Newman's analysis, Martin Brossett has seemingly only expanded on these constellations: the radicalization of politics in terms of content and the progressive dissolution of the unified, public and rule-based form of government went hand in hand and were mutually dependent. The polycracy of departments and forms of Führer absolutism are an expression of an increasing dissolution of the state character of the regime, progressive disintegration into ever new centers of action, each tending to absorb neighboring competences and become independent according to the law of movement of the Führer principle. In view of the abundance of conflicting forces, the Führer's will was ultimately unable to do anything other than give impulses in this or that direction, incoherently and abruptly from case to case, but was unable to overlook and keep in check the new organizations, competencies and ambitions that developed from them. However, if Brossett questions the fact that the Nazi state was a state, then obviously, and in contrast to Newman with the interest of absolving the acting persons, be it the leaders or the led of guilt, they all cannot help but murder the Jews. When the state is in question, a German professor is happy to abandon any moral criterion. Cf. also the epilogue by Gert Schaefer in Newman's Behemoth, page 682 ff. As far as Newman can recognize in this extreme formlessness not a weakness but a strength of the system, it also becomes apparent that the whole system necessarily conditions the incessant aggressive expansion. One of the headings of the appendix to Behemoth, added in 1944, reads, "The totalitarian state at war." It makes it clear that the totalitarian state, which according to his own analysis of National Socialism does not exist, can only exist in war. Through the extreme formlessness in the political sphere, Newman now also perceives more of the crisis-ridden moments in the economic sphere. In the dispute with the theory of state capitalism, he energetically recurs to inescapable economic necessities or constraints, which in no way permit the primacy of politics and an ultimately stabilizing division of the world into state capitalist empires that are sealed off from one another. In Germany, however, the contradictions of capitalism are becoming effective at a higher and therefore more dangerous level. Alfred Sohnriethel's analyses, written around the same time, can make this crisis context, which Newman only hints at, more transparent. Fascism, at least German fascism, is broken capitalism, the very form of capitalism's break. It originates in the weakest links of world capitalism and, within them, emanates from the most serious faults, from the large-scale industries that have developed beyond the limits of their productive capacity and have been pushed to the brink of bankruptcy. It sets capitalist production in motion according to the logic of its errors, its negation, by detaching capitalist profit formation from the conditions of economic value creation and from the law of equilibrium.
End of quote.
Sohnriethel speaks of the regime of deficit capitalism that began in Germany on January 30, 1933. State orders are used to stage a business cycle, in which the bankrupt groups of big business shift their deficit onto the state.
End quote.
Through the switch to armament and the orientation towards war, the German economic process as a whole now runs in a spiral of private profit formation through state and national economic loss formation. The entire creation of value and profit in the armament sector is therefore tantamount to a fictitious bill of exchange based on the profit of the future war. Sohnriethel sees the same process in principle in the USA under the New Deal regime. But the danger of war, which has a synchronizing effect across the Atlantic and replaces the unity of the world market, as it were, emanates from Germany. Sohnriethel can no more explain why it emanates from this single one of the weakest links in the chain of world capitalism and from here drives the successful synchronization of crisis processes throughout the world than Newman can answer the question of which forces hold National Socialist society together. Both think of the solution to the crisis from the outset as a strategy aimed at suppressing the working class, and not as the successful integration of this class into the solution to the crisis. Both recognize that the Nazi state abolishes the position of the individual wage laborer as an independent center of circulation marks, eliminates the formally free disposal of labor power and regards and employs wage laborers as a single social labor power by virtue of coercive state regulations, but they only understand it as a new form of enslavement of the proletariat. They cannot grasp how the former centers of economic circulation find themselves in the center of political power as a subject and, in identifying with it, are prepared to act of their own accord as a single social labor power, i.e. a destructive power. In a word, they do not know what Volksgemeinschaft is. Only in a remark in the second edition does Newman gain clarity about what it means to replace the concept of the state person and that of sovereignty with the community led by the Führer, and to realize the state as the political form of the German people. In 1942, he wrote that anti-Semitism had not been able to gain a firm foothold in the German population even before National Socialism, and that some observers of events in National Socialist Germany were now of the opinion that a stage had already been reached, since the cult of the Führer and the community are generally regarded as what they really are: garbage. The additions in the 1944 edition suddenly reveal something else. Quote, "The persecution of the Jews practiced by ever broader strata of the German people on the orders of the Nazis implicates these strata in a collective guilt. Participation in a crime as monstrous as the extermination of the Eastern Jews makes the German Wehrmacht, the German civil service and broad masses accomplices and helpers of this crime, and therefore makes it impossible for them to leave the Nazi boat."
End quote.
The success that Hitler regarded as the decisive criterion of right, and that proved the National Socialists' right, is unthinkable without the substantialization of the sovereign in the Völkisch, which in turn means nothing other than orientation towards the annihilation of the opposite race. However, annihilation remains hidden as long as the authoritarian state is economically derived from monopoly capitalism, a mere strategy for exploiting the working class. Hitler repeatedly emphasized that the state should not be an end in itself, but only the means to promote the people and the race. This intention must be taken seriously. The title of the decree for the protection of the people and the state, and the enabling act to remedy the distress of the people and the Reich, are an immediate expression of this. From the point of view of distress, the state can only be thought of as a people. The crisis makes it necessary to address the state in a form that does not coincide with the real state. It makes it necessary to regard the state as a mere means to a higher end. The end is annihilation, but the Germans call it the people. In contrast, the formal categories of political theology conceived before 1933 preserved the appearance of political neutrality. Concepts such as divisionism, which Franz Neumann also adopts, could be applied to Hitler as well as to Lenin, Ebert, or Hindenburg. Cf. his remark in the second edition of the Concept of the Political from 1932. The question is how long the spirit of Hegel really resided in Berlin. In any case, the school of thought that had become authoritative since 1840 preferred to have a conservative philosophy of state delivered to it, namely by F. J. Stahl, while Hegel wandered via Marx to Lenin and to Moscow. There his dialectical method proved its concrete power in a new concrete concept of the enemy, that of the class enemy, and transformed both itself and everything else, legality and illegality, the state, even the compromise with the enemy, into a weapon of this struggle. In Lukács, History and Class Consciousness 1923, Lenin 1924, this actuality of Hegel is most vivid.
End of quote.
Of the critique of political economy, Schmidt only takes note of the class theory, of the dialectical method only its abortion in the state. They were both unambiguous and ambiguous at the same time, and in this they were intrinsically related to the ontological imperative, from Heidegger's Being and Time and Ernst Junger's mobilization that aestheticized politics. The critical term comes from Dolf Sternberger's dissertation on Heidegger. It was submitted in 1932 and reviewed by Adorno and Horkheimer. The dissertation showed that in Heidegger, the ontic annihilation of the existent is transfigured into the ontological meaning of existence. The ambiguity in the use of ontological and ontic meaning is only mastered by Heidegger in that he demands the ontically actual, existential behavior towards death of Descienden, ontologically. Sternberger calls this rescue of the ontological character of death in the postulate an ontological imperative. But as clearly as existential ontology expresses itself in being toward death and its aestheticization in the sentence, the deepest happiness of man consists in the fact that he is sacrificed. Ernst Junger, existential politics does not deny its substantive meaning. On the one hand, it corresponds to the essence of every state in general, just as it knows how to indicate the particular prospects of the German state on the other. What is laconically formulated here as the concept of the political is the substrate of Mein Kampf and yet also goes beyond its contemporary racial jargon. If Hitler defined the Aryan from the outset enthusiastically by the noblest form of the instinct of self-preservation, because he willingly subordinates his own ego to the life of the whole and if the hour demands it, also makes a sacrifice. Schmidt simply stated matter-of-factly, political unity must, if necessary, demand the sacrifice of life.
End quote.
Even in the new edition of the Concept of the Political from 1933, however, the laconicism of the formal is abandoned and the meaning of the content is clear. Schmidt alludes to Spinoza as the foreigner and the other. If ideology means not only false consciousness, but necessarily false consciousness, then necessary in this context means, from the point of view of totality. Seeing and thinking something wrongly does not have to have anything compelling in a certain context. It can be simple deficiencies in perception that lead to this and can be remedied without further ado. The necessity to see and think something wrongly, which is mentioned in the concept of ideology, lies in the context of the whole, a deficiency that cannot simply be remedied by an individual. Criticizing false consciousness therefore means making its necessity visible. It includes questioning the coherence of the whole, making the possibility of its dissolution or its overthrow a condition of truth. But it also means that necessity is never valid in the context of the individual, otherwise how would it be possible to see through it? National ideology establishes the identity of identity and non-identity at the level of the citizen. Every nationally thinking and feeling citizen knows, of course, that he possesses very specific characteristics that distinguish him from other members of his nation, but this peculiarity appears to him only as a moment in which identity can either manifest itself, as in the liberal democratic case, or which he must first overcome, as in the authoritarian fascist case, in order to realize the actual identity. In the satire of his Sisyphus or the Limits of Education from 1925, Siegfried Bernfeld has an imaginary minister of education appear who is wrongly named Machiavel. He wants a state in which exploitation appears as a voluntary sacrifice of love. They should provide surplus value, but they should do it gladly, out of an inner compulsion to love, just as the believer sacrifices to his God. This fascist Machiavel then appeals for the child to learn to conceive of the state and the people as an extended family, which, although fundamentally wrong and only very partially true even for our state, is the most favorable psychological atmosphere for its existence, the surest means of protection insofar as psychological matters are involved here, against any decisive social revolution.
End quote.
Nation is really the permanent effort to grasp the state in the categories of the family, while in truth the family can only be grasped in the categories of the state. Nation therefore means claiming immediacy where in truth everything is mediated. The Latin word natio means to be born. National ideology turns the formal compulsion to belong to a state under penalty of extinction into content, an organic relationship, a procreative and birthing context. It makes the abstract appear concrete, the anonymous personal. Whatever may appear in the national consciousness is subject to this metamorphosis. The political leader becomes a father figure, an unknown citizen becomes a brother. The mediated unity of population, state and location becomes an immediate, narcissistic unity with a mother. Places never visited become home. The national television program becomes the living room. Nation means identifying with the state, empathizing with it. Empathy for an apparatus. It became necessary to the same extent that the state, for its part, had to renounce immediate forms of rule in order to enforce the equality of its citizens, i.e., the identity of law. The nation ensures that which is not identical with the law, everything from which the equality of the owners of commodities abstracts, is brought anew into the form of identity. The incomparable can be fantasized as the same, precisely as a characteristic of all members of a nation, as it is to be preserved through the change of generations as the same, which one therefore believes one can invoke with good reason. The more comprehensively the individual sees himself confronted with his own superfluousness through the capital relationship, the more decidedly the feeling of not being superfluous, as the family initially conveys to the individual, becomes a national matter. In the nation, the subject finds itself. It can racially differentiate itself from those who appear inferior and natural to it in order to imagine that it is at the height of value, and liberate itself anti-Semitically as soon as it has to recognize the signs of inferiority and naturalness in itself in the face of the value that is actually asserting itself. It simply says to itself, I am of a different birth than that foreign race whose specimens do not work enough, than those Jews who only think of money. In this way, the ideological core of the family, consanguinity, proves to be the vanishing point of the nation. The mute compulsion that eliminates the personal domination of bondage returns, transformed, as an eloquent feeling of belonging to an impersonal entity that can no longer be perceived as a relationship of domination. For in the collective self-consciousness of the nation, individuals feel the opposite of what they are. They feel free. Free from all personal dependence, belonging only to an impersonal substance, which presents itself to some as spirit or culture, to others as heredity or religion. However, the family is more than a false metaphor for the constitution of the nation. It is the individual historical starting point of empathy and identification. Without its mediation, no national consciousness is able to reproduce itself. A critique of the nation can therefore not take place on the same level as that of capital, or it comes to nothing. It remains a critique of the state that cannot explain why and in what way states, unlike capitals, differ from one another. The genesis of subjectivity in the intimate context of the family is just as central to it as the abolition of this subjectivity in the automatic subject of capital. What would be absurd in its critique? A constellation in which the individual is to be given as much weight as the general. The use value of a thing that circulates as much as the exchange value of the capital that moves it forms the precondition here for speaking of nation and not of the state alone. In contrast to the anonymous commodity fetish, which must be taken into account unconsciously and impersonally by the individuals as simple commodity subjects, the fetishism of the nation cannot be abstracted from the specific origin of the false consciousness, a concrete family and a concrete state with its history present in various forms. Its critique always includes an immediate moral moment, and in the question of personal inheritance of property it seems as if this moment even has a special, so to speak, very personal economic basis. Although the law of inheritance is based on the necessity of accumulation and is intended to guarantee its continuation, strictly speaking it is, as Gunther Jacob says, rather one of the riddles of the gift, for every inheritance establishes a personal relationship of guilt, recognition, gratitude, and obligation. The law of the family overrides the laws of business. Its logic is that of the gift and not of the exchange of equivalents or of credit. That is why more is handed down in this exchange than money and land. One must prove oneself worthy of the inheritance, one must cherish it. The inheritance can also be encumbered with a mortgage and become a burden. If it is nevertheless accepted, it may have to be symbolically cleansed of this burden.
End of quote.
As important as this insight into the political economy of the family is, the cohesion of the nation always goes beyond this and raises the question of why one person who inherits nothing at all can become a subject who thinks and acts just as nationally as another who has a fortune to thank his parents for. When Hegel says Volk, it always contains the admission of failure, and the attempt to suppress it. Adorno was the first to recognize this in his critique of Hegel. It was still ignored by Marx, although we have him to thank for the insight from which Adorno starts, that the metaphysics of the reconciliation of the general and the particular as a philosophy of law and history failed. The false mediation that Hegel needed to undo this failure, however, is the category of the people's spirit. The philosophy of law does not end with the substantial unity of state and citizens, in which freedom comes to its highest right. It needs the people to enforce this unity. It itself becomes the substance of unity. The people as state is the spirit in its substantial reasonableness and immediate reality, therefore the absolute power on earth.
End quote.
Individuals, it says elsewhere, have to form themselves to this substantial being of their people, to make themselves conform to it. In the case of nationality, Hegel places the emphasis on descent and birth, and how could it be otherwise? The idolatry of the Volksgeist is accompanied by a clear preference for the German. Only the Germanic nation has the feeling of natural totality in itself. Even in view of the Kantian generality of his period, the foreseeable humanity, Hegel's doctrine of the Volksgeist was reactionary, cultivating what was already seen as particular. Without hesitation, he participated with the emphatic category of the Volksgeist in the same nationalism whose funeste he dignified in the fraternal agitators. The necessity of invoking the people and the spirit of the people, however, knows nothing of its interconnection with the state of exception in Hegel's work. The idealist philosopher suppressed it as best he could at the time, and he did it even better than in Kelson's time. In contrast to Kant, for whom emergency law was no longer law at all, Hegel, however, accepts at least in one place the possibility that the bad state can become necessary. Surprising link to Fichte's fundamentally repressive philosophy of the state. Quote, but in a state of necessity, whether internal or external, it is sovereignty, in whose simple concept the organism existing there in its peculiarities merges, and to which the salvation of the state is entrusted with the sacrifice of that which is otherwise justified, where then that idealism comes to its peculiar reality.
End of quote.
As isolated as this passage may appear within the philosophy of law, and even more so within Hegel's philosophical work as a whole, it also proves to be its jumping-off point, if we only take into account that Hegel sees the truly absolute ultimate end of the state in sovereignty. And here the circle closes. With the question of sovereignty, Hegel returns to the presupposed and presuppositionless free will by revealing that this sovereignty cannot be justified in any other way. It is the abstract, insofar groundless self-determination of the will, in which the ultimate of the decision lies. The whole effort of rationality finally admits defeat and confesses to irrationality. The state cannot be justified at all, it can only be proven from bourgeois society. But since it itself presupposes the state remains groundless. It therefore requires the nation and the people. However, the state did not always need the nation to the same extent. We can only speak of its necessity insofar as it itself, in all its functions, already results from the constraints of the valorization of value, insofar as it is no longer an arbitrary subject on the basis of immediate rule, but an arbitrary extension of the involuntary, automatic subject, which everywhere smashes the traditional ties of that rule, clan structures, village communities, guilds, etc., in order to establish the unity and equality of citizens and commodity owners. Only the state, which exists solely to guarantee exploitation and to which all its former functions merge, only this state constitutes the necessity of the false consciousness of the nation. Its task is to create identity in people's minds, to make individuals in such a way that they can recognize each other as equals. But they can only recognize each other as equals if they distinguish themselves from unequals. what even Kant himself attributed to human nature as unsociable sociability. Lessing, who thought more consequent on this point, saw as the actual disaster that bourgeois society causes, completely contrary to its intention. It cannot unite people without separating them. And this means first and foremost that bourgeois society divides and separates people into different peoples and religions. Yet the intention of bourgeois society is equality. Its implementation as the relationship of all commodity owners to one another constantly produces the false consciousness of human inequality anew, a secondary inequality, which in turn can only be conceived in the form of equality, because according to it, man is not unequal in himself, but always unequal only as a member of a certain nation, a people, a race. The nation is really the bad absolute brought into finite form. Even the most ardent nationalists do not dream of the day when all members of the human race will belong to their nation, unlike Christians in times past who could dream of an entirely Christian planet. The state defines the borders. Where one nation begins, the other ends, whereby minor and major border shifts are possible at any time. Religion can be regarded as a preliminary form of such identity formation. It does not literally exclude the non-identical, but stigmatizes it in the name of something absolutely identical that exists outside, in the name of God. The role of the Jews in the Christian worldview is characteristic of this. The modern state, however, is the realization or secularization of this absolute identity in the nation. It is, as Hegel says, the divine idea as it exists on earth. However, secularization never succeeds completely, which is why virtually no national ideology can actually dispense with religious content. However, a nation only arises when the population of a certain region understands and feels itself as one people, as a unity, without having to make immediate reference to the existing authorities, to belonging to a certain state, i.e., when this state itself is hidden in the national consciousness, internalized in it. We must therefore assume a double existence of the state, which is made possible by the nation, an inner and an outer existence, one perceived as immortal and one as mortal. It is precisely for this dual existence that religion forms the irrevocable precondition. As a kind of imaginary state, it creates the awareness that the existing authority cannot be the true connection of the people with the whole. This inner space created by religion is ultimately annexed by the national consciousness, which claims to be that very true connection. The equalization of citizens, which requires us to disregard all differences, needs a counterweight within the citizens. Equality must be concrete, it must be possible to comprehend it as something concrete, or it remains what it is in consciousness, something imposed from outside, something poorly abstract. Thus the socially concrete aspect of immediate rule, which was abstracted from in the course of the development of the modern state, reappears as pseudo-concrete, as national content, and is unrecognizable. When the peasants are driven from their land and made outlaws as laborers, they develop the consciousness that they have grown together with the land and are there to shed their own blood for this land from which they have been driven. The contemporaries of absolutism often saw the state as a perfect machine, where all the wheels and gears fit together perfectly and the ruler is merely the foreman, the first mainspring or the soul that sets everything in motion. In this comparison, however, the subjects inevitably had to perceive themselves as the miserable workers who were completely subject to the laws of the mechanical division of labor and had forfeited all autonomy and individuality. In this state of consciousness, there are only two possibilities: either individual self-recognition, if the state is a machine, then it must stop, or national self-determination, the state is not really a machine, it is only forced by the absolutist tyrant to function like a machine. In reality, however, it is a single large body with different, organically grown functions. It is the people. In Prussia, as is well known, the absolutist sovereign acted in a particularly mechanical manner, which has to do with the country's special situation on the frontier of Western civilization. On the one hand, a striking economic underdevelopment compared to the West, and on the other, the need to counter the military pressure emanating from the more developed states. The way in which Frederick the Great treated his subjects left nothing to be desired in terms of clarity. No sense of national unity and organic solidarity with the people, but everything according to the standards of a machine in which the individuals are burned to death. Damned fellows, do you want to live forever? He, a true master craftsman of the state, is said to have shouted to his soldiers in battle. But the fact that they want to live forever and therefore go to their deaths for their fatherland soon became the program of the nation, which formed under the protection of absolutist power and gained its strength from its internal and external conflicts. The revolution welcomed it as an opportunity to replace the state of the nobility and the clergy with that of the people and the race, and it knew no higher goal than to sacrifice the individual for it. The whole people must be raised from a state of oppression by the nobility to nobility, said Occam von Arnim. The only question is from which lower birth this nobility should then distinguish itself in order to still understand itself as nobility. Strangely enough, the end of the old empires is called imperialism, a historical period that began at the end of the 19th century and presents itself as a race for power, for domination over foreign continents, or in economic terms, the export of capital. Only more reflective forms of imperialism theories, such as Rosa Luxemburg's, recognize the dynamics of global crises behind the phenomena of the late colonialism of the old empires and the permanent armament of the industrial nations. Hannah Arendt also countered the reduction of imperialism to the export of capital by pointing out that it was not least about the export of unemployment. Racism appears to be an effort to delimit the nation, to assert identity beyond the borders of one's own nation. It is usually explained with reference to the classical theory of imperialism. Due to the competitive struggles of capital and the formation of monopolies, the most powerful European nations began to divide up the world among themselves. To this end, a new self-consciousness developed among these nations, which was based on viewing the population of the subjugated or subjugated regions as inferior not only in mediated and mediable cultural terms, but also in immediate and unchangeable physical terms. According to Hannah Arendt, the decline of the nation-state was the indispensable prerequisite for the spread of racism. The starting point of her reflections is the powerlessness of the left. It is after all strange that there has never been a truly popular opposition to imperialist politics. At the same time, as she writes, imperialism was the first phenomenon against which the Marxist theory of the economy failed. For Marxism found the new alliance between mob and capital so unnatural, so inimical to the doctrine of class struggle, that the immediate dangers of the imperialist experiment, its attempt to divide humanity into master and slave races, into colored and white peoples, and to unite the people divided into classes on the basis of the mob's worldview, were not even acknowledged.
End quote.
The alliance of the mob and the elite can be considered the basis of racist ideology. Just as this alliance has taken the place of the class relationship between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, so racism has taken the place of national consciousness. The transition is obviously based on a certain dynamic of capital, which produces more and more owners of superfluous labor power, but also more and more superfluous capital in the hands of the bourgeoisie. The export of capital and investments abroad are not, as Arend makes clear, imperialist per se, do not necessarily lead to a policy of expansion. As long as the owners of superfluous capital were content with the great risk of foreign investments, they were alienated from the economic life of their countries and acted contrary to all earlier traditions of nationalism. But at worst they could be branded as parasites in the nation, they were not yet imperialists. It was only when they, instructed by the era of financial scandals, realized that without legal and police safeguards the entire investment and stock market business would become a game at the roulette table, and that only the government itself could provide them with securities abroad that were halfway equivalent to those at home, that they began to think about politics and demand state protection for their foreign investments.
End quote.
With this demand, they were well within the tradition of the bourgeoisie, which had always understood political institutions as instruments for its own protection. The owners of superfluous capital, however, were the first group within this class to seek profit without fulfilling a social function, without serving society as a whole with their wealth, and which therefore no police force could have protected in the long term from the anger of the masses, which was hardly directed against wealth and power as such, but rather against useless wealth and power merely displayed. Expansion as a means of policy, however, would now concern the whole nation and not just the owners of superfluous capital. Even more important than securing the rate of profit was the reintegration of these owners into the national body. Imperialism saved the bourgeoisie from becoming parasitic and helped it to play a role politically precisely at the moment when its concept of property had proved to be obsolete, because its wealth could no longer be used within national production, and it had thus come into conflict with the production ideal of a society for which productivity was the absolute standard by which everything else was measured.
End quote.
The other byproduct of capitalist development was the human waste products which, after each crisis, as inevitably followed each period of industrial expansion, were eliminated from the ranks of producers and thrust into permanent unemployment. Those condemned to idleness were just as superfluous to society as the owners of superfluous capital. They also represented a very threatening element and were therefore largely exported to other parts of the world. Neither Canada nor Australia nor the United States could have been populated without them. But it was imperialism that caused these two superfluous forces, the superfluous capital and the superfluous labor, to unite and leave their homeland together. A policy of expansion, the export of the means of state power and the annexation of territories in which national labor and national wealth had been invested, seemed to be the only means of preventing the constantly growing losses of capital and productive power and yet preserving the forces that had become superfluous within the nation. Inasmuch as both the production of superfluous capital and superfluous labor seemed to be typical of the high capitalist economy in general, one could think that one had found a panacea for an omnipresent evil.
End quote.
In view of this differentiating analysis, it is astonishing that Arend nevertheless attempts to strictly separate racism and nationalism, so that no connection between the two, no inner relationship between them, remains recognizable. Racism, it says in another chapter of Origins and Elements of Totalitarianism, is everywhere a factor opposed to nationalism and undermining it like any form of patriotism, whereas previously the nation had nevertheless served as a context of justification for the formation of the imperialist alliance of mob and elite, and in this context we even find the remark that in the case of German imperialism, national motives played a particularly emphatic role. Insofar as Hannah Arendt insists on this separation and represses the unity of nationalism and racism, i.e. also, the inner contradiction of the nation-state that drives racism, insofar as she thus completely isolates the nation-state from the racist movement, it appears as if racism always comes from outside, from the jungle, be it the African or the Teutoburg. Arendt describes the African tribes quite unthinkingly and without quotation marks as races, which lack all their own historical memories and all deeds worthy of remembrance, which also made them physically frightening and repulsive, was the catastrophic inferiority or affiliation to nature, which they could not counter with the human world.
End quote.
This gives the impression that the worldlessness of the racial tribes gave rise to racism. Quote, the Boer's concept of race arose from the horror of beings who seemed to be neither human nor animal and who populated and overpopulated the black continent like ghosts, without any tangible civilizational or political reality. The horror that such beings could also be human gave rise to the decision not to belong to the same species under any circumstances. Here, under the compulsion of living together with black tribes, the idea of humanity and the common origin of the human race, as taught by the Christian Jewish tradition of the Occident, lost its compelling persuasive power for the first time, and the desire for the systematic extermination of entire races became all the more firmly established as it became obvious that, in contrast to Australia and America, Africa was far too overpopulated for the solutions to the problem of indigenous peoples that had been tried there to ever be seriously considered. The unreality lies in the fact that they are human beings and yet completely lack the reality inherent in human beings. It is this unreality of the native tribes, given their worldlessness, which has led to the terrible murderous exterminations and to the complete lawlessness in Africa.
End quote.
However much the original barbarism, which has an immediate connection to nature, and the barbarism developed by civilization may resemble each other at certain points and under certain conditions, may merge into each other, Joseph Conrad's novel Heart of Darkness, to which the elements and origins of total domination refer here, has illustrated this. The explanation that Arendt thus offers is so problematic because it cannot clarify what this seduction actually consists of, namely that the citizens from the nation-states, regardless of how the native tribes also behaved, encountered themselves in their horror that such beings were also human, incapable of escaping the worldlessness and unreality of their own society, which for its part had failed to emancipate itself from the tribal structure and had only been able to do so under duress, embodied in a state that had to become a fetish because it could not otherwise have integrated the people who economically need that form of organization just as much as it incessantly inflicts violence on them. Quote, in order to seize the gentes, he additionally mobilizes regressive memories of the archaic tribe. As an evil ferment, they are suitable for keeping the individual, also a late and fragile development, down where its conflict with a generality is about to turn into its rational critique, otherwise than by effective irrational means, the irrationality of the purposes of bourgeois society could hardly have been stabilized.
End quote.
Racism has been inherent in the nation from the very beginning, just as the nation has never really adhered to borders in any phase of its history. Colonialism is not only a consequence of the nation-state form, but also a condition of its formation. The so-called primitive accumulation, to which the wealth of nations is owed, raged particularly in the colonially subjugated regions of the earth. Their so-called discovery is itself a moment of accumulation. The English Empire, like all other empires of the modern era, formed a unity of nation and colonies. What constituted this unity was obvious to everyone as soon as they had only one coin, on the one side the king, on the other the value. The monopoly of power and the law of value constituted the identity of nation and colonies. However, it can by no means abolish the non-identical, but rather reproduces it again and again, and this is precisely where racism originates, in the psychological and ideological processing of this irreversible. Although there is a common market, the methods of exploitation are not yet the same. However, they are now inevitably related to each other, precisely through the market. If the relative surplus value is increased in the metropolis, i.e. productivity is increased, the periphery can only keep up by increasing the absolute surplus value, instead of extensification of labor. This must be due to their origin, the racist concludes razor-sharp, and by this he means the physical ancestry of the exploited, whom he imagines as an animal, whose performance can also only be extensified. The colonized is thus no longer recognized as an equal even on the level of circulation, because everything that moves in circulation itself is a bourgeois subject. Everything that is moved is an object. But this object appears ghostly to the same extent that the bourgeois subject, for its part, can only be a character mask of the automatic. From this knowledge that it merely embodies the movement of value, the civically recognized subject, which also wants to be nationally recognized, is protected only by the racist demarcation from the object. The concept of race reflects the work under whose regiment the enslaved are forced as a physical property. Thus, the inhabitants of foreign continents who are set in motion by human trafficking appear to the Christian Occidental consciousness on the one hand as completely inferior, on the other hand as something threatening. Unlike the fantasized Jews, however, they do not gain their uncanniness as powerful representatives of the market, as the embodiment of exchange value, but on the contrary as the will-less objects of the market, as the embodiment of use value, as tamed and yet untamable.
Nature.
The contradiction between equality before the law of value and the inequality of the methods of exploitation is, in the political sphere, that of the equality of all people and the inequality of races. The difference in productivity on the basis of an identical standard everywhere is substantialized, returns in people's minds as a natural difference. The racist always places himself in the position of equality in order to stigmatize the unequal from here. In the coordinate system of his own madness he stands, as it were, on the standpoint of value and the legal form and fantasizes the inferior as nature that is to be subjugated and forced into the form of use value and property. Thus, however, he must hate bourgeois equality wherever it abolishes these natural inequalities. Once recognized as equals, those inferiors, as he himself knows only too well, are in truth his competitors and possibly already superior to him, or at least would soon be, but by allowing all socially created differences to be regarded solely as biologically given descent, the racist can gain an ideological advantage in the competitive struggle, however little he himself is aware of this strategy. This applies above all to his inner life, in which the community of equals which hates equality is constituted. He splits off everything that he perceives in himself as inequality, his inner nature, which he must subjugate in order to be considered an equal, and projects this denial onto those who regularly appear inferior on the labor market and, as he possibly pretended, would be best kept away from this market. For he can only concretely feel equal, identify with value and think in the form of law if he gets rid of what he perceives as unequal in this way and thus substantializes the commodity and legal form ex negativo. Racism presupposed a society in which people had to sell their labor power. Before primitive accumulation, there was no racism in the true sense of the word. But to understand it according to the pattern of basis and superstructure nevertheless misses its entire mode of action. Capitalism and racism are more likely to relate to each other like family and neurosis. The concrete familial constellation from which the neurosis once arose has long been a thing of the past, but the neurosis lives on and is even intensified because emancipation has failed. Emancipation from racism is no more possible by simply relying on the death of outdated forms of exploitation than a weak ego would be strengthened by the death of the father. As enslaved people, the colonized were once immediate commodities and property. They did not possess the exchange value of the commodity labor power, but were themselves exchange value and use value in one, no different from an animal that is tamed and sold. The abolition of slavery brought recognition as equals before the law, but no recognition as equals in the divided production of value. Meanwhile, even the method of increasing absolute surplus value has lost its dominant importance on the periphery, not least because there is proportionally less and less labor in many former colonial areas. But the notion of inferiority is inescapably imprinted in the image that the citizen of the metropolis has of the foreigners who surround and oppress him. This is what his self-respect as a subject alone dictates. The closer the foreigners come to him, since they can no longer find work, the more they are economically assimilated to him, the more decisively he must distance himself from them internally. The hated refugees come, he says, even though they know full well that they will only be ostracized, hunted and mixed up here. Isn't it unbearable to have to watch people clinging to the purpose of capital? Is it not a slap in the face of our civilization? They rudely question all our efforts to give capitalist reproduction a human face. The victims of racism are, as Stefan Grigot writes, not accused of their superiority, but of their inferiority. Racism is not directed against their omnipotence, but against their powerlessness. But it is a powerlessness that threatens because it constantly questions its own power. That is why racists always need the personification of total power. That is why they not only need the enemy image of the vivid stranger, but also that of the fundamental other, the identification of Jews with the abstract side of capitalist commodity production, with value, makes them the personification of the global principle of subjectless domination, which both produces and negates their own ability to act. However, the strict separation of nationalism and racism in the elements and origins of total domination, which can almost be read as an apologia for the nation-state, is broken through by Hannah Arendt herself. And it is the developments in Central and Eastern Europe that compel her to do so. What emerged in Germany in the Habsburg monarchy, but also in Russia in the 19th century, is described by her as folkish nationalism, a term that abolishes the difference between nationalism and racism, but leaves the difference to Western-style national sentiment intact. Quote, "Folkish nationalism has decisively determined and shaped the national sentiments of all Central and Eastern European nations and nationalities. It differs from Western nationalism even when the latter appears in its perverted chauvinistic form."
End of quote.
This difference, as Arend describes it, has to do with a conscious affirmation of the state in the West, the state as a rationally established mediator for the balancing of the interests of its citizens, i.e. the people living under its care on a particular territory. This limited the irrationality of an ideology that insisted on dissent. Quote, "Nationalism was thus bound to the state from the very beginning and never denied its loyalty to the state or state sentiments. As long as it was genuine, it always had the function of stabilizing to some extent the already precarious and constantly endangered balance of power between society and the state and of maintaining at least a minimum of public political sympathy and a sense of the common good in the citizens of the nation-state. Thus the conquest of the state by the nation remained within certain limits and did not simply end with the abolition of the rule of law."
End quote.
The fact that the state was responsible for protecting and guaranteeing the rights of all inhabitants on the territory under its control, regardless of their national affiliation, was still taken for granted in the 19th century. Although the native citizens may have looked down on their fellow citizens, who were still naturalized as an exception at the time, here and there because they did not owe their equal rights to their ancestry but only to a legal act, the distinction proposed by the All-Germans between foreigners of the state and foreigners of the people, which was later legalized in Nazi legislation, would hardly have occurred to them. Even in the form of the nation-state, the state remained an essentially legal institution, and nationalism subordinated itself to its legality and, above all, remained bound to the borders of its territory guaranteed by the legal state.
End quote.
When the folkish movements reject that rational mediation, they only confirm what is already the case in their countries. They glorify the failure to implement nation-state forms. The continued failure to mediate the reconciliation of interests is replaced by fantasized blood. The sense of democratic common good prevented by traditional feudal structures is replaced by race. They thus correspond exactly to the situation of those peoples whose national consciousness had only been awakened by the example and the development of power of the Western nations, whose nationality had not yet gone further than an unarticulated, folk-like feeling of belonging together, whose languages, above all, had hardly yet outgrown the dialect stage through which all European languages had to pass before they were up to the demands of poetry and literature, and whose peasant classes had never been down to earth in the same sense as those of the Western nations. Here nationality could only appear as a quality independent of territory, innate to certain people and which they could take with them wherever they went, but not as the quality of a common world in which one participates and which one loses through migration.
End of quote.
Folkish nationalism is pure delusion that can make itself independent of any state reality. Psychologically speaking, the difference between the craziest chauvinism of the West and that folkish nationalism in Central and Eastern Europe is still that the one is at least concerned with the world and its tangible realities, with the factually present achievements of the nation in all fields, while the folkish, even in its most harmless form, for example in the German youth movement, turns inward and begins to regard the human soul as the embodiment of general tribal characteristics, and since the soul obviously cannot be something that embodies, its substitute is found in blood, in which soul and body are obviously supposed to have a kind of rendezvous.
End quote.
From this inward-looking nation, however, another form of imperialism results to the same extent. Just as continental imperialism arises in countries that believe they have come up short in the redistribution of the earth in the imperialist age, so folkish nationalism spreads wherever European peoples have not succeeded in national emancipation at all or only halfway. Both aspirations arose as a reaction to the apparently happier and more successful history of the Western European countries and above all England.
End quote.
In contrast to overseas imperialism, which for all its thirst for power and expansion had always been satisfied with relative and politically limited theories of superiority, the folkish movements of Central and Eastern Europe immediately laid claim to chosenness and aimed to rule over the whole earth. It was reserved for continental imperialism to translate racial ideology into immediate policy and to claim apodictically, Germany's future lies in its blood.
End quote.
The All-Germans certainly had contempt for the nation-state and its institutions in common with the imperialists of the Western countries, but they did not base their resistance on economic considerations, which after all corresponded to real national needs, but opposed the state and national feeling with an extended tribal consciousness, which was to encompass all who descended from the same people, regardless of history, language, and place of settlement. However, Arend sees herself confronted with such delusional moments in the West and describes them as chauvinism, but here they remain peculiarly integrated into a rational overall constitution and virtually held in check by economic interests. Even if an overseas imperialism expansion as such pushed all material interests in a particular country to be conquered and plundered into the background, and introduced an element of abstract ideology into politics, this was despite the occasionally fantastic statements of men like Rhodes still kept in check in reality by the fact that real money and real labor were exported and invested.
End quote.
The Pan movements, however, which Arend sees as the avant-garde of total domination, did not even know this element of human planning and geographical constraint, which had already become anarchic. But precisely because their urge to expand remained without a program and without a specific plan, they were able to create the mood of messianic mission needed for world conquest and thus, starting from the political, permeate all spheres of human life in terms of worldview. The prefix pan, taken from the Greek, meant everything should become Germanic, everything should become Slavic, both with regard to the question of supremacy over the earth and with regard to the non-primarily political concerns of mankind. It was therefore a similar indication to the later adjective total. In the alliance between mob and capital, which characterizes the imperialist age, the initiative, with the exception of South Africa, lay with the representatives of capital in the Pan movements. Conversely, the initiative lay from the beginning exclusively with the mob, which was then, as later, led by an intelligentsia.
End quote.
In the differentiation between Western and folkish nationalisms, Arend nevertheless comes across something in common. It is true that the folkish movements have their immediate origins in a specific geopolitical and economic situation in Central and Eastern Europe, and for liberalism it is therefore sufficient to classify them as merely backward. Regardless of their origin, however, they indirectly represent a reaction to the development of bourgeois society as such, and their ideological results can therefore in principle be effective anywhere in the world. Quote, "There is no question that the attraction of the Pan movements was based on their openly expressed contempt for the so-called liberal worldview and the liberal vocabulary. In folkish thinking, individualistically understood human dignity was replaced by the idea that all those born into the same people are connected to each other in a natural way and, like members of the same family, can rely on each other. And the warmth and security associated with such ideas was indeed very suitable for calming the justified fears of modern people in the jungle of an atomized society."
End quote.
Arend is aware of the precarious status of the individual in bourgeois society, and it becomes clear in some places that she sees something like a moderate nationalism, a Western-style national sentiment, as an effective, indeed the only available means of counteracting the disintegration of society and thus the attractiveness of folkish movements. According to the liberal concept of state and society, it could be considered the will of the nation to be protected by the state from the consequences of social atomization, and at the same time to be guaranteed by it that nothing would change in social conditions. In order to be up to this task, the state apparatus had to accelerate and radicalize the process of centralization that had already begun under the absolute monarchies. Only an absolutely centralized administration, in which all instruments of violence and the conquest of power were monopolized, could balance the centrifugal forces that a class society constantly produces anew and counterbalance them. In this context, nationalism proved to be an indispensable, unique means of bonding between the centralized state and an atomized society, while at the same time it apparently represented the only living and, in times of need, functioning sense of belonging between people belonging to the same nation.
End of quote.
When Hannah Arendt, against this background, then describes the folkish movement and racism in all seriousness as anti-national and anti-state, this may be a provocation that she sets against the self-image of this movement, blood and soil, and the common view that a liberal has of it. This mob, she writes, with its suspicious lack of patriotism and attachment to the native soil, is much more like a race than a people. But in doing so, Arendt absolves the binding agent, which could be approved of for pragmatic reasons, of its entire inner problematic, just as she makes racism appear bottomless, which in its conception of living space contains the idea of a national territory in a mystified form, a nation, however, that is intent on expansion. Attachment to the native earth is understood as an indispensable starting point and secure basis for the conquest of the whole world. In other places, Hannah Arendt leaves no doubt about the origin of racist ideology in the national consciousness. In the folkish movements, and ultimately in total domination, an element becomes independent that is intrinsic to the unresolvable conflict of bourgeois society, and through this insight Arendt is well protected from writing a mere apology of the West. The hidden conflict between state and nation already came to light at the birth of the first modern European nation-state. namely when the French Revolution combined the Declaration of Human Rights with the declaration of the sovereign will of the people, i.e., specifically national sovereignty. Quote, "The same fundamental rights were once declared to be the inalienable property of all that is human, only to be presented in the same breath as the specifically national rights of a sovereign people that owed these rights to its struggle for liberation and its national history. The same nation, on the one hand, placed itself under the rule of a law whose source and authority were supposedly to be found only in human rights, and yet at the same time proclaimed its absolute sovereignty, according to which it was subject to no general but only national laws and recognized nothing higher than the sovereign will of the people, that is, itself."
End quote.
The practical result of this contradiction was that from then on human rights were only recognized and guaranteed as specific, national rights, and that the state itself, whose highest function is to guarantee every inhabitant his human rights, his civil rights and his national rights, lost the character of a rational constitutional state and could be nebulized and deified by the romantic theories of the state as the incarnation of the soul of the nation. The only essential thing was that such a national soul obviously had to stand beyond and above all laws.
End quote.
And yet Arend must substantialize the nation-state in the people and abandon the individual if she does not want to stand there with merely an abstract idea that she could oppose to the irrational substance of the nation, the sovereignty of the nation-state, born of the sovereignty of a free people, thus increasingly lost the element of the will of the people, which was replaced by a pseudo-mystical aura of something supposedly organic.
End of quote.
Here lies the difference to Adorno's critique of the nation, which resists such substantialization, as expressed in the emphatic invocation of the sovereignty of a people, and does not sacrifice the individual. However, Adorno again neglects the precise and necessary differentiation between Western and folkish ideology, which makes Arendt's theory indispensable for any critique of the nation. This is not a differentiation for its own sake, not an academic endeavor that serves a positivist concept of truth and reflection, but one that is self-contradictory. According to her, there can be no automatic transition from national to folkish ideology, as much as this transition is already inherent in that ideology. If it were automatic, then Wolfgang Port's satirically tinged description of humanity as a species of animal, in view of the reunification of Germany and its consequences in Yugoslavia, would be correct. When capitalism produces a population problem that can only be solved by war within its developmental possibilities and people do not want to recognize the cause of the problem, experience shows that the world's population instinctively behaves like a lower animal species. As if everyone had heard the call to die, as if it were necessary to carry out a self-decimation prescribed by natural law in the interest of species preservation, as is probably customary in bee colonies, folkish feelings are suddenly awakened in the great nations as well as in the most remote mountain tribes. But humanity is only behaving like a lower animal species, and as if it were carrying out self-decimation in the interests of species preservation. In truth, it cannot completely coincide with capitalism. And it is this difference that Hannah Arendt preserves in her theory like an existential. Through it alone, she rescues something of the individual that already seemed to have been abandoned in her concept of the nation. Adorno, on the other hand, always made it clear that the folkish feelings were always already lurking in the nation. The state had to become a fetish under all circumstances, be it in the West or the East, because otherwise the people subsumed into the capital relationship could not have been integrated. And this fetish is called the people. It seems that Adorno gains the strength to hold on to the individual, against all temptations to think positively of the collective, from the willingness to think of a finally expected and unprecedented free association of individuals as nothing other than the arrival of the Messiah. The German attempt to finally create an Reich that could be set against the English one, in order, as they said, to gain a place in the sun, already presupposed that the old unity of the empire had been degraded in favor of the new one of the world market. Grossraum against universalism was the slogan that Carl Schmitt finally found for this constellation. With it, he rightly resists equating the German ambitions for a world empire with the preceding English ones that founded the empire. It is part of the historical power of every genuine political greatness that it brings with it its own, not arbitrarily subsumable designation, and asserts its peculiar name. Reich, imperium, empire are not the same thing and seen from the inside, are not comparable with each other.
End of quote.
However, Schmitt describes the British Empire in particular as an artificial, abstract or universalist order based on such comparability and designed to make peoples equal, while the German Reich is based on countering this abstractness and universalism. Quote, while imperium often has the meaning of a universalistic, world and humanity encompassing, i.e. suprafolkdom entity, although it need not have, since there can be several and different kinds of empires side by side, our German Reich is essentially folkdom determined and an essentially non-universalistic legal order based on respect for every folkdom. While imperialism has since the end of the 19th century become a term often misused as a mere catchword for economic capitalist methods of colonization and expansion, the word Reich has remained free of this stigma. Also, memories of the ethnic views of the declining Roman Empire and the ideals of assimilation and melting pots of the empires of Western democracy bring the concept of imperialism into sharpest contrast with the concept of empire that is conceived in popular terms and respects all ethnic life. This is all the more effective because the German Reich, in the middle of Europe, lies between the universalism of the powers of the liberal democratic, people-assimilating West and the universalism of the Bolshevik world revolutionary East, and has to defend the sanctity of a non-universalist, folkish, people-respecting order of life on both fronts.
End of quote.
With the rise of the Germans, racism gains a new basis, against the ideals of assimilation and melting, which are themselves racist in origin. Since they enforce equality and do not tolerate diversity, they mobilize diversity and fight equality, but only for the purpose of destroying the mediations that are set by the forms of equality. For them, diversity is the epitome of mediationlessness. They practice racism from below. For the Reich they have in mind must always be enforced first, against universalism and equality from above. This is also why Carl Schmitt modified his concepts of state, nation and sovereignty after 1933. If he had developed them in order to make the Weimar Republic ready to storm, they now appeared to be an overly tight corset to do the same with Europe. It was necessary to counter the previous central concept of international law, the state, with a simple, higher concept that is useful in international law but superior due to its proximity to the present. This now recognizes the need to substantialize the sovereign in folkish terms once and for all. The concrete state is now called Reich because concrete only means folkish. The international law of universalism, as reflected in the League of Nations, is countered by an international law that is concrete in the sense that it prehorses the equality of states and is based on diversity. However, according to Schmitt, the previous international law developed in the 18th and 19th centuries and continued into the 20th century is a pure law of states. Despite individual peculiarities and relaxations, it fundamentally only recognizes states as subjects of international law. There was never any mention of empires, although any attentive observer would have been surprised at how much the political and economic interests of the English Reich harmonized with the principles of this international law. The textbooks of international law can also only imagine the English Empire as a union of states. However, the concept of empire of the English Empire is of a very special kind and can never be understood as a union of states. It is already universalistically determined by its geographically incoherent location.
End quote.
Such a world realm would not include international law, but a general world and human law. The systematic and conceptual work of international law, however, has so far not known any realms at all, but only states. Quote, in political historical reality, there were of course always leading great powers. There was a concert of European powers and in the Versailles system the Allied principal powers.
End of quote.
The legal conceptualization, however, adhered to a general term state, and to the legal equality of all independent and sovereign states. Thus, on the one hand, the dethroning of the concept of the state by way of an advance against the concept of sovereignty is criticized. If this advance happens with a tendency to give the undoubtedly due overcoming of the concept of the state in international law a turn towards pacifist humanitarianism, i.e. towards a universalist world empire, whose hour seemed to have come with Germany's defeat in the First World War and the founding of the League of Nations in Geneva. Quote, as long as it was defenseless and weak, Germany was completely on the defensive against these tendencies and could be satisfied, in terms of international law, if it succeeded in defending its state independence and preserving its quality as a state.
End quote.
This was the phase in which Schmitt developed his concept of the political. On the other hand, a specifically German approach to overcoming sovereignty in the old sense is introduced. Quote, with the victory of the National Socialist movement, however, a push to overcome the concept of the state in international law was also successful in Germany, albeit from completely different starting points and with completely different goals than the pacifist universalist enthronement of the state.
End quote.
It was now a matter of transforming international law from a mere intergovernmental order into a real law of nations. The new concept of order of a new international law is based on a Volkshaft Großraumordnung supported by a people. Quote, in it we have the core of a new way of thinking in international law, which starts from the concept of the people and leaves the elements of order contained in the concept of the state intact, but which at the same time is able to do justice to today's concepts of space and the real political forces of life, which can be planetary, i.e. Earth space-like, without destroying the peoples and the states and without, like the imperialist international law of the Western democracies, steering out of the inevitable overcoming of the folded concept of the state into a universalist imperialist world law. A weak and impotent center of Europe has become a strong and unassailable center, capable of giving its great political idea, the respect of every people as a reality of life determined by species and origin, blood and soil, a radiance into the Central and Eastern European area and rejecting the interference of alien and non-ethnic powers.
End of quote.
At the same time, however, Schmidt warns against simply dropping the concept of the state and replacing it with that of the people. He is obviously concerned about the unity of the political in the Third Reich, the unity that Franz Neumann has long since abandoned. In a sense, Schmidt sees himself as the Hegel of the Third Reich and believes that the state is sublated in the famous double sense. He emphatically points out the danger that unity could be lost. It should not be overlooked that the previous concept of the state contained a minimum of internal, predictable organization and internal discipline, and that this organizational minimum forms the actual basis of everything that could be regarded as the concrete order of the Völkerrechtsgemeinschaft. In particular, war, as a recognized institution of this interstate order, has its law and its order essentially in the fact that it is a state war, i.e., that states as concrete orders wage it against states as concrete orders of the same level.
End of quote.
The modern coexistence of different peoples, and especially of large or even threatened peoples, requires a tight organization in the true sense of the word. It demands a minimum of internal consistency and certain predictability. Quote, this requires high spiritual and moral qualities, and by no means every nation is by nature equal to this minimum level of organization and discipline. The struggle against the concept of the state in international law would have to miss its target if it did not do justice to the genuine achievement of order, which often very problematic in reality, but always required in principle, was essential to the previous concept of the state.
End quote.
A people incapable of being a state, even in this merely organizational sense, could not be a subject of international law. Quote, not all peoples are capable of passing the performance test that lies in the creation of a good modern state apparatus, and very few are up to a modern material war on the basis of their own organizational, industrial, and technical performance. To a new order of the earth, and thus to the ability to be a subject of international law of the first rank today, requires not only an enormous measure of natural, in the sense of naturally given characteristics, but also conscious discipline, increased organization, and the ability to create the apparatus of a modern polity, which can only be mastered with a great effort of human intellect, by one's own efforts, and to have it securely in hand.
End of quote.
This also positively indicates the ranking in the Grossraum, to what extent the peoples can actively contribute to these abilities, which characterize the German people above all others. There is no doubt that only one Volk at a time is destined to shepherd a Grossraum. Only then will it be possible to find the concept of a concrete order of a greater space between a conservative retention of the previous interstate thinking and a non-state and non-people's encroachment into a universalist world law pursued by the Western democracies, which escapes both and does justice both to the spatial dimensions of our present image of the earth and to our new concepts of state and people. For us, this can only be the concept of Reich in international law as a large-scale spatial order dominated by certain ideological ideas and principles, which excludes interventions by powers foreign to space and whose guarantor and guardian is a people that shows itself equal to this task.
End of quote.
But the hierarchy with a one people, the Urvolk Fichte, at the top, presupposes a negative beyond discipline and organization, which is only indirectly named here in the great political idea, the respect of every people as a reality of life determined by species and origin, blood and soil. For this folkish reality of life is only another word for the consequent dissolution of mediation, for the enforcement of immediate forms of exploitation and violence, ultimately for annihilation. Just as racism from below ultimately distinguishes peoples, according to their willingness and ability to contribute to annihilation. It had long been clear who was to be wiped out under all circumstances in this work of creating a community of peoples. Bernfeld's imaginary minister of education Machiavel, who is planning the fascist state, has studied Freud's mass psychology. As if he had also read Carl Schmitt, he adds a crucial point: large crowds can be made to identify deeply with each other and with any one person if they are faced with a common, sinister danger and someone jumps forward and saves them. Are you beginning to understand what I'm trying to do? According to this personification of the state, the unconscious fear of the Germans should be turned into aggression. The Germans would have to be made to believe that they had a tremendously powerful common enemy that endangered the people's most sacred cultural assets, which would have to be destroyed by joint, tremendous action.
End of quote.
According to Hannah Arendt, few things are as irritating to common sense as the fact that of all the great unresolved political problems of our century, the Jewish question is said to have had the dubious honor of setting in motion the entire diabolical machinery of a totalitarian apparatus of rule. After all, in enlightened circles this question is regarded as conceivably particular, a prejudice like so many others, which could be eliminated by enlightenment. Thus, it was precisely here that the dialectic of enlightenment had to find its actual object. From the very beginning, there was the most intimate connection between anti-Semitism and totality. This means that the meaning of anti-Semitism can only be understood in the context of the whole, just as, conversely, the falsehood of the whole is resolved in anti-Semitism. The context was realized in the total war of extermination. The whole diabolical machinery followed the pathic projection according to which the imagined Jews would hide everywhere, behind all enemy political powers, in America as in Russia, on New York's Wall Street as in the Moscow Politburo. But totality also means something else. The pathic projection is by no means merely a product of propaganda, it is based in the concrete everyday life of each individual, otherwise the machinery itself could not have functioned. Sigmund Freud seemed to believe that one of the roots of the hatred of Jews, so elementary and so irrational in Occidental peoples, lay in the castration complex he had discovered. If he had been able to study this complex in the case of little Hans, the case of the young philosopher Otto Weininger allowed him to generalize it to the hatred of Jews. It presupposes, however, that castration anxiety returns in a different form later in life, the epitome of a regression under the rule of infantile complexes. Quote, "The castration complex is the deepest unconscious root of anti-Semitism, for already in the nursery the boy hears that something is cut off the Jew's penis, he means a piece of the penis, and this gives him the right to despise the Jew. Nor does the superiority over women have a stronger unconscious root." Weininger, that highly gifted and sexually disturbed young philosopher, who ended his life by suicide after his remarkable book Geschlecht und Charakter, Sex and Character, in a much-noticed chapter, treated the Jew and woman with the same hostility and heaped the same vituperation on them. As a neurotic, Weininger was completely under the sway of infantile complexes. The relationship to the castration complex is common to the Jew and the woman.
End of quote.
Weininger came from a Jewish family, i.e., he turned the anti-Semitic projection against himself with all its consequences, but expressed it with a clarity that no ordinary anti-Semite could, almost unmasked it. Freud only had to penetrate the philosophical formulation of the infantile complexes in order to recognize the familial conditions of the projection, which, however, became pathological precisely where it made use of German philosophy. When Weininger says that the true Jew, like the woman, has no ego and therefore no intrinsic value, Freud merely had to replace the ego with the phallus here, and the diagnosis of the castration complex is irrefutable. In his view, it is quite generally due to the constellation of the family that the adolescent hears the threat that the expensive organ will be taken away from him if he expresses his interest in it too clearly. Under the influence of this threat of castration, he now reinterprets his view of the female genitalia. From now on he will tremble for his masculinity, but at the same time despise the unfortunate creatures on whom, in his opinion, the cruel punishment has already been carried out. This contempt for women can now also be transferred to the Jews. People unconsciously equate circumcision with castration. In fact, circumcision, which is part of the Jewish rite, has always particularly stimulated the imagination of non-Jews and given rise to suspicious assumptions about the special nature of the male sexual organs of Jews. Since the Middle Ages, for example, the rumor has circulated that Jewish men menstruate. But the equation of circumcision with castration is only an occasion, a possible external starting point for a development that ultimately shapes the anti-Semitic consciousness quite independently of this, since its dynamics would have to be sought in the inner relationship of Christians to themselves, to their own sexuality, as in the specific constellation of the family. In the relationship between narcissism and Oedipal conflict, so deep and so unconscious is this root of anti-Semitism, that the example can be made of almost any characteristic, real or invented, with which Jews and Jewish women are associated. Jews, for example, were not allowed to carry weapons, they were considered incapable of productive creative activity. Cowardice and deceitfulness were attributed to them, as were garrulity and mendacity. Adorno and Horkheimer speak in this context of the gestures of an immediacy suppressed by civilization, touching, cuddling, appeasing, coaxing. Whatever desires and longings the male consciousness does not want to recognize in itself and splits off in the renewed fear of castration and in the regressive resort to narcissism are projected onto her as negative. The woman, says Weininger, is the affirmed sexuality of the man. This determination is the condition for the phallus to be completely desexualized. It is a desperate attempt at salvation. The phallus is invoked as a fetish of the family, as the epitome of bourgeois small family life, when Weininger imagines its magical effect on women. In doing so, he abstracts from all sexual desire, he is her destiny, he is the one thing she cannot escape from. This is the only reason why she shies away from seeing the man naked and makes him realize her need for it. because she feels that she would be lost in that very moment. The phallus is what makes the woman absolutely and finally unfree.
End quote.
The fear of castration is expressed precisely in the extent to which its object must be glorified. Lust, however, falls victim to glorification. Insofar as the woman lives domesticated in the family, such a sexually exaggerated glorification is obviously not necessary. The infantile complexes are apparently banished. The anti-Semitic projection, however, reveals the true state of affairs. For the anti-Semite, the mere existence of Jews always means something like the unleashing of the fears that he believes he has overcome in marital cohabitation. The Jew or the Jewess, that is the abstract woman, a being detached from any familial cohabitation, which has therefore become unrecognizable and uncanny in its sexuality, a monster. The Jew is the portent of sexuality projected as a separate people, the opposite race. You must not become like this, otherwise you are no longer a real man, no longer a human being, no longer a true German. Quote, "This is what the Aryan has to thank the Jew for. Through him he knows what he has to beware of, Judaism as a possibility within himself."
End of quote.
This possibility, which the anti-Semite always has in mind, is the danger of not being masculine enough. Accordingly, women would be anti-Semitic in a different way to men. They are anti-Semitic in Freud's sense insofar as they identify with a man, adopt his hatred of Jews, and in this way believe they have overcome their penis envy, the female dimension of the castration complex. Their anti-Semitism is merely mediated by the splitting off that takes place in the male consciousness. But it can also be seen as an immediate consent to the compulsion not to leave the family circle. For the non-Jewish woman, the more she accepts femininity, affirmed sexuality in herself, the closer she feels to the Jews. In contrast to men, she is considered to be particularly at risk of being influenced and corrupted by the Jews, the open flank at the mercy of the enemy, who penetrates through her into the interior of the community in order to destroy it. If she does not want this closeness, she must distance herself in a special way from those who are actually castrated and yet obsessed with sex, and despise them all the more because, as is implied everywhere, she might have something in common with them. Weininger's Sex and Character has a certain model. The book can certainly be studied as an unfolded philosophy of Parsifal. The author also repeatedly makes direct reference to this work by Richard Wagner, which is unique in Occidental culture in its revelation and concealment of the castration complex. Since his sexual encounter with Kundry, Amfortas, the guardian of the Grail, has had a wound on his side under his heart, in the same place as the crucified man, which no longer closes. In the first prose version, it is still clearly recognizable as a castration wound. Amfortas drowns from an incurable spear wound, which he received in a mysterious love adventure. He is also symbolically carried around with a raised lance with a bloody tip during his appearances. The entire order of the Knights of the Grail now suffers from this wound. It can no longer renew itself through the celebration of the Last Supper, which in Wagner's delusional conception ensures the physical reproduction of the all-male group instead of sexual intercourse. Amforta's wound is only closed by the spear that struck it, just as the spear that was once used to inflict the wound in Jesus' side on the cross must eventually come to the Holy Grail, the sacrificial bowl in which Jesus' blood was caught, so that the knights can renew themselves and remain victorious. Through Amforta's adventures with Kundry, however, the spear has come into Klingser's possession. Klingser is the enemy of the Knights of the Grail. He had led Kundry to seduce Amfortas. In many ways, this sorcerer is related to the Jewish caricatures, Adorno, that Wagner had created in his earlier music dramas, such as Beckmesser in the Meistersinger and Mime, Alberich and Hagen in the Ring tetralogy. Klingser also strives for the fetish of power and wealth. What the ring is to Alberich, the Grail is to him, the bowl with the blood of the crucified. However, the associations that link Klingser with Judaism are not painted in a caricaturistic way. Adorno did not explicitly include him among the Jewish caricatures in Wagner's work. They are based solely on that early tradition which associates Jews with sorcerers, or speculate on the proximity of Judaism to the East by painting Klingser's ambience in Oriental terms. His magic castle, in contrast to the castle of the knights, is to be assumed to face Arab Spain, that is, the Spain in which the Jews could live in peace and relative prosperity. Apart from the inner turmoil attributed to Klingser in the musical, the stigmatization of the physique of this Oriental sorcerer actually focuses on a single characteristic: Klingser is castrated. It is said that he mutilated himself in order to extinguish the sensual longing within him, which he had never fully succeeded in combating through prayer and penance. He realizes what threatens all Knights of the Grail when they become involved with Kundry. He has inflicted on Amfortas the same dishonor that he once inflicted on himself in frenzied blindness. But in Amforta's case, Wagner leaves it at a warning. The Knight of the Grail must not really be made equal to Klingser and the wild woman Kundry. Lured away by Kundry, he was treacherously attacked by armed men, who were to bind him and lead him to Klingsor. With difficulty he fought back and turned to flee, receiving that spear thrust in his side from which he is now dying and from which nothing can heal him. Amfortas thus managed to escape and the castration was prevented once again, but the Grail Knights are battered and decisively weakened. The spear has come into Klingsor's possession. Without it the Grail Knight's ritual cannot take place and Amfortas' wound cannot close. The Grail ritual becomes a torment for Amfortas, mythically depicted impotence, which obviously stems from the fear of castration. Klingsor's magic is staged as an allusion to the power of money. Only once does it reveal itself as such, in a metaphor with which the magician sneers at the knights. They're all for sale, if I offer the right price. The money that Klingsor offers is the woman, of firm sexuality. Through her he gains possession of the spear, through her he wants to emasculate the order of the Knights of the Grail. Like Alberich, of whom he is the most reminiscent of all Wagner's characters, Klingsor has renounced love, but more radically, he has emasculated himself in order to make himself unassailable. This is why Klingsor, on the other hand, is able to completely instrumentalize the sexual instinct and encourages his flower girls and Kundry to seduce the chaste knights in a magic garden in his castle. On a sheet of music on which Wagner has notated the so-called Coes motif attributed to the flower girls, there is the remark, wanting to be American, and anyone who still has the music of the US review films in their ears will be amazed that Wagner has obviously hit the desired note. Kundry, the wild woman, is the eternally beautiful Jewess. She not only corrupts the Knights of the Grail through sexual contact, she is clearly modeled on Ahasuerus. She once mocked the crucified one, the worst insult for Narcissus, and has been cursed to an eternally restless life ever since. She expects redemption, therein lies the curse, precisely through the unholy sexual connection with the Knights of the Grail. She embodies what the Knights of the Grail forbid themselves in the name of purity, impulse. The polarity of Klingsor and Kundry expresses the two extremes that anti-Semites attribute to Judaism, being impotent and horny at the same time. But there is also a sacred connection that finally truly redeems Kundry. Parsifal, the innocent fool, the pure Narcissus and immediate successor to the Savior, creates this connection by sexually renouncing Kundry, albeit after severe inner struggles, how everything shudders, trembles and twitches in sinful desire, thinking of the mother I could forget. And Amfortas.
The wound.
The castration that forces itself on the subject if it wants to reach the kingdom of heaven is inscribed in the choice of the regressive solution to narcissism, the decision in favor of purity. Klingsor's power thus collapses. The outer destruction of the sorcerer corresponds to Kundry's inner destruction. When she, who after the collapse of Klingsor's power is already musically degraded and at the beginning of the third act is only able to stammer serve apart from moaning and screaming, when this Kundry is now baptized by Parsifal, the music announces that she is baptized for destruction. The process of baptism leads immediately to the Good Friday magic. Parsifal turns away from Kundry at a stroke and looks with gentle rapture at the forest and meadow, which now shine in the morning light. The true magic can begin, the narcissism is complete, nature and the men are redeemed by Kundry. The eternal, beautiful Jewess is already musically dead, even if she continues to exist as a ghost, as a mere stage character, throughout the entire act, as if Wagner wanted to keep her death present as a prerequisite for redemption throughout. It is only shortly before the curtain falls and to the words redemption to the Redeemer, that her stage shadow also sinks to the ground, disembodied. The fact that such a plot was invented in Germany and by a German, and that nothing similar can be found in the culture of other nations as far as the totalization of anti-Semitic projection is concerned has, despite all the criticism of Wagner, not really been brought to the fore, and with it the question that Wagner himself asked himself: what is German? What is German if not this all-encompassing fantasy of annihilation that is maintained to the very end? With the end of Klingsor and Kundry, the reproductive cycle of the narcissistic Knights of the Grail can once again function undisturbed. That ghostly communion that is to take place instead of sexual intercourse. The spear with which the body of the crucified man was once wounded comes to the bowl containing his blood. The true enlightenment, brightest glow of the Grail becomes possible. However, the following lines also make it clear why Nietzsche thought that Parsifal was an operetta material par excellence. The champagne corks pop after the sexual adventures are over. The holy spear, I'll bring it back to you, sings Parsifal, raising the spear before him. All look in supreme rapture at the spear held aloft, to the tip of which Parsifal looks up and continues enthusiastically, "Oh, what a miracle of supreme happiness! Who was allowed to close your wound, I see healing blood flowing from it in longing for the kindred spring that flows there in the wave of the Grail." Everyone sings, the highest miracle of salvation, salvation to the Savior. But this operetta of German blood costs the beautiful Jewess her life. Parsifal means mythification of the phallus, the delusional idea of a purely phallic sexuality that still denies the physicality of the drive. Desensualization of the body. The visual arts of the Nazi era fabricated such frozen bodies en masse, sexuality with a simultaneous denial of sexuality. This is the only way to save what Freud described as the master nature of the leader, i.e., the object that mass man puts in the place of his ego ideal, absolutely narcissistic, but self-confident and independent. Absolutely narcissistic means annihilation. The incest that has already produced Siegfried in the ring is completed in this way, instead of sperm blood. In this, the Germans, having already abstracted from the physical, become concrete again, heroic death lust, Karl Kraus. It is the sexuality of self-sacrifice. Parsifal leads Christianity back to its origins and at the same time beyond its end. The blood, which must be protected, stands in a certain way for the work that previously constituted the identity of the sword-forging Siegfried of the Ring tetralogy and the shoe-nailing Hans Sachs of the Meistersinger, linking the hero with his divinely originated tribe and the craftsman with his German-born guild. Now, however, blood replaces all these functions of identity and community building. Sacrifice guarantees unity. When the soldiers of the German Wehrmacht spread all-round annihilation across the world, the fear of castration spread in a way that even Freud could not have imagined. The Jew, who was behind the enemy forces, was not least pursuing the goal of emasculating the German men. But the soldiers of the Wehrmacht were no Wagnerian knights of the Grail. The general staff had brothels set up, prostitutes conscripted and medically monitored. The troops were accompanied at every turn, with instructions from their superiors, control cards and orders, as if the rite of Parsifal was to be retranslated into the practice of normal sexual intercourse. After intercourse, remove the rubber protection without its outside coming into contact with the fingers or the glands and urinary opening. Then thoroughly clean hands and genitals, then urinate. Drive, that meant the danger of racial shame, the insidious creeping venereal disease, the loss of reputation in the occupied territory when the rapes got out of hand. But when it was removed and dealt with by the helping hand of the Volksgemeinschaft, it meant beauty, in the satisfaction of having masturbated on a woman's body for the benefit of all without leaving any stains.
End of quote.
According to Otto Fenichel, anti-Semitism is a condensation of the most contradictory aspirations, a rebellion of the instincts against the authorities as well as a cruel suppression and punishment for this rebellion directed against one's own self. In the unconscious of the anti-Semites, the Jews simultaneously embody what they would like to rebel against and the rebellious tendency within themselves.
End quote.
Anti-Semitic hatred undoubtedly owes its political career to this possibility of condensing the most contradictory aspirations, which is prefigured by the castration complex just as much as it responds to it, and in this determines the innermost structure of Christianity, from the polarity between Jesus and Judas to the specific role of the devil. Here, however, we are dealing with a kind of social condensation that can no longer be grasped in psychoanalytical terms. In his essay on anti-Semitism and National Socialism, Moishe Postwan explained that in the Third Reich the Jews were not only equated, as they had been from time immemorial, i.e. from Christianity, with the devilish money, the sphere of circulation, but with capitalism in general, or more precisely, with everything that stands out in it as abstract. In other words, modern anti-Semitism should be understood as anti-capitalism in a broader sense, as an anti-capitalism that integrates the new developments in productive forces. Quote, the positive emphasis on nature, blood, soil, concrete labor community, goes hand in hand with a glorification of technology and industrial capital. This form of anti-capitalism therefore only appears as if it is longingly backward-looking. As an expression of the capital fetish, it actually pushes forward. It occurs in the transition from liberal to organized industrial capitalism. This form of anti-capitalism is thus based on a one-sided attack on the abstract. The abstract and the concrete are not understood in their unity as founding parts of an antinomy, for which it is true that the real overcoming of the abstract, the value side, includes the historical practical abolition of the antithesis itself as well as each of its sides. Instead, there is only the one-sided attack against abstract reason, abstract law, and on another level, against money and finance capital.
End quote.
This attack creates the necessary personification. Thus the opposition of the materially concrete and the abstract becomes the racial opposition of Aryan and Jew. Modern anti-Semitism consists in the biologization of capitalism, which itself is only understood under the form of the appearing abstract, as international Jewry.
End quote.
The Jews were not merely seen as representatives of capital, in which case the anti-Semitic attacks would have been much more class-specific, but rather became personifications of the incomprehensible, destructive, infinitely powerful international rule of capital. Certain forms of anti-capitalist discontent were directed against the emerging abstract dimension of capital in the form of the Jew, not because the Jews were consciously identified with a value dimension, but rather because the contrast between its concrete and abstract dimensions allowed capitalism itself to appear as such. This is why the anti-capitalist revolt turned into a revolt against the Jews.
End quote.
So if the racist of this economy hypostatized into a delusional system stands on the standpoint of abstract value and fantasizes the inferior as nature to be subjugated and forced into the form of use value, the anti-Semite conversely takes the position of concrete use value and personifies the exchange value, which overwhelms him as a mute compulsion, in the form of the Jew. The one forms the necessary complement to the other if the contradiction that lies in the commodity is not to become conscious, conundrum of the subject in bourgeois society. To a certain extent, Moishe Post-1 attempts to isolate the origin of anti-Semitism in the economy of society. That capitalism could appear in the way the anti-Semite would like to perceive and act it out, that this is why the anti-capitalist revolt became anti-Semitic. Such formulations reveal how close the explanation comes to a rationalization of anti-Semitic projection. The theoretical approach fails to recognize that a non-automatic subject, a social act to use Marx's term, is required for capitalism to appear. If, as Joachim Brun writes, anti-Semitism hallucinates a bourgeois society without a capitalist crisis, a society of bourgeois subjects without a market, without competition, if it splits off what is threatening about competition and accumulation, which is its life, and attributes it to the arbitrariness of an anti-subject, a counterpeople, then the bourgeois of this hallucinating subject is a tautology, because we are talking about the juridical subject. Capitalism is only ever perceived through the state, and not independently of it, as it were, indirectly through capital. A third condition is that the contrast between the concrete and the abstract is reflected at all, the social act of identification, the unity of the individual citizen with the general sovereign. The state is the a priori of the anti-Semitic revolt against capital, the condition of the possibility of creating personifications of capitalism. A critique of anti-Semitism is therefore only possible if this condition itself becomes its object. By pursuing the question of why the Jews in particular have been chosen to personify the real abstract, Post-1 already exceeds the limits of his theory. For it is absolutely impossible not to speak of the state here. Quote, in Europe, the idea of the nation as a purely political being, abstracted from the substantiality of bourgeois society, was never fully realized. The nation was not only a political entity, it was also concrete, defined by a common language, history, traditions, and religion. In this sense, after their political emancipation, the Jews were the only group in Europe to fulfill the definition of citizenship as a purely political abstraction.
End of quote.
Therefore, as Post-1 concludes, the reality of abstractness, which characterizes not only the value dimension in its immediacy, but also indirectly the bourgeois state and the law, was precisely identified with the Jews. It remains unclear what the supposed concreteness of the nation that Post-1 supposes really consists of, in which the emancipated Jews do not participate. This concreteness of the nation does not exist in itself, it is not primordial, not even given like the family connection, it is itself already a secondary concreteness, mediated by the idea of the abstract. It only arises from the ideological ability to paint the Jews as the abstract on the wall. This, however, is a capacity of the subject that is formed in the reality of the state, in the manifold attempts to psychologically cope with this reality, which, after all, contains its own subjugation. The problem with Post-1's theoretical attempt ultimately lies in the fact that he thinks of economy and state as base and superstructure, deriving the state from the economy, while the state itself could only be thought of as the unity of the economy, just as law represents the unity of commodity owner and commodity. Seen as a superstructure, the state merely reflects the basis and doubles or supplements the abstraction already present in it. Viewed as a unit, however, it could be understood as the indispensable prerequisite for anti-Semitic personification. Just as the relationship to the Jewish usurer in the early phase of merchant capital already included a certain relationship to the authorities, the consciousness of being a member of a nation has become the conditio sine qua non of anti-Semitic projection under the developed capital relationship. When Hannah Arendt registers the anti-Semites' claim to be above the parties in the 19th century, she concludes that this was a clear declaration of war on the nation-state, as we later know it under the name of the fascist movement throughout Europe. Characteristic of the countless programs of the anti-Semitic associations was that they directed their revolutionary drive against the state power as such and not against a particular class or its influence in the state apparatus. What they were concerned with was not a revolutionary reorganization of society, but the destruction of the political structure by a party, not, or at least not exclusively, the elimination of the Jews, but the instrument of anti-Semitism for the elimination of the state as it was embodied in the nation-state.
End quote.
However, this hostility to the state, which Arend does not want to admit, expresses a particularly intimate relationship to the state. Moishe Postow's critique of anti-Semitism is equally unable to grasp this relationship. It was Ulrich Enderwitz who criticized the false abstraction of the state in Postow's theoretical attempt. In it, National Socialist anti-Semitism is attributed to the most general capitalist structural conditions. It appears as a phenomenon that is as historically unmediated as it is socially subjectless. Enderwitz accuses Postone of turning National Socialist anti-Semitism into an original anti-capitalist effect, however abbreviated, qua hatred of the abstract, but then leaving this effect to its own devices as a freely floating emotion in the social space, instead of attempting to assign it to a social carrier and historical subject.
End quote.
If Postone were to attempt this attribution, he would have to examine his thesis of the anti-capitalist core of anti-Semitism in terms of class and historical theory. In other words, he would have to specify anti-Semitism in the context of the historical development of a bourgeois society determined by social fractionalization and class struggle, namely as a sequence of strategies equally for suppressing, channeling, and repurposing the social conflicts resulting from such class struggle. Above all, however, he would thus be forced to take into account the role of the state, which has functioned as the supreme crisis manager since the 19th century, and to recognize how in the 20th century the state, as the initiator and protective power of a truce between capital and labor that suspended the class struggles of the 19th century, leases anti-Semitism in all its forms. In order not only to satisfy a widespread anti-capitalist effect in society, but also and even more so to provide an outlet for the political-economic ambivalence that it itself incurs in the course of its function as a guarantor power that contractively short-circuits social forces. And finally, Postone would ultimately be able to perceive the anti-Semitism of German fascism in the historical social specificity in which it only becomes visible against the background of centuries of development and conflict in class society, as the last, murderously flawed form of expression of a social power of resistance that has been turned into its opposite, into sheer affirmation, through economic, political and ideological compression, displacement and distortion, or in other words, as an agonally disappearing symptom of a revolutionary potential that has been brought to reaction, that is, turned counter-revolutionary, in the catalytic ferment of the state function.
End quote.
However, if Postone's economy is independent of the state, Enderwitz's state is independent of its citizens. As an autonomous crisis manager, this sovereign acts, rules and controls, bullies the citizens through the anti-Semitic tape, turns the revolutionary potential and the class struggle resistance into the opposite, although Enderwitz criticized Postone's view of the original anti-capitalist effect of anti-Semitism. The problem that is thus suppressed is that this potential would only have to prove itself as real resistance and as a revolutionary force in the first place in the smashing of anti-Semitic projection. With Enderwitz, the bourgeoisie calls the state onto the scene, be it against the proletariat or to overcome the crisis, but in doing so forfeits its own power. The state itself becomes the subject, which is also able to absorb the proletariat in order to overcome the crisis. Anti-Semitism appears as an educational instrument for the bourgeoisie, which has become powerless, and as a means of integrating the working class, which was originally alien to the state. This reduction of anti-Semitism to a manageable tool is the price Enderwitz has to pay in order to distinguish the state as subject from the state subject, from the citizens themselves. This leads to a peculiar, unreflected contradiction in the depiction of the National Socialist extermination of the Jews, which nevertheless ultimately results in an exoneration of the German citizens. Quote, "The monstrosity that a merely symbolic action can result in the murder of millions of people with practically general acquiescence or approval, that symptomatic behavior can take the form of a mass murder that is as bureaucratically ordered as it is cattle-like, can be seen as an indication of this, the extent to which the pathologically acting subject, the fascist state construct that uses the surrogate object to vent its contradiction, has withdrawn itself from the opinion and will of the individual, the extent to which it has become an automaton of rule that operates without reference to the empirical citizens, without feedback to individual judgment and opinion-forming processes, and is only committed to its own insane logic."
End quote.
On the one hand, anti-Semitic persecution appears as an action that results in mass murder with general acquiescence or approval. On the other hand, however, this happens without reference to the empirical citizens, without feedback to individual judgment and opinion-forming processes. On the one hand, there are responsible citizens who watch and agree, and on the other, there is an automaton of power that is only bound by its own insane logic. But the irrational logic is in every empirical citizen's brain as long as it has not exorcised the citizen within itself, and the state subject itself cannot therefore be an automaton of rule. However, Enderwitz does not describe the National Socialist state as a people state, but entirely according to the common Prussian model, from which he also took as his starting point for the conceptualization of the people state. Even the term ruling machine brings to mind the old absolutist state machine. Enderwitz's reflections on National Socialism are inevitably reminiscent of the old thesis of both bourgeois and real socialist anti-fascism of the Prussianization of Germany, whereas the aim was to Germanize Prussia. To put it better, the difficulty lies in understanding that Prussia, like Bavaria or Austria, has become German, has truly merged into the Volksgemeinschaft. But if the independent, pathologically acting subject state exists in the empirical citizen, then it is no longer possible to simply disregard which nation this citizen belongs to in detail. Instead, the word that marks this nation can become the concept that makes this unity of empirical citizen and independent state subject visible in the first place. This is also the reason why anti-German critique within the left, which expects everything from the state and courts the people, is so displeasing. The critique insists that the criminal state cannot be abstracted from its citizens, without therefore remaining silent about the crimes of the citizens of the state. Not only does the state manipulate society by cashing in on the social antagonism of capital and labor and presenting bourgeois egoism in the form of the Jew as a warning sign, but society also manipulates the state vice versa, giving its administrative actions the social destiny for the people's comrade and thus necessarily at the same time the destiny of annihilation for the asocial. Not only does the people's state produce the state people, at the same time, the state people determine the people's state. It is therefore no coincidence, writes Uli Krug, that Enderwitz hardly ever mentions the National Socialist Party, that Führerstaat was rather such that it was not so much the bureaucratic apparatus that simulated and directed the folkish revolutionary movement, but rather that the latter threw itself into the state, camouflaged itself as bureaucracy. The fact that the Nazi state only allowed social action as state action also meant that state action was only oriented towards social prejudice, truly folkdom, becoming the immediate tool of the will of the folkdom of the state. The abolition of the separation of state and society meant not only the nationalization of previously more or less autonomous social life, but conversely no less the withdrawal of the previously more or less autonomous state goal into immediate social control. Quote, instead of being the expression of a society condemned to passivity by state terror, as the image of the hierarchical Führer state suggests, the National Socialist regime was rather a state that fully developed its terrorist potential through the party and its organizations, a state that completely mobilized society, that brought the competition of market subjects into the state itself. By means of Hitler's system of improvisations, unclear hierarchies, short paths, personal allegiances, the law of status, etc., this competition was directed towards its enemy, which was exterritorialized in a well-known manner. The competition between authorities, organizations, competences, and potentates, which had become a state event, is one of the most important driving forces behind the nightmarish, constant, and excessive radicalization of the regime.
End quote.
With the readiness for nothingness, which is death, understood as the sacrifice of life to a state whose own precondition is already the decisive political loath, with this readiness, the empirical citizen himself becomes an element of the independent sovereign, he becomes identical with the state. As long as it is a sacrifice in the old sense, one that is made for a single determinable purpose, to which a certain, albeit fantastic, magical rationality of means and end thus belongs, the empirical citizen can still be differentiated in some way from the insane logic of the sovereign. The transitions are fluid, but whoever is prepared to subordinate to destruction any other purpose that still has its reason in the reproduction of society, his identity with the sovereign no longer knows any boundaries. Western nationalism still knew how to draw these boundaries. When Ernest Renan answered the question, "What is a nation?" in 1882, he, too, could not dispense with a definition of the victim. Quote, a nation is therefore a great community of solidarity, sustained by a sense of the sacrifices that have been made and the sacrifices that are still to be made. It presupposes a past, but it is nevertheless united in the present in a tangible fact, the agreement, the clearly expressed desire to continue the common life. The existence of a nation is a daily plebiscite.
End quote.
The context in which the French historian of religion recalls the sacrifice leaves no doubt that it is precisely about the desire to continue life, just as belonging to the community can only ever be an agreement between its individual members and not a biological substance, a mere fate, the true being. Heidegger's philosophy is perhaps the most perfect expression of the opposition produced by German ideology. At the height of the annihilation in 1943, it reveals that the being toward death from the philosopher's earlier writings, the conception of time itself from being and time, was always already an ontologization of the victim, that is, it placed the victim above all life. Only that Heidegger, with his concept of being as the other of being, continues to think in a completely apolitical way, and thus, without knowing or wanting to know the slightest thing about capital, makes the relationship between value and use value, the abstract and the concrete, the one always sacrificing the other, his own in a particularly forceful way. This freedom of sacrifice is evoked as a farewell to the existing on the way to preserving the favor of being. Instead of reckoning with the existing for the existing, essential thinking wastes itself in being for the truth of being. The sacrifice at which this thinking aims is native to the essence of the event, as which being claims man for the truth of being. That is why sacrifice does not tolerate any calculation by which it is always calculated only in terms of usefulness or uselessness, whether the purposes are low or high. Such calculation deforms the nature of the victim. The search for ends confuses the clarity of the fearful timidity of sacrificial courage, which has assumed the proximity of the indestructible. The sacrifice can be prepared and served by working and performing in the existing, but it can never be fulfilled by such.
End quote.
Only in the consequent rejection of each individual, limited purpose can the decision fall that realizes sovereignty absolutely and forcibly asserts the unity of the whole, or rather, that rejection is already this decision. As a purpose that has become total, it leads to the absurdity of even speaking of purpose. This is why Schmidt speaks of the decision for its own sake. This is why, for Heidegger, being is always the other of the existing. There is no purpose for true sacrifice. No one can be compelled to sacrifice himself to being. In it, man surrenders his historical being to the simplicity of the only necessity that does not compel by forcing, but creates the need that is fulfilled in the freedom of sacrifice. The necessity is that the truth of being is preserved, whatever may befall man and all that exists. The sacrifice is the devotion of the human being to the truth of being for all that exists, which is removed from all compulsion because it arises from the abyss of freedom. In the sacrifice, the hidden gratitude occurs, which only honors the homage as which being has transferred itself to the being of man in thinking, so that he takes over the guardianship of being in relation to being.
End of quote.
The only necessity that is not perceived as a compulsion is the need, always present in the empirical commodity guardian and constantly rekindled, to be completely superfluous. It is only fulfilled if the commodity guardian affirms this superfluousness just as completely as a citizen and people's comrade assumes the guardianship of being itself. None other than Hannah Arendt, a student of Heidegger, recognized this with some astonishment as an essential element of total domination. Quote, selflessness not as goodness, but as the feeling that one's own self does not matter, that one's own self can be replaced by another at any time and in any place, became a general mass phenomenon, which could well move the individual to throw his life into the redoubt, but which had not the slightest thing to do with what we usually understand by idealism. With the loss of the common world, the measured individuals had lost the source of all fears and worries that not only grieve human life in the world, but also guide and direct it. They were in fact not materialistic, and no longer responded to materialistic arguments, because even purely material benefits lost a good part of their meaning in this situation.
End quote.
If the essence of Christianity is to introduce self-sacrifice as the only true sacrifice, then German ideology is determined to establish the freedom of sacrifice as the national self-consciousness of the citizen on such a basis. Nietzsche, who mythologized the sovereign in the Superman and yet stylized himself as the Antichrist, already made this inner connection clear. The entire polemic against Christianity proves to be null and void when it comes to forging the unity of violence, when it comes to sacrifice. The Superman, which is openly spoken of in Zarathustra, already appears incognito in Dawn. It springs from a love of one's neighbor that proves itself precisely by sacrificing one's neighbor, as an end in itself. But this self is invoked as a we, as a community that takes the place of the prince. Quote, suppose we had the sense of sacrifice for ourselves, what would forbid us to sacrifice our neighbor as well? As the state and the prince have hitherto done, sacrificing one citizen to another, for the sake of the general interest, as they say. But we, too, have general and perhaps more general interests. Why should not some individuals of the present generation be sacrificed to the future generations? So that their grief, their unrest, their despair, their blunders and fearful steps would be deemed necessary, because a new plowshare should break the ground and make it fertile for all? Finally, we share with our neighbor the attitude in which he can feel like a victim. We persuade him to do the task for which we use him.
Are we without compassion?
But if we also want to achieve victory against ourselves through our compassion, is this not a higher and freer attitude and mood than the one in which we feel safe when we have worked out whether an action will do our neighbor good or harm? We, on the other hand, would strengthen and raise the general feeling of human power through the sacrifice, in which we and our neighbors are included, even if we did not achieve more. But this alone would be a positive increase in happiness. Finally, if even this, but not another word here. One look is enough, you have understood me.
End of quote.
The general feeling of human power, positive increase of happiness, consists only in mere destructiveness. Annihilation for its own sake, as saying yes to the world as it is, a more fatty, becomes a secret, about which the community can communicate with looks alone. Heidegger makes his great haggling out of this. One glance is no longer enough, thousands of words, including many newly found ones, are necessary. But annihilation for its own sake is always the annihilation of someone very specific. As abstract as the sacrifice is, which everyone understands as their freedom, abstraction from their own life and from everything that exists, as concrete is the selection of those who are destroyed in order to give meaning to the sacrifice, which must have no purpose. For the purpose is limited, but the meaning knows no limit. When Carl Schmitt formulated in 1932 that political unity must, if necessary, demand the sacrifice of life, this reveals the general definition of the modern state, both the Western liberal and the Eastern despotic state. However, as soon as this sentence is turned upside down, as it were, in order to define political unity as the actual identity of the individual subject and therefore to demand the sacrifice of life, the thread it contains comes to light. It is the heart of German ideology. Whoever is not willing to make a sacrifice of his own accord and without fail, his destruction will give meaning to the sacrifice if political unity is to be asserted by force. All that remains to be determined is who in principle refuses to sacrifice, both individually and in general, and more precisely, why. Before 1933, the negation of the willingness to make sacrifices was still very vaguely labeled as liberalism. For the individualism of liberal thought, this claim is in no way attainable or justifiable. Schmitt regards the rejection of sacrifice as the core of an entire system of demilitarized and depoliticized concepts. It should always be noted that these liberal concepts move in a typical way between ethics, spirituality, and economics, business, and from these polar sides seek to annihilate the political as a sphere of conquering violence, whereby the concept of the private law state serves as a lever and the concept of private property forms the center of the globe. Thus the political concept of struggle in liberal thought becomes competition on the economic side, and discussion on the other, spiritual side.
End quote.
On the street, Adolf Hitler had long been dramatizing this declaration of war to all individualists and privateers, to all those who shied away from sacrifice. Quote, "There was the little SA man, a fighter. One day he made himself available to this young movement.
What could it offer him?
Nothing at all.
What could it pay him?
Nothing at all. What must he give? Everything, if necessary, even his life. My dear citizen, you don't know how much that is. You often complain when someone says to you, 'Give a penny.' You have been approached. 'Party comrade, give your life.' Germany demands it from you."
End of quote.
In the course of carrying out the winter relief work, parasites who did not want to sacrifice were sometimes dragged through the streets, or at least their names were posted on boards of shame. In villages and provincial towns, some actions escalated, especially against the rich who were unwilling to donate, so that they finally had to be taken into protective custody in front of the angry crowd. Mein Kampf already contains the tautology which, in all its banality, corresponds most precisely to the freedom of sacrifice and the willingness to do nothing. The crowning of all sense of sacrifice lies in the devotion of one's own life for the existence of the community.
End quote.
Whether in Heidegger's philosophical ontology, in Schmitt's political theology, in Hitler's Führer speeches, or in the actions of the mob, it was always about associating the small sacrifice with a great sacrifice, the everyday sacrifice of money with the unique sacrifice of life. They only become indissolubly linked when there is a Menetekel, a fantasized enemy, an imagined Guggenvolk that can embody the negation of the victim by its very nature, because its life itself is only the life of money. For Carl Schmitt, too, indeterminacy was always only apparent. The political theorist abstracted from positive religion and at the same time adopted its forms of thought, which had long since determined who was never ready for sacrifice, and which were then, with his active help, to be implemented in political concreteness after 1933. Christianity regarded the Jews as the people who refused to identify with the self-sacrificing Jesus, not least because, according to the Christian delusion, they had murdered him themselves. The Jews were regarded by the German nation as the counterpeople, as those individualists and foreigners who systematically withdrew from the state's claim to the lives of its citizens, as they were only interested in exploiting their fellow citizens and not in the nation as a whole. Only the German who sacrifices himself becomes a true citizen, according to Fichte's speeches to the nation. Only in him does the divine appear, and the original has deigned to make it its shell and its immediate means of transference into the world. Therefore the divine will continue to burst forth from it. Then active, effective, sacrificing itself for it. Life, merely as life as a continuation of the changing existence, has never had any value for him anyway. He has only wanted it as a source of permanence. But this permanence alone promises him the independent continuation of his nation. In order to save it, he must even want to die, so that it may live, and he may live in it the only life he has ever liked.
End of quote.
In the mind of this citizen lives the love of the whole of which he is a member, of the state and the fatherland, and destroys every selfish impulse, Fichte. No matter how many Jews fell for Germany from the wars of liberation against Napoleon to the First World War, the projection burned into the religious form of thought could not be corrected by such facts, since this projection itself already formed the unifying principle of the nation. Every assimilated person, every German Jew who fell for Germany, could only confirm the danger that emanated from Judaism. Nothing but mimicry to help the hidden enemy to break through, who wanted to put an end to Germany. Only the Christian German who sacrifices himself becomes a true citizen, but he must be a Christian and German from the outset, for with the sacrifice he enters into that eternity of the people into which he has always been born. This is his love for his people, honoring himself with his ancestry, Fichte. The recourse to ancestry, religion or blood, people, spirit or race, always serves to strengthen the anti-Semite against the nagging doubts about his own willingness to make sacrifices. Otto Weininger, the young philosopher from a Jewish background, directed the pathic projection against himself and wrote with direct reference to Fichte, "The Jew has no ego. He cannot make himself identical with a positive community, because he is characterized by the inability to sacrifice. The most threatened person recognizes what constitutes the core of the threat, even if he no longer finds the strength to defend himself, identifying with the aggressor, it seems, so completely that he is literally driven to suicide." Even in the case of the man who is regarded as the incarnation of Jewish antisemitism, however, something of the precepts of Jewish religiosity breaks through the concepts adopted by the non-Jewish antisemites. Weininger insists on the inability to victimize as the sole determination of what is Jewish and dismisses religious affiliation as much as racial theory, quite as if he feels obliged to observe the ban on images. Quote, "Jewish is therefore a category and cannot be further attributed and determined psychologically. Metaphysically, it may be understood as a state before being. Introspectively, one does not get any further than the inner ambiguity."
End of quote.
It is explicitly stated that Judaism is to be understood as no nation and no race, no denomination and no literature. When I speak of the Jew, I never mean the individual and never a totality, but man in general, insofar as he shares in the Platonic idea of Judaism.
End quote.
At least Weininger was able to see through anti-Semitism. The Platonic idea of Judaism is hostile to the state, which demands sacrifice. This is what the Aryan has to thank the Jew for. Through him he knows what to beware of, Judaism as a possibility within himself.
End of quote.
Therein lay the abstractness that was personified in the Jews. Therein one imagined, among all the swagger of religious and racist invectives, the fact and the evidence that they could not become concrete Germans, that assimilation had to fail. After their political emancipation, the Jews were the only group in Europe to fulfill the definition of citizenship as a purely political abstraction, for they were denied the decisive factor that could only make them concrete Germans, the will to nothing. Presented as that group and those individuals who fundamentally withdrew from the sacrifice for the collective and insisted on their individual interests, they not only served the Christian and civic consciousness as a warning sign for all liberal-minded citizens who somehow resisted the principle of national unity, they were chosen to personify what never wanted to be absorbed in the sacrifice, stubbornly continued to work against it according to its own inscrutable and abstract laws, the independent economy and universal law, money and the law. Quote, "Finally, what nation has undergone greater upheavals than this one, and yet has always emerged as the same from the greatest catastrophes of mankind?"
End quote.
After the French Revolution, Fichte demanded that the Jews should not be given civil rights, because he saw at least no means to give them these rights other than to cut off all their heads in one night and put on others in which there is not even a Jewish idea. After the German Revolution, Carl Schmitt postulated that the Jewish law of abstract equality and formal equality of all citizens, whose legislator was in a forever unattainable sphere, eternally absent, should now be completely replaced by a concrete racial law of absolute inequality and substantial sameness, brought and protected by the Führer. The point is to counter abstract Jewish universalism and the rule of law with a concrete, appearing God and the rule of man, and the Catholic Schmitt felt called upon to codify the return of God's Son in the form of the Führer. After Schmitt had already commented on the Nuremberg Laws in 1935 as the Constitution of Freedom, in which the voice of German blood had finally become the decisive criterion of legal doctrine, he set up an intellectual ramp in the conference he organized in 1936 on Judaism in jurisprudence, where it was decided exactly who was only to be regarded as foreign, a foreign race, and who, in addition, was to be regarded as absolutely different, the opposite race. When we speak here of Jews and Judaism, we really mean the Jew and nothing else.
End of quote.
If, however, one turns the foreigners into a general term that indiscriminately includes kindred and foreigners, then the specifically Jewish influence can no longer be scientifically recognized. Then the influence that Italian music, for example, has had on our great musicians Handel, Bach and Mozart, appears in a row with the Jewish infection that emanated from Marx and Heine. The Jewish question is always about the big picture. There are no more secondary matters at all. Everything is closely and intimately connected as soon as a real worldview struggle has begun. For the Jews could conceal themselves everywhere. The change of masks with demonic subtlety is part of their nature, and this virtuosity of mimicry has been furthered by long practice. Analogous to Heidegger's famous care, the National Socialist greater space theory, which Carl Schmitt projects at the culmination of the Second World War, extends the anti-Semitic paradigm from abstract Jewish law to the universal, bottomless order of the Allies. The fact that he cites Jewish authors such as Hans Kelsen for this is almost a superfluous marker, for everything he wrote earlier about Kelsen's theory of law now returns in his depiction of the Western Allies, whose image can hardly be distinguished from that of Jewry, and here too he initially only formulates the theory for Hitler's policy, who said of the USA, half Judaized, half neglected, and all based on the dollar. However, Schmitt, in contrast to Heidegger, hardly attaches any significant importance to the Soviet Union, which was allied with the West. He certainly sees it as having been crushed by the German Wehrmacht by 1942. The order that he finally paints like the devil on the wall in the middle of the German War of Annihilation points beyond the Cold War. It is the Pax Americana. If he appears to be the first critic of globalization in this respect, he nevertheless seamlessly ties in with the ideas that people in Germany had about the West, and especially the United States, long before Hitler. We are dealing here with a bourgeois society without a state, at least without the state as it was conceived in Germany. The fundamental character of this strange polity, according to Hegel, consisted in the direction of the private man towards acquisition and profit, in the preponderance of particular interest, which turns to the general only for the sake of its own enjoyment. There are, however, legal conditions, a formal legal law, but this legality is without righteousness, and so the American merchants have the evil reputation of being protected by the law to cheat.
End quote.
Just like the Jews, added the German popular prejudice. In fact, in Hegel's system, North America relates to Europe in much the same way as Judaism relates to Christianity. It is integrated into the dynamic system as an essential stage, a preliminary stage of the transition to reconciliation, which then constitutes Christianity and true sovereignty. North America could only be compared to Europe when the immense space offered by this state had been filled and bourgeois society had been pushed back into itself.
End quote.
Only then would the need for an organic state arise. The North American free states have no neighboring state against which they would be in a relationship such as the European states have among themselves, which they would have to observe with suspicion and against which they would have to maintain a standing army.
End quote.
While Hegel abolishes the contradiction between the East and the West, Europe and America, Alexis de Tocqueville holds on to it. In his book on democracy in America, he recognizes that modern bourgeois society, which he sees as particularly well developed in America, offers unique opportunities for the establishment of despotism. At the same time, however, he senses something of the fact that these opportunities could be realized precisely in Europe when, after his return from the United States, he perceives how much most of our princes had already made use of the ideas, sentiments, and needs which this social order had given rise to in order to extend their sphere of power. But even Tocqueville could not have foreseen that the way in which the sphere of power was extended in America and Europe would differ greatly. After all, sovereignty in North America did not develop according to Hegel's principles, i.e. according to the same need for an organic state as in Europe, but rather bourgeois society, even after the conquest of the entire area in the West and the extermination of the majority of the Native American population, did not allow itself to be pushed back into itself. On the contrary, with its legality, it set out to override sovereignty in Europe to a certain extent. This is also where it differs from the Napoleonic campaign, that its starting point is Western, a pure country of the bourgeois revolution, as Adorno says, in which this revolution has not only successfully penetrated, but forms the precondition of society as a whole, a country whose real basis has been to carry out and establish society in the consequent bourgeois sense. Its spread of legal security and the movement of goods is no longer dependent on feudal absolutist forms of sovereignty. The sovereign, who had shaken off these forms in the American Revolution, thus proves to be significantly more flexible and independent of the respective circumstances of the foreign country in the longer term, in which he seeks to gain influence after military intervention not through dynastic diplomacy and population policy measures, but through the exchange of goods and, later, intelligence services. U.S. policy has always understood war only as a preparation for such influence. It has therefore rightly seen itself as different from the sovereignty of European powers from the outset, so that an encounter on the same level does not seem to be an option for it. This was also what worried Hegel. This world spirit could no longer be embodied in the figure of the ruler or in the spirit of the people. It questioned sovereignty in a new way without actually renouncing sovereignty itself. The USA thus pursued the critique of Hegel's philosophy of law in its own practical, capitalist way. Marx necessarily referred to it early on. He saw in the North American free states, or at least in a part of them, the completed political emancipation, hence the infinite fragmentation of religion in North America. It already outwardly takes the form of a purely individual affair. This political emancipation is, however, a great step forward. It is not the last form of human emancipation at all, but it is the last form of human emancipation within the existing world order. It goes without saying that we are talking here about real, practical emancipation. As a victory over the slaveholding society of the South in the Civil War, the first expansionary push of this emancipation still took place on American soil. Marx, who welcomed it emphatically, also judged the coming American interference in Europe not without sympathy. He saw it as an interference of civilization in barbarism, but the most powerful representative of the West could by no means replace the necessity of revolution. The revolution that will overthrow the Rome of the West will also overcome the demonic influence of the Rome of the East. The break with Hegel, with German philosophy as such, is expressed most immediately here. While Hegel hopes that bourgeois society will finally be pushed back into itself by the state in the United States of America, Marx sees in its expansion the course of Western civilization, which, although it cannot overcome Eastern barbarism, will push back the deification of the sovereign practice therein, the people's state, in people's minds. However, insofar as he places all his hopes in the strengthening of the working class, it is no coincidence that Marx adopts Hegel's prognosis with a different sign. The state had been abolished in a bourgeois manner in North America because the class antagonisms there are only incompletely developed. The class collisions are each time covered up by the withdrawal of the proletarian overpopulation to the West. The intervention of state power, reduced to a minimum in the East, does not exist at all in the West. End quote. From this it could be concluded ex negativo, with the end of the possibilities for expansion in the West, class struggles would intensify everywhere, and so here too the strengthened working class would have to provoke a strengthening of state power on a European level and in French or Prussian German form. The fact that things turned out differently, that with the opposite economic expansion to the East on the European continent, something of the original American relationship to the sovereign was preserved, even if the latter really did become stronger, and that this society continued to have no need for an organic state in the consequent bourgeois sense, makes it possible to appreciate the progress of the completed political emancipation that the young Marx had noted. Another revolutionary from North America in 1848 wrote, "There are governments, but no masters. What in Europe is called anarchy only with horror, exists here in its most beautiful bloom." However, Karl Schurz, who made this statement, advanced to general of the northern states and finally to senator of the United States in just a few years. If this career is not seen as a contradiction to that anarchy, then it has to do with the American form of political emancipation, with a certain relationship between the U.S. citizen and the sovereign. But those who know no better than to submit to a master to the point of self-sacrifice, unless they themselves become one, and who fear nothing worse than anarchy, still distinguish for some time between the two enemy images that make this submission palatable to them and demonstrate this worst. Between the country without a sovereign and the people without a country, between the counter-state of the USA and the counter-people of the Jews. In fact, anti-Americanism, which in Europe was initially only cultivated by the ruling strata and classes, only took hold of broad sections of the population in the first place, to the extent that they knew themselves to be in agreement with their state as a people's state. There is no better indication of this late spread than the overwhelming success of Karl May's Wild West phantasmagoria in German children's bedrooms. America is a really existing country, and it is far away. Unlike in the case of Judaism, which is a people without a country and therefore very close, people usually pretend to have once thought a lot of this country, but are ultimately disappointed, and the disappointment grows to the same extent that its superior productivity becomes apparent. In contrast to anti-Semitism, from the very beginning it was about the confrontation with a great state power, about international competition. This country from which one turns away in disillusionment, perhaps also because one has not dared to attempt to emigrate there, now offers various possibilities for projection. On the one hand, European citizens identify with the expelled and murdered Indians or the initially enslaved, then discriminated against blacks. On the other hand, they see the Americans themselves as a people without culture due to their everyday dealings or sexual intercourse with Indians and blacks. Nicolaus Lano, the first great America weary from Europe, empathizes with the Indians in his poems. The robber brood has left us nothing but a deadly bitter hatred in our hearts come you children, come we want to die. At the cost of importing the romantic fetishization of sovereignty into his letters, what is being created in America is not a culture that has emerged organically from within, but a bottomless culture brought in violently and rapidly from the outside. What we call fatherland is here merely a property essence. The American knows nothing, he seeks nothing but money, he has no idea. Consequently, the state is not a spiritual and moral institute, fatherland, but only a material convention. However, as Leno states in the postscript, the real purpose of his stay in America was to make the best possible use of his wealth and to invest his money profitably and safely in the New World. Friedrich Nietzsche, on the other hand, sees the American hunt for money as the result of a mixture with the Indian. It is an Indian-like wildness, peculiar to the Indian blood, in the way the Americans strive for gold. In everything the American wants, the Indian comes to light. C.G. Jung also believes the Negrid attributes in the American soul are also relevant, such as his laughter, the gait, the swaying hips of the American women come from the Negro, the American dance forms are Negro dance, etc. Jung's idiosyncratic description from the 20s already reveals that distant land seemed to have moved threateningly close. Initiated by the international interdependence of capital movements and ultimately provoked by the unrestricted submarine warfare of the German Reich, the United States had already entered the First World War as one of the economically most powerful countries. From then on, the projections of Uncle Sam and Shylock not only came closer together, but interpenetrated. But they did not become identical. The Jewish subversion work only met with the least possible resistance in the USA, it was said shortly before the unleashing of the greatest possible resistance, i.e. the establishment of the Third Reich. Finally, one of its best-selling authors writes that in the early expansion phase of American imperialism, the era of Theodore Roosevelt, relatively few Jews had determined the face of America. Only the World War favored them to such an extent that they had succeeded in infiltrating the financial oligarchy, and with the presidency of Franklin D. Roosevelt they would finally have been able to establish themselves in America. Roosevelt's presidency, they finally came to power, which is also proven by the Jewish ancestry of the president's family. However, the anti-American image of the enemy also developed much more discontinuously here than it appears from this perspective of the Second World War. In the first half of the 1930s, Franklin D. Roosevelt was still being praised by the Germans as the new leader of the Americans. It was believed that a development towards an authoritarian state was now taking place there too, which would ultimately pursue a different racial policy. And some of Roosevelt's statements, taken in isolation, seem to confirm this. In 1933, for example, his book Blick Vorwärts was published in Berlin, the first chapter of which bore the title Umwertung der Wert, Revaluation of Values, borrowed from Nietzsche. It was only when the American president spoke out clearly against National Socialist policies that the anti-American fantasies were reactivated, only to merge almost completely with the anti-Semitic enemy image. Later added to the delusional consciousness of German and European citizens, the anti-American projection remains intrinsically dependent on hatred of the Jews. The anti-American takes note of social reality and real politics precisely where they concern Jewry. If Roosevelt had pursued a different hostile policy towards the persecuted Jews in the longer term, and if the situation of Jews in the USA had even been changed in the direction of the Nuremberg laws, a different image of America would probably have prevailed in Germany and a genuine effort would have been made to form an alliance with the United States. Conversely, the anti-American projection on the German left in the 1960s and 1970s returned to its old form alongside the reasonable and urgently needed protest against the Vietnam War, to the extent that the fact that the USA also supported Israel was now given the greatest importance, thus completing the equation of US imperialism with the Nazi policy of extermination. Jean Amory tried in vain to impose a clear disjunction at precisely this point and wrote in June 1967, "What is the point of condemning American imperialism in this context? It exists, or, to put it more precisely, the American policy of warlike use of force certainly exists in Vietnam, where it manifests itself in the ugliest way every day. But this US policy of violence has nothing to do with the Middle East crisis."
End of quote.
This interdependence of the anti-American on the anti-Semitic projection not only refers to a different historical context, it also has to do with the content itself, with what is projected in each case. As Dan Diner notes, the USA is destined to be responsible for the expansion of a borderless bourgeois society. And Ludwig Marcuse already wrote that America is a suitable scapegoat, because it is everywhere. But it is there in a different way to the Jews, who, in the consciousness of the anti-Semites, are also everywhere, but whose real diaspora is fantasized as a secret world conspiracy. While they are chosen to embody abstract wealth money, where it appears sinister and unreal to the anti-Semite, the USA is regarded by the anti-American as the only real existing society in which money alone rules, as a society without an actual state, without a state supported by the common good, as a country of unlimited competition. Instead of the sovereign, there is merely a sheriff who only intervenes when there is another dead man in the saloon. What Marx says about the world market could very well serve the anti-Americans as a definition of the USA. The Encroachment of Bourgeois Society over the State, MEW 42, 188. Of course, there can be no doubt that the USA has always been a society with state sovereignty. From the simple legal act of every exchange of goods within society to the expulsion and extermination of the Indian population, the state is in its element here as elsewhere in the world, to maintain the conditions for the accumulation of capital. Only here, and the anti-American projection is attached to this, the citizens have a different relationship to sovereignty, or rather, here they have a relationship to it at all, they do not simply coincide with it by invoking origin and descent. Hannah Arendt even saw this as something like the archetype of the council system. The astonishing fact that the Declaration of Independence immediately produced a veritable fever of constitutional enactments in the 13 colonies shows abruptly how much an entirely new concept of power and authority and entirely new ideas of politics in general had already taken hold in the New World before the outbreak of the Revolution. Those who obtained the constituent power were the regularly elected representatives of constituted communities. They were elected from below, not appointed from above, and if they adhered to the old Roman principle that all power rested with the people, this was not a fiction to them, and the people to them was not an absolute, the nation enthroned above the laws and above all temporal authority, but a present reality. For them, the people was a mass of people grouped together in organizations and institutions, accustomed to exercising their power according to certain rules and within the framework of laws.
End quote.
Arend also points out that the bourgeois theories of the state, especially those of Locke, are inconceivable without the impression that American conditions made in Europe early on. It has often been emphasized how immeasurably much America owed to the idea of the social contract. But it has been overlooked that this idea was realized long before the Revolution by those colonists who had not the slightest idea of any theories in these matters. Rather, the situation seems to be exactly the opposite, namely that the Americans did not adhere to theories, but that European theorists oriented themselves to facts established in America.
End quote.
Whereas in the French Revolution, law which was related to all humanity as something reasonable, went hand in hand with national identification, without however being abolished as in Germany, whereas here the real mediation of law could be exaggerated at any time by the unreal immediacy of descent, ghostly continued existence of the dynastic principle. In the American states that had become independent, the sovereign was understood from the outset only as the guarantor of contracts, as a necessity to secure the exchange of goods and property rights comprehensively, by all means and against any challenge, and refrained from ascribing to it a special quality, a substance of its own, a body of the people. It remained a formal legal law, as Hegel says, legality without righteousness. In revolutionary Europe, it was unclear from the outset how far the homogenization of society could go. The state that enforces it is one that potentially interferes everywhere. In the revolutionary USA, on the other hand, homogeneity was causally limited to abstract law. The state established itself here as the power that allows the greatest diversity through this homogeneity. This relationship to the sovereign has a long history, as Hannah Arendt also makes clear. Insofar as the colonial pacts did not refer to any royal power at the outset, it was as if the revolution had only had to liberate this original power to conclude treaties and enact constitutions, which had manifested itself in the primordial beginnings of colonization.
End quote.
The uniqueness of the North American colonies, their decisive difference from all other colonial ventures, lay in the fact that the emigrants from England insisted from the outset on constituting themselves in these civil bodies politic. In addition, these political citizenships did not actually govern and were not projected on the model of a state apparatus, for there was no distinction between rulers and ruled. Quote, "This is evident from the simple fact that the people of the settlers united in them were to remain the faithful subjects of England and the English king for more than 150 years. These peculiar organizations were in truth what were later called political societies, and their great importance for the future lay in the fact that in them a political space had been formed in which power and the assertion of rights were possible without the possession of sovereignty or even the demand for it."
End of quote.
However, and here Arendt clearly idealizes early North American society, an own American sovereign was indispensably needed when one broke away from the Old English one, except that here a clear end-means relation was constituent for the consciousness of the citizens from the outset, the sovereign as a precondition of the contract, violence however irrational in its exercise. In the last instance bound to the rationality of the exchange relationship. The fact that the law was able to gain significance and independence, in Horkheimer's words, its own nature and power of resistance, in a completely different way than in the countries from which people emigrated is thus fundamentally linked to the situation of a country of immigration, in a country that when the formation of the European nation-states was already complete, took in growing masses of new immigrants. The right to live in it could not, as in Europe, be derived seamlessly from the place of birth, descent from a family and affiliation to a particular religion. In this literal sense, the United States could not become a nation. Here, the individual citizen in his capacity as a citizen does not see himself primarily as part of a context of procreation and birth, but as a member of a context of institutions, the freedom of becoming a citizen without having to pay the price of assimilation. This is how Hannah Arendt understood the value of U.S. citizenship that was decisive for her Sonning Prize speech. Of course, this in no way excludes the possibility that the same citizen, in his capacity as a private citizen, places great value on his ancestry, and like every racist, naturalizing productivity, seeks by all conceivable means to distinguish himself from fellow citizens classified as inferior, in this case as a white or WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, above all from the formerly enslaved blacks. The ideology of European nationalism has not been completely broken with in the land of immigrants, but in the immediate relationship between the individual citizen and the state it loses its supremacy as an internal, unifying force. More clearly than almost anywhere else, this ideological distancing from the state, which seems to be the most advanced in U.S. society, shows that it is law that synthesizes citizens, not origin and descent, apart from the wealth distributed by the invisible hand. Even religion has had to take a back seat and is therefore more privatized than elsewhere. However often the president may invoke God, there is no state religion in the true sense of the word. For the young Marx, this was precisely a sign of complete political emancipation, and he quotes de Beaumont approvingly, "In the United States there is neither a state religion nor an official religion of the majority, nor the primacy of one cult over another. The state is not concerned with any of the cults."
End quote.
For Hegel, however, this is not a good sign. Everyone, it is said from this point of view, can have his own worldview, and therefore also his own religion. Hence the disintegration into so many sects. The church is not something that exists in and of itself, that has a substantial spirituality and external institution, but the religious is made up as it sees fit.
End of quote.
Everything that Germans and Europeans consider to be substantial, that has become the quintessence of identity in the course of their nationhood, religion, birth, race, is thus made up as they see fit, except the law itself, which is what allows the making up in the first place. Thomas Jefferson famously said that nothing is immutable except the inalienable rights of man, which are inherent in human nature alone. Whoever replaces human rights with the rights of the citizen has a useful definition of North American conditions and U.S. ideology. The anti-American projection, on the other hand, turns the historical difference, which has been reflected in a different political relationship to law and sovereignty, into the negative that must be fended off. In doing so, it actually pursues the negative substantialization of the pure doctrine of law. If the latter wants the state to be limited to law and sovereignty to be suppressed, the anti-American has long said that this is precisely what has already become reality in America. The USA is regarded by him as a state without a sovereign, a state reduced to law as part of business. Like business, law can be extended to any area. It is universal. That is why the Americans also appear universal to Europeans. They only need the law to be able to do business all over the world, and that is precisely why they set up the League of Nations and later the UN.
The law is bottomless.
For the North American state developed in a different way from that envisaged by Hegel, and America's European enemies note with consternation that this strange polity has no borders, but now covers the whole earth. Instead of finally pushing civil society back into itself, it expands it beyond all borders, but this only succeeds because it continues to reduce the state to a formal legal code. Legality without voluntary public spirit, without self-determined sacrifice for the state. Since the First World War, it has been constantly emphasized that Americans are inherently lacking in soldierly virtues. Hitler's General Staff Officer Adalbert Weinstein spoke contemptuously of an army without pathos. And so American politicians soon have the reputation of being mere businessmen who can now operate worldwide and cheat anywhere. Protected by the law, the U.S. state appears as a violent businessman and nothing else. This is the point at which Uncle Sam can be prohorist as Shylock at any time, even though, unlike Shylock, he not only has money but also weapons. The USA was able to assert itself through all conflicts, thereby proving its sovereignty. The doctrine of pure international law, however, remained as impotent in the face of anti-American ideology as the real League of Nations was in the face of the Third Reich. It contains no truth itself, in contrast to Franz Neumann's dialectical theory of law, which reflects the experience of those persecuted by the Nazis just as much as it owes its impetus to contact with the Anglo-Saxon world. Hans Kelsen, however, who had already developed the most consequent conception of a non-dialectical theory of law before 1933, rather anticipated the dominance of the human rights ideology during the Cold War and the hypostasis of the UN as a world state in the present. The experience of the decline of the Weimar Republic and the persecution by National Socialism could do little to affect the pure theory of law. Because he understands law as a structure that is to a certain extent presupposed by reality, Kelsen is able to literally conclude his doctrine with international law, as a kind of future perspective. International law is, as he wrote in 1934, not yet developed, still in a primitive stage. Quote, "It is only at the beginning of a development that the national legal system has already covered. There is, still far-reaching decentralization. There are still no organs for the creation and implementation of legal norms that are based on a division of labor. The formation of general norms takes place by custom or by contract."
End of quote.
But this empirical state of development is meaningless for the pure theory of law. The only essential thing is that international law is already subordinate to the sovereignty of the individual states, even if no centralized authority yet exists and the world policeman has not really come into action. This systematically prevents the simple realization that this so-called international law does not exist as law at all. The recourse to the fantastic unity of the people in the German expression for international law is not accidental. To camouflage the constitution of state rule, the real relationship between law and sovereign, the word people was virtually invented, and the Germans are masters at it. In truth, what is called international law can only ever be a convention, just as the Geneva Convention on the Treatment of Prisoners of War was correctly called a convention. The result of a mutual threat between states and solely there to be used, to put it even more clearly, instrumentalized, by the sovereign power of individual states, one or more, coordinated by international organizations. If this does not happen, it does not exist, or only as a figment of the imagination in the minds of international law experts and UN officials. And those who find it politically inconvenient then speak indignantly of a breach of international law. International law will only ever be a technical means to achieve political ends, however much the ends may differ. As little as there can be a world sovereign, so little, conversely, can there be an international law which, like national law, could possess its own nature and power of resistance. The pure legal doctrine of the past and the human rights ideologues of today, both of whom equally displace the sovereign, only ever want to see the underdeveloped state of this law in what constitutes international law. It is still little more than the technique of self-help, from which the development of the national legal order also started. The juridification is only just beginning. The primacy of international law is necessarily the keystone of Kelsen's edifice. In it, the dissolution of the dogma of sovereignty is to be reflected in practice. Quote, "The state, whose concept can now be defined in terms of the international legal order, is thus a relatively centered partial legal order that is not subject to international law, with a territorial and temporal scope limited by international law and a claim to totality limited only by the reservation of international law with regard to its material scope."
End quote.
Understood in this way, the individual state as a legal entity is released from the absoluteness in which sovereignty thinking freezes it. In this way, the doctrine of law removes an almost insurmountable obstacle to any technical development of international law, to any attempt to further centralize the international legal order. By ensuring the epistemological unity of all law, by relativizing the concept of the state, it creates a not insignificant prerequisite for the organizational unity of a centralized world legal order. However, the dogma of sovereignty is not really dissolved, just as the state cannot really be relativized as long as it exists. Thus sovereignty also returns in Kelsen's pure theory of law, concealed behind the category of effectiveness, as the legal principle of positive international law. According to this principle, a coercive order that is not subject to international law must be regarded as a legitimate, i.e. binding, legal order, or in other words, the community constituted by such an order must be regarded as a state in the sense of international law for precisely that area for which this order is largely complied with.
End quote.
In other words, effectiveness alone legitimizes the enforcement of a coercive order on a particular territory. The question of when something is legitimate in the sense of international law is decided, as in Hitler's Mein Kampf, by sheer success. This anticipation of a training program for UN bureaucrats, which formally proves to be compatible with every successful seizure of power, is now countered by the anti-Semitic constitutional law expert and first critic of globalization with a substantively determined greater space order. For Carl Schmitt, the Soviet Union practically no longer existed, which meant that manifest anti-communism also lost much of its significance. The Western Front gains all the more. Schmitt sees the United States as an accelerator against its will, which ultimately only serves the cause of the Germans. The great theme of the present World War, says Schmitt, lies precisely in the opposition to such a universal world power and its claim to world order. Against the universalism of Anglo-American world domination, the idea of an Earth sensibly divided into continentally connected greater spaces has prevailed. There can be no controlled world economy.
End of quote.
Every attentive observer has noticed the self-contradictions that have long afflicted the Western Hemisphere and that have grown so astonishingly since the beginning of the imperialist era, since 1898, that the idea of a new world order coming from there seems grotesque. As grotesque as the repression of sovereignty in the face of law, which Kelsen, as the most consequent representative of an enlightened doctrine of the state, pursues. In contrast, Schmitt favors the depotentiation of the idea of law, the absolute subjugation of the legal order to the sovereign, as practiced in the Third Reich, an anti-capitalist upheaval in the German spirit, only capable of drawing boundaries to what Schmitt understands by capitalism. For the imperialist reality of an economic claim to world trade, which Schmitt finds grotesque, includes boundless, universal intervention. The interests of world capitalism compel an omnipresent, ubiquitous policy of interference and non-recognition, which presumes to give or refuse Washington's place it to any change in the situation occurring at any point on Earth.
End quote.
The government in Washington does not act as the sovereign of the world, but as a body that merely reacts to the violation of the law. In Kelsen's words, it executes the coercive act that is provided for in the law itself and whereby only the conditional act is qualified as injustice, the conditional act as law, in a modern word, as a world policeman. Years earlier, when England still seemed destined to become the leading power of universalism, Schmitt had already projected the horror scenario for the Germans, that modern technical development, especially of the Air Force, would overtake state war, that the Air Force would suffice to keep the earth in peace and order, so that state wars would cease of their own accord and finally only civil wars. Police actions or sanctions would remain.
End quote.
Now it is clear that it is the USA that is taking on this role. They are covering the entire Earth with a system of air bases and proclaiming an American century of our planet. Now that the last of these global lines, the line of the Western Hemisphere, has turned into a borderless, global interventionism, a completely new situation has arisen. Against the claims of universal planetary world control and world domination, a different nomos of the Earth is defending itself, the basic idea of which is the division of the Earth into several greater spaces filled with its historical, economic, and cultural substance.
End quote.
Just as he was always able to derive his decisionism from the exception to the rule, Schmitt now, thinking beyond the defeat of Germany, builds on the fact that the Earth will always remain larger than the United States of America and that it is still large enough today for several greater spaces in which freedom-loving people know how to preserve and defend their historical, economic and spiritual substance and uniqueness.
End quote.
All the differences between German and US ideology result in a different relationship to the crisis. Anti-Americanism, long brewed in Germany and now brought to the whole world in the War of Annihilation, shows itself as a delusional reaction to a society that behaves, and is able to behave, as if there were no threat of a total state of emergency within bourgeois society, as if there were no real crisis per se that could not be dealt with by the conventional means of business and law, none that could lead the sovereign to transform the law into a technical means of enforcing certain political goals, more precisely, to enforce the political par excellence as a readiness for nothing, for death and for killing as the supreme instance loweth. The fact that this sovereign also possesses the ability to constitute himself and others as killable life, does not yet mean that this precondition of his already becomes the decisive political. If the great crisis does break out and the state, as elsewhere, is forced to intervene massively in the sphere of circulation and to act as a major consumer with growing deficit spending, if we could also speak here of a state subject of capital Heinz Langerhans, that begins to organize the internal market, regulates prices and at the same time regulates international trade relations in a new way, the US citizens are not already transformed into people's comrades, the areas of responsibility that the sovereign has to assume in order to continue to guarantee the exchange of goods and property rights, the utilization of value, are only temporarily expanded. This provisional state subject of capital only forms a bundle of temporary measures to maintain the conditions for the automatic subject of capital under unfavorable conditions. The law is transformed into a technical means for achieving certain short-term economic, or later, military goals. Once these have been achieved, its technical function is superfluous. It does not enter into the political structure of the state, does not change the relationship of the citizens to the authorities. And the president knows that he will have to justify himself to Congress, as Lincoln did in the War of Secession, for every measure he has to take on his own authority. In other words, because they are only economic or military goals, the law is always also the end, it does not lose its power of resistance and own nature in relation to the political. Thus the decision for the New Deal was not a decision for the sake of a decision, against the law for the sake of the law, it did not mobilize a willingness to do nothing, it was the mere determination to do something to restore the conditions of exploitation. As this exploitation is fundamentally recognized as an end in itself, not infrequently still as originally, in the name of God, With F.D. Roosevelt, however, more in the name of freedom and democracy, the status of law also remains untouched. U.S. ideology thus corresponds roughly to what Karl Kraus generally expects of the sovereign. For us, politics is only a method of getting on with life so that we can get to the spirit. We abhor a policy which, in order to neglect the latter, mistreats the former. We are satisfied with one that is honestly willing to restore that and leave everything else to ourselves. We wanted to be free, and since we could be, those who have never been bound by content come and want to dominate us. They have set themselves up as a world court and yet have nothing but the curse of perpetuating evil to execute.
End quote.
However, U.S. policy finds the real state of emergency in other countries with which it trades, and its soldiers come to end it with as few casualties as possible for themselves, and if this condition is met, with as few casualties as possible for others, in order to restore the normal course of business. To a certain extent, this is their regulative principle, and is immediately complained about in public when, as in the Vietnam or Iraq wars, torture by GIs occurs. This policy, like no other power and with all the means of the sovereign, realizes the law as the form of rule over the world, which is nothing but wealth because it is in perpetual production. The interests revolve around this production, not immediately around any raw materials, be it oil, which has become indispensable, because the only factual chance of permanently appropriating wealth lies in its utilization, not in the soil. What can be pursued as a strategy of U.S. policy over centuries is based on interests mediated in this way. In contrast, the hypostatization of the crisis for the duration of eternal Germany is set. The sovereign who decides on the state of emergency is enthroned as an end in itself, but exploitation as an end in itself is thus no longer recognized. The state subject of capital perpetuates itself in every people's comrade, because law is absorbed into the technical means to the only political end, which itself can only be invoked as a pathological projection, for the purpose of persecuting and killing all Jews. This is also the crisis theory of the Germans, because North Americans have the state merely to create legal certainty for their and others' business, because they do not have the state as a substantial content, do not revere and internalize it as an expression of their common sense, they are incapable of true, total politics. For a strictly economic interest, a will interested in wealth and profit, is not sufficient for this, only one that, like National Socialism, develops the urge for omnipotence out of powerlessness in the face of crisis. As such, it is also satisfied if it only destroys. But only then is it truly satisfied. Thus, with Jean Amory, torture must truly be understood as the essence of National Socialism. In it, the Third Reich realized itself in all its density. The Hitler follower had to torture, to destroy in order to be great in enduring the suffering of others. This inner readiness for unconditional annihilation only wants to take note of what appears to it as concrete. It ignores the abstract conditions of law and utilization as a matter of principle, and with the appearance of the concrete it is ideologically best camouflaged, blood and soil. For the United States, however, unable to speculate on omnipotence in the feeling of powerlessness, which can only ever be a determination to nothing, unwilling to go beyond the law for the sake of this determination, violent interventions to establish political unity must always be indicated, if not imposed, from outside. They appear as an accelerator against its will Schmidt, which pursues resounding crisis solutions without inner conviction, but out of external necessity. The world policeman cannot redeem the world. And that is what is held against him. At first glance, it was merely the willingness to part with the civilizational achievements of the bourgeois age more easily than other nations that enabled Germany to become the accelerator of its own volition. According to Wolfgang Port, the concepts of greater space demonstrate above all the will to break with the world market, which had finally tended to dissolve all local restrictions and liberated people from their unconditional dependence on the natural living conditions they had found. Only on the world market could free competition unfold universally, the force that was to act as an automatic regulator of production in the sense of an unlimited progress of the productive forces and bring about an ever-increasing exchange of goods. World trade includes worldwide travel, the free exchange of information and the mobility of the commodity of labor, also known in the terminology of fascism as the mixing of peoples, uprooting or alienation. The world market is the epitome of this, against which resentment in Germany has never really disappeared.
End quote.
But in this willingness to break with the world market there was a certain idea of redemption from the outset, that one would rather be dead than not be a slave. The substance that the Germans opposed to the bottomless imperialist universalism of the Western Hemisphere, which had become ubiquitous, was the down-to-earth and bloody freedom of the victim, the freedom to sacrifice oneself so that torture and mass murder would become an end in themselves. In this all contradictions are eliminated, in this the Grossraum concept goes all the way. This can be noted and yet not understood. Just as the actions of the Germans can be derived from specific traditions, but by spreading extermination through the gross realm as the cause for its own sake, they leave every tradition behind. 2 years after Carl Schmitt's reflections on the last global line, Theodore W. Adorno, who had once again found protection behind this line when those freedom-loving people struck out, wrote, "What the Germans have committed is beyond comprehension." Nevertheless, the consciousness that wants to withstand the unspeakable sees itself repeatedly thrown back on the attempt to comprehend, if it does not want to subjectively fall prey to the madness that objectively prevails. This also applies to the concepts of sacrifice and self-sacrifice. They cannot explain National Socialism because they refer to limited actions. Their totalization in the name of Germany is the incomprehensible, which no scientific analysis can make comprehensible, which can only ever be captured anew, be it in the image of the Twilight of the Gods or the Zeppelin. While they were winning everything, they were already raging as those who had nothing to lose. At the beginning of German imperialism stands Wagner's Götterdämmerung, the enthusiastic prophecy of its own downfall, the composition of which was begun at the same time as the victorious 70s war. In the same spirit, 2 years before the Second World War, the German people were shown a film of the sinking of their Zeppelin in Lakehurst. Calmly, unperturbed, the ship follows its course, only to suddenly plummet vertically. If there is no way out, the urge to destroy becomes completely indifferent to what it never quite distinguished, whether it is directed against others or against its own subject.
End of quote.
It is about an idea that can also be expressed in a simple sentence: the prosperity in the successor states of National Socialism and beyond, but mediated by it of the entire post-war Western world, has as its precondition the extermination organized by the Germans. The idea is not a thesis in the usual sense. It cannot be proven according to the standards of the prevailing concept of science, a necessary consequence of its negativity. Understood as a hypothesis of a causal connection, it would only be provable if totality could be reconstructed as a test arrangement, as in a scientific experiment. In other words, if one could know what would have happened if. Since this is impossible, the idea has only one positive meaning, which cannot be a matter for science or writing to prove, and which today is perhaps already considered the epitome of folly: that a life without capital and crisis, without state and destruction, and therefore also without the masters of crisis, is as possible as it is necessary. If it seems in the following that scientific evidence is nevertheless being sought and even empirical facts are being provided for this purpose, it is therefore only a matter of suggesting something, to make the connection between the destruction of people and national prosperity impossible, to realize the truth of the idea in both senses of the word. National wealth is not only the result of a terrorist state action that had no equal, but which immediately fell into oblivion. National wealth also produces the necessity of a terrorist state action that puts even that original one in the shade. An inquiry into the nature and causes of the wealth of nations. This is the title of Adam Smith's main work of classical economics. The 18th century book assumes the beneficial work of an invisible hand that turns everything man-made on earth for the best. It combines the highly selfish and contradictory private interests of individuals, without them even realizing it, to create the general prosperity of nations. The idol of political economy was perfect. 100 years later, Karl Marx demonstrated its historical preconditions: the visible hand of a dirty main and state action that raged until the utilization of value could begin, the invisible hand could move. What is suggested as a laborious accumulation of wealth turns out to be a systematic accumulation of physical suffering and deadly violence for those who decipher the form of this wealth. Quote, the discovery of the gold and silver lands in America, the extermination, enslavement and burial of the indigenous population in the mines, the incipient conquest and plundering of the East Indies, the transformation of Africa into an enclosure for the trade hunt for black skins mark the dawn of the capitalist era of production. These idyllic processes are the main moments of primitive accumulation. The trade war of the European nations follows on its heels, with the globe as the arena. It is opened by the secession of the Netherlands from Spain, assumes gigantic proportions in England's anti-Jacobin war, continues in the Opium Wars against China, etc. The various moments of primitive accumulation are now distributed, more or less in chronological order, to Spain, Portugal, Holland, France, and England. In England, at the end of the 17th century, they were systematically summarized in the colonial system, the public debt system, the modern tax system, and the protection system. Some of these methods were based on the most brutal violence, e.g. the colonial system. But all of them used state power, the concentrated and organized violence of society. Marx, MEW 23, page 779. One hand washes the other. The methods of the invisible hand are partly based on magical powers. It makes its own preconditions invisible. That is the real miracle of capital and the sorcery of political economy. The past is as if erased from the consciousness of the bourgeois subject, the present transformed into nature, for the capital relationship produced with the utmost violence, on the one hand, the separation of the immediate producers from the means of production was necessary. On the other, the inheritance of money on a large scale is finally sealed as the mute compulsion of economic relations. Extra-economic immediate force is therefore only used in exceptional cases. For the ordinary course of things, the worker can be left to the natural laws of production, i.e. his dependence on capital, which arises from the conditions of production themselves and is guaranteed and perpetuated by them. The mute compulsion of capital, however, not only does not exclude, but actually conditions the unabated use of extra-economic violence on the periphery. And if any of this violence appears in the bourgeois consciousness of the metropolis, it is immediately booked under the cost price of progress. Adam Smith spoke of the nation in the plural, wealth of nations. Just as the invisible hand ensures prosperity and contentment within the individual nations, so it ensures peace and justice between them. In Germany, however, wealth of nations was translated as Volkswohlstand. This is no coincidence. Marx had no sense of this mistranslation. He was mainly interested in the English original, and it was important to him to criticize the 18th century ideology of the wealth of nations in general by pointing out the misery of the population in the 19th century. He noted the identity between national wealth and national poverty as a result of the capital relationship, and thus also the crisis-like nature of the whole, which consists, for example, in the fact that the surplus value that constitutes national wealth cannot be realized, the goods produced cannot be sold because the potential buyers are too impoverished. Thus, in his own way, he was quite hopeful about the future when he wrote the epilogue to the second edition of Capital in 1873. The contradictory movement of capitalist society makes itself most keenly felt by the practical bourgeois in the vicissitudes of the periodic cycle through which modern industry passes, and its culmination, the general crisis. It is again approaching, although it is still in its preliminary stages, and the all-round nature of its scene, like the intensity of its effect, will even instill dialectics into the happy-go-lucky men of the new Holy Prussian German Empire. But the general crisis taught dialectics to very few people, and perhaps more to the unlucky ones. But to most people it taught them to believe that the entire people of the new Holy Prussian German Empire could be lucky. Yes, this claim to total national prosperity, which sought to impose national poverty on other nations, became an immediate force in this country of all places, and thus the exception became the rule, the crisis the ordinary course of events. On the border between the West, where the so-called primitive accumulation flanked by an absolutist state and colonial system could lead to a distinct bourgeois society, and the East, where the military pressure of this accumulation, effective from outside, forced the construction of state machines without a corresponding economic and colonial basis, something like a concentrate of the whole emerged here in the middle, a microcosm of the capitalized world, in which the modern barbarism of the West was combined with the pre-modern barbarism of the East. Where there was no uniform absolutist state, but a multitude of competing systems, a special willingness grew to identify projectively with what did not exist, the unity of state and nation. Where there was no common market, but a heterogeneous entity in which an average profit rate could hardly be established, the delusion could flourish in the average citizen to gain folkish homogeneity through empathy with exchange value. Walter Benjamin. To complete the identification and unleash the delusion, not only was a finally united German Reich required to deal with the crisis, the prerequisite for this was the inner foundation of the Reich, the anti-Semitic projection of a counter-race, to which all negative aspects of the crisis could be transferred, thereby splitting off and personifying what one wanted to do and did oneself. Today, not long after the visible hand of Nazi terror has been at work, citizens of the richer nations are once again enjoying the work of the invisible hand, be it under the title The End of History or Good Girls Go to Heaven, Bad Girls Everywhere. As Adam Smith once did, and those of the impoverished nations have not stopped hoping for this work. Today as then, one can see the result, whether it has really happened or is merely desired, but not its becoming, although it must be understood and confirmed on a daily basis. Just as the bourgeois economist of his time generously overlooked the enslavement and extermination of people as a condition for the wealth of nations, all the more so because they were never really ended, so today's holiday orators of civil society no longer know anything about the origin of their democratically administered and militarily defended wealth, and yet use this origin as an argument for the status quo. With never again fascism, they legitimize everything they owe to fascism. With the demand that Auschwitz must not be repeated, everything that has become possible through Auschwitz is approved of, thus also the precondition that it can be repeated. From the character mask of capital, which unconsciously executes the valorization of value, a subject of crisis stands out to save the valorization of value. But this consciousness, believing in redemption, knows as little as that mere personification of economic interests what it is doing. While the character mask is absorbed in the timeless logic of the value form, the subject of the crisis, however, has a history. Crisis is a constellation in which the identity of the whole is violently asserted. In this respect, capitalized society is a context of people that systematically produces the crisis. The crisis is thus not a state of affairs that could be external to oneself. It does not exist independently of the awareness that people have of it. For this consciousness is in turn a moment of the identity that asserts itself relentlessly in the crisis, and not its reflection, as the vulgar economic mind would have it. As such, it refers to the power that has to stand up for the false whole with all its might, the state. The term is therefore ambiguous for good reason, and the formulation, a crisis is being overcome, confirms this ambiguity. On the one hand, it denotes the threat of non-identity as a tendency towards disintegration, on the other, the restoration of identity on an expanded basis. Whether this is a situation of decision, crisis comes from the Greek word krinion, which means to separate, remains open as long as the cycle of the whole, which has only been completed in the crisis up to now, is not interrupted. But it is definitely a situation of differentiation. Even if the crisis is the point at which Marx can demonstrate the coherence of the whole, especially in the independence of economic processes, he still largely refrains from the practical possibilities of overcoming it and thus from the state. The fact that the independently confronting processes form an inner unity means just as much that their inner unity moves in external contradictions. If the external independence of the internally non-independent, because they complement each other, continues up to a certain point, the unity asserts itself violently through a crisis. The way in which unity can assert itself and which violence can be decisive in this process is not explained further, although Marx repeatedly emphasized the moment of violence. And historically speaking, such a critique of economic policy was hardly conceivable, insofar as the talk of the night watchman state had a certain reality and the sovereign actually cared little about the economy beyond the protection of property. Instead, the critic of political economy returns to the dialectical starting point of the crisis, in the commodity's immanent opposition of use value and value, of private labor which must at the same time present itself as immediate social labor, of particular concrete labor which at the same time is only valid as abstract general labor, of personification of the thing and objectification of persons. The possibility, but also only the possibility, of crises is already set. In the third volume of Capital, this possibility is then specified. The conditions of immediate exploitation and those of its realization are not identical. The production and realization of surplus value, the productive power and the consumptive power of society fall apart and yet are forced into unity. This is the dialectically conceived precondition for capital to be regarded as its own barrier, as Marx states in the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. The development of the productive power of labor generates such a law that is hostile to its own development at a certain point and must therefore be constantly overcome by crises. Marx's concept of crisis thus means that the logic in that law can be overcome by the contradictory unity of the whole. Logically, no empirical point can be determined at which capital would have to collapse dialectically. Instead, the same simple question, which Marx delegated to the proletariat, arises again and again in every crisis. How long are people still prepared to put up with this whole? If the crisis consists in forcibly asserting the unity of this opposition, in compulsively establishing the identity of identity and non-identity, then it must not be reduced to the real abstract, which is everywhere identical with itself. Then the crisis can by no means be understood independently of the real concrete. The capital relation cannot be detached from its non-identical preconditions, although preconditions and the real concrete are always only mediated by the real abstract and the identical capital relation. The question of the consciousness with which abstraction is made from the concrete, from use value and particular labor, and in which ideological form the thing is personified, therefore itself aims at a concrete in the ideological. As a question about the differences in the false whole, it is not settled with the reference to its identity. Radicality demands differentiation. In Geschick und Klassenbewusstsein, 1923, George Lukács fixed the crucial point of political economy and bourgeois science as a whole precisely at this point. Thus it turns out that it is precisely the success of the complete rationalization of the economy, its transformation into an abstract, preferably mathematized formal system of laws, that forms the methodological barrier to the comprehensibility of the crisis. The qualitative being of things, which leads its extra-economic life as an unconceptualized and eliminated thing in itself, as use value, which one thinks one can calmly neglect during the normal functioning of economic laws, suddenly becomes the decisive factor in the crises. However, the factor itself, qualitative being, thing in itself, use value, cannot be thought of independently of its mediation by the laws, or it becomes fetishized, true being within false laws. As little as any concrete thing can be the true or genuine, to which one could positively fall back and return to abstraction, the idea, which connects the early Lukács with the late Adorno, is just as important that experience in the negative and knowledge as critique are only possible at all if that non-identical does not disappear in abstraction. Turned against a theory for which everything is one, because it abstracts from the physical suffering of the victims above all else, only experience and critique, which must have their constant, irrevocable point of reference in the torturable lie Brecht, reveal the violence with which unity is asserted in the crisis. The supreme instance of violence, however, is the state. Its sovereignty is as general as the capital relation. Unlike its fetishism, which is contained in the logical abstraction of the value form, ideology is revealed here in the historically concrete, but only through the critique of that fetishistic form. For sovereignty is ultimately constituted by the a priori given possibility of crisis, in Carl Schmitt's apologetic diction, by the state of exception. The critique of the commodity form, of which Schmitt understandably does not want to know anything, is indeed the condition for radically questioning the power that the monopoly claims for the violent enforcement of this form, but state power is therefore no more dissolved in the commodity form than use value is in exchange value. For representation, this means the virtually impossible task of understanding the logic of capital and the history of the state as a single indissoluble connection at all times, without making them commensurable either as logical abstract or historical concrete, without allowing non-identity to disappear in identity. Value is always and everywhere the same, absolutely identical with itself. Difference is only possible quantitatively, and it can only be conceptualized as this absolute identity. Its only determination lies in this. The state, for its part, corresponds to such abstraction and is in this respect always and everywhere the same, but inseparable from it, that is, precisely in its generality. It can only be understood as quite specific, that is, in the context in which it stands with its equals and in which it differs. Thus it is one and the same capital relation that gets into crisis everywhere, but it gets into crisis in different ways everywhere, and this is determined not least by which consciousness of crisis and crisis management determines the relationship to the state in each case and forms people into a nation. Thus it is not only the owners of commodities in general who are to be brought into relationship with the state, from the point of view of, what is a nation? But to relate the states to each other precisely in this respect, i.e., what is German? Not long after the First World War, Walter Benjamin described the Germans as a blind mass, with animal dullness, but without the dull knowledge of animals. The diversity of individual goals had become irrelevant for them, before the identity of the determining forces. Benjamin saw in this a force quite incomprehensible to outsiders and completely unconscious to the prisoners, with which the circumstances of life, misery and stupidity above all, in this arena of a world historical event make people as subject to the forces of community as only the life of some primitive exotic people can be determined by the laws of the clan. The most European of all goods, that more or less clear irony with which the life of the individual claims to be disparate from the existence of every community into which he has fallen, has been completely lost to the Central Europeans.
End quote.
Shortly before the beginning of the Second World War, Benjamin tried to grasp this identity of determining forces, the completely unconscious violence through which people are subjected to the forces of community, in other terms. In the meantime, he had become acquainted with the critique of political economy. In a letter to Theodore W. Adorno, he wrote, "Empathy with their exchange value still makes guns the object of consumption that is more pleasing than butter. When the vernacular says of someone, he is worth 5 million marks, the Volksgemeinschaft itself currently feels itself to be worth several hundred billion. It feels part of these hundreds of billions. If I formulate it like this, I may be reaching the canon that underlies this way of behaving. I am thinking of the game of chance. The player has an immediate feeling for the sums with which he offers the bank or his partner. The hazard game, as stock market speculation, has had a similarly groundbreaking effect on the empathy for exchange value as the world exhibitions. These were the high school where the masses, pushed away from consumption, learned to empathize with exchange value. Benjamin leaves open the question of how the masses, who empathize with exchange value, are pushed away from consumption, by a strategy of the ruling class that deliberately asserts its interests, or by a crisis that takes both the rulers and the ruled by surprise. It seems as if the periodically recurring world exhibitions of the 19th century, on which Benjamin focuses his attention, had already alluded to the economic cycle in a strangely unconscious way. The business cycle, crisis and World's Fair soon became part of the regular phenomena of life for the citizen of the metropolis, just as the seasons, bad harvest and harvest festival had been for the farmer from time immemorial. Originally, the gigantic exhibitions were associated with the boom rather than the crisis. The premiere of the legendary Goods Show in London in 1851 still coincided with the upswing phase, which also started in London. The Vienna Exposition of 1873 then coincided with the first veritable stock market crash, which ushered in a lengthy period of recession, once known as the Great Depression. Whether it was the permanent structure or the cyclical crisis of capitalized society that prevented the masses from consuming, the state itself increasingly took its place as a monstrous consumer, buying and exhibiting what industry had to offer in order to compete with other states. The World's Fairs were modeled on the French industrial exhibitions, with which the bourgeoisie had been celebrating the festival of its supreme being since 1798. The first exposition in England which followed on from this was still privately funded, albeit in close cooperation with the state, but financed by loans on the free market. At the second in Paris, the state stepped in and granted a loan of 6 million francs. Finally, the disastrous Vienna World's Fair, whose profits had already been heavily speculated on in advance, turned out to be a kind of involuntary deficit spending afterwards. The debts of this perhaps greatest financial failure of the 19th century, almost 15 million guilders, about $7.5 million, had to be taken over by the Habsburg state. However, by the time Benjamin was writing his passage and work on the great era of the World's Fairs, this debt-raising had long since become a deliberate economic policy strategy to cope with the consequences of a far greater stock market crash, the consequences of which could now claim the name Great Depression for themselves. The two World's Fairs of the 1930s in the United States, but also the one in Paris in between, were dominated by such economic stimulus programs by the state to boost the exploitation of capital and eliminate unemployment, whether it was called the New Deal or the Popular Front. If Benjamin described the World Exhibitions as a high school of empathy with exchange value, he regarded armaments as its masterpiece. His remark dates from 1938, a year earlier. The direct confrontation between the German and Soviet pavilions at the Paris World's Fair could be marveled at. A year later, the war began, in the course of which the Germans conquered Paris and sought to destroy the Soviet Union. However, the competition at the World's Fairs, whose peacefulness the liberal citizens prided themselves on, alluded to the war from the very beginning. The order of the exhibition grounds followed the national origin of the exhibits. In Paris, the Champ de Mars, the traditional military parade ground, was chosen for this purpose. Finally, at the end of the century, the sports ground of the Olympic Games was added, which, apart from the first resumption in Athens, were originally integrated into the World's Fairs. People were also formed on it, as on the battlefield. The series of expositions began as a rivalry between England and France. The motto of the first Paris exhibition was Revanche pour Londres. But it was Germany that made the connection with the warlike competition tangible. The main attraction of its exhibition space was always Krupp's weapons production. The same cannons that were exhibited in Paris in 1867 shot the city to pieces just 3 years later. It is strange that in Germany itself, which was rapidly becoming the most powerful industrial nation at the time, no world exhibition took place, apart from the Vienna Exposition of 1873, which served above all to demonstrate German supremacy and was held in the country that had just been excluded from German unification. The actual German World's Fair began in 1914 and opened up completely different ways of overcoming the crisis for capitalized society. The First World War is usually seen as a continuation of capitalist competition by other means. But as is the case with the means under the conditions of capital, they reverse the end, or in other words, the means for an old end already conceals a new one, which is basically no longer an end, insofar as the end is understood as the consciously set goal and the goal as the ideal anticipation of a result. Thus, in certain respects, the First World War was really prepared, started and also waged as a competitive struggle between nations. In the means of destruction developed and used for this purpose, however, a purpose can be recognized that goes beyond any objective. Paul A. Barron and Paul M. Sweezy have reminded us that before the First World War, national economists were accustomed to treat wars as mere disturbances of no particular significance for the great historical tendencies. After the First World War, however, no one would seriously claim that economic history would have proceeded in the same way without this and the subsequent war. Rosa Luxemburg was the first to understand that armaments had taken on a new function for the accumulation of capital. Militarism, she wrote, also appears purely economically for capital as a means of the first rank for the realization of surplus value. In the form of the militaristic orders of the state, the purchasing power of the consumer masses, concentrated to an enormous size, is removed from arbitrariness, from the subjective fluctuations of personal consumption, and endowed with an almost automatic regularity, with rhythmic growth. She had few illusions about the total character of this accumulation regime. Finally, the lever of this automatic and rhythmic movement of militaristic capital production is in the hands of capital itself, through the apparatus of parliamentary legislation and the newspaper system designed to produce so-called public opinion.
End quote.
This clear insight is based on Marx's concept of crisis. With her fundamental question of how the newly generated surplus value could be realized in the face of the limited consumption possibilities of the masses, Rosa Luxemburg made it clear for the first time since Marx's Capital why the crisis must remain incomprehensible in the abstract, which is always identical with itself. that, on the other hand, it only ever reveals itself in identity with the non-identical, in the unity of the abstract and the concrete, just as, conversely, the capital relationship can no longer be a critical concept detached from its preconditions, as identity without the non-identical. Thus this crisis theory, despite all the questionable parts of its one-sided derivation and despite its fixation on the imperialist solution through the capitalization of pre-capitalist territories, was the only analysis that was able to perceive the crisis situation in all its violence and summarize the catastrophe as a form of existence of capitalist development. Capital, it says here, not only comes into the world from head to toe, dripping blood and dirt from every pore, but it also asserts itself step by step in the world and thus, with ever more violent convulsive convulsions, prepares its own downfall. By discovering in the armament of the cultural states the function of postponing this downfall, Luxemburg also uncovered the crucial point at which the competition between nations can turn into a world war, and once this had actually happened, all that remained for her to do was to state that the ravening beasts that had been unleashed by capitalist Europe on all other parts of the world were now breaking into the middle of Europe in one fell swoop. The economically inevitable downfall of capitalism turns out to be a theoretical fiction, precisely because the accumulation of capital is not merely an economic but a political process. However, it was precisely here that Rosa Luxemburg hoped for the resistance of an internationally solidary proletariat that could no longer be integrated by the apparatuses of state and society. Germany's race to catch up with the leading industrial power England had begun in the crisis of the early 1970s and opened up an arms race with corresponding increases in arms production. In 1873, for example, Krupp, the king of cannons, employed 16,000 workers. In 1890 it was 24,000, in 1912 70,000. Expenditure on the German Navy increased more than fourfold in the 2 decades before the First World War, from 90 million to almost 400 million inch. At the same time, mass emigration from Europe to North America began during the Great Depression of the 1970s, and emigration from Germany, England and Northern Europe finally reached its peak at the beginning of the 1980s. It was, as Eric Hobsbawm says, the safety valve through which social pressure was kept just low enough to prevent an uprising or a revolution. So in terms of variable capital and its reserve army or, to use the jargon of the time, human material, certain conditions of war could be outsourced for a few decades. The original population of North America and the colonial empires felt the effects of the fact that crises in Europe were initially dealt with peacefully. In this sense, Max Weber also saw colonial expansion policy as a possible solution to the ever-looming unemployment question. However, Walther Rathenau, who was primarily concerned with political propaganda, did not want the colonies to be understood merely as dumping grounds for overpopulation, as the dumping of overpopulation could open up new markets, investment opportunities and sources of raw materials, which were the object of desire in the competition between nations, and prompted Rathenau to lament, "Woe to us that we have taken and received almost nothing." The extent to which the colonies were of immediate benefit to the colonial powers is disputed. The imperialism theories of Hobson, Hilferding and Lenin once estimated it very highly, but now a significantly lower yield is calculated, whereby the benefit is usually limited to Great Britain. A disproportion between unproductive, administrative or infrastructural costs and long-term capitalist earnings opportunities is emphasized. This is, of course, a view that has already taken note of the fact that hardly anything has developed in the developing countries, except misery. Thus, from this disillusioned post-colonial point of view, imperialism at the turn of the century looks like a kind of outsourced deficit policy. In any case, the competition for the colonies with its extensive armaments programs, especially in terms of naval construction, proved to be a prelude and preparation for the World War, which was to become the 31-year War Hobsbawm. Germany, which had risen to become the most powerful industrialized country but had no colonies until 1884 and thereafter only a reflection of the English and French colonial system, was the perfect driving force. Born in the war against France, a new state existed here that appreciated the enormous growth of its population, from around 41 million to around 68 million in 1915, insofar as its exorbitant armaments industry produced the means to help it. The advantage that the war offered over and above colonialism consisted in combining industrial production and mass emigration, integrating pressure increase and safety valve of society, productivity increase and human losses. The soldiers emigrated in order to destroy value and value creators through the use of armaments, to kill others and to be killed themselves. What has become of the things produced by human beings, how they relate to each other, can only be understood from the point of view of the crisis. What economy is, only in the critique of economy. George Lukács drew this conclusion in Geschichte und Klassenbewusstsein, the qualitative being of things, which leads its extra-economic life as an incomprehensible and eliminated thing in itself, as use value. which one thinks one can calmly neglect during the normal functioning of economic laws, suddenly becomes the decisive factor in the crises.
End quote.
If the worker buys a piece of bread with sausage and eats it, it serves the reproduction of his labor power. While the value is realized in the purchase, the use value that is enjoyed enters into the new formation of value, since the worker can work again strengthened by it. If the state buys a rifle and ammunition for the same worker and he shoots an enemy soldier dead with it, then the value realized in the purchase of bullet and rifle brings nothing to the creation of value, but rather weakens the labor power and exposes it to mortal danger, but possibly improves the conditions under which value can be created. Thus the death that the soldier spreads and to which he himself falls victim is the exact opposite of the reproduction of labor power. The destruction that the soldier causes in foreign and his own country is the exact opposite of production. And in a society that has handed itself over to capital for better or worse, death and destruction can create more favorable conditions for reproduction and production. Some economists believe that the World War prevented the outbreak of a major crisis. In reality, it was this crisis. For the United States, Barron and Sweezy consider themselves justified in concluding that the decade 1910 to 1920 would have gone down in the history of the United States as extraordinarily crisis-ridden had it not been for the First World War. In an economic history of Germany, following Jürgen Kaczynski, they state that the transformation of an economic downturn into a severe crisis was interrupted only by the outbreak of imperialist war. World War I probably not only halted the outbreak of a cyclical crisis, but also heralded the transition to a new stage of cyclical development, a period of slowing industrial growth, especially in the leading capitalist countries.
End quote.
When Heinz Langerhans, who studied at the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research and was a friend of Karl Korsch and Bertolt Brecht, wrote down his theses on the coming Second World War in 1934, he already saw the First World War as a First World War crisis, in which destruction had become the object of a production increased beyond its own measure. Quote, by converting industry into a war industry, the precondition of the crisis was set once again within the crisis. Overproduction appeared once again as the production of material for destruction and accomplished the special work of every crisis, the destruction of non-utilizable value. The crisis was thus exaggerated. Overproduction, by producing war, had apparently become utilizable production. It had suddenly acquired meaning, just as the deaths in the wire hut and the hunger in the hinterland had meaning, an inhuman, capitalist meaning.
End of quote.
If armaments production in peacetime already creates a substitute for mass consumption, which is increasingly becoming the prerequisite for the realization of value, the use of armaments in war completes the competence of the state to solve the problems of exploitation. By entering into military competition with each other, states carry out the business of crisis management. Overaccumulation of capital is reversed. Value that cannot be exploited and a mass of labor that can contribute neither to the production of value nor to its realization are eliminated. Destruction is at the same time modernization. The reduction of overaccumulation goes hand in hand with a rationalization of production. Crisis management and progress coincide. By pooling purchasing power, which the state undertakes in order to create substitutes for mass consumption, a radical renewal can be initiated on the same scale that far surpasses what the so-called free play of market forces can achieve. The First World War therefore accelerated technical and social modernization more than any previous war, from the development of the chemical industry and aircraft construction, to the betterment of women and the unleashing of advertising methods. Notorious German companies such as Junkers, later part of Messerschmitt Bocau Blohm, and BMW, Bayerische Motor und Werke, had their origins in this war or in its immediate preparation. Likewise, the merger of the leading German chemical companies to form IG Farben. After the war they were merged to form the group and became the largest European company. Other no less notorious companies such as Krupp, AEG, Tyson, Daimler and Benz were given a decisive boost by the war for their later development. Krupp's sales tripled during the war, for example. The capable soldier, even if he used to call himself a social democrat with emphasis, even if in political naivety he still calls himself one, is proud of his soldiering, proud of the coat he wears together with his king, and which he loves, because this coat costs him hard work, sweat and labor, hunger and thirst and all the hardships of military service, costs his bones and limbs, even if need be his life. Walter Benjamin uses the critical, Brecht-derived concept of empathy in an unfamiliar context. According to the usual understanding, one person can empathize with another, and as such Brecht criticizes behavior as a false, ideological practice in art, but hardly a person can empathize with a thing. Now Benjamin emphasizes that the Volksgemeinschaft identifies itself in this way not with the gun, but with its exchange value, not with the use value, but with the social relationship fetishized in capital and commodity. The people's comrades can only think and feel themselves as a sovereign subject if they put their community in the place that is actually held by capital. But capital is not a simple concrete relationship between people. Rather, it abstracts from everything concrete that connects people. Nevertheless, it is no coincidence that Benjamin speaks of the exchange value of the gun and contrasts its use value with that of butter. This is a reference to a different social relationship, one that does not originally coincide with exchange value and capital, but forms the conditio sine qua non, the reference to the state, which, as we know, unconditionally claims the monopoly in the use of lethal utility values. So if there can be an empathy with the real abstract, it is inevitably mediated in and through the state. Cannons and kings, submarines and leader figures merge into a single object of identification that offers the concreteness that the value itself must lack. Yet its innermost core is nothing other than its total abstraction. Volksgemeinschaft is empathy with the state's potential for destruction. In the face of a national formation of the masses that surpassed everything that had gone before, Sigmund Freud had already suspected libidinal bonds to be the essence of such masses. He extrapolated his categories developed from the intimacy of the bourgeois nuclear family. According to this, a mass consists of individuals who have put one and the same object in the place of their ego ideal and have consequently identified with each other in their ego. What Freud does not say is that insofar as the object that takes the place of the ego ideal is the state or its representatives, those who identify with each other in their egos do not simply become a mass, but a people. Psychoanalysis understands the ego ideal, which Freud also calls the superego, as the internalized authority of the father, the result of overcoming the Oedipus complex. However, the replacement of this introject authority by an object, such as the state presents to the individual, reverses this internalization to a certain extent, or in other words, implants the real abstraction mediated by the state into the individual. It is only as a people's comrade that the individual fully and completely confesses to that character mask which he has always been and must be in relation to capital as long as capital has existed and will exist. Only as a nationally minded citizen can he affirm with all his senses and without reservation that he wants to be nothing other than the personification of capital and the state. Nationalisms differentiate themselves in the intensity of this identification, in the degree and ability to make themselves identical with capital and the state. In the process, a particular nation takes on something like the role of the general equivalent among commodities in relation to the others. World war and world crisis form that historical constellation in which all nations are placed in a direct or indirect relationship to Germany. The fantastic comparison with the animal kingdom, which Marx makes in order to visualize the real fantasy of the commodity and its relative expression of value, can therefore also be transferred in its metaphorical sense to the nation and its relative, i.e. relational, expression in the German nation. The zoological origin of the metaphor chosen by Marx even makes it appear particularly suitable. Insofar as it is conceded that this is a historical constellation and not a logical relationship, a connection between states and not between commodities. In this respect, then, it is also here as if, alongside and apart from lions, tigers, hares and all real animals, there also existed the animal, the individual incarnation of the whole animal kingdom, a single thing that includes in itself all really existing species of the same thing. According to Richard Wagner, the thing that one does for its own sake and for the joy of doing it is German, whereas utilitarianism, i.e. the principle according to which a thing is done for the sake of an external personal purpose, turns out to be un-German. The cause pursued by the Germans, however, reveals itself through their actions as the violent assertion of the whole, which asserts itself as the untrue precisely in the necessary existence of nations. This cause lies both outside and within any personal purpose and can be motivated and justified both irrationally and rationally. German, says Joachim Brun, is anyone who works productively with capital and is politically loyal to the death. Self-sacrifice and self-exploitation, that's what being German is all about. So what began in 1914 was the Great People's War, Gunther Anders. Immediately before this, Germany was already the strongest military power in Europe. In industrial production, it had already been able to maintain its leading position for some time. However, the extent to which the Germans and German Austrians were ahead of the rest of the world cannot be quantified. It can only be speculated on, the extent to which the population knew itself to be one with the state and capital. Only this identification allowed German nationalism to become as boundless as the accumulation drive of capital inherently is, transferring to the German state consciousness the boundless dynamism that is characteristic of the utilization of value. If the expansion of the German fleet quadrupled in 2 decades, then the expansion of German national consciousness also found room in it. With every cannon, the potential for national empathy grew. With every armored cruiser, new material was provided so that the Volksgemeinschaft could feel several million heavier. The German Austrians are Austrian Germans. They who in the Habsburg monarchy formed the economically profitable, culturally dominant and state-supporting nation of the multi-ethnic state, were considered and understood themselves as Austrians only in relation to the Habsburg dynasty and its sphere of power. The term Austria was thus originally on the same level as the term Bavaria or Prussia. The ideology of an Austrian nation, which was born in the resistance of the state communists against Hitler's Germany and was finally sanctioned by the Allies as a post-war order, retroactively overrides this simple connection and constructs a special development, since the founding of the empire in 1871, which then culminates in the absurdity of a 1,000-year-old Austria. The criticism of this ideology, however, has its point of reference in the Nibelung loyalty and Volksgemeinschaft of the two world wars, in which the special development of the Austrians ultimately resulted in their particularly high percentage in the command posts and in the task forces of the German machinery of extermination. The exclusion from the German Reich in 1871 and its prolongation in 1919 provoked here, similar to the Sudeten Germans, a specifically pronounced, on the one hand suppressed, on the other hand intensified Germanness, the cultivation and modernization of which can certainly be continued under the Austrian flag, as not only the Hader phenomenon shows. So it makes little sense to talk about the arms companies having become more powerful than the state since the First World War and dominating the state ever since. In this way, the destructive power of the German state is only ever derived from certain most aggressive factions of capital. What remains unclear is how the coherence of a society arises and is maintained in the first place. And this question of synthesis presupposes the realization that the state and capital cannot compete against each other for power, like two states or two companies. They are essentially dependent on each other, because otherwise such a synthesis is not possible at all. Rearmament was the driving force behind the integration of the lower classes and the working class into the German state. And the comprehensive expansion of the social system, health, accident, disability and old age insurance, etc., which was unique in the world at the time and was regarded everywhere as a social pioneering act, was above all a flanking measure of that Volksgemeinschaft empathy that reached its highest satisfaction in war and annihilation. Social democracy did not want to acknowledge this connection until it coincided with it. In 1889, August Bebel saw the relationship between the welfare state and militarism in exactly the opposite way when he could not praise Germany enough for the introduction of social insurance. I believe that once this path, which as I recognize was first trodden by the German Reich among all European states, is also taken in other European states, and it will compel imitation. I have no doubt that the more the states come to the realization that they have to make sacrifices in these areas for real cultural expenditure to a far greater degree, the more and more the now oppressive tasks for military purposes and war armaments will diminish.
End quote.
The publishing house run by Bebel and the organ of the Social Democratic Workers' Party, edited by Wilhelm Liebknecht, did not bear the name People's State by chance. Other social democrats and trade unionists had long since realized that the sacrifices were not to be made by the state, but for the state. At the same time as Bebel declared the German Reich to be the vanguard of the welfare state, the necessity of trade union organization was justified at a workers' meeting by the fact that the hour could soon strike when we will have to use our goods and blood in the event of war. Then we would owe it to the fatherland that we maintain strong soldiers for it. But the wages are poor and therefore the workers are weak. Therefore, let us strive through organization to keep strong workers for the army.
End quote.
When the strapping soldiers were in full deployment, Max Weber, driving the cause of German sociology for its own sake, called for the political completion of the Volksgemeinschaft. In a committed form of value freedom, he openly took a stand against the old authoritarian state and demanded democracy as the only conceivable political form of a Herrenvolk, i.e. the rule of the Herrenvolk. One has only the choice to leave the mass of citizens without rights and unfree in a bureaucratic authoritarian state with a pseudo-parliamentarism, or to integrate them into the state as co-masters of the state. But a Herrenvolk, and only a Herrenvolk can and may conduct world politics at all, has no choice in this respect. Democratization can very well be thwarted for now. For strong interests, prejudices and cowardice are allied against it. But it would soon become apparent that this would be at the cost of Germany's entire future. All the forces of the masses would then be engaged against a state in which they are only objects and in which they are not participants. Individual circles may be interested in the inevitable political consequences, but certainly not the fatherland. With greater detachment, as befits a dead beetle, Ernst Jünger finally said of the old form of government that it had exceeded its measure in the same proportion in which it was forced to involve the abstract forms of the mind, of money, of the people, in short, the powers of the growing democracy, in the armament.
End quote.
General prosperity and social peace on the inside presuppose crisis policy and war preparations on the outside. Since the turn of the century, as Fritz Fischer emphasizes, Germany has fomented one foreign policy crisis after another. In 1914, it finally willed, desired, and covered up the Austro-Serbian War and, trusting in its military superiority, deliberately let it come to a conflict with Russia and France. As the innermost cause of this grasp for world power, Fisher ultimately refers to the creation of raw material and sales markets as the basis for feeding the population in line with imperialism theories, and sees a continuum of the development of economic power in the development of the German nation, which integrated all classes internally in order to finally culminate in the Great War externally. However, it is not so much the goal of world power, which always has something fantastical about it and is not reflected in the European strategies of German capital, but rather the attempt to achieve it, and what resulted from it, that seems to be essential for determining German politics and ideology. Germany has always failed to achieve dominance over the earth, but its grasp for it has decisively changed the world. The question is therefore to what extent the war aim, the world power, can be understood as rational at all. Fritz Fischer, for example, reduces the irrationality in which he perceives German continuity to the constant overestimation of its own possibilities, i.e., a false calculation regarding the strength of the enemy and the ability to dominate the East. However, this overestimation points to a megalomania that draws its strength from the folkish identification with capital and the state. As successful as Germany was in the rearmament phase, it was just as unsuccessful in the war phase. The First World War accomplished the work of the crisis. From the perspective of the Second, only imperfectly. Mobilization and annihilation got stuck halfway. In the final phase of the total war of annihilation, the Nazis were later able to capitalize on the posthumous denunciation of Rathenau, whom they accused of not having used all economic means in the First World War and thus deliberately preventing victory. Germany, which, together with the Habsburg monarchy, had initiated the anticipatory crisis management, was clearly not ready to see it through to the end. Resistance formed within the country, parts of the labor movement broke with a national truce. Despite all the enthusiasm for war and militarization, the population lacked the lasting ideological formation for a total war. The image of the enemy, which alone could homogenize the many enemies internal and external, was incompletely developed, too little sharply delineated from the warlike Volksgemeinschaft. After all, Jews fought on the front line for Germany and the Habsburg monarchy and received numerous medals. Finally, some Jewish authors wrote pompous verses for Germany's and Habsburg's victory. But the aborted war played a decisive role in completely shaping the image of the enemy with which total war could be waged. It created essential conditions for imagining the world conspiracy of Jewry in a comprehensive way, namely as the unity of Wall Street and Bolshevism. The stab-in-the-back legend marks its origin. As early as the spring of 1916, the German Army Command, willingly complying with a demand from anti-Semitic organizations, had a Jewish census carried out. In all its essential content and forms, National Socialism is an outgrowth of the First World War. What became established in the form of this party, the countless Freikorps groups and right-wing extremist associations, was something like the German form of disillusionment. It did not put an end to deception and lies, but rather made them the innermost drive. It did not lead to disillusionment, but rather intensified and perpetuated the bloodlust. From right to left, from the middle classes to the labor movement, from Thomas Mann, it was purification, liberation, what we felt, and a tremendous hope, to Victor Adler, a kind of redemption, a hope that something else will come. A purification and redemption was expected in the Great War, without anyone saying, purification from what? A dull feeling of crisis must have been there. At the end of the war, no purification had been achieved, rather it was flooded with worthless money, but many people, Thomas Mann was not one of them, now felt strengthened in their conviction that society needed to be purified so that it could become a community. In his early remarks on the state of Central Europe, Benjamin suspected that the stultification of the Germans stemmed from 1914. The process began with the mindless autosuggestion of the masses. And his characterization anticipates Adorno's well-known dictum that the German is a person who cannot utter a lie without believing it himself. The people demanded the lie, which they rightly accused the government of having delivered, like a morsel of bread. When it could no longer be concealed, people became dumbfounded by the defeat. A campaign that had led into enemy territory without ending in Paris, and victories that did not add up like numbers, were not understood. The treaty that concluded this enterprise did not appear to be worthy of observation. The collapse of the monetary economy completed this process of intellectual paralysis. The possibility of ending the World War crisis in a revolutionary way was also rejected in Germany. It was the last great opportunity to interrupt the process of autosuggestion, to revoke the formation of the People's State, Ulrich Enderwitz. Wherever disappointment with the war turned against the national lie and called its premises into question, the Freikorps groups born during the war went into action and ensured, with the explicit approval of the Social Democrats, that Germany clung to overcoming the crisis in the interests of the state and capital at all costs. The assassination of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht sealed the People's State. This war did not bring prosperity to the people, but hunger and misery, so that it seemed as if it had brought about the crisis itself and was not its moment. Currencies were no longer pegged to gold. The state had to take out loans, issue bonds, and pump money into society in order to finance the consumption of armaments. The war itself, formerly waged over land and property or sedentary wealth, has become a game of hazard played by the state, in which everything revolves around the intangible, bottomless exchange value. The nations sitting at the battlefields, as if at a gambling table, use their money by creating fictitious capital and hope to beat the others in order to ultimately exchange their chips for money, not only in the form of reparation payments. Seen in this light, even in the first major game, France and England won less than the USA, as both winners had to go into debt to pay their war costs. However, the United States was still a long way from winning in absolute terms. It too had to accept inflation, although it was lower than in France and England, and the dollar had not yet succeeded in establishing itself as the world's reserve currency. However, Robert Kurz rightly describes what was achieved in terms of inflation among the actual losers of the war as a top performance. Germany, as immoderate as ever, set an absolute world record that has not been equaled to this day. Within a few months between 1922 and 1923, almost 2,000 printing presses flooded the country with a deluge of paper money. Prices rose to grotesque dimensions. Compared to the pre-war period, prices had in fact increased 14,000-fold in Austria, 23,000-fold in Hungary, and by 1 trillion in Germany. The stabilization of the following years consisted of shifting the national debt onto the citizens through government austerity measures and currency reforms. Partial return to the gold standard in Germany, real income fell to half of what it had been in 1913. The gamble of the war finally continued like the Catalonian battle in the celestial heights of the stock markets. The money capital, stimulated by the vicissitudes of war investments, inflation, and stabilization, rushed into the financial markets instead of being invested in production. This detour was not least due to the stagnating, insufficient purchasing power after the war. In fact, speculation only continued, as in the war on future victory, so now on early national prosperity. Neither the modernization push nor the destructive force of the First World War had led to a stable balance between the production and realization of surplus value, masses of goods and mass purchasing power, as was later the case after the Second World War. The crash, which then began in New York in 1929 and soon spread to Europe, did not end a thoroughgoing upswing phase, but rather an ephemeral stabilization. It accelerated the decline in production and the fall in purchasing power that had long since begun. Prices fell, real investments became less and less worthwhile, as production capacities were less and less profitable in relation to purchasing power. In the absence of such profitability, a growing proportion of production had to be shut down. Just as violent death is accepted in war, so the economic fact is accepted in peace, as sacrifices that have to be made for the state and capital. If one did not want to break with these conditions, these sacrifices also had to be accepted. In Germany, however, this acceptance of the facts has turned into a frenzy of destruction. A broad movement is growing up here that turns the crisis into a matter of redemption, that, as anti-Semitism has always demanded, presents someone to blame for the victims who must himself be sacrificed. Unlike the social democratic or communist labor movement, it does not present this guilt as that of the bourgeois class, i.e. a certain social group that benefits from the crisis and should therefore be held responsible for it. Rather, it offers the blame as that of the race, as a phenomenon of nature, not or only secondarily of society, of the body, not or only secondarily of consciousness. The destruction of this race at all costs is the declared goal of the movement, which lends meaning to all the sacrifices one has to make. From October 1929, just in time for the outbreak of the world economic crisis, the National Socialists made gains in state elections. The major election victories were, as is well known, from 1930 onwards. By September of that year, the NSDAP had already become the second strongest party in the Reichstag, and in July 1932 it finally became the strongest. However, this party was only the organizational core of the community of projection that unfolded in Germany and German Austria, which drew national consequences from the real unity of world war and world economic crisis. All the consequences of the stock market crash and bank collapse were monomaniacally related to the imposed peace treaties of Versailles and Saint-Germain and to the short revolutionary phase after the war. Indeed, the entire economic situation in Germany was seen as the result of the reparations payments to the victorious powers and the stab in the back by the November criminals. The anti-Semitic delusion, which had always identified the Jews with money and chosen them as traitors to the fatherland, made possible a great synthesis that no other ideology could offer. Since they did not give free rein to this delusion, the two other workers' parties, which for their part deplored the reparations and thus remained loyal to the state, always had to appear less revolutionary, less radical. In March 1933, however, the SPD MPs were still in agreement with the NSDAP on the Treaty of Versailles. Otto Wels, co-chairman of the Social Democratic Party, quoted Hitler approvingly as saying, "From the folly of the theory of eternal victors and vanquished came the folly of reparations and, as a result, the catastrophe of the world economy." Although the parliamentary group did not agree to the Enabling Act at the time because no real Volksgemeinschaft Wels could be founded on it, 2 months later, as in August 1914, they did their bit for a real Volksgemeinschaft and approved the protesting government declaration on the Geneva Disarmament Conference, resulting in a unanimous decision by the Reichstag. A member of the SPD looked back with emotion. Even our irreconcilable opponent, Adolf Hitler, seemed moved for a moment.
He stood up and applauded us.
Then the German national deputies began to sing the Deutschlandlied. Most of the people in our ranks sang along. Some had tears running down their cheeks. Reichstag President Göring closed the session with the words, "Men and women, I have nothing more to add. The world has seen, the German people are united when it comes to their fate." In 1930, frontline soldier Ernst Junger invoked the total mobilization. The innermost elemental force of the people alone explains the final degree of determination that the terrible war against an entire world makes necessary. Their goal, that there should be nothing that cannot be understood as a function of the state. In 1931, legal scholar Carl Schmitt lectured on the total state of the identity of state and society. The state, which has become the self-organization of society and can therefore no longer be separated from it in substance, seizes everything social, i.e. everything that concerns the coexistence of people. The prerequisite for this was to link state authority directly with the overall political will of the German people. Heinz Langerhans, imprisoned as a traitor in 1934, wrote not of the people, but of capital, in order to get to the heart of the state. Looking back on the First World War and looking forward to the Second, he saw the transformation of the automatic subject of capital into the state subject of capital. The world crises have melted capital and the state, those two sides of the basic social relationship, into a single protective armor in order to ensure their continued existence. The automatic subject of capital with the guarantor state as a special organ has become the unified state subject of capital. Today the state is more than the merely ideal total capitalist, which is expressed in its increased functions. The state subject of capital forces upon itself the monopoly on class struggle. The smashing of all class organs of the workers is its first act. A ruthless social pacification campaign is initiated with the purpose of organically inserting the capital part of wage labor into the new state. At the same time, a generous reorganization of the capitalist class is undertaken. The state subject capital organizes the internal market, regulates prices, a national general cartel, and at the same time intensifies international competition. It is becoming increasingly clear that the campaigns of the new monopolistic state economies to overcome the crisis also have the character of armament measures. More and more, armament is the content of the very industrial energy that drives them forward: motorization, aviation, chemistry, etc. Explosive material is piled up and stacked on a large scale, in production plans for the long term. The social pacification campaign is also a preparation for war. Although Langerhans concentrates on National Socialism, he perceives a global tendency of state and capital. Indeed, he even includes the restructuring in Stalin's Soviet Union, so that what has been written here on cigarette paper and smuggled out of prison is one of the earliest, if not the first, theory of totalitarianism based on Marx's Capital. It remains the indelible title of fame of the Russian October Revolution that in its first, heroic phase the Russian revolutionaries nevertheless made an attempt to advance their Russian revolution as the incipient world revolution. It was not simply the bourgeois counter-revolution that triumphed over the workers' revolution, but the national limitation of the revolutionary struggles, their overarching national genesis and task, tainted the Russian Revolution from the outset with the element of counter-revolution. Every national victory of the revolution was as such already counter-revolutionary. This does not change even if one interprets the series of national revolutions of the present period as the permanent revolution and pores over it the ideological appearance of the proletarian world revolution. Nevertheless, Langerhans expected a real proletarian world revolution precisely in the phase of the state subject of capital and sees a second world revolutionary situation coming into view with the approach of the Second World War. In the Second World War it will become obvious that there is only one convincing program, the world order of labor, and that the liberation of the workers is the precondition for its realization. But if the workers do not then succeed in fighting for their freedom, the ruling class will expand the new means of domination, which it has built today on a national scale, internationally on ruins and blood, and subject the productive forces to even harsher discipline. It remains unclear how the belief in the proletariat, which is probably still strongly influenced by the privileged position of the workers in George Lukács' History and Class Consciousness, relates to the realization that the capital part of wage labor has already been organically incorporated into the state subject of capital, that capital and the state have melted into a single protective armor. It is no coincidence that this is reminiscent of Rosa Luxemburg's contradiction during the First World War, when she called on the European working class to revolution and at the same time said that the European working class had already committed suicide. On one point, however, Langerhans leaves no doubt. Neither Kautsky nor any of his Russian disciples could want to whisper to the workers from outside what their historical mission actually was. No Bernstein or any of his English teachers can still interpret their integration into the state as growing into socialism. While the later theories of totalitarianism wanted total rule to be limited to the Soviet Union and fascism, or Langerhans does not necessarily exclude the United States and Roosevelt's emerging New Deal program when he speaks of the emergence of the state subject of capital, and also includes Japanese developments in particular, so that he locates the center of a coming Second World War in the Pacific region. The causes of conflict are innumerable, the most important being Japanese expansion in the Far East, the central focus of the Second World War. Thus World War II is being prepared, partly in deliberate planning, partly behind the backs of those involved. The idea that the preparations for war are partly consciously planned, partly behind the backs of those involved, is like the germ of a new concept of crisis with which the events of the 31st War can be reflected upon. Karl Korsch, who received the manuscript and published and commented on it in the American journal International Council Correspondence, August 1935, Bemerkungen zu den die nächst Weltkrieg, der Zweite Weltkrieg und die Weltrevolution, curiously recognized little of the clairvoyant character of Langerhans' theses. In one respect, however, he is more differentiated than Langerhans. He criticizes the equation of the Soviet Union and National Socialism, but it is precisely this that leads him astray. Langerhans explicitly declares that there is no difference in principle between such different forms and degrees of the fusion of state and capital as, on the one hand, Bolshevik state capitalism, on the other, fascist, systematic intervention, and National Socialist, economic control. In reality, this equalization of historically opposing developments and the entire underlying undialectical assessment of the economic and political possibilities of a fascist or National Socialist state remaining fundamentally within the capitalist framework overestimates the historical achievement and efficiency, and thus at the same time the offensive and defensive power of the fascist National Socialist counter-revolution triumphing today in a tremendous and harmful way for the development of the proletarian counter-movement. Korsch is hardly able to indicate how the developments in Bolshevik state capitalism and in capitalist Nazi fascism are opposed. The greater differentiation therefore has a rather hypothetical character and tempts Korsch to underestimate the destructive potential of National Socialism. Not least, it obscures his view of the approaching World War, which Langerhans can prophesize as a result of the state subject capital. Korsch rather assumes that the fascist National Socialist solution to the crisis would already fail within the national framework, that even before external competition escalated, it would become entangled within production and on a purely national scale from the very first step in ever new, ever sharper contradictions. When Langerhans later switched from critical theory to the practice of denunciation in exile in the US and, together with Ruth Fisher, tracked down Stalinists, Korsch apparently also distanced himself somewhat from his friend and student. Max Horkheimer hinted in a letter to Felix while in 1943, with reference to another text by Langerhans, that Langerhans' development had something immediate to do with his experiences in the prisons and camps of National Socialism. I just want to say that I am glad about Korsch's reaction as to the article of Langerhans. The Lauer was certain, really great intuitions, but unfortunately, his mind seems to be disturbed. LT is a fact that most of the people who have been held in a concentration camp bear the traces of hell in their souls.
End of quote.
What Marx wrote in his Critique of Political Economy about the fetish character of commodities and capital takes on new significance for the critique of the state and politics. They do not know it, but they do it. It is said of the commodity subjects who, in exchange, equate their various products and thus their labor as values. It is therefore not written on the forehead of value what it is. Rather, value transforms every product of labor into a social hieroglyph. They do not know this, but they do it, can now be said of the state subjects, who set their various campaigns to overcome the crisis against each other in the war. And the crisis of value transforms every state into a social hieroglyph. However, Langerhans himself, probably because of his hopes placed in the proletariat, does not consider that even if the process takes place behind their backs, the participants can still identify with it completely, and indeed gain their actual fetish consciousness as citizens, their national consciousness in it. Franz Neumann's Behemoth marks the extreme opposite position to Langerhans' state subject capital. On the one hand, in his famous study of National Socialism, Newman clings to the old concept of class society and writes that in Hitler's Germany there was still objectively a deep contradiction between rulers and ruled, and that no one could say whether it would come to an open outbreak or not. On the other hand, he also goes beyond the traditional understanding of the state by seeing the Nazi state as an unstate, as a chaos, a regime of lawlessness and anarchy, for which the biblical monster Behemoth can serve as a symbol, with which Hobbes already characterized the English Civil War of the 17th century, in contrast to Leviathan, the other biblical monster, which symbolizes the absolutist order, i.e., the necessary, practicable monster that Hobbes thoroughly appreciated. In Newman's view, National Socialism is not actually a state, and certainly not a homogeneous, all-regulating supersubject to which wage labor would be organically integrated, but rather a spontaneous coalition of totalitarian bodies that compete with each other and arrange themselves on an ad hoc basis. Newman provides little information about what makes the existence of this unstate possible across all contradictions and class abysses, i.e., which forces hold National Socialist society together in chaos, as he expects either the regime to fall soon through the uprising of the oppressed or a kind of transition into the Soviet system. Reflection on the possible reasons for the continued existence of the unstate ultimately had to call Newman's theory into question, at least at one point. While Newman had written in 1942 that anti-Semitism had not been able to gain a firm foothold in the German population even before National Socialism, and that some observers of events in National Socialist Germany were now of the opinion that a stage had already been reached, since the cult of the Führer and the community are generally regarded as what they really are, nonsense. The editions in the 1944 edition reveal a different view: the persecution of the Jews practiced by ever broader strata of the German people on the orders of the Nazis implicates these strata in a collective guilt. Participation in a crime as monstrous as the extermination of the Eastern Jews makes the German Wehrmacht, the German civil service and broad masses accomplices and helpers of this crime, and therefore makes it impossible for them to leave the Nazi boat.
End of quote.
In a very similar vein, Hannah Arendt wrote at the same time, again abstracting from this in line with her concept of totalitarianism, that the threat of defeat made the active identification of the entire people with the Nazis a political necessity of the regime. Only when the Nazis have hanged someone can we know whether he was really against them. There is no other proof. Yet not even that was proof. The difficulty in understanding National Socialism, however, obviously lies in the fact that Leviathan and Behemoth, total state and permanent gang warfare, are not only not mutually exclusive, but mutually dependent. This possibility of insight opens up Horkheimer's concept of National Socialism, which, in contrast to Friedrich Pollock's view, seeks its central determination in the crisis. State capitalism, says Horkheimer, eliminates the market and hypostatizes the crisis for the duration of eternal Germany. This is not totalitarianism theory. If the crisis consists in forcibly asserting the unity of the opposition inherent in the commodity, i.e., the unity of the opposition between production and circulation, the production of surplus value and the realization of surplus value, then National Socialism has hypostatized the crisis in precisely this sense and eliminated the market. It has asserted the identity of production and circulation in total annihilation, in the war for Germany and in the mass murder of the Jews. The state capitalism that emerged from the October Revolution, however, hypostatized the crisis for the duration of ephemeral socialism in one country. It established the unity of opposition only bureaucratically, thus eliminating the market and realizing something like the identity of production and circulation, but at the same time the unity of state and population disintegrated. And it was only passively, forced by external violence, that the masses were prepared to identify with this crisis state, especially in the situation of defensive war. The crisis, the hypostasis of which is operated by the state, has in any case arisen from the capital relation. That is why we must continue to speak of value and exchange, circulation and capital, however great the intervention of the state may be, however much social power its hostile rackets may acquire. But this is also why the German and Soviet states differed, as each of them had a different relationship to the crisis. While the former hypostatized the overaccumulation crisis, the latter pursued so-called primitive accumulation in the first place in order to be able to withstand the external threat of hypostatization, the German crisis management, which always tends to be carried out on the other object, i.e., imperialistically. From the point of view of the crisis, the states cannot be viewed and compared in isolation, as models from one another. Rather, they must be placed in relation to one another on all sides. As soon as Horkheimer abstracts from the crisis as the central definition of state capitalism, he falls into the trap of comparing models, argues in terms of totalitarianism theory, and differentiates only schematically. The Soviet Union then appears to him as the most consequent type of authoritarian state, because it has freed itself from any dependence on private capital, while the fascist countries, including National Socialism, are seen as a hybrid form. Here, too, surplus value is extracted and distributed under state control, but it continues to flow in large quantities to the industrial magnates and landowners under the old title of profit.
Horkheimer, autoritärer Staat. End quote.
As is well known, the Russian Tsarist Empire did not withstand the first major crisis management through annihilation, as initiated and promoted by Germany.
The One
World War crisis was answered here with a revolutionary leap, the attempt to turn the World War crisis into world revolution. The national restriction, however, to which the revolutionaries in Russia were finally condemned because the revolutions in the West, above all in Germany, failed to materialize or failed, meant that the Soviets de facto collapsed and the Bolsheviks rose above them to become unconditional state leaders who soon had to equip their socialism in one country for a new campaign to overcome the crisis threatening from the West, if only, or only more so, in order to remain in power themselves. Since they had nationalized capital, society in the Soviet Union only participated in the world economic crisis in this indirect, passive way. In the form of external pressure, it achieved what was raging inside society in the West. And Stalin actually responded to this external pressure as if socialism were little more than a reflex movement. The Soviet Union, for example, suffered from an acute labor shortage at the time of great unemployment in the West. The so-called socialist accumulation that Stalinism organized on its territory by expropriating the peasants and stamping an industrial state out of the ground attempted to make up in a few years for what had been undertaken in Western Europe over centuries. It is in the difference between this belated accumulation and the original one in Western Europe that the so-called totalitarianism of the Soviet Union can be understood. Quote, "In 10 years at most, we will have to cover the distance by which we are behind the advanced countries of capitalism. Either we accomplish this or we will be crushed."
End quote.
This is what Stalin said in 1931, according to a short course on the history of the CPSU. In the coercive context of this accumulation of socialism in one country, Stalin's camps were by no means economically inappropriate, as is claimed by theories of totalitarianism in order to equate them with the Nazi extermination camps. Basically, they were exactly what the left in East and West always wanted to see in the Nazi extermination camps. The state realized ordinary capitalist rationality under intensified conditions. Ralph Stettner, for example, proves in many ways that the labor camp was above all a microcosm of Stalinist labor society. In principle, the same working methods and production criteria were applied here as in the rest of society. As everywhere else, the camps also introduced economic accounting, competition and shock brigading at the time of the first five-year plan. Under the pressure of the already highly industrialized countries, whose productive forces were by no means decaying, the means of this rationality had to be applied at an accelerated pace. Five-year plans were used to leapfrog centuries. For example, the index of industrial production rose by 98% between 1928 and 1932. The annual increase in labor productivity rose from 8.7 to 15.7% between 1933 and 1935. The urban population doubled from 28.7 to 56.1 million between 1929 and 1939. At the first conference of industrial functionaries in February 1931, Stalin declared, "Sometimes the question is asked whether the pace could not be slowed down a little, whether the movement could not be held back. No, you can't do that, comrades. The pace must not be slowed down. Slowing down the pace means falling behind. And those who lag behind are beaten. But we don't want to be the beaten ones. No, we don't want that." End quote. Stalin, as he is quoted here in the short course in the history of the CPSU, literally thinks himself into the absolutist sovereign of the past. The history of old Russia consisted, among other things, in the fact that it was continually beaten because of its backwardness. It was beaten by the Swedish feudals. It was beaten by the Polish-Lithuanian pans. It was beaten by the Anglo-French capitalists. It was beaten by the Japanese barons. It was beaten by everyone because of its backwardness. End quote. Assuming that the 1931 quote from the short course was not manipulated afterwards, there is no known case in history of a sovereign grasping the situation of his country so precisely and predicting the future. In 10 years at the most we must pass that distance by which we are behind the advanced countries of capitalism. Either we achieve this or we will be crushed. End quote. Whatever may be discussed about the alternative possibilities to his policy, it must not be considered in isolation. Without accumulation and industrialization, Nazi Germany would have crushed Russia exactly 10 years later. Meanwhile, the Stalin organ was to give the German Wehrmacht soldiers an idea of what this industrialization was capable of achieving. The irrational terror of the state was combined with the most rational forms of enlightenment in a frenzied summary of all the moments since the original accumulation. On the one hand, the sovereign was dominated by mistrust of the people, and therefore the methods of the Inquisition and the secret police were activated. On the other hand, homage was paid to reason and a philosophy of history of irresistible progress, and this meant enlightenment of the people. The resounding success of the Soviet scientist T.D. Lysenko, who is generally regarded as the Soviet Union's most serious aberration in the field of natural sciences, was due not least to the generally prevailing educational attitude. In contrast to genetics, Lysenko questioned heredity through chromosomes and claimed that there were no genes and no chromosomes, that these were rather an invention of bourgeois science. He drew on the pre-Darwinian teachings of Jean Lamarck, according to which the acquired traits resulting from the immediate influence of the environment or milieu, i.e., also those that had been brought up, were hereditary. On this basis, the new man, the totally healthy and cleansed of all unworthiness, which was shared as a goal with social Darwinism, could be thought of as progress towards a new society and not as a return from the pernicious civilization to the only true struggle for existence. Under Stalin, anti-Semitism was also handled in line with absolutist traditions. The Jews were tolerated, but as soon as it seemed sensible for tactical reasons, they were dropped, sacrificed to popular anger, the traditional anti-Semitic resentment of the masses, which changed as little as commodity production and the state were not allowed to die off. Or people launched campaigns against them themselves. Individual communists often had to take on the role of court Jews. Think above all of the propaganda against Trotsky, the court factor of the Red Army, so to speak, who is referred to as Judas Trotsky in the quoted history of the CPSU, the main inspirer and main organizer of a whole gang of murderers and spies. However, the relationship between the absolutist sovereign and the Jewish personal physician, which is familiar from history, can still be seen in a phenomenon such as the doctor's trials, which could always be used to accuse the doctor of wanting to poison his patient, although it is tautolized and extended to the medical profession of the entire sphere of power. Stalin's regime shares a similar tactical relationship with the absolutist regime in the national question. In both cases, the borders of the state do not necessarily coincide with those of the nation. The sovereign's empire, which was composed of aristocratic estates, often united several nations under its roof. Conversely, several small absolutist states could also find a place on the soil of one nation. In this respect, the Stalinist state formations seem to perpetuate a certain level of absolutist integration. Some striking parallels can be drawn between the Warsaw Pact and Metternich system. While Stalinist socialism nationalized the ownership of the means of production in order to initiate accumulation and industrialization on the level of the West and to produce a wage labor force on a larger scale in the first place, National Socialism, which was based on an already highly industrialized country, resorted to a kind of nationalization of the catastrophically excessive labor force. However, just as the workers in this case could only be nationalized as a race, only the capital in Aryan hands remained untouched. In economic terms, this was the German version of the New Deal. The famous Keynesian economist Joan Robinson was astonished to discover that Hitler had already figured out how to cure unemployment before Keynes had finished explaining why it occurred. And the German historian Werner Abelschauser notes with a certain pride, it was not the democracies of the West but the German dictatorship that first found a practical solution in the search for a way out of the social catastrophe.
End quote.
Instead of the demoralized purchasing power, here and there, in Germany as in North America, the state itself should be enthroned as a gigantic consumer and organize an unprecedented direct and indirect job creation on the basis of credit and money creation. However, such a view can no more explain why the biggest war to date, which was ultimately intended to resolve the biggest crisis of capital to date and as such affected capital worldwide, than can talk of state capitalism or totalitarianism, why this war was unleashed by the National Socialist state subject of capital, and not by Roosevelt's New Deal state or even by Stalin's socialism in one country. But also not by Italian or Spanish fascism, as close as they were to the Nazi state, before or during the war, and kept going until the end, as a war of annihilation. By March 1934, the number of unemployed in Germany had already fallen by over 50%, from 6 million in January 33 to 2.8 million, and immediately before the war began, a state had been reached in which the shortage of labor had already become a problem. The standard of living of the German population quickly rose again to the level of 1928. Industrial investment, which had fallen to 16.8%, from 2,615 to 439 million Reichsmarks, in the crisis year of 1932, rose to 141.1%, 3,691 million Reichsmarks, in 1938, i.e. before the war it was almost a third higher than before the Great Depression. Since 1933, Germany has produced considerably more cars in every subsequent year than the USA or any other nation. A statement by Robert Ley, the leader of the German Labor Front, documents how clearly and soberly the National Socialists were able to derive their mandate for modernization from the conditions of an economically conceived crisis. The capitalist economy had reached a limit that it was unable to cross with its own means. The risks of venturing into new economic territory were too great to be taken on by private capital. Capital retreated to the defense of the position it had once attained. As a result, huge production facilities and even larger stocks of goods remained unused on the one hand, while millions of people languished on the edge of misery on the other. National Socialism has now made a successful attempt to open up, pave and secure new paths into the future for an economy that has reached the limits of its entrepreneurial potential. In the United States, however, it was hardly possible to emerge from the Great Crisis. Compared to the German upswing of the 1930s, the New Deal program seemed like cosmetic surgery. In 1937, society plunged back into a depression deeper than any other country had experienced at that time. The number of unemployed, which had fallen by a modest 1.5 million in 1934 following the introduction of government measures, increased by a further 5 million. Total production, which had shrunk by 30%, could no longer be significantly increased before the start of the World War. The gross national product remained continuously below the level of 1929. The deficit spending that John Maynard Keynes recommended to all states, whether democracy or National Socialism, only in state communism was it superfluous, actually only worked in the Third Reich before the war, and for good reason. In Germany, the unified state subject of capital that Langerhans speaks of was fully realized. Here, the permanent, chaotic competition between the most diverse organizations of state and party gave rise to a Volksgemeinschaft of hitherto unknown homogeneity. Here, the ruthless social pacification campaign with the purpose of organically integrating the capital part of wage labor into the new state was carried out so consequent that it was at the same time and to the same extent preparation for total war. Here, literally all crisis overcoming campaigns had directly or indirectly the character of armament measures. Nowhere else was so much explosive material piled up and stacked before 1939. Sweden is always cited as an exception to this rule, and it is no coincidence that the economic policy of this country served the socialists Willy Brandt and Bruno Kreisky, who fled there decades later, as a model for their project of a late Keynesian welfare state. However, no single national development can be understood as a model, and all the more so in the crisis, as it can only be understood in the context of the world market and in relation to the international movement of capital. And so Sweden's peaceful upswing in the 1930s was characterized by the fact that it did not take place without close economic cooperation with the Third Reich and its armaments production. Exports of iron ore to Germany, for example, rose from 1,578 million tons in 1932 to 8,248 million tons in 1936, accounting for 73.6% of total exports at that time. By preparing for all-round destruction, says Joachim Brun, Nazism relieved the workers of the worry of selling their only commodity, their labor. Not capital or land, but purchasing power and the individual reproduction of labor power were thus nationalized by National Socialism. Under the motto Strength Through Joy, the entire organizational spectrum of the workers' movement, from the Choral Society to the Paramilitary Protection Organization, from workers' sports to the Workers' Symphony Concert, experienced its resurrection as branches of the unity of state and party. The social and material conditions of reproduction were removed from self-regulation and set as a state function. At the end of April 1933, the trade unions still hoped to retain some of their organizational autonomy. However, what can be seen as an adaptation to the Volksgemeinschaft is, on the other hand, already an active contribution from their midst and gives the state and party themselves the instructions to destroy their own organizational autonomy. The leadership circle of the United Trade Unions declared itself ready for positive cooperation in the new state, committed itself to the goal of promoting a healthy state and people, and rejected class-based separation and internationalism that turned away from the people, with the argument, this state wants to unite the entire German national power and bring it to bear in a powerful way. Although some aspects of the German labor movement, which was considered the strongest in the world, may have anticipated its later incorporation into the Third Reich, state piety, uniformity, marching culture, etc., it was only the direct adoption of individual reproduction that provided the sovereign with a steely foundation and society with a new kind of conformity. The labor market was now hidden between the individual and the sovereign. The owners of the commodity of labor power could, so to speak, consider themselves to be independent of the state. Their quality of being the body and spirit of the commodity of labor power was obscured and barely conscious, even though this commodity was not objectively abolished, apart from labor service. Only previous forms of trade between wage labor and capital were suspended and wage and price freezes were enforced, for example. In May 1933, Hitler affirmed, "I will have no greater pride in my life than to be able to say at the end of my days, I have fought for the German worker for the German Reich.
End quote.
The Führer formulated unequivocally from the outset how this could be achieved in a sustainable manner. The elimination of unemployment will be the work of us National Socialists. We will make the German people fit for military service again. We will build barracks and airfields. We will build roads and highways from a strategic point of view. We will develop the newest and most modern airplanes.
End quote.
In fact, the entire German economic and social policy, immediate and indirect, from the labor service to the Volkswagen, from the Hitler Youth to the Autobahns, from the denunciation of degenerate music to the aestheticization of the state in Leni Riefenstahl's films, was ultimately dominated by work for rearmament. The whole upswing was stimulated by preparations for war and annihilation, and all the debts incurred to finance it were incurred with a view to the fact that they could be repaid by war and annihilation. It was the greatest gamble ever begun, a single gigantic speculation, based on a fictitious capital to be converted into productive by the war, and all those whom the state had put to bread and labor took part in it as gamblers or stockholders. But total social gambling and total speculation could only be opened up if the participants empathized with the sums at stake, just as Benjamin emphasized, as a Volksgemeinschaft. The only question is how this empathy differed from that of the First World War, apart from the quantity of the share value, the amount of money at stake. The National Socialist state, wrote Herbert Marcuse in 1941, is a state of the masses, but the masses are masses only insofar as they are composed of atomized individuals. Because these have been robbed of everything that transcends their individuality into a true community of interests, and nothing remains of them but their bestial and abstract self-interest, they are so susceptible to unification from above and to manipulation.
End quote.
In the fear resulting from the competitive relationship of capitalized society, Marcuse sees a decisive moment of this Volksgemeinschaft, a community that, as a former student of Heidegger, is revealed to him in Being Toward Death. He understands it essentially as a voluntary as well as repressively induced orientation of society towards the war of annihilation. The fear of the masses is a decisive element of this harmony. Behind it is the clear knowledge that they can only survive through extreme efficiency, that they can only maintain their efficiency through aggressive expansion, and that they must wage and win the war, whatever the cost. They will do anything for this cause, and they do not need a plan to unite their efforts. The investment is risky, but it is the only possible investment, and the future profit is worth the risk.
End quote.
In contrast, the risk must have seemed comparatively small to the masses of the First World War. The empathy with the exchange value took place on the eve and at the beginning of the war, as if it were more about a mobilized world exhibition of domestic weapons production and the associated human material. As historical research suggests, fear only became an inner constitution of the masses in the course of the never-ending material battles, trench warfare and famine, and it gained new impetus in the sphere of work and the individual reproduction of everyday life during the peaceful continuation of the World War crisis, from the inflation phase to the stock market crash. It was no coincidence that anxiety and worry were ennobled by Heidegger's philosophy as the basic condition of existence. Hannah Arendt, another student of this philosopher, speaks of the omnipresent abandonment as a prerequisite for total domination, in which, since imperialism, the support of one's own class affiliation is also dissolved. 89. However, fear can only become the decisive element of harmony under certain conditions, and abandonment can only turn into Volksgemeinschaft under special conditions. This is a necessary counter-movement to empathy with exchange value and identification with the state, the anti-Semitic splitting off and personification of the real abstract. In this sense, the dialectic of enlightenment understood the Volksgemeinschaft as a community of projection, and in this it went beyond the analyses of Arend and Marcuse. Hannah Arendt writes in her book on total domination that it is in any case of no great practical importance, namely for the political structure of total apparatuses of domination, whether they organize the masses in the name of race or class, with the help of the law of life and nature or the dialectical materialist law of history.
End quote.
However, she mentions Stalin's attempts to learn from Hitler in terms of antisemitism, noting that a fictitious world conspiracy in the style of anti-Jewish resentment was much better suited as a background ideology for totalitarian claims to world domination than Wall Street, capitalism, or imperialism. However, Arendt avoided the question of why it was better suited. Even in the chapter on the camps, she ignores the fact that the category reserved for the Jews in the German concentration camps did not signify a certain status, not a certain level of a hierarchical order, which, as in the Soviet camps, was invented for the purpose of administration and desolidarization, but quite simply extermination. Hannah Arendt abstracts from the specific situation of the Jews under National Socialism in order to be able to generalize the inappropriateness of the camps and the terror to Stalinist rule as well. The term itself, however, is ambivalent, for the inappropriate camps as Arend understands them are obviously in some kind of interest of the totalitarian state. It needs them, even if no national economic purpose can be found for them. It needs camps and terror existentially, so to speak, for the transformation of human nature. A purpose of this transformation, however, cannot be grasped. In it itself, therefore, already lies all the meaning of total rule. Hannah Arendt can therefore no longer think of what she understands as total domination in the traditional categories, for example in the concepts of end means rationality, as Machiavelli formulated them for politics, or in those of class struggle, as they were developed in Marxism-Leninism. In this theory of the origins and elements of total domination, therefore, a peculiar transfer takes place with regard to the relationship between state and capital. While the chapter on imperialism still talks about capital and the alliance between capital and the mob, capital has suddenly disappeared without a trace in the section on total domination, and there is talk of the alliance between the elite and the mob. Clearly, in Arendt's mind, capital shares the fate of class society, whose demise she describes precisely. Hannah Arendt thus views the capital relationship in a seemingly traditional Marxist way as a relationship between two classes fighting against each other for the surplus value that has been siphoned off. But this means that she does not understand it as the fetishizing relationship between commodity subjects that reverses everything and necessarily produces false consciousness, as the real metaphysics or religion of everyday life that Marx set out in Capital. It is precisely this relationship, however, that Hannah Arendt always reflects on when she speaks not of capital but of the totalitarian state, when she notes the inappropriateness of terror and the transformation of human nature through the totalitarian process, as if capital, as Marx analyzed it, had driven into this state, as Arendt depicts it. Seen in this way, she is not so far removed from the concept of the state-subject capital. Marcuse later wrote about his analyses of the enemy, that most of this was written before Auschwitz, deeply separates it from the present. What was correct in it has become perhaps not false, but a thing of the past.
End of quote.
In One-Dimensional Man, this caesura is discussed indirectly but very consequent. For example, when the concept of popular sovereignty is questioned, the totalitarian tendencies of one-dimensional society make the traditional means and ways of protest ineffective, perhaps even dangerous, because they cling to the illusion of popular sovereignty. This illusion contains a piece of truth. The people, formerly the ferment of social change, has risen to become the ferment of social cohesion.
End of quote.
Horkheimer and Adorno recognize in Judaism the chosen people, negatively chosen as an object of persecution and extermination in order to realize the Volksgemeinschaft from which it is excluded. But in the last part of the Elements of Antisemitism, added after the end of the war, the authors of the Dialectic of Enlightenment then seemingly retract their own insight and abruptly claim that there are no more anti-Semites, even strangely basing something like a hope on this. In place of anti-Semitic psychology, the mere yes to the fascist ticket has largely taken its place. Anti-Semitism is no longer an independent impulse but a plank of the platform. The fact that, according to the tendency, anti-Semitism only appears as an item in the interchangeable ticket irrefutably justifies the hope for its end. The Jews are being murdered at a time when the leaders could replace the anti-Semitic plank as easily as the followers can be transferred from one place of rationalized production to another. The basis of the development that leads to ticket thinking is in any case the universal reduction of all specific energy to the one, same abstract form of labor. The lines mark a certain break, according to Lars Rensman, the dazzling concept of the ticket and the ticket mentality, whose ideological content is arbitrarily interchangeable, image and consciousness-shaped precipitation of the all-pervading totality that urges the eradication of difference, now replaces the specificity of anti-Semitism and its political significance.
End of quote.
Thus the concept falls behind the previous considerations, loses the dialectical quality of mediating between the general and the particular. However, critical theory can only ever gain this quality from the crisis in a negative way, in mediation, resisting that which violently asserts itself in the crisis, the false unity of the general and the particular. The concept of the ticket, on the other hand, insofar as it is simply put in the place of the anti-Semitic projection, obviously stems from the idea of crisis-free totality. Its implementation appears arbitrary. Not another word in this last passage of the Dialectic of Enlightenment that recalls the hypostatization of the crisis that Horkheimer still perceived in National Socialist Germany in the early 1940s. Standing at the turn of the economic miracle, Horkheimer and Adorno seem to have forgotten the cataclysmic existence of capital again and now join Pollock's more harmonizing view and project the scenario of a state capitalist or today one would say Fordist society that functions without crisis. Ultimately, their hope for the end of anti-Semitism is based on this. Yet the basis from which they derived ticket thinking was that which was threatened by decay, the salvation of which the German Volksgemeinschaft, without having any concept of it, made its cause. And it was precisely this form of work, to which everything is reduced, that fell into a crisis, which could be imagined solely through anti-Semitic personification as a matter of race and the result of a world conspiracy. That is why it would have been impossible for the German leaders, even if they had wanted to replace the anti-Semitic plank with another. Thus, in Germany, the mere yes to the fascist ticket did not take the place of anti-Semitic psychology. Rather, here the fascist ticket promised the realization of that psychology and was affirmed when the crisis of the value form broke in. However, the dialectic of enlightenment contributed more than any theory of totalitarianism and fascism to the realization of this anti-Semitic psychology as a psychology of crisis. By drawing on psychoanalysis, Horkheimer and Adorno were able to make visible how the tabooed impulses that run counter to work in its prevailing order are transformed into conforming idiosyncrasies, in which way the authoritarian release of the forbidden turns the anti-Semites into a collective and constitutes the community of conspecifics. What the concept of projection abstracts from, however, are the prerequisites for projection mechanisms to function at all. It has the stature of Kant's theory of knowledge. For the object of projection must necessarily be understood as the thing in itself. Its only purpose is to exist, everything else would be a false conclusion from the content of the projection to its object. The difficulty of using psychoanalytical categories as immediate social categories lies in the fact that the totality of mediation is not taken into account, and it is likely to play a role if, in the view of the dialectic of enlightenment, anti-Semitism in society can be switched on and off as if with a light switch. Analyzing the preconditions of projection that cannot be grasped with the concept of projection itself, as Horkheimer and Adorno attempt to do in their remarks on the Christian tradition, for example, has nothing to do with granting the content of anti-Semitic projection any element of truth. According to its concept, it can only ever say something about those who project, but not about those who are projected onto. But, and here the horizon of the concept ends, it was no coincidence that the Jews and not the Sinti and Roma or the enslaved blacks, for example, were chosen by the delusional consciousness to personify the abstract side of commodity production and interest-bearing capital. There is something that put them in the position of such a projection surface in the first place, that made them a thing in themselves of this ideological capacity for misrecognition. The ecclesiastical and feudal institutions and power relations, which prepared the ground for the sovereign of the absolute state and the automatic subject of capital, initiated the process of projection. Through laws and prohibitions for Jews on the one hand, for Christians on the other, Judaism has been maneuvered into certain social positions, above all through the exclusion of land ownership and crafts, which in certain respects may have the same significance for the functional anti-Semitic projection in capitalized society as the pre-Oedipal family situation has for the neuroses of the adult. Once set in motion, the projection spins on quite independently of the real social positions and social characters of the Jews, determined solely by what the projectors must continue to do to themselves in order to function socially. So anyone who talks about anti-Semitism and bourgeois society in the present can no more remain silent about Christianity than about primitive accumulation. From the side of the subject in crisis, the projection therefore corresponds to the same necessity with which Marx mobilizes the entire arsenal of religious historical concepts from the object, in which the crisis is only present as a possibility. Like the commodity fetish, it denotes something illusory that is not merely illusory because it is socially conditioned and thus possesses real power over the consciousness and actions of individuals. And in this way, the National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft can be understood on the one hand as fiction Arend or nonsense Newman, and on the other hand as a really existing, powerful and destructive form of sociality, the utterly untrue as a necessity of the untrue whole. To reduce the Volksgemeinschaft as a disguise for class relations to pure fiction and propagandistic nonsense, on the other hand, consciously or unconsciously denies what happens to those who are excluded from it so that the people's comrades can exist at all. Because towards the Jews, the harmony of the Volksgemeinschaft is automatically established. Nowhere, however, and Horkheimer and Adorno really shied away from this realization, was this harmony established as automatically as in the Third Reich. Here, the population identified seamlessly with the state subject of capital. Here, the reconciliation of capital and labor was practiced to the extreme. This identification was only possible because the real abstract, which always threw individuals back to the commodity character of their labor power, the value, which despite all the nationalization of purchasing power and individual reproduction, despite all the strength through joy and work service whims, still demanded its tribute, just as the economic upswing unleashed the war. Because this real abstract of value was personified in the form of Judaism and real Judaism, as the imagined personification of the abstract, was not only banished by the state, but destroyed. The more the subject empathized with exchange value and made industrial armaments production and militarized work society its concrete identity, the more it was compelled to get rid of the irrevocable abstractness of value, to embody it in the Jews. The German Volksgemeinschaft found itself in the annihilation of the Jews. Without the total enemy image of the world conspiracy of Jewry, which realized in the extermination camps, was able to weld the Volksgemeinschaft together to the last, this war would not have become a total war, would not have been able to be waged by the Third Reich to the last consequence, to the consequence that was the prerequisite for the successful post-war development. Thus, factory work in the Third Reich remained what it had always been, and it had to be stated that it was not appropriate to the German human being in his racial biological conditionality, which aims at the wholeness of the working method and the use of the whole personality in the performance of work. Accordingly, Taylorism was criticized in this case, which degraded the worker to a machine part, as it were, and the German worker rightly defended himself against this disregard for the worker's personality. However, this recognition initially did little for the German worker in the workplace of the Third Reich. His species-appropriate attitude could ultimately only exist in the war of extermination against the globally dominant Jewry, and in its execution, the otherwise necessary foreign workers were also brought in, for whom Taylorist work had been defined as species-appropriate from the outset. This connection, which was reflected in Carl Schmitt's and Martin Heidegger's folkish theory and philosophy as well as in Ernst Junger's and Leni Riefenstahl's aestheticization of war and politics, cannot ever be grasped by any concept of totalitarianism. For in socialism in one country, there was no such delusional identity, and that is why the state communist power was able to disintegrate on its own and almost without violence, to fall apart into population and state. This is the glory of the late phase and the legacy of the Russian October Revolution, which can only be grasped ex negativo, that in this form of total rule the population was not prepared to realize identity with the state in the mass murder of the Jews in order to overcome the crisis, as the German and Austrian populations were. In the Western states, of course, it is the glory and legacy of the bourgeois revolution that this kind of crisis management did not come to fruition. We do not consider it to be a clear element, was repeatedly stated in internal party and secret service reports from the Soviet sphere of power. However, no one here could consider themselves to be a clear-cut element. Everyone felt the ambiguity in their assessment of the current situation, the slogan that had just been issued, in relation to the required work discipline, in personal relationships with already suspected elements. And that is why there was a hectic effort everywhere, called vigilance, to project this ambiguity, which was perceived as negative, onto others, who were ultimately stigmatized, excluded and liquidated as hostile, foreign elements. In contrast to the world of the Nazi state, these foreign and hostile elements could not be systematically, clearly and once and for all racially labeled, so that through their exclusion and annihilation, Volksgemeinschaft would have been realized as identity with the state. They remained ambivalent. Even when misused as an ideology of legitimization, the writings of Marx, Engels and Lenin offered no real means of doing so. And it is precisely this permanent, indeed increasing uncertainty in the identification of the foreign and the enemy, which could not or was not allowed to be clearly defined in anti-Semitic terms, that constitutes the peculiar dynamic of the Stalinist purges. Anyone could in principle be such an element, and in the next moment for some reason rarely recognizable, be turned into one by the others. There was no proof of Aryanism. This is why the dividing line between perpetrators and victims could run through a person in a very specific way. This is evidenced by self-criticism and self-accusations in the course of the purges, phenomena that were unthinkable under National Socialism. This is not an explanation of the Shoah. Such an explanation with the means of reason can be as wavy as a justification for why the false whole that made the extermination possible existed at all. But what can and should become visible is that this whole makes it possible just as much as it exists through it, and in this immanence of the senseless, the rational means of every attempt at explanation must necessarily call themselves into question. Historicizing knowledge must admit the return of the ever-same, and the enlightened consciousness must reflect on the magical spell from which it cannot escape. From the very beginning, there was the most intimate connection between anti-Semitism and totality. However, those who do not cease to regard the whole as whatever is true and to assert reason as that which is already real will always give the Shoah insofar as it cannot simply be concealed or treated as an arbitrary catastrophe, a retrospective meaning, even if it is that it is precisely the singular from which pluralism must distinguish itself. Thus, totality is inevitably reduced to the totalitarian, so that the democracy that perpetuates it can siphon off its legitimacy from the whole fire victim. The realization of a kind of internal rationality in German fascism should therefore not obscure this origin of post-fascist democracy, to which the more recent term Holocaust really does come across in a way that is as striking as it is unconscious. The killing machinery naturally functioned according to extremely rational, i.e. time and effort-saving aspects. Persecution and mass murder had equally rational side effects. The Aryanization facilitated the modernization of the German economy, which was driven forward by National Socialism, and the use of those destined for death for forced labor brought extra profits, which the German bourgeoisie was happy to cash in on. But where mass murder and war of extermination proved to be functional in the sense of totality, as its vanishing point and integrating moment, such concepts fail, no different, however, from the talk of irrationalism. This is where the anti-Semitic delusion that synthesizes a society differs radically from the normal madness to which an individual can fall. Its dignity is based on the fact that its madness is not functional for the social whole, that its behavior is anything but in conformity with the system. The individual is therefore usually immediately isolated and treated, in order to avoid disrupting the operation, whereas the anti-Semitically mad and racially paranoid retain no dignity at all. Because they are completely integrated and integrating at their core, functional for the crisis-ridden whole, have become identical with the state and capital, and become the social model in appropriate situations. Only in this respect, because he does not make this distinction, does Horkheimer and Adorno's concept of pathic projection appear questionable and would perhaps be better replaced by integrated pathic projection. If the overall context cancels out rationality as well as an irrationality that can be separated from it, it results from a crisis from which it can no longer be detached. If the purposeless accumulation of capital also degrades everything to a means, and thus undermines its concept, it is now simultaneously and inevitably the result of a purpose set by the Germans: death to the Jews. Such causality defies the logical concepts and ideal abstractions that arise afterwards. It cannot be proven, and to recognize it completely would be tantamount to abolishing the condition of its possibility. This is precisely where critical thinking has to prove itself, to denounce this condition in retrospect and from the outset, as long as it exists, to assume the worst against every attempt at appeasement, that which constitutes the experience of the victims, whose death was as senseless as the whole is untrue, which reproduced itself through it. For the perpetrators of the mass murder, there was a delusional sense of purpose in the sense of a belief in redemption. If the Jews were exterminated, the Germans and with them the world would be redeemed. This irrational belief was identical to an economic calculation. If Germany won the war, all debts could be paid and national prosperity could return. The final phase of the war, in which defeat had become foreseeable, finally showed that identity could no longer simply be dissolved in favor of some economic rationality. The Volksgemeinschaft did not break up, the delusion remained intact. The economic miracle which brought unprecedented wealth to the losers of the Second World War, insofar as they lived on the right side of the former Third Reich, was therefore by no means realized according to the ideas of the National Socialist illusion of redemption, and yet it proved him right. For its part, it placed rationality and irrationality in one. It sprang from the capitalist whole and affirmed the German part. Behind the backs of those involved, the global crisis of capital had resolved itself in the deliberately planned war. The German delusion of overcoming the crisis through annihilation was thus unintentionally confirmed, i.e. not by the victors of the war, but by the automatic subject of capital, and to an unprecedented extent. According to the fetish form of this subject, recognition remained anonymous. Neither the victors nor the vanquished openly expressed that the wealth of the post-war boom, which included the stability of the political order, was not a gift from heaven or the fruit of labor, but a result of war of annihilation and mass murder. Only where the German delusion continued to grow, in the hearts of the defeated, did this repression suddenly break out, if only Hitler had lived to see it. However, essentially only the western part of the political hemisphere was involved in this economic miracle. Of the successor states only the two that belonged to it, but not the eastern part, not the Soviet Union and its sphere of influence. Just as socialism in one country was only indirectly affected by the great crisis of capital, but all the more so by the war of aggression in which Germany overcame the crisis, it and its satellites were only able to participate indirectly in the successful overcoming of the crisis after 1945, even though it had to bear the heaviest war losses of all Germany's opponents. Thanks to the miracle, it was not hit by another campaign from the West. What boosted production in the West set it back in the East. This becomes clear in the history of the Stalinist forced labor camps. While the extermination camps of the Third Reich, which put the anti-Semitic image of the enemy into practice, were the realization of the Volksgemeinschaft and thus a prerequisite for the war to be increased to total war, the Soviet camps served from the beginning to terroristically remedy the labor shortage of a society that was a dictatorship of the proletariat without a sufficiently existing proletariat. Forced labor was mobilized primarily to create infrastructure for production. As such, it was the prerequisite for industrialization. Not unlike in the West, except that in the East it had to take place in a radically shortened period of time if the existence of the state was not to be endangered. And this shortening was forced by the proximity of Germany. However, after the Germans had devastated the country like no other and exterminated those living in it on a scale unparalleled anywhere else, forced labor once again gained fundamental importance, as the lost labor of 20 million murdered people had to be compensated for in order to restore the destroyed foundations of production. 25 million people were homeless, 70,000 villages and 6,000 businesses were destroyed. In contrast, industrial production in the USA more than tripled between 1938 and 1946 and exceeded half of world production. Capital in America also owed this to National Socialism. Quite apart from the direct profits that a company like IBM, for example, was able to make from building up the Third Reich and organizing the extermination of the Jews, and it was precisely this company that would gradually develop into the pacemaker of post-war modernization worldwide. To speak here, with Hegel, of a cunning of reason or of history would, however, be to continue the very positive dialectic that became obsolete with National Socialism. In the Depression after 1929, the worst in the history of the United States, the country's industrial output was abruptly halved and unemployment rose from 1.5 million to 13 million, a quarter of all employees. The modest government measures of the New Deal program, from work camps in national parks, where volunteers were active in nature conservation, to the financing of mortgages on homes and farms, were unable to pave the way out of the crisis, just as the anti-Semitism that emerged in the USA during these years did not give rise to mass insanity, which could have been a German-style crisis management. After the situation had eased only slightly in the mid-1930s, a further bout of depression followed in 1937. In 1939, almost a fifth of the workforce and over a quarter of production capacity was idle. 108 Only the gigantic increase in armaments production and the mobilization of the entire society for the war against the Axis powers provided a remedy. Already in the 1 year 1939, expenditure on rearmament amounted to 2/3 of the total funds used for this purpose in the 4 preceding years. In 1940 it increased more than sevenfold, in 1943 by more than 60 times that of 1939. Before 1940, the USA only had a fleet in the Pacific. Modern naval forces and the army had to be built up completely from scratch and at breakneck speed in order to counter the threat from Japan and Germany. The sum of $12 billion approved for defense that year was more than the federal agency of the New Deal, the Work Progress Administration, had ever spent, and created 2 million jobs alone. Only then did real per capita income return to the level of 1929. As late as 1941, 5.5 million people were still unemployed, but a little later the war machine, which was in full swing, was already suffering from a labor shortage and industrial production had doubled. War, not economic wisdom, ended the Depression, writes John Kenneth Galbraith, and thus says more about capital as an eyewitness than in all his economic writings. It is not so much surprising that economists and historians often agree that the greatest war in the history of mankind was able to end the great crisis of capital and thus create the conditions for new prosperity, in some privileged countries. What is more surprising is the nonchalance with which this result is acknowledged, an attitude that is not even aware of its own cynicism. Quote, "There is no doubt, however, that the war was successful where the New Deal seemed to have failed. The Second World War had effectively ended the Depression and laid the foundations for prosperity in peace."
End quote.
What follows from this, assuming that National Socialism is not understood as a natural event, namely that those who can enjoy this prosperity owe something to National Socialism, does not even occur to the historian. This is only understandable, as the 19th century bourgeois did not want to know that the wealth he enjoyed at the time was due to the massacres of the original accumulation. Thus, in Robert Kurz's Black Book on Capitalism, a few sentences on the connection between total war and prosperity for all outweigh the hundreds of pages against abstract labor that the author accumulates. Quote, "Whether Keynes wanted it or not, the first great round of Keynesianism led to a new arms race, initiated by Hitler's turbo-armament and open preparations for war. Until 1950, no one would have thought that capitalism would rise like a phoenix from the ashes after the era of world catastrophes. Yet it had taken 2 world wars to push it through, so that the world prosperity of the Second Industrial Revolution, so rapidly faked by the bursting speculation boom of the 1920s, could finally get underway."
End quote.
In fact, the Second World War not only established the so-called Fordist work structures in all essential areas of production, but also brought decisive technological advances, from nuclear power to jet propulsion to digital data processing, without which not only those golden years, but also the less golden ones that followed them, would have been unthinkable. Even in the United States, a new depression was expected immediately after the end of the Second World War, a return of the crisis of the 1920s and 1930s, and there was even talk of a depression pandemic in this context. The discharged soldiers would become unemployed, and government spending on armaments would have to be discharged in a wave of inflation. Instead, the USA not only preserved its prosperity, but also poured it out preferentially in places where bombs had just been dropped, using the cornucopia of the Cold War, the Marshall Plan. And the economy flourished there too, with growth rates skyrocketing almost everywhere. Prosperity for all was the slogan that the losers and winners of the war used to counter a communist goal that was only parroted at the same time in the eastern successor state to the Third Reich. The USA won the gamble, which it had once again failed to open, this time by a far greater margin than in the First World War. It was obviously due to the size of the winnings that there was a miraculous increase in money, an increase in money without inflation, which could now also pay off for the losers. The Second World War had put the New Deal program into practice beyond the borders of America, and it was, as Hobsbawm writes, an acceptable deal for almost all sides of society, which not only made people forget the old class antagonism from the time before National Socialism, but also the difference between perpetrators and victims under National Socialism. Employers, who hardly minded high wages during a long boom with high profits, welcomed the predictability that made any planning for
the future easier.
Employees received regularly rising wages, improved social benefits, and an ever-expanding and increasingly generous welfare state. Governments achieved a degree of political stability that helped to weaken the communist parties and subject the macroeconomic management that all states now practiced to predictable conditions. And the economies of the industrialized capitalist states functioned splendidly because, for the first time, a mass consumer economy had emerged on the basis of full employment and regularly rising real incomes, supported by social security that could be paid for out of growing state revenues. During the war, for which the state acted as a monstrous consumer, purchasing power was accumulated, which could now be used to pay for the output of the newly investing consumer goods industry. One example is the paradigm of Fordism. The number of registered automobiles in the United States grew from 27 million to 40 million between 1940 and 1950. By 1960, it had risen to 61.5 million. However, the debts that the state had incurred in order to replace the consumption of the masses with the means of destruction were not settled in the old wartime manner through literal loot or reparation payments in cash. The debt and the destruction were far too great for that. In this way, only the Soviet Union tried to take back what it had been robbed of, and it only received a tiny portion. The debts with which the USA had financed the war disappeared through the debts of others. Already during the war, the Allies were in debt to the USA, then after the war also the losers, so that the United States became a world creditor to a much greater extent and in a more comprehensive sense than during and after the First World War. The enormously rapidly built-up military machine and the astonishing productivity of the arms industry made up for the deficit, and the gold reserves that this state had accumulated were almost merely a symbolic expression of this. Under this assumption, it could also be said that the USA made the debt disappear by simply creating more and more debt. They simply printed so many dollars that this currency could become the world's money, and the power that had it printed became the world's creditor. The Bretton Woods Agreement had already been concluded in 1944, which provided for an indirect peg via the dollar instead of a return to the immediate peg of currencies to the gold standard, on the basis of a system of politically regulated exchange rates to which the states of the Western Hemisphere were committed under the Pax Americana. For the longest time, the stability of the dollar, and therefore of the international payment system, was to be based not on the USA's own reserves, but on the willingness of the European central banks to stop exchanging their dollars for gold, under pressure from the USA. The disruption of the payment system was thus avoided by the fact that the money multiplied in the United States was no longer backed directly by gold, but mediated by political power, no longer by the barbarous metal canes, but by the modern military machine. In this respect, the Cold War was of course a prerequisite for the economic miracle, as it provided the common enemy that made the focus on American military power seem necessary. The military-industrial complex, of which Eisenhower spoke in 1961, had thus to a certain extent replaced the link to gold. The relative share of direct military expenditure in the gross national product of the USA never again fell below the level of 1940, 2.7%, but stabilized in the 1950s and 1960s at the level of 1941, 11.1%. For Baron and Sweezy, therefore, the whole difference between the deep stagnation of the 1930s and the relative prosperity of the 1950s is due entirely to the high level of military spending in the 1950s, pointing out that military spending increased fivefold between 1947 and 1963, from $11.4 to $55.2 billion. To a certain extent, this seems to confirm what was already suggested early on within critical theory, and is expressed most decisively today by Wolfgang Port, the replacement of the law of value by the law of the strongest. Seen in this light, Germany played the driving force in this process of replacement, which was sealed by the atomic bomb, unfortunately without itself emerging as the stronger party. But that would be an undialectical approach that sees the law of value and the law of the strongest as mutually exclusive opposites, when the crisis demonstrates precisely their unity and mutual condition. So the question always remains as to where the strongest draws its strength from, and the answer always leads back to the crisis of the law of value, which only renews itself through the law of the strongest, and with it the Germans' delusion. Quote, "Now we make uniforms, but one day the P&C workshops will make their suits or coats again. Then it will become clear to what degree of technical refinement our factories have developed, and then the increased efficiency achieved during the war will benefit all customers. All the experience we are gaining now will serve to advance and improve our production methods." Advertisement by Peake and Kloppenburg from the early 1940s. In fact, the USA not only granted the Europeans relatively favorable loans, but literally subsidies. In other words, they transferred the money to Europe so that their goods could be purchased there. A certain part of the realization of surplus value was thus simply outsourced by directing the surplus of their own purchasing power, which had been accumulated during the war, to Western Europe. As the trade in goods was by no means limited to consumer goods, European production was also restarted. The loans and subsidies primarily contributed to restoring or rebuilding the infrastructural foundations of production. However, the conditions in the individual countries were of decisive importance, not least when it came to deciding who could take the lead again in Europe. Even if the war left ruins everywhere, the substantial question was which ruins they were and who lived and worked in them, what productivity the only partially destroyed factories had to offer, how high the qualifications were that had once been trained in the often bombed-out schools, and above all what the motivation was to build on them. These conditions were now significantly different in the successor states of the Third Reich than in the other countries, including the victorious European allies of the USA. The post-war upswing, the astonishing regenerative capacity of West German and Austrian society and the eminent accumulation capacity of their capital were initially based on the spoils that had been made in the Second World War and in the mass murder of the Jews, as well as on the forced and slave labor that had been organized by the Third Reich in this context. In contrast to the situation after the First World War, this loot was used to offset the remaining debts of the Third Reich in the currency reform of 1948. The German population supposedly still lost 9/10 of its savings, but the big gain, also for them, was that the industrial tangible assets could be entered at full value in the DM opening balance sheet. And these tangible assets had been considerably increased by the unique investment boost of National Socialism, by rearmament and war. This surge in investment was also accompanied by an immensely successful education offensive under National Socialism, which, in conjunction with the expansion of the welfare state, marriage loans, child benefit, health care, old age insurance, had created a broad stratum of skilled workers. Under the special conditions of the German War of Aggression, it initially enabled the rationalization of production on the one hand and forced labor on a high technological basis on the other, and soon after the defeat, finally the economic upswing. With the Speer system in the Ministry of Armaments, a new type of economic leader was added, the young, self-responsible manager, Speer's kindergarten, who largely remained in his post even during the period of Reconstruction after 1945. It is generally known that the Federal Republic of Germany relied to a large extent on the old functional elites who had already served the Nazi regime during Reconstruction. What is less well known is that it only functioned so well as a homogeneous working society, i.e., as a unit of elites, employees, and workers, because it was based on the Volksgemeinschaft. For the National Socialist improvement of educational opportunities cannot be separated from the interest in realizing class society as a Volksgemeinschaft, the authoritarian state as a people's state. To give just one example of how the Volksgemeinschaft was not a propaganda phrase, but a projection that cannot be separated from the structure of the projecting society, in the Wehrmacht, the number of officer applicants from the industrial workforce rose from 0 to 9%. If, as Horkheimer says, National Socialism hypostatized the crisis for the duration of eternal Germany, the post-war development was able to draw the greatest benefit from this. It also belongs to the immortalized Germany. The theft of raw materials, gold and food on an almost incalculable scale and the use of 6 million forced laborers, 2 million prisoners of war and over 1 million concentration camp inmates were the prerequisites for Germany's continued modernization after 1945. The preparation and execution of the war of extermination laid the foundations for the post-war boom. The Volkswagen, affectionately known as the Beetle, in which the affluent citizen with wife and child drove through the economic wonderland, was famously planned in the Third Reich, with room for 2 soldiers, a machine gun and ammunition. Just at the height and in the final phase of the war, under the growing pressure of impending defeat with a total enemy image of the world conspiracy of Judaism before its eyes, which at the same time only increased the pressure of impending defeat when put into practice in the extermination camps, under the conditions of total war of annihilation, German industry and German working society released their decisive innovative forces and realized the rationalization that was decisive for post-war development, which had been slowed down before the war by unproductive job creation measures. From 1942, at the same time as the mass extermination of the Jews, these restructuring measures took full effect. Labor productivity in the armaments industry rose to such an extent that in 1944 the per capita output of a worker there was at least 60% above the 1939 level. The surplus of skilled workers in relation to the number of unskilled workers, which had come about as a result of the education offensive, could be continuously compensated for by foreign and forced laborers. The capital stock was considerably rejuvenated. Percent of the plants, 2/3 in the production goods industry, were less than 10 years old. The Goring factories, later called Salzgitter and Wust Alpine, and the Volkswagen factories, for which a whole new city was built, were just the tip of the iceberg, as the largest of the existing industrial companies achieved new records in production increases during the war. Krupp was able to increase its annual armaments turnover 20-fold from 1933, Daimler-Benz 10-fold, and apart from a small proportion, the profits were not squandered by the capitalists, but reinvested in the
Volksgemeinschaftsindustrie.
The level of gross fixed assets at the end of the war, 1945, was almost 21% higher than in 1936. So the volume of investment far outweighed the bombs and other war damage. At the end of the war, Germany actually had a stronger industrial potential than at the beginning of the war. The facts of the German war economy that have been examined have left their mark on post-war history. They stripped the West German economic miracle of the free market economy of all miraculous appearance. With the term economic miracle, however, the post-war public spontaneously made the right choice of words, which only confirmed this continuity. As early as the 1930s, foreign observers everywhere had spoken of the German economic miracle to describe the German armaments boom. The example of German Austria is particularly striking, as here the change only began shortly before the war and took place at an extraordinary pace. Vienna became a model for how the Aryanization of Jewish property could be combined with consequent rationalization. The closure of small businesses, for example, was carried out according to the criteria of urban planning and economic efficiency. The improvement of vocational training and the regulation of working conditions according to the standards of a modern industrial country are also striking, especially in Austria, a country that had had comparatively little industry and low labor productivity since the fall of the Habsburg monarchy and had 30% unemployment in the year of the Anschluss. Only National Socialism industrialized the country and prepared the ground for the post-war upswing with comprehensive structural measures in industry and agriculture, with power plant projects and large-scale enterprises. This modernization push, which was able to adapt the economy and society to the general production level of the Reich within a very short time, ranged from work organization rationalization and performance wages by means of wage differentiation to certain secularizing measures such as the nationalization of marriage, which made it possible for divorced people to remarry for the first time. The number of tractors, for example, rose from 750 in 1930 to 4,900 in 1945, the number of people employed in industry from 490,000 in 1939 to 689,000 in 1944. The largest project in this country besides the expulsion and extermination of the Jews and Roma and Sinti, the Hermann Göring-Werke, Alpine Montan, Steyr-Daimler-Puch Hut-Linz, ultimately became the industrial heart of the Second Republic and as the largest nationalized company, even beyond the end of the Kreisky era, contributed a great deal to the harmonious development of the social partnership, social security and solid homogeneity of society. A progressive-minded Austrian contemporary historian can therefore easily draw the following conclusions about the Nazi regime in Austria. To put it mildly, one can probably speak of a structural improvement. The starting conditions for the Austrian economy were probably more favorable after the Second World War, despite the enormous destruction, than after the First. Ernst Hanisch, The Long Shadow of the State. Austrian Social History in the 20th Century, page 351. As the last volume of a 10-volume Austrian history, the book represents the official historiography of the country, and was financed not only by various state institutions, but also by the Austrian Bishops' Conference. As early as the fall of 1943, however, large companies throughout the Third Reich had launched an export offensive to outsource assets and production capacities to neutral countries, Switzerland, Spain, etc. Karl-Heinz Roth speaks of wild post-war planning by capital. Quote, "What from today's perspective seems not only unscrupulous and cynical, but also confused and contradictory, was obviously understood in a complementary way by the economic players at the time. On the one hand, they wanted to defend Fortress Europe as efficiently and for as long as possible. On the other hand, by anticipating the export offensive, they clung to the economic structures of the neutral countries in such a way that the future victors would only be able to pursue a European post-war policy without significant German involvement at the cost of radical structural interventions in the countries that remained neutral. There were enough foreign partners willing to collaborate to realize both options, because they could not imagine a European post-war perspective without the economic potential of the Germans."
End of quote.
The foundations on which Germany and Austria's favorable starting position in the post-war period rested can be seen immediately in the final measures taken by the Third Reich to secure its industrial facilities. The relocation of these capacities underground and into bunkers could only work by ruthlessly exploiting the labor of concentration camp prisoners until the last weeks of the war. Thousands of them had to die so that the factory managements could save as much of the equipment, production lines and devices accumulated during the armaments boom as possible beyond the war. The enormous destruction of the war, however, created the necessary demand for goods and labor so that these plants, production lines and equipment could work profitably again, their potential becoming effective and allowing the working society to function continuously. The war cleared the terrain of surplus value production and realization, created incalculable sales areas for goods including labor, accumulated the purchasing power of the masses on a large scale and created the most favorable constellation of the age composition and quality level of industrial fixed assets, so that the modernization set in motion by the National Socialists in Germany, after a short transitional phase, could continue to progress. The war finally achieved the miracle and freed the Volksgemeinschaft from its debts. Ulrich Enderwitz speaks of an unparalleled potlatch, a gigantic destruction of social wealth, which viewed negatively, left behind hardship and poverty, viewed positively, an almost inexhaustible need for subsistence resources and consumer goods. For this reason alone, the real heir and legal successor of the fascist state, the West German Republic, which has been re-established on the model of the latter, can, by virtue of the qualified social labor it still possesses and thanks to the capital that American hegemonic power politics pumps into the country, launch an economic reconstruction program that is perfectly compatible with the political institutions of a representative democracy.
End quote.
However, when some former head of Göring's and Speer's state apparatuses gave his memoirs the title Crisis Managers in the Third Reich, some contemporary historians seem to take such memoirs all too literally. Götz Ali and Susanne Heim, for example, portray National Socialism primarily as a work of deliberately planned modernization, as a matter of management. The actual crisis management that National Socialism set in motion is missed. The anti-Semitic ideology is only understood as a tool to implement rationalization as quickly and on a large scale as possible. Those who try to grasp National Socialism with the rationality of means and ends necessarily ignore what anti-Semitism does as a projection for the enforcement of the identity of the whole. It is therefore hardly surprising that Götz Ali was able to equate Serbia with Nazi Germany in 1999, following the mood of the times. In contrast, when Daniel Goldhagen analyses anti-Semitism as a cognitive model, completely independent of modernization through extermination, he at least questions the rationality of means and ends and frees the anti-Semitic phenomenon in principle from the means function, which only ever serves to trivialize it. However, German anti-Semitism thus becomes something specifically irrational, which can be viewed in complete abstraction from the context of the whole. And this is one of the reasons why Goldhagen was also able to equate Serbia and Nazi Germany in the Kosovo War. The researching of the sources alone does not allow the facts they contain to be combined into a critical concept of what constitutes the German delusion, for example. This is the unreflected problem of Goldhagen's historical study. It too must make a speculative leap, from the sources to the assumption of a cognitive model. Goldhagen could cite as many sources as he likes and would not be able to conclusively and provably deduce and prove that the Germans have the cognitive model in their heads, and above all why they have it in their heads. What he does, expressed in his own positivist understanding, is, he extrapolates it. But an extrapolation is also a speculation, one that is not aware of its procedures. For according to what criteria is the extrapolation made here? However, this is by no means a mere assumption, a subjective assessment. Goldhagen is actually relying on his spontaneous insight into German ideology, but this insight has a reason, the result, the Shoah. In a nutshell, its source is simply the fact of mass murder, the number of people murdered, which in itself can say nothing about the motives. But this result, understood as what has become, is what makes all other sources meaningful, makes it possible to reveal the delusion that is concealed in them. It is also concealed, for example, in the fact that it pretends to be the delusion of one or many individuals. However, it was not just the delusion of individuals, which could simply be added up to the overall delusion of the Germans, just as the Shoah was not just the sum of the individual deeds, but one that is presupposed for the individual as a Volksgemeinschaft, into which the individual then empathizes and which he executes. This presupposition, however, makes it necessary to speak of capital and the state, which Goldhagen avoids as much as possible. The sources of the result and its presuppositions must therefore be related to each other in a certain sense, beyond mere research, and this sense does not exist independently of the standpoint of the person researching the sources. This would have to be understood as the necessary speculative thinking after Auschwitz. Adorno's strangely existentialist-sounding question of whether it is still possible to live after Auschwitz comes much closer to the social context of the extermination of human beings and the welfare of the people, without rationalizing it. Adorno himself explained this in his lectures on metaphysics when he said that it is very difficult to escape the feeling that by continuing to live, one is actually already, as it were, taking away the possibility of life from another who has been denied. Life stealing life from him, just as when a society which in its absurd form today has not made work superfluous, but has made people superfluous, predetermines, as it were, a rate, a percentage, a statistical percentage of people that it must get rid of in order to be able to continue living in its bad existing forms. And if one then continues to live, then one has to a certain extent had statistical luck, which has been at the expense of those who have fallen into the mechanism of destruction and, one must fear, will still fall into it. Guilt reproduces itself in each of us, and I am really talking more about the subject, because we cannot possibly be fully aware of this connection in every moment of our waking life. If we, each of us sitting here together, knew at every moment what has happened and to what links we also owe our own existence and how our own existence is interwoven with a disaster, even if we have done nothing bad, for example only by neglecting to help other people decisively at the right moment out of fear, and that is a situation I am very familiar with from the time of the Third Reich, that if we were fully aware of all these things at every moment, then we really could not live at all. That one is, so to speak, pushed towards that forgetting which itself already has something guilty about it and which, by not being aware of the threat and what has happened at every moment, also contributes at the same time to the fact that one resists too little and that it can repeat itself and re-establish itself at any moment.
End quote.
The question of whether it was still possible to live after Auschwitz was obviously only asked by those who had themselves been persecuted and expelled. None of the non-Jewish intellectuals who remained in the country have reported anything similar. It is therefore no coincidence that a persecuted and displaced person like Hannah Arendt, on a visit to Germany, suddenly saw through the busyness that drove people here. Undoubtedly, nowhere do people work as hard and as long as in Germany. At first glance, their current hustle and bustle seems to feed the impression that Germany is possibly still the most dangerous European nation. If you watch the Germans as they stumble busily through the ruins and how they resent being reminded of the horrors that the rest of the world will not let go of, then you realize that busyness has become their main weapon in their defense against reality.
End quote.
It was indeed a defense against reality, not merely one of guilt. For this guilt of having been involved in mass murder and war of extermination, actively or only as an indifferent spectator, had become a reality, in the absence of the Jews as well as in the temporarily ruined production and living quarters, through which one stumbled busily in order to set the productivity guarded therein in motion again. However, Arendt does not attribute any particular productivity to this busyness resulting from the defense, just as she does not want to acknowledge the benefits that Germany can draw from its National Socialist past. The knowledge of having committed, participated in, or simply watched those atrocities constituted the Volksgemeinschaft in a new way. It was a secondary one in that it lacked the people state that had constituted the original one, the state of annihilation, which was also responsible for the individual reproduction of labor. The Allies had destroyed it. On the one hand, they stopped the machinery of extermination and prosecuted some of the perpetrators, turning mass murder into a crime of the past that created a new kind of secret, conspiratorial community of murderers and accomplices. On the other hand, in the two Western successor states of the Third Reich, 40 years later in the Eastern states, the market was restored to its former rights and individual reproduction was privatized. Individuals once again became aware of their status as owners of the commodity of labor power, but there was now a huge demand for this commodity. Insofar as the labor movement reorganized itself at all, it was no longer able to build on its old power and relative autonomy. This is mainly due to the fact that leisure time could now be truly exploited as a market for industrial commodity production. More and more aspects of reproduction, which were once suspended in the relatively autonomous workers' organizations and ultimately in the Volksgemeinschaft state forms, have since been mediated solely through the commodity form, through the individual act of purchase and use. The possibilities of reproduction expanded by purchasing power encompass the formerly communal regulations and moments of life. On the whole, it is no longer the state that provides power through pleasure, but every small or large commodity that one can afford privately. While the Western occupying powers assumed that West German and Austrian society would thus be aligned with their own, in reality something quite new was created. The democracy created here represents a superstructure, but in a different sense than in the usual Marxist sense. Its basis is National Socialism, and this basis is not changing. Conversely, the question will even arise as to what extent the society of the former occupying powers will, in the longer term, converge with that of the formerly occupied states. After all, The isolated individuals of post-fascist society have a common national point of reference that is able to unite them even in the greatest dispersion caused by the market. Even the term post-fascism proves to be too unspecific, as it is essentially about the annihilation organized by the Germans. The material and psychological surplus value that the people's comrades drew from this gave their self-commitment to the state-defined common good a continuity that the Franco or Mussolini regimes, for example, never achieved. The stability of the West German and Austrian democracies, admired at home and abroad, is based on the phantasmatic substantialization of the abstract equality of citizens into the pseudo-concrete homogeneity of the racist Volksgemeinschaft under National Socialism. Building on this foundation, the Western successor states of the Nazi state were able to legally codify and integrate political and social conflicts more successfully than the traditional democracies. However, the stability provided by this foundation only becomes apparent in times of crisis. When the economic miracle, the prosperity generated by the war of annihilation, gives way to the normality of the always crisis-ridden self-realization of value, it becomes clear in this transitional phase at the latest that there can be no more normality after the annihilation, unless that of Beckett's endgame, something is going its own way. Part of the twilight of the post-war miracle is that Pax Americana and the dollar currency system are destabilized. This already began with the defeat of the USA in the Vietnam War and the abandonment of the Bretton Woods agreements. The USA has of course remained the leading military power, and this position still covers the dollar as the world's money. But on the financial markets and battlefields, there have since been new and gradually intensifying competitive relationships. With the war against Iraq, which has already been substantially co-financed by the European states, and with the war in Yugoslavia, which was ultimately initiated by the new European leading power Germany, the world military power seems to have lost about as much autonomy as the dollar. Since the USA's trade and balance sheet deficits have not stopped growing, Germany has become more and more prominent on the money markets, and the German mark has replaced the dollar as the world's money in some regions, especially where crises have been brought to a head by German initiatives in order to be dealt with by military operations. For some time now, the United States has been wary of losing its position of power, and by showing off in the war in Yugoslavia, it has presumably been trying to regain ground. This shows the need to identify a common opponent again after the fall of the Soviet Union in order to keep the competition between the Allies at bay and to preserve the old form of synthesis through the superpower. In any case, as the case of Yugoslavia has just shown, there is a strange vacillation in the country's foreign policy compared to the continuous policy pursued by Germany. The engagement for the unity of the Yugoslavian state is followed by a swing towards the German-Austrian line of disintegration of this country. The trumpeting in crisis and war is possibly followed by a withdrawal from the crisis areas and the concession of the European or German NATO ally. This evokes associations with the policies of the Western powers in the 1930s. The USA's high arms expenditure, which still exceeds that of Europe tenfold, is no longer accompanied by an unchallenged world market position in the key industrial sectors as it used to be. The opposite is the case. In the most important international industrial sectors, EU competitors are leading the way, despite the continuing boom of the 1990s. It is like a law: the more unstable conditions become, the more active the Germans become again. However, what happened suddenly in the 1930s is now taking place in a gradual transitional process that is more reminiscent of the decades before the First World War. But this process has taken on a ghostly character in that it only seems to reproduce what is already preformed in National Socialism. What is most threatening is the deregulation in the Middle East now that one of the two regulating superpowers has disappeared, i.e. the competition that Europe can open up with the USA on this ground. Increasing German and European support for the Palestinians is transforming Israel into the geopolitical ghetto that it has always been as the only explicit refuge from anti-Semitism, but has been relatively spared the actual consequences of this status as an ally of the United States. Whether on the issue of climate protection or the Middle East conflict, whether in Russia or in southeastern Europe, Germany presents itself as the ideal total capitalist and gains attractiveness in countries that once relied on socialism in one country. The German view, however, fixes the USA as the real total capitalist, to which ever greater burdens of the exploitation of value are attributed. As if in a sleep, German foreign policy and the German media find their old allies and archenemies. Which European peoples, asks Matthias Kunzel, are marked as German-friendly in German discourse with an almost somnambulistic certainty? Strangely enough, those who were able to encourage the Germans to participate in the extermination of Jews during the Second World War: Lithuanians, Latvians, Ukrainians, Croats, Bosniaks, Albanians. And which peoples are still viewed with suspicion and latent hostility today? Certainly the Russians, but also the Serbs, those who fought National Socialism most bitterly.
End of quote.
If Germany, as once of course in association with Austria, starts wars in southeastern Europe according to these criteria and manages to create new zones of influence for itself, then the purpose of these actions remains strangely abstract. Those who follow the old theory of imperialism here will not easily find raw material deposits, investment opportunities and sales areas that are more profitable than what would be available elsewhere. In a way, these are projection wars, Uli Krug, and it is precisely the paucity of material interests that makes these processes so threatening. The fact that the newly won German sovereignty sought out the same friends and the same enemy as 50 years ago with astonishing somnambulistic certainty has nothing to do with Germany wanting to repeat the actual Second World War, but with the fact that the enemy against which Germany waged this war, the abstract, crisis-like character of accumulation, which puts self-preservation and self-destruction into one, is stronger than ever. Whatever is undertaken today in the name of Germany, be it the integration of Europe or the strengthening of nation-states, the war against Yugoslavia or the fight for peace, the building up of intervention forces or the mobilization of the peace movement, the engagement for a Bismarckian power politics or for preventing a new Auschwitz, it promotes Germany. National hegemony seems to accumulate here like capital. Everyone contributes something, almost regardless of what they do. The concentration of power happens behind the actors' backs. But by identifying with what happens behind their backs, the actors realize that they are German. The creation of zones of influence in southeastern Europe, promoted by red-green politicians, therefore follows the same desire as the establishment of nationally liberated zones by neo-Nazi gangs in Germany, the need to gain a new German self-confidence from the crisis, although what is new about this can no longer be separated from the old. After the victorious German war, Chark Kunstreich, the Nazi crooner Lili Marleen, which had already been played for the same purpose by the Wehrmacht radio station in Belgrade in 1941, it was banned in the German occupation zones from 1945 to 1948, can now be heard again in Southeast Europe at the end of the program on the soldiers' radio station. But the nationally liberated delusion does not only follow the compulsion to repeat itself. The perpetrator does not simply return to the scene of the crime, he once again takes care of the business of the crisis on a global scale. In other words, he intervenes primarily where there are attempts to evade integration through the capital relationship, however helpless. Failed in the course of time or spoiled from the outset they may be. With the key date of 1989, Germany, both internally and externally, is once again geared towards violently asserting the identity of the whole in the face of such attempts. It is therefore no coincidence that the decisions to establish a European armed forces independent of the US command of NATO regularly refer to the identity of Europe and to intervention forces for crisis management. From the perspective of the European Union and the International Monetary Fund, the disintegration of Yugoslavia, which was instigated by German and Austrian politicians and pursued by means of the NATO war, means integration on a new, previously unattainable level. The country's society must submit more directly than ever to the directives of the Fund, the World Bank and the EU. But Germany is not a means to an end, it determines the forms in which integration is carried out. Since 1989, it has gained the power of definition in international law and enforced its interpretation of the right of peoples to self-determination. With the Kosovo War, as Cordula Berens-Nadaf and Klaus Tomer state, the international law of sovereign states is transformed into the German law of homogeneous peoples and blood ties. Under the international label of human rights, what Carl Schmitt had identified as a void in the Western concept of the state in 1939 and through which he saw the German state as founded was realized, the absolute idea of folkish unity. A weak and impotent center of Europe has become a strong and unassailable center of Europe, which is able to radiate its great political idea, the respect of every people as a reality of life determined by species and origin, blood and soil, into Central and Eastern Europe. After the collapse of France, German economics minister Walther Funk outlined a concept for the new order in Europe, which also seems like an anticipation of today's European Union. Naturally, Funk assumed Germany's ultimate victory in the war. He envisages freely convertible currencies at fixed exchange rates within Europe. The Reichsmark is nominated as the anchor of the European currencies. Trade barriers are to be reduced and the European economic systems are to adapt to the German one. Quote, "Under no circumstances will we tolerate a monetary policy that makes us dependent on gold, since we cannot bind ourselves to a medium whose value we cannot determine ourselves."
End quote.
Finally, the projection of a memorandum from the Foreign Office in 1943 explicitly mentions a European monetary union, and in the same breath, the unification of Europe into a defense community. What is really spooky about today's events, however, is not that what was once dreamed of is now being realized, but that it is happening under substantially different conditions. In fact, since the 70s, the currencies have no longer been tied to gold, but this means that the European currencies and their anchor, the Deutschmark, are tied to the financial markets. whose unplanned activities are the exact opposite of what the National Socialist Minister of Economics had hoped for. When the wealth on these markets, which have grown considerably and accelerated considerably, threatens to disappear, and at the same time the work that allows the individual citizen to participate in this wealth shrinks, the connection between destruction and wealth production becomes acute once again. But the forms that it takes and in which the return of the Germans in the crisis takes place can no longer be the same as in the Nazi state. Just as on the outside, instead of mass armies, intervention troops with high-tech equipment are mobilized, on the inside, instead of the broad organizational spectrum of the Nazis, the lean Volksgemeinschaft of Germans who have become flexible is formed. But their delusion remains true to itself. What can be affirmed, accepted, or criticized as the dissolution of Fordist working conditions, job miracle, automatically evokes a longing in the secondary Volksgemeinschaft for the original, when the citizen was everything and the commodity character of labor power disappeared within him. Consciously or unconsciously, National Socialism has become the reference point of democracy, and Jörg Haider has only expressed what nobody knows how many secretly or openly think. In the Third Reich they made proper employment policies. However, the reference point can no longer be reached. Rather, it appears as the Archimedean point of post-fascist democracy. In this respect, the so-called eternalists are doomed to remain eternalists, because no one will be able to implement a proper employment policy. The individuals are too isolated as money monads and owners of labor power. The states are too intertwined as locations and markets. So who should relieve the workers of the worry of selling their only commodity? Which state would be in a position to nationalize the working and purchasing power of its population, enforce wage and price freezes, and finance a job creation program by switching to future spoils? There is now only one area where such a bill could be issued: the financial markets. The people without space will become a people without time. Lothar Bayer. Since the state is unable to relieve individuals of the worry of selling their commodity labor power, and society instead calls on them to become active as entrepreneurs of their labor power on deregulated labor markets and to secure their retirement provision on the financial markets as small investors, each individual is faced with the task of also taking on the crisis management that the state once handled en bloc, to do in itself and for itself what the fascist and National Socialist state once did for all together, each his own state subject capital. This atomization of the Volksgemeinschaft, which preserves the Volksgemeinschaft in the individual atoms, in the consciousness of the commodity subjects, this dissolution of the state subject capital into an infinite number of small state subjects of capital can be seen in the promotion of births as well as in euthanasia. It is left to the individual disabled person or the future mother of a possibly disabled person or the individual terminally ill person and his relatives to recognize that he himself or his child or relative is dealing with unworthy life, and in terms of the value to be realized, it is indeed unworthy life. The pressure that conveys this knowledge to the individual no longer emanates immediately from the state as it used to. The destruction is not enforced authoritatively, but should be considered by each individual concerned if possible. Here it is not only his willingness to make sacrifices for the state that is required, but equally his self-awareness as a container of labor and a vehicle of commodities. A society of potential suicides, of people who are always ready to commit suicide as soon as their lack of ability to form and realize value becomes apparent, using scientific measuring methods that reflect the criteria of the market. This is the new ideal that democratic racial hygiene holds in store. However, if the subject as a disabled or homeless person does not show insight, he or she must expect persecution, not by the state, but by those who identify unconditionally with its function, neo-Nazi gangs. The money, which in turn is made available to support births or families, serves not so much to protect mothers or parents as to finance racist projections. We can speak of a monetary mother cross. Renata Gallner family policy is only the other quasi-positive side of racist immigration policy. It mobilizes the projections that flank neoliberal policy. Stopping the population decline is therefore both the ideological and the material prerequisite for making the borders even tighter. So every mother and every father, whether she wants to or not, becomes a state supporter in the literal sense of the word, a means to the end of racist and nationalist goals. It is not about the prospect of all-round provision by the Volksgemeinschaft, but simply about an incentive offered by the state, advertising costs for racism. The mothers and fathers who are encouraged by this advertising to afford a child must then see for themselves how they can find the remaining financial means to bring it up. So perhaps we could also speak of an internalization or subjectivation of the Volksgemeinschaft, but not in the original psychoanalytical sense. For its preconditions, the introjection of paternal authority as the primary socialization of the individual and the tension with the outside world, which makes inwardness possible in the first place, cannot have remained untouched by the implementation of the commodity form, especially in the individual reproduction of labor power. The ego, which once lived in the dialectical tension between social consciousness and the individual unconscious, ideological imprinting and drive psychological fixation, threatens, as Ilse Binseil says, to become tautological, the immediate socially imprinted koinai. The social and the unconscious, ideology and drive then coincide. Freudian mass psychology had already registered a kind of inversion. One and the same object had been put in place of the disparate introjections of the various individuals, so that the individuals could identify themselves and their ego as a homogeneous people. Thus internalization is in a sense reversed and real abstraction is implanted in the individual, as a people's comrade. The individual could throw off the tensions of ideological imprinting and drive fixation, society and the unconscious. And for the first time fully and completely confess to that character mask, affirming with all his senses and unconditionally that he wants to be nothing other than capital and the state. What is now added is the privatization of the Volksgemeinschaft, the isolation of the people's comrade. Citizens are now being motivated in detail to consume what the state once provided for them en masse, and thus the miniature state, as Wilhelm Reich called the family, is also being called upon to become a lean state. Whether it is the traditional nuclear family under time pressure or the new single mother with part-time employment, a certain part of parenting is being outsourced by means of electronic and digital goods traffic, TV, computer games, internet, etc. Instead of classic neuroses or alongside them, there is the constant frustration of not having consumed enough, and the fear of not being productive enough, because every child knows that productivity is a prerequisite for consumption. The family does not simply disappear under such conditions, but after having been at the immediate service of the state for a while, it now loses its own weight in relation to the process of exploitation in that it no longer solely prepares people for work, but above all mediates consumption, feeds the commodity into education and allows advertising to become an early childhood experience. Nor is the authoritarian character, as Adorno once described it as a prerequisite for fascism, disappearing. It merely appears in a more varied form. Obedience and subordination are handled more flexibly, to put it appropriately, diversified. Nor does the object of folkish identification disappear, the leader figure. It is just mediated differently, less through the bureaucratic apparatuses of the state than through the market-like channels of the media. It is not for nothing that the new type of leader in this atomized Volksgemeinschaft sees himself as the antithesis of party and state bureaucracy. He claims an immediate relationship with the people, with the citizens, is permanently committed to referendums and other plebiscitary forms of politics and shows with a constant grin and pointed wink that he is on first-name terms with the people. He is only able to mobilize direct democracy against the mechanisms of formal democracy because the media prepare the ground for it, regardless of whether they are critical or apologetic towards him. Through the commodified form that all political information takes on, through the degradation of the political to an appendage of an all-encompassing advertising operation, the distance of the political that was once established in the form of parliament, committees, party apparatuses and other institutions interposed between the population and the executive is successively withdrawn, a distance which has repeatedly allowed certain precautionary measures of an educational dictatorial nature to be taken, for example, when Bruno Kreisky, the embodiment of the old Josephine Keynesian type of ruler, categorically excluded certain issues such as the death penalty from a referendum. In any case, representative democracy in its original form presupposes a relative autonomy of parliament, committees and parties, which is gradually being liquidated by the capitalization of political information. The power that emanates from the people in this way has lost its distance from the state and therefore only ever has its own state in mind. What National Socialism laid the foundations for through nationalization is now being redeemed through capitalization. The people are a population already pre-formatted according to the state's battle plans, but they are all the more a people the more they have internalized the sovereign and reconciled state and capital within themselves. The term civil society, which has suddenly become popular and which the opponents of the neo-Nazis swear by, means nothing other than the privatization of the Volksgemeinschaft, without realizing that they are affirming in form what they want to fight against in content. A sentence from Haider's Public Relations sums it all up: not a statization of human beings, but a humanization of the state. However, the humanized state or the capitalized people immediately disintegrates into civil society gangs, politicizing run amok and complicit spectators. To the extent that there are new right-wing extremist leaders and corresponding political organizations, they do little more in principle than accelerate these Volksgemeinschaft atomic particles. Their entire ideological appearance seems less determined by uniting those who are isolated from one another into a large homogeneous state-supporting mass party than by accelerating it in the form of numerous small, insanely and irregularly acting racist groups, individual perpetrators and sympathizers. Their politics relate to National Socialist politics like a sharpened fighting dog that sometimes attacks its master, like a perfectly trained German shepherd that only tears apart on command. But this does not mean that this transformation of the Volksgemeinschaft will simply lead to chaos. The society that is disintegrating is still united in the projection of community, in order to derive the greatest benefit from the disintegration. In this sense, the National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft has created optimal foundations for what can be understood as the outsourcing of the state and, especially in times of crisis, is likely to be decisive for national fitness in the international competition for the exploitation of value, identity for a society that is disintegrating, ideological unity of a social formation whose parts are drifting apart, integration of disintegration. The lean state for which a figure like Haider stands, mobilizes the national, racist and anti-Semitic projections that accomplish this identity and integrate the disintegrated without a large bureaucratic apparatus. The neo-Nazi gangs that operate in the hinterland of the EU front do so entirely on their own initiative and apart from financing social workers and youth centers on their own account. Social parasites, the disabled and the homeless are used to concretize what is German. Anyone who does not work in a capital productive way must expect to die. Immigrants and refugees are used to demonstrate that this being German is an honor that does not belong to everyone and that being a state-recognized honorary German must always remain a precarious status. In the permanent neo-Nazi attacks, which can take on civil war-like proportions, there is clearly a new form of stability, the contemporary political form of national prosperity. While otherwise high unemployment figures and internal productivity disparities, progressive social cuts and constant deregulation give rise to separatist aspirations and conflicts on the class front, there is instead an impressive calm at the neuralgic points for the state and capital, the calm of the Volksgemeinschaft. The bickering between Ossis and Wessis will always remain within the boundaries of an all-German talk show. Such national calm also strengthens the confidence of the financial markets in the longer term. The neo-Nazis are the unmediated expression of the state. Conflicts can certainly arise, especially when racist and anti-Semitic attacks discredit the location, especially Eastern Germany, for individual international investors and urgently needed foreign skilled workers, who are also necessary to compensate for the rather meager population growth of the nationals from a folkish point of view, have to fear for their lives, or when the government participation of Haider's party harms Austrian tourism. However, such conflicts of interest are of marginal importance in international competition. They usually lead to a kind of further education program. The neo-Nazis and Haider supporters are to be taught to take a closer look and to specify racism, since they are already so far advanced in distinguishing between valuable and unworthy life within their own nation and liquidating native homeless and disabled people as social parasites. They are now also being instructed to distinguish the few foreigners who are useful for the location and tourism from the many useless ones. However, the training program will have little success. For the neo-Nazis are the expressive reason of the state precisely in that they must compulsively execute its racist form on every single individual and in this way visualize its origin in the mass extermination of the Jews. In accordance with the real abstraction carried out by capital, the same tendency asserts itself everywhere, but it does so under different conditions in each case. Neither the flexibilization of the authoritarian character nor democratized euthanasia, neither racist assassinations nor anti-Semitic agitation are limited to the successor states of the Third Reich, and the fact that Haider comes from the same country as Hitler could also be regarded as a mere coincidence. The phenomenon of worldwide racist and anti-Semitic actions that sometimes paradoxically seek a direct link to National Socialism, such as the existence of gangs that refer to Hitler in a country like the Czech Republic, whose population was not exactly counted among the master races by Hitler, obviously points to a new stage in the totalization of the German legacy. The reference point of National Socialist rule is becoming more and more generalizable across national borders. The question therefore arises as to whether the locational advantage owed to the National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft must necessarily remain tied to its place of origin, whether Germany's special path does not end in it becoming mainstream. In order to recognize the form in which Germany can be exported as a model, however, it remains to be clarified what constitutes the actual connection to the origin, what the specifically national consists of in the first place. The general talk of continuities comes up empty as long as it is not understood how what is described as a continuum is reproduced. And in contrast to the concept of capital, the critique of the nation always includes the concrete, historical and individual historical starting point of national identity. After all, its object is the generalization of the family connection, albeit under the conditions of the real abstract that turns individuals into citizens and commodity vehicles, i.e. along the coordinates of state and capital. While the capital relation produces the status of being superfluous and imprints it on the individual, the feeling of not being superfluous, which the family first conveys to the individual, becomes a national matter. For with the self-consciousness of the nation, the social unconscious of value can be regulated, the subject can racially demarcate itself downwards, towards the less productive, and anti-Semitically assert itself upwards, towards the representatives of the market drawn from the unconscious. The ideological core of the family consanguinity, therefore, also proves itself as the core of the nation. Only marginally and in small numbers is adoption or naturalization known to exist. The nation is, so to speak, the territory of the state on which the generations live together, in mutual dependence. This ideological territory, which in this country is inhabited by the perpetrators, followers, and spectators of National Socialism and their descendants, is the exact opposite of a free association of individuals. To understand it as a construction, as a text that could be playfully deconstructed, means in any case to ignore the fact that it is about a coercive context produced by the state and capital, from which no individual, as a subject, escapes. The categorical imperative may be that everyone has the freedom to resist it, but the mythicized coercive context of the national cannot be overcome as long as the state and capital exist. It only disappears when they disappear. It is just necessarily false consciousness, although its necessity is of a different kind than that of the commodity fetish, which is less a necessarily false consciousness than a necessarily unconscious one of society. As an ideology related to the state, and always to a specific one, the myth of the nation presupposes a consciousness that is essentially absent from the fetish of commodities, money, and capital. Adorno's remark that a German is a person who cannot utter a lie without actually believing it hits the nerve of this strange awareness of national identity, which oscillates between political tactics and religious faith. Quite precisely, it is the self-fulfilling prophecy of the citizen. As a projected entity, the nation participates in the ghostly objectivity of the abstraction of exchange. It both exists and does not exist. It is a real fact in that it determines people's actions, and at the same time it is merely imagined, only in appearance. This false consciousness of individuals, which can only be recognized as false from the point of view of their possible free association, is the true consciousness of the citizens of a particular state, of the owners of goods and money in a common market, location. And the concept of the nation allows this connection to be reflected, in contrast to that of race, in which, as with price in political economy, becoming is completely erased. The races are in fact the price tags in the production and circulation process of national ideology. They do not know it, but they do it, says Marx of the commodity subjects who are active on the market. Of the subjects, on the other hand, insofar as they act politically, it is true that they not only rationalize that which they do not know and yet carry out, i.e. endow it with motives that are in accordance with the form of the state, for example human rights, racial science, etc., but can therefore also differ in what they do. And there is indeed something of a moral moment here, as it always depends on which motives are preferred, whether the equality of all people or the inequality of the races. In this way, the nation proves to be fundamentally intimate, and in this it retains something of the character of its familial origin. It makes the state appear as a personal relationship and transforms real personal relationships into a question of politics. It actually exists in the relationship to dad and mom, grandma and grandpa, and at the same time mirrors the state as such a relationship. For in contrast to the anonymous commodity fetish, which is unconsciously and impersonally taken into account by individuals as simple commodity subjects or common criminals, the necessarily false consciousness of the nation always has to do with a particular family, a particular state, and thus a particular history of accumulation. For the individual, therefore, the question of inheritance of financial assets and material property could be fixed as a jumping point in his national identity. This is where the lines of state and capital intersect in the family space, where the subject suddenly has to regulate the connection between base and superstructure on a small scale and for himself. Although the law of inheritance is based on the necessity of accumulation and is intended to guarantee its continuation, strictly speaking it is, as Gunther Jacob says, rather one of the riddles of the gift, for every inheritance establishes a personal relationship of debt, recognition, gratitude, and obligation. The law of the family overrides the laws of business. Its logic is that of the gift and not of the exchange of equivalents or credit. That is why more is handed down in this exchange than money and land. One must prove oneself worthy of the inheritance, one must cherish it. The inheritance can also be encumbered with a mortgage and become a burden. If it is nevertheless accepted, it may have to be symbolically cleansed of this burden. What the younger generations in Germany and Austria are inheriting, however, is only the most immediate expression of the fact that the whole of society is moving on the ground of the results created by National Socialism. Even those who reject their inheritance participate in these results as long as they remain citizens in the successor state and subjects of commodities in the post-war economy. But if, according to these results, the greatest destruction ever carried out has produced the greatest wealth ever to be had, then silence about the crimes also conceals the message that mass murder and war of extermination can obviously be necessary to overcome the crisis. However, such a message can only be understood, i.e., accepted, in a society that is not prepared to break with capital and the state under any circumstances whatsoever. The skinheads and hater supporters of today are the breakthrough of this repression, the signal that the message is not only understood, but that it is now openly acknowledged. The breakthrough occurs in the middle of the defense, where the origin of wealth had to be repressed the most, because it coincided with the admission of one's own guilt. Once again, the delusion of overcoming the crisis through destruction, a delusion that has always been confirmed by capitalized society and that corresponds so well to the crisis dynamics of capital, emerges as the core of what is German. Today, however, the signal is perceived beyond the successor states of the Third Reich. The breakthrough affects not only the German center, but the untrue whole, that totality of which the talk of globalization is supposed to erase the fact that it is mediated logically by the value form, but historically by German fascism. To conclude from this with Ernst Lohoff, Germany is everywhere, however, proves to be a short circuit, as it would also mean, Germany would be nowhere. The difficulty lies in finding the vanishing point that places the various scenarios of national barbarism that are developing worldwide in relation to one another. The overt violence of the neo-Nazis and the covert violence of the hater supporters are united by the fact that they not only protect the labor market, according to rational trade union considerations, so to speak, and simply claim the capital wealth of the national location and do not want to share it with anyone, in this sense expressing the general competitive relationships in an intensified, brutalized, and aestheticized form. Entire teams of social psychologists and sociologists are busy reducing them to this. For example, the study by Jutta Menschik-Bendel, Klaus Ottomeyer and others, Social Psychology of Right-Wing Extremism, Emergence and Change of a Syndrome, Opladen 1998. In order to explain the irrational excess of violence, the right-wing extremist fantasy of violence, and also the real violent action is compared, indeed equated, with a drug, which young people administer to themselves whenever they get feelings of helplessness, dependence and entanglement in guilt. The reaching for the bottle, the joint throwing in of the violent cocktail, lifts the mood and self-esteem in the short term.
End of quote.
The authors do not even ask themselves why this supposed drug of all things is used instead of a real one. Accordingly, the social psychologists' prescriptions look like this. Quote, the most important experiences of success for these young people would of course be a satisfying job, being used for socially useful products and perhaps an affirming love relationship. But experiential education, affirmation and cooperation in adventures in nature, sports, etc., can also be relationship building and have a role model character.
End of quote.
The true fulfillment of such experiential education, which assists capital and the state, is offered only by racist attacks, affirmation and cooperation in adventures in the nature of people, in sporting competition, in chasing and killing, etc. The multiple and selective acts of destruction by neo-Nazi gangs and the verbal radicalism and violent fantasies of average national citizens in Germany and Austria necessarily go beyond this. They draw their energy from the hope of a miracle, and this hope has its basis in their own origins, the resurrection of prosperity as a kind of expectation of salvation. They are rituals of annihilation celebrated here with strange spontaneity, incantations that are repeated in private circles. What today goes by the soothing name of hatred of foreigners, or even xenophobia, can only be understood in the context of National Socialism, for it is the hatred that the commodity character of one's own labor no longer disappears in the Volksgemeinschaft. And this self-hatred, which is acted out on the other object, forms the emotional basis of that salvation historical expectation of a new economic miracle, which one can never tire of forcing through persecution, torture and killing. Social obsessive-compulsive neurosis is particularly pronounced where the fewest foreigners live and hardly anything reminds us of the existence of Judaism, but where people are obsessed with a fixed idea of having been excluded by state socialism from the wealth achieved through annihilation and mass murder. The activities of the neo-Nazi gangs and their fund, the secondary Volksgemeinschaft, coincide precisely with the projection wars of their government, in the economic refugees and the homeless, in whom the German affluent citizen and welfare recipient sees his potential superfluousness, as well as in Yugoslavia and soon in other places where the German statesmen are confronted with their own powerlessness. The masters of the crisis are constantly looking for the object on which they want to reassure themselves of their identification with the state and capital. Strangely enough, the more metaphysical the results of this scaremongering are, the more occult the black mass of national economics becomes. This is precisely why the latest invocation of the sad truth employs the tools of neurophysiology. A lot of real-life problems come from our inability to deal with money, says Duke University behavioral economist Dan Ariely. Money is an abstract concept that we humans don't understand. But that doesn't matter, kneel down, use it, and you're a believer. And so these brain researchers discover bizarre interactions between money and people. For example, discount promotions stimulate areas of the brain that are also stimulated by cocaine. Free offers can even trigger intoxication-like states. In many situations, brain-damaged people react more rationally than healthy people. This makes prices are an emotional matter, and an MRI scan shows how the limbic system became active in those who opted for the quick buck. Areas of the brain that tend to calculate soberly were trumped by this emotional center. In the end, what remains is the blessed capitulation of science to everyday religion, or rather, the upgrading of everyday religion to science, even if neuroscientist Professor Christian Eigner from Bonn University Hospital, co-founder of Life and Brain GmbH, has to admit that it is simply not possible to bring light into the darkness of consumer minds. Happy is he who forgets that he is already brain dead. Money is a damn thing, and when you don't know what to do, you go to the nearest expert. In our case, we are lucky enough to be able to ask someone who has fused theory and practice so seamlessly that any Bolshevik would be seriously envious. So we ask Anton Ackermann, who wrote a doctoral thesis many years ago entitled, The Influence of Money on Real Economic Processes, a Theoretical Analysis. Nota bene, theoretical analysis. While the role of brain death in the success of academic careers, especially in the field of postmodernism, has long been as well researched as the healing potentiation of nothing with nothing in homeopathy or the stunning eroticism of the astral body, Ackermann thankfully turned his attention to this incredibly important, but unfortunately all too rarely asked, special question decades ago. And that is why, in the midst of the crisis, the Frankfurter Allgemeine once again reviewed his doctoral thesis published 30 years ago and, despite its high regard, had to make the following critical comment. The crisis reveals that the role of money is underexposed in economic theories, especially in monetary theories. Benedict Fair, From Theory to Practice, Ackermann's Insights into Money Creation, in FAZ of February 2, 2009. Even as a radical supporter of the idea of scientific progress through the slow accumulation of facts, and their meticulous rubrification, one is somewhat disappointed that so little has been done since Adam Smith's kowtowing to the invisible hand in this not entirely unimportant question. But at least it is revealed that the ideology of money is based precisely on the fact that the condition of the possibility of distinguishing between productive and speculative, between grabbing and creative capital, is already present in the existence of money. By only being able to speak of the influence of money on real economic events, the condition of the possibility of German ideology is already present in exactly the same way as Moishe Postone explicated it in his already classic essay on the logic of anti-Semitism. However, it is necessary to radicalize Postone's provisions by showing how this antinomy between use value and a strange external, abstract power in relation to capital as an automatic subject presents itself in money. It is one of the most alarming developments of recent years that the word automatic subject has become the slogan of a certain capital interpretation faction, instead of explicating it as a negative synthetic metaphor for the antinomy, especially with regard to the questions: what is the concept of capital? Where does critique begin? What is critique in exact opposition to theory? Can one even understand what is meant by the concept and matter of capital? Marx says, value, already set in the form of money as the perpetuum mobile of circulation, constantly passes from one form into the other without losing itself in this movement and thus transforms itself into an automatic subject. If one fixes the particular forms of appearance which the valorizing value alternately assumes in the cycle of its life, one obtains the explanation: capital is money, capital is commodity. In fact, value here becomes the subject of a process in which it changes its own size under the constant change of the forms of money and commodity, utilizes itself. It has gained the occult quality of setting value because it is value. And further, as the overarching subject of such a process, in which it sometimes takes on money form and commodity form, sometimes sheds them, but maintains and extends itself in this alternation, value above all requires an independent form through which its identity with itself is established. And it possesses this form only in money. The unfolding of the representation of the automatic subject leads to the conclusion that it is by no means a cycle. Value is thus defined as something identical non-identical, which relates to the form of money as an external condition that is absolutely necessary, but in no way constitutes it, for according to its concept, it suddenly presents itself as a processing, self-moving substance, for which commodity and money are both mere forms. This is precisely what Postone's exposition of the concept of value fails to do, however, because although he comprehends the division of abstract and concrete, of form and substance, set in the commodity form, he does not grasp the polarity as a necessarily processive relationship of the identity and non-identity of capital, i.e., as abstraction in Act 2, which is nevertheless condemned to objectify itself. And that means, money is the absolutely necessary material form in which capital can only appear, i.e., the form of its objective social validity, but at the same time money is the form that prevents it from processing, which it must therefore transcend at all costs. The medium in which processing takes place is time. The notorious Prudhonism of the leftist concept of money, which spreads to Jew hatred and anti-Zionism, could only be cured by subverting and sabotaging the social democratic propaganda against the division of capital into speculative and productive, into grabbing and creating, by showing that so-called speculation is nothing other than a profoundly and essentially capital-productive activity, because the rationalization of the circulation of money, the acceleration and shortening of circulation time represents an immediate productive service to the accumulation of capital. So not only is there not the slightest reason to rise above speculation in the name of productive labor, on the contrary, successful speculation and every hedge fund locust is just as substantially necessary and constitutive for accumulation as any assembly line work. Anyone who, on the other hand, agitates against the global moneyed aristocracy, such as Sarah Wagenknecht, will already know why they portray speculators as being of such a different breed than only the bourgeois revolutionaries of 1798 portrayed the cosmopolitan aristocracy. This intensification of the critique of anti-Semitism, however, presupposes a break with any class metaphysics of labor, a break with any interpretation that likes to portray capital as a self-portrayal of social labor, however alienated, i.e., as an alienated total worker who is somehow not in his right mind. Capital is by no means constituted, conditioned, or required by labor. Rather, labor is the form of productive human activity as it is constituted by capital, as a force of nature. Through the purchase of labor power, the capitalist has incorporated labor itself as living fermentation material into the dead formative elements of the product, which likewise belong to him. The labor process is a process between things. Capital Volume 1, page 200. Capital and value understood in this way are nothing other than those categories in which the negativity of society, i.e. the division of the species into master and servant and its false mediation under the egalitarian and homogeneous form of the subject, is mediated with itself and appears as nothing other than the struggle for the quantity of money. This is why Marx, where he is a materialist, rejects all social democratic fluff about the value of labor, and why his categorical judgment of the proletariat is clear, for it is the self-conscious and self-acting commodity, the human commodity, i.e. the subjectivized exchange value. This is precisely why it is essential to reconstruct the beginning of capital from the concept of wealth, not that of the commodity. For the first sentence explicitly states, the wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities, the individual commodity as its elementary form, because only on this premise does the question arise, what kind of strange wealth is it that is not and cannot remain entirely with itself, that is forced to appear and present itself in the form of its own opposite, because it was produced in the social state of first divided, then falsely reconciled humanity? What is wealth in itself and its concept other than free appropriation according to need in free time? What is wealth other than the universality of the needs, abilities, pleasures, productive forces, etc. of individuals generated in universal exchange? Why must this wealth appear in the elementary form of the commodity as the exclusion of all from wealth by all, and this general exclusion then as the total inclusion organized by means of process value in the open execution of capitalized society? Only because wealth in its nailed-up commodity form represents only the inwardly desperate poverty, the antagonist of itself. Thus, under capital and wealth there is a fundamentally self-negating moment that raises a problem of mediation. And the aim of the endless exercises in the reconstruction of capital is nothing other than to theorize the mediation of this negativity, which must necessarily appear in material form, i.e. to justify it Marxistically, where there is nothing to understand, certainly nothing to regulate politically, but something to abolish. Thus, since August 1914, and even more so since the Wannsee Conference, German Marxism has become an enterprise of secession and repression, which babbles about class struggle instead of finally speaking of the imperative of materialist reason and demanding a decision, political economy or the rule of society over wealth. As the processual mediation of social negativity, as it is succinctly summarized in the paradoxical formulation of the automatic subject, as the overarching and self-asserting, which nevertheless can only be identical with itself in a permanent change of form, capital has only two born enemies. One is the materiality of nature, the other enemy is time per se. Every time that passes has been too much time, and that is the reason why Marx is so fond of quoting old Benjamin Franklin with his sentence about time is money, a moment that once again points to the original productive function of speculation. All accumulation can only take place in time, but every hour it takes will have been 1 hour too many. This is the fundamental dilemma, which is why Marx says in the second volume of Capital that the time of capital is, in its conception, zero time, i.e. the abolition and annihilation of all time. The more the circulation metamorphoses of capital are only ideal, i.e. the more the circulation time equals zero or approaches zero, the more capital functions, the greater becomes its productivity and self-valorization. And in the Grundriss it says, the maximum of the utilization of capital as the continuity of the production process or the circulation time equals zero, i.e., the conditions under which capital produces, its limitation by the circulation time, the necessity to go through the different phases of its metamorphosis, are abolished. It is the necessary tendency of capital to strive to set circulation time equals zero, i.e., to abolish itself, since only through capital is circulation time set as the moment determining production time. The real time of capital consists in the tendency to set itself equals zero. It is the abolition of all time, thus also the abolition of all memory, all history, and all experience. This already establishes the social reason why it is impossible to ever gain a critical awareness of history from any politically contrived commemorations of the murder of the Jews, because the time of capital destroys its precondition memory. In any case, everything that Marx has to say about the stock exchange and credit, about fictitious capital, and about banking follows from this socio-practical concept of the time of capital, and it is summarized as follows: the maximum that the speed of circulation, if it increased, could bring about would be to set the time of circulation equals zero, i.e., to abolish itself. It cannot therefore be a positively value-creating moment, since its abolition circulation without circulation time would be the maximum of valorization. Its negation equals the highest position of the productivity of capital. And finally, the time of circulation only expresses the speed of circulation, the speed of circulation only limits it. Circulation without circulation time, i.e., the passing of capital from one phase to another with the same rapidity with which the term changes, would be the maximum, i.e., the coincidence of the renewal of the production process with its termination. The hatred that the left party, among others, is turning against speculation is so terrible because it is so groundless, and the propaganda about speculators having forgotten that money has a serving function is so groundless because it wants to make the Germans again, who have already been around for a long time. Franz Muntefering, quoted from 25% profit, is a moral aberration. SPD leader Franz Muntefering on managers as gangsters, the fight for German factories and a new social capitalism, in Frankfurter Allgemeine Sonntagszeitung, May 3, 2009. This leads to a concept of capital that lies beyond any metaphysics of work and class. Rather, capital is a social relationship that unfolds historically into its logical concept. This is why the actual social history of capital can only be the gruesome attempt to set itself as pure zero time, i.e., to help accumulation achieve social validity through the cashing out and liquidation of all mediation as immediately as the concept changes and its monetary, social validity and reality follows from the idea of a certain rate of profit from now on. That this historical perspective of capital is mediated by crises is evident. That the total collapse of accumulation, as it occurred in Germany in 1929, is precisely the consequence is also evident. Assuming the negative concept of capital time, it is equally clear that all economic determinations must thereby move substantially from theory to critique, in particular the view propagated not only by national economics, according to which the national economy is essentially nothing other than reproduction. In it, capital is understood as a simple cycle, while Marx, in exact contrast to this catchy ideological concept, chooses the image of the spiral. In concrete terms, the accumulation of capital dissolves into reproduction on a progressive ladder. The cycle of simple reproduction now changes and, according to Sismondi's expression, turns into a spiral. The constantly rising and at the same time narrowing loops of the spiral, the attempt of capital to bite itself like a cat in the tail and to become so identical with itself that the transformation of its own concept into immediate, mediation-free reality becomes possible. This movement, which is as absolutely necessary as it is never and never again successful, escalates in the progressively narrowing loops of a spiral, and in this describes the historical attempt of capital to become aware of its own unbeing in an empirical practical way. Here, says Marx, time shows itself to be the negative barrier of the attempt to set the circulation time of capital to zero. From this fundamentally autistic self-relation of capital, the relationship between politics and economy, between the state and money, between sovereignty and the automatic subject, can be determined at the same time. If capital is this compulsiveness of processual identity, i.e., a robot programmed for the freedom of its will, an automatic fetish, Marx, aiming at nothing but the objectification of this relationship with a simultaneous reproduction of this very relationship, which is pure non-objectivity, then money alone is the appearing being that is accessible to the state in its political action. The state can only reach capital in the monetary form, i.e., in the form in which money, as Marx says, is the general commodity of contracts and presents itself as a thing that is as identical as it is material as it is legal. In Eugen Pastuchany's book Allgemeine Rechtslehre und Marxismus, see pages 109 ff. The chapter on commodity and subject and pages 134 ff. The chapter on law and state, which draw conclusions from Sohnriethel's provisions on money and subjectivity. At the same time, however, this immediately means that the state can never act in the real time of capital itself. It can never catch up with capital, it can only overtake it in the exceptional state of its monopoly of violence over life and death, and this systematically excludes all political strategies, especially Keynesian ones, for definitively solving the problem of accumulation. Only at the historical moment in which the spiral collapses, i.e., when even simple reproduction collapses and thus punishes the ideology of the cycle of lies, which it has always been, can the state overtake the capital era and, in a state of emergency, decree and enforce the unconditional validity of money as currency with the means of its absolute power. You have to actively believe in money, otherwise you have to believe in it. The first society in which this logical compulsiveness of capital became historical and practical was National Socialism. Its concept can be developed from this perspective as the relentless and necessarily futile struggle of the sovereign for the appropriation of the automatic subject as the legitimate substance and first nature of the Germans. It requires only a slight exaggeration to see in this German sovereign the certain truth of the romantic conception of the state. The statesman, according to Adam Muller's Elements of Statecraft, must ceaselessly mediate the national money and the metals or universal money. He must be the higher, living money elevated above these two kinds of money. Adam Muller, The Elements of Statecraft. 36 Lectures, Berlin, 1936. How this struggle of the sovereign with zero time as the total bankruptcy of capital in post-fascism is articulated in the economic journals and in the black masses of national economic occultism can be studied, as always reliably, in the FAZ. Here one suffers from the fact that the speed of light is the limiting factor of the national economy. This is really bad news, but no reason to give up the fight, because the German stock exchange wants to improve its trading connections to other stock exchanges. To this end, the geographically shortest data routes are to be used in future and equipped with the latest transmission technologies. In future, a trading order placed in Amsterdam should arrive in Frankfurt in 3.3 milliseconds. The stock exchange had already announced in August that it would optimize the connections to London in such a way that trading orders would be transmitted from one trading venue to another within 5 milliseconds. Trading transactions in Frankfurt now only take 0.7 milliseconds from the customer order to final confirmation. The connection to Paris should only take 4.5 milliseconds and the connection to New York a maximum of 40 milliseconds. For more and more market participants, the extremely high trading speed is of fundamental importance. The battle is on. Every broker is trying to set up their computer as close as possible to the stock exchange, because it is clear that in algorithmic trading, which attempts to bring the time of capital to zero, even empirically, the one who has the millisecond advantage has the edge. Every millisecond counts in trading, because otherwise the expected reaction occurs before the computer has reacted. IAT, which is based near Hamburg, has therefore set up 30 high-performance servers directly at the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. The securities order takes about 1 millisecond per 100 kilometers. We lost about 10 milliseconds to Hamburg and back. That's too much. At least there is still a panic button, if the algorithms are programmed incorrectly. So this is what the company in the hedge funds is deliberately and obtusely staring at as speculation. Nothing more and nothing more than the attempt to empirically and practically set capital time, which they believe to be 0 to 0. And if, to everyone's blessing, it is the computer that calculates the price neutrally and transparently, then it doesn't matter that a human being would be overwhelmed in this battle for the time advantage. But unfortunately the human face of the stock exchange is now missing, which doesn't matter either, because finance is a very direct, visible manifestation of spiritual forces, and it is in fact the unconscious that slows down the flow of money. The ideological obsession with the cycle of capital, as it is used in the occult rites of German national economics and the resulting political practices, therefore immediately denotes both the appearance of the abolition of capital into nothing but barbarism and the conscious appropriation of its results. Otto Witt, the new founder of the Hessische Landesbank in 1947, summarized the lesson of fascism in his founding speech as follows: Can the circulation of goods in a modern monetary economy be designed in such a way that it corresponds to the natural circulation in a moneyless economy? As far as this is possible, money becomes pure settlement money. It becomes neutral. Neutrality is the ideal borderline case. Although there is still talk of the mysterious something of money, it is clear that the natural cycle is the overarching purpose. In the way in which National Socialism drags itself along in the language of politics and national economics, the phantasm of the cycle, as senseless as it is ideological, yet evident, is indispensable, as in the talk of entrepreneurship committed only to the common good in the speech by Otto Kohler, the former federal president, of the money cycle, which is the lifeline of the economy. Kohler also said, "We also want to rediscover the value and dignity of work. That is the lesson of our history. Labor, capital and sustainability belong together.
With us. And everywhere."
And then there was something else that nobody had denied. The Germans have something to offer in dealing with a crisis, even if it is only the unforgettable declaration of the most senior of all economists back in the wolf's lair. The fact that it is the common good that takes precedence over self-interest is not only laid down in the famous Basic Law, it is also the self-evident official end result of the simple fact that the greater the humbug, the more scientific the experimental arrangement, as no less a personage than the law professor Dr. Rolf Sturmer from Freiburg attested. Rolf Sturmer from Freiburg attests when he states, as a result of many years of painstaking research, in the past, German society preferred a socially integrated entrepreneurship that was motivated not only by profit creation, but also by an entrepreneurial ethos in the service of the general public and the workforce. The natural cycle refers to a social relationship in which individuals not only have to merge with their function as capital-owning and capital-functioning subjects without residue, but absolutely want to merge. In order to reconstruct the transformation that takes place here, it is necessary to understand Marx's determinations of the fetish character not only, which is catastrophic enough, as the representation of society as quasi-nature and therefore an ant state, but as the real naturalization of the social, which individuals must desire of their own free will. The as-if of fetishistic fiction becomes tangible first nature. How individuals are constituted as subjects can be read in Marx. As subjects of circulation, they are first of all exchangers, and the fact that each is set in this determination is precisely their determination. In fact, they only appear as subjectivized exchange values, that is, as living equivalents, as equals. As such, they are not only equal, but there is not even a difference between them. As subjects of circulation and production, individuals are set in absolute, indiscriminate homogeneity and identity, and they have to satisfy this fictio juris, which is also, as criminal lawyers like to say, a fiction necessary to the state. As such, they are the natural material of the state. The inventor of this definition, the jurist Eduard Kohlrausch, was awarded the Führer's Goethe Medal in 1942. However, this subject status assumes an identity of the individual as the private owner of themselves, which is by no means at the disposal of the subjectivized individuals, but is at the mercy of accumulation. They are therefore constantly on the hunt for their identity, exposed to the identity compulsion, and here too, it is necessary to go beyond Moishe Postone's account in determinate negation. For Postone's failure to grasp the antinomy created by the commodity form as a necessarily processual relationship is repeated in his definition of the subject form. It must therefore escape him that the racialization of the subject is not a relapse to pre-capitalist determinations, but the triumph of repressive egalitarianism, i.e., the unfolding and radicalization of precisely the equality of right to wrong by the equals, the attempt of the subject to practically execute the negative truth of repressive comparison, which is already set as quasi-natural in the subject form, in order to finally reorganize itself as a 100% race. Only this against a certain tendency among Frankfurt students to ontologize the West in such a way as to make us forget that Hitler saw through the untruth in liberalism like no other citizen, that Nazism represents the perfect self-criticism of liberalism. And because Post one systematically misses the self-negating determinations of processive value, he ends up having to define Auschwitz, the social purpose of the German Revolution, as a factory for the annihilation of value. Instead of deciphering the mass murder as an insane attempt by astute cattle to liquidate the paradoxical, inherently incomprehensible identity of capital as an automatic subject and to reify it as a fixed quality, as an attempt by the Volksgemeinschaft murder collective to incorporate capital as a natural property, i.e. to solve the money riddle by elevating G to G. To the essence of Germanness, he actually gives an intelligible definition of counter-reason as such. Because the murder collective was inspired by the delusion that the secret of endlessly successful accumulation was quasi-genetically incorporated in the Jewish counter-race, so that it would require collective robbery murder to tear this secret from the Jews and incorporate it into the Germans, because it constituted their negative utopia to transform themselves into the capital fetish, and present themselves as a pure automaton. Therefore, the attempt to bring about the 1,000-year Reich of the definitive abolition of all mediation and the self-presentation of Germanness as the automatic fetish par excellence could only result in the barbaric unity of intellectual dictatorship and apocalypse. In this perspective, National Socialism was nothing other than the subject's attempt to racialize itself in order to immediately appropriate capital as a natural property, i.e. to realize its natural right to accumulation that is as endless as it is crisis-free. This is precisely the also, pleasure gain that the collective reaped from persecution mania and mass murder. See only Wilhelm Utermann, Crisis-Free Economy, Stuttgart/Berlin 1939, and Hans-Georg Kaiser, The Miracle of Fixed Prices, Stuttgart/Berlin 1941. This was the history of National Socialism as a relationship of production, the reason why the Germans were never more German than on May 9, 1945, the reason why they will never be able to forget the absolute transcendence of their history until the emancipation of the Germans into human beings, Marx, finally succeeds in a revolutionary way. It is this surpassing of any kind of mediation in the murder of the Jews that has since been reappraised or recapitulated full of longing. The public discourse about the Nazis not only resembles a never-ending eulogy, for example, when the FAZ laments that Hitler strengthened the self-confidence of ordinary people and honored their work. The sense of the common good, of which the state is the bearer, was reawakened. But this discourse is nothing other than a self-discourse on the possible fulfillment of Hitler's legacy. It is his political testament of April 29, 1945, which has been worked through ever since, his last will to declare total war on international Jewry and its helpers and in return, to weld together anew in the German state the Volksgemeinschaft, which is as class-spanning as it is class-cancelling, i.e. the murder collective, which should rise up in false preventive self-defense against the fact that the peoples of Europe are once again seen only as share packages of these international money and financial conspirators. And thus the hatred of Jews has become notorious not only as anti-Semitism, but necessarily as anti-Zionism. The complete fusion of individuals as bodies with their social subject function has taken place. The German utopia had already once been a reality. This is the reason for the universally noted absence of any panic and hysteria in the greatest crisis of capital since 1929, the reason why the conformist revolters, for example of the movement against the Stuttgart train station grave, can blissfully identify and sing to the tune of Freude, Schöner Götterfunken. We are the people, we are the
money.
The basic trust in the sovereign is unbroken, if only it weren't for this government. It goes without saying that petty bourgeois socialism, like the fixed idea of good money, is also subscribed to the delusion of popular sovereignty, where there are political parties, each finds the cause of every evil in the fact that its opponent is at the helm of the state instead of itself. Even the radical and revolutionary politicians seek the cause of evil not in the nature of the state, but in a particular form of state. Marx, Critical Marginal Notes to the Article of Oppression, 1844, in MEW 1, page 401. This thinking in the form of the state leads to the delusion of the world sovereign, i.e. in the active hope for the extermination of Israel. This leads to a further definition that follows from the reading of Marx, if it takes the subtitle of capital first by its word and then finally by its concept. For when Marx speaks of the commodity, he has not only an economic elementary form in mind, but the commodity is an economic object only insofar as it is, and can only be a legal political object at the same time and is set by the sovereign as unconditionally valid. All political determinations are immediately at the same time economic determinations and vice versa. There is no relation of here, certainly no derivation of the superstructure from the base, but the capital-like doubling and transformation of the relation of domination and servitude that underpins all human prehistory into politics and economics, law and money, sovereignty and capital. And just as the commodity necessarily decomposes into commodity and money, opening up the antinomy that is reconciled by the automatic subject in a way that is as lasting as it is obtuse, so the commodity guardian, the legal subject, decomposes into the antinomy of bourgeois and citoyen, the synthesis of which is the sovereign in the form of negative reconciliation, as it first appears in the form of the soldier, barocked killing energy, unconditional readiness to kill and be killed, thus the decision of life and death in the last instance. The form of the subject as defined by the Declaration of the Rights of Man contains, as Jean-Jacques Rousseau noted earlier, precisely this: the citizen is no longer judge of the danger to which he is to expose himself at the demand of the law, and if the prince has said your death is necessary to the state, he must die, since it is only on this condition that he has hitherto lived in safety, and his life is no longer exclusively a boon of nature, but a gift of the state conditionally
granted to him. End quote.
The shortcoming of Marx's critique of Hegel's philosophy of law is precisely that it criticizes the state only in relation to society, not at the same time in relation to the world market and the competition between states. Hence the enthusiasm of the German proletarians, with the exception of Johann Georg Elser, for their promotion to soldiers of labor, and for the fact that the emancipation of the body of labor from the all-sidedness of selfish interests, the political guarantee of self-preservation, promised to override self-sacrifice through war of annihilation. Adolf Hitler was the first immediate general German. This is the exact consequence if one only reads Marx's analysis of the value form, as it was then carefully explicated in the writings of Hans-Georg Backhaus, also in terms of political criticism, i.e. in the sense of the logical equal originality of economic and political forms. Just as capital as an automatic subject is the condition of the possibility of all economic forms, from the elementary form of the commodity to the crazy forms of interest and compound interest, so sovereignty is the condition of the existence of all political forms, especially the state, still constituted in the form of the separation of powers. The value form analysis shows, against all Prudhonism and against all German socialism, that the commodity can only be itself when it confronts its own generality in the form of money, as materially as without concept, precisely in money as the general commodity. This concept of immediate materially present generality is precisely what Marx attests to value in its monetary form. Money is a logical contradiction, which nevertheless occurs in material identity. It is immediate generality, the abstract set without mediation in a concrete material form. That is, the form of immediate generality, according to Marx, Capital, Volume 1, page 82. This is the most general determination of money, as it drives forward from itself to the automatic subject, and the sovereign, according to its concept impossible to the mind, is nothing other than its political doubling, i.e., as Jean Bodin already knew, something that cannot contradict itself, because it represents the condition of possibility of all logical antinomy, i.e., the inner and necessary connection between two apparently contradictory things, i.e., the necessary representation of the negative quality of the socialization of a species divided into master and servant in the form of the material, measurable quantity of money and the resulting, class struggles over its distribution. And just as the history of all national economics is summed up in the dispute between the subjective and objective theory of value, so the history of political theory is summed up in the quarrel between subjective, democratic, and objective, authoritarian philosophy of the state. It is this class struggle Bill de Frau characterizes it, quite rightly, as follows: impunity despite 320 million loss, but imprisonment for a €5 fine. Disenchantment with politics, doubts about justice, dissatisfaction is growing. Those at the top can do what they want. But the little ones have to believe it, say the people on the street, who are being driven towards the Volksgemeinschaft in the collapse of capital. Angela Merkel goes on to say, it is about nothing more and nothing less than trust in our economic and social order dies. Wie geht Kreis bietet auch dies Kreis ein Chance. Government statement on the situation on the financial markets on October 7, 2008, in Das Parlament No. 42/2008 of October 13, 2008. Value is summarized in money as its own material, immediate generality in the same way that it then becomes the spirally processing subject of itself in capital, as a real abstraction. It is now necessary to draw the political critical implication from the fact that this abstraction is neither nominalistically generalized nor ontologically dictated, for the situation is rather as follows. It is as if, besides and apart from lions, tigers, hares and all other real animals, which group together form the various sexes, species, subspecies, families etc. of the animal kingdom, there also existed the animal, the individual incarnation of the whole animal kingdom. Such an individual, which includes in itself all really existing species of the same thing, is a general, such as animal, God etc. In other words, it is as if, alongside and in addition to the Müllers and Meyers, Jürgen Habermas and Karl Schmitz and all the other real Germans who, grouped together, form the various genders, classes, strata etc. of German society, there also existed the German in and of himself, the individual incarnation of Germanness, i.e. the immediate general German as the sovereign of the barbarian community. In the philosophy of right, Hegel already defined the figure of the monarch as the general man, i.e. as the one who in his concrete body represents the general of the species in an immediate and tangible way and thus guarantees reconciliation in the relationship of state rule. According to Hegel, this is the concept of the sovereign. And Feuerbach even writes of the sovereign as the national representative of universal man. In the normal state of accumulation, the sovereign is invisible as a condition of the possibility of the existence of state apparatuses. But sovereignty as a pure relationship of order and command, as the unconditional duty to sacrifice and as the unconditional freedom to murder, as it is present in the general human being, emerges in the great crisis behind the state apparatuses and out of them, abolishes the separation of powers and establishes itself absolutely as freely beginning from itself, as an I will Hegel, without derivation, foundation or justification. The concept of National Socialism is thus to be developed, i.e. as the materialist Johann Georg Elser also sought to grasp it practically, in the perspective that Hitler emerged as the appearance of the general German, as the sovereign, behind the state apparatuses and as a person embodied immediately everything that is German. This is where the critique of political economy and certain insights of psychiatry converge, for a barbaric society can only be represented and acted out by a subject who, according to his psychological constitution, is nothing other than the negative sublation of the subject, i.e., a barbarian without equal. If one reads Mein Kampf not only as the ultimate revelation of all possible state philosophy in Germany, but also, which is no contradiction at all, as the document of a mental illness and more precisely, as the record of a mental catastrophe that has destroyed the ego, the internalized subject, and escalated into schizophrenia, it becomes clear what the Germans of today have achieved with a cheap, rationalistic interpretation of Hitler as a strategically sophisticated Machiavelli and, unfortunately, a charismatic carpetbiter, so that they can keep it forever as their original property. But they don't do that, but instead shift the evil fascination to reading Carl Schmitt, whose cult of sovereignty allows the necessary separation and shift. Everyone knows what is meant when Schmitt expounds his theory in brochures such as Staatsgefüge und die Zusammenbruch des Zweiten Der Sieg des Bürgers über den Soldaten, Hamburg 1934, and will not have to have it explained or even criticized by a book like Raphael Gross Carl Schmitt und die Juden, Frankfurt 2000. Admittedly, you have to be pretty lousy to become the leader, but not everyone who is suitable to be the material bearer marks of sovereignty is invited en masse to actually pursue this career, Hugo Chavez, for example, is not, although the FAZ has passed on his powerful application in his own words, I am not an individual, I am a people. I am obliged to enforce the will of the people. Whoever wants the fatherland is with Chavez. Nevertheless, Hitler's oscillation in schizophrenia, his wavering between race and anti-race, as well as his delusion of persecution, which empowers putative self-defense at any time, points to a schizophrenic personality constitution, whose coercive commandments Hitler incarnates in an immediate way, but which, according to its structure, also expresses the hopeless oscillation in the antinomy constituted by the automatic subject. For the mediations of irrational forms, in which certain economic relations appear and practically summarize themselves, are however of no concern to the practical bearers of these relations in their change and transformation, and since they are accustomed to move within them, their intellect does not find the slightest offense in them. A perfect contradiction has absolutely nothing mysterious for them, at least not as long as the sudden shift from the credit system to the monetary system turns theoretical horror into practical panic, and then the agents of circulation shudder at the impenetrable mystery of their own relations and search for the sovereign who presents their own occultism to them in a fleshly form, welds it together in its entirety and credibly vouches for its synthesis. It would therefore take a psychoanalyst critical of the state to resume the psychiatric reading of Mein Kampf, as the Emmendingen Dr. Wolfgang Treher did decades ago in his brilliant book. His results provide nothing other, but also nothing more, than an analysis of the split, as Moishe Postwan did in an economic critical manner. The figure of the immediate generality of the German, of sovereignty incarnated in a person, is the Archimedean point for whose concept materialist critique urgently needs to be instructed by psychiatry and psychoanalysis. As a consequence of the immediate appearance of the general German, a grandiose fusion of mass and power blossoms, the happiness of unmediated identity in an inverted society. It is as if the utopia of true German socialism, one could stamp all goods with the stamp of immediate interchangeability, i.e. turn all Catholics into popes, has been realized in the Volksgemeinschaft. The more intensely the will to murder is acted out, the more the relationship between people and leader leads to a borrowed, yet seamless identity, at least as long as even one Jew is still alive and the hunt may or must continue. This is why Israel is both a promise and a horror for the Germans, in other words, the last taboo of German foreign policy, i.e. the object of fear par excellence. Nazi fascism was a dream, that is the profit that Bobby Jar and Treblinka yielded the Germans, because in mass murder they had already appropriated absolute transcendence. The much vaunted inability to mourn is based on the fact that one will never be able to forget the fusion and understands the state as the guarantor sine qua non of its possible return, i.e. as a promise. It is the hope of an organized pogrom that makes one immune to panic. This does not mean that the system of first pacified, then superficially parliamentarized madness of German ideology is not capable of remarkable insights into the future of the crisis, even if its speakers do not know what they are thinking before they hear what they are saying or read what they are writing, according to FAZ columnist Frank Schirmacher, who, presumably succumbing to Dietmar Datha's whisperings, has this to say: anyone who thinks that the current destruction of basic trust in the rationality of economic action will remain without consequences will find themselves disappointed by the next elections at the latest. Overnight, the world of money has been fictionalized. The flight to nationalization, led by the banks themselves, is the bankruptcy of the metaphysics of the market.
No, neues Deutschland, vrittes so intelligently.
And further, now that there is a complete lack of clarity about what is and what is not, only the state can decree that something, and not rather nothing, exists. Frank Schirmacher, What Will Be Tomorrow? In FAZ October 11, 2008, and keep it up. See most recently Das Demokratie ist Ramsch, in FAZ of November 1, 2011. We are still not talking about Jews, but about monetary value, but everyone knows what is meant, namely the declaration of the top economist in the Wolf's Lair. In such somnambulistic but unerring stagings of statehood mania, the longing memory of an active hope for the renewed appearance of the immediate generality of Germany is invoked, because if the current emergency laws mean nothing less than a revolution from above, where is the Kyffhäuser, where is the authentic German revolutionary waiting? It is this uncanny longing that has long united the left party with the right party, despite the superficially different terminology, before they will now, in the warming up extremism of the center, find themselves in the popular front. This is also the reason why an out-and-out pre-fascist like Max Ott, professor of business administration at Worms University of Applied Sciences, can praise Horst Kohler and Sarah Wagenknecht in the same breath for their program, Become a People's Capitalist. And for their appeal, Put the money in our hands. Because who, if not us, is the money? The dream of German ideology is the transformation of the people's comrades into the living coin. In these fantasies of fusion, the renewed transformation of the bourgeois and proletarian property individual is slowly warming up into what Johann most aptly called the property beast, i.e., the self-consciously cynical fusion of individuals as homogeneous subjects with accumulation. The social center, i.e., the pivot of the false society as well as the zero point of its consciousness, has long since proclaimed G to G as its natural right and is now seeking revenge for the fact that no one knows the real value of the balance sheets. For according to Marx, in interest-bearing capital the idea of the capital fetish is perfected, the idea that ascribes to money the power to produce surplus value in geometric progression through an innate secret quality, as a pure automaton, so that it has long since discounted all the wealth of this world for all time as belonging to it by right and accruing to it. MEW 25, page 412. This is the historical mission of the property beast, that it no longer tolerates fetishism and the naturalization of social relations, as academic Marxism would have us believe, as merely historical second nature, i.e., a mere backdrop and simulation of their as if, but wants to set and incorporate them as the first, racial quality of Germanness. All the wealth of this world for all time, and this by the state and by right, says Marx, i.e., the millennial empire of happily successful accumulation in the finally accomplished final victory of complete self-racialization. To achieve this, the property beast not only needs a good dose of heroic realism, but also a resolute polemic against the slander of achievers and a prophet of pride culture, who, as things stand, can probably only be the Pomo professor and practicing Heidegger fan Peter Sloterdijk from Karlsruhe, so that statehood, which as such embodies the organon of the general interest, finally moves the achievers of all sides involved into the center of social synthesis. The rigorous short-circuiting of the world as will and imagination with its reality, i.e., the racist liquidation of any difference and alienation between intention and result in terms of its content and perspective, is illustrated in the economic section of the newspaper as well as in the research program of the universities and other ideological state apparatuses. Here, the logical compulsion to think and the narcissistic will to originality complement each other in the most fatal way, for example when attempts are made to establish an intelligible connection between economic success and the physical constitution of the subjects. Then, in the Financial Times under the headline, "Long ring fingers are more successful on the stock market," this should be noted and a lesson learned. The length ratio between the index and ring fingers reveals, at least in men, how successful the candidate can be in the investment business. The longer the ring finger is in comparison to the index finger, the more profit stockbrokers make, as a study by the University of Cambridge found out. The reason for this is a higher influence of male hormones in the womb. Earlier studies had shown that the length ratio of the ring and index finger is a measure of the extent to which a fetus was exposed to androgens during pregnancy. A high concentration of androgens has an effect on brain development and promotes the ability to concentrate and react, which can be helpful in the stock market. The researchers measured the fingers of the right hand of 44 male stock market traders in London whose job, i.e., panic button pushing in algo trading, requires quick decisions and rapid physical reactions. The scientists compared the finger data with the profits and losses of the individual traders over the past 20 months. A longer ring finger measured on the index finger predicted greater long-term success, as well as longer job tenure. Financial Times Deutschland of January 13, 2009. However, this is an important indication for further research, because with only 44 male brokers, and then of Anglo-Saxon origin, it is highly questionable from a methodological point of view whether there is even an empirically valid sample to make such generalized statements, not least in terms of gender mainstreaming. It is true that other studies on the psychology of the trading world have long since shown that the behavior of the financial markets is influenced by men and thus by the level of their sex hormones. Women only have an extremely low level of the sex hormone testosterone. In view of the extremely small number of women in trading rooms, the hormone-distorting influence of the pill and the complexity of hormone fluctuations in the menstrual cycle, corresponding experiments with women will have to wait. But despite all the desiderata of research, the following still applies. The higher the hormone level of the male sex hormone in the morning, the greater the profits that a trader could make on the market during the day. FAZ of April 19, 2008. The relationship between intention and result has now become more or less clear, although valid studies on the interaction between testosterone and long fingers are still pending, but the gender gap continues to widen. It is precisely this problem that a mixed-gender research group from the Center for Financial Research in Cologne wanted to remedy and has finally written a study entitled, "The Impact of Work Group Diversity on Performance. Large Sample Evidence from the Mutual Fund Industry." The research approach was undoubtedly appropriate because it was expected, just as a hypothesis, that women contribute to team harmony due to their integrative and supportive behavior. One should therefore expect a positive influence of mixed-gender teams on team performance. Although the clarification was worth the effort, the overall result was devastating. The researchers already knew this beforehand, namely that some people can probably confirm from painful personal experience that communication between men and women sometimes proves to be difficult. But then, as a result of 3 years of intensively methodical expeditions into the deserts of empiricism, this is what emerged. And Michaela Barr from the Center for Financial Research, Cologne, Alexandra Neeson, visiting scholar Kellogg School of Management, Evanston, Dr. Stefan Ruenzi, visiting assistant professor of finance, University of Texas, Austin, and a high Y were gobsmacked, but not speechless because on average, a team consisting of 3 men and 1 woman achieves a 1.2% lower return per year than a team consisting of only 4 men or only 4 women. FAZ of November 19, 2008. So it will be some time before economics moves from theory to practice and becomes capable of selecting human material. But for the time being, Professor Stefan Bornhold, physicist at the University of Bremen, may boldly jump into the research gap and announce, but it should rather be about the question at which point a system can slip into a completely different, unwanted mode. Like a magnetic piece of iron that suddenly loses its magnetic force at a certain temperature when heated. The individual atom cannot understand exactly when this happens because it is a system property of the interaction of all atoms. The financial world is a large experimental system. FAZ of December 9, 2008. The news is indeed very sobering that the individual atom, although intelligent in itself, is completely stupid, and that the organic theory-practice relationship guaranteed in the body of the monetary functionary must be there in itself, but has still not found its technology, but that is the Viagra of the sharp-witted cattle and the stimulant of an interdisciplinary research program, which is to bring together all these approaches and which, it is said, will soon be initiated in cooperation between the Institute of Sociology, Freiburg, the Center for Financial Research, Cologne, and the Bank für Lehen und Schenken, Stuttgart, all under the strict philosophical observance of Alain Badiou, Judith Butler and Antonio Negri. It may be even more sobering when the single atom is constantly being thrown a spanner in the works, for example by Nassim Nicholas Taleb, the discoverer of the black swan, but that is no reason to despair, because his thesis on the occurrence of the Great Crisis, when a turkey is slaughtered after 1,000 days, the date of death seems unpredictable to the turkey, but not to the butcher, gives us hope that the executioner of the others will be a merciful sovereign. Bankers away, we need a revolution. An interview with Nassim Nicholas Taleb, in FAZ, November 13, 2008. The chatter of German ideology sounds unintentionally funny, and somehow it is, because it is always amusing and always provides material for Cabaret, Bay and Will or Gunther Jauch, in the Bild newspaper or in the feuilleton for the educated middle classes, in Neues Deutschland or in the Deutsche Stimme to watch the economists and their teachers of constitutional law at work, refining and distilling into higher insight what everyone will have thought anyway when they hear what they are saying, namely the metaphysics of the Deutschmark, which unfortunately must now be called the euro. Marx put it this way: the vulgar economist in fact does nothing other than translate the strange ideas of capitalists caught up in competition, and since 1933 also of workers, into an apparently more theoretically generalizing language and toil to construct the correctness of these ideas, i.e. to wallow in the beautiful theoretical dualism of the on the one hand, but then of course also of the other side of the antinomy. But the laughter at these shrewd idiots sticks in the throat, because in its completely unintentional comedy it betrays their utterly desperate efforts to appropriate and incorporate sociality in its negative inversion as the first nature, to make it their animated function, i.e. to racialize in the interest of eternal accumulation, first in political opposition, then in the fight to the death against the parasites, against those who live without working and against the locusts anyway. This general mobilization, because the narcissism of the subject must not be neglected, and this social project that agitates people is undertaken in such a sustainable diversification as pseudo-antagonistic cooperation, as befits pluralism and cannot be otherwise, even on the ground of the FDGO. Everyone is allowed to do as they please. It is this infinitely pluralized form in which the general overhaul of what is well known as German ideology is currently taking place. The now definitely true socialism of the people is the dogmatic goal of this still somewhat chaotic search movement of the Keynesians and all other money fools. Because the necessary does not want to be done, the playground of self-realization opens up. Whoever considers reason to be dogmatic has enough sense to work out his hallucinations to the point of a total system of social reform. In 1848, materialist critics had attempted to gain an overview, as economists, philanthropists, humanitarians, those who improved the situation of the working classes, those who organized charity, those who abolished cruelty to animals, those who promoted temperance were already competing to get true German socialism going. However, the sheer mass of corner reformers of the most colorful kind, and the fatal vigor of their general competition doomed any attempt to compile a truly complete catalogue to failure. The gruesome abundance of projects to practically overcome the ideology of money and greed alone, starting with Proudhon's idea of a people's bank through Silvio Gesell's inspirations to the now truly definitive breaking of the bondage of interest, according to Gottfried Feder, makes every archivist despair. Here the imagination took over, the result is a nightmare. Marxist capital disciples first found an eco-bank, and then merge with the anthroposophists, barter rings are springing up, the Uckermark has finally been invented, and slowly one wonders why, if the validity of money stems from the psychology of trust, telepathic payment has still not been invented. Look me in the eye, little one, until the penny drops. Where everyone struggles to be a small light in a great darkness, where everyone exemplifies their utopia, people drive each other into general derangement and have fun doing it, like, for example, the well-known money researcher, barter ring activist and Silvio Gesell supporter Margaret Kennedy, whose book Money Without Interest and Inflation, as the Süddeutsche Zeitung enviously notes, has already been translated into 22 languages. Alongside racism and sexism, there is pecuninism, greed.
For money.
We have made sexism illegal, we have fought racism, we still consider pecuninism to be legal. A money aristocracy rules the world. Everything flows to those who can lend their money. Unfortunately, the massive borrowers are the new slaves who cannot see their chains. You have to come up with that first. But maybe St. John's wort will help? Kennedy and her comrades still see themselves as a small radical minority and avant-garde, while their obsessive neurosis has long since reached the center of society. In Frankfurt's West End, Deutsche Bank, for example, now employs hundreds of people in its Sharia banking department. Because the slogan about breaking the bondage of interest is not yet opportune again, even Jürgen Elsasser's People's Initiative is censoring itself and wants to tackle debt bondage first. The Zeitung für Deutschland prefers to let it slip discreetly, that the social market economy and the Islamic economy have much in common, and concludes that both orders are more than just economic models and with a social component, also social models that are strongly oriented towards solidarity and the social bond of property. And the FAZ is also fighting against the so-called debt bondage, among the esotericists of money, by recently printing articles by the Occupy consultant Michael Hudson. The fact that public benefit must take precedence over self-interest has always been the identifying slogan of true German socialism, that the Basic Law succeeded in continuing the Nazi-fascist social pact in Article 14(2) of the Basic Law and immortalizing the sovereign hidden in the state apparatuses as the trustee of labor, a fact to which left-wing Germany in particular refers. This gives rise to the prospects for the renewal of the historical alliance between the German sovereign and the Islamists' jihad against Israel. Because at some point, the property beast will realize how right Hamas is when it declares, the Jews are to blame for the financial crisis. Then the scales will fall from their eyes. In the meantime, the property beast still has to do a bit of buy-and-aid, psychocracy and life reform. But under the supervision of its intellectual acrobats, it is waiting for the cue from professors such as Hartmut Rosa from the University of Jena, who has diagnosed with razor-sharp precision that the subjects have lost their inner ground, i.e. their grounding, and who now wants to counter the real-time of capital with new, sustainable strategies of deceleration, and has therefore founded an Institute for the Social Therapy of Urgent Illness, because in Jena anything is possible. He sees 3 levels of time getting mixed up: everyday time, bus times, store times, appointments, lifetime, the overview of one's life and what one wants to do with it, and historical time, the view of oneself in historical time. Which is because there is no longer a time-independent framework of values on which we can base ourselves. For the purpose of therapy, he recommends preferring the half-full glass in thinking, and recognizing that one can never escape from the urgent illness through external changes, but only through an internal change, a revaluation of values, which initiates the perpetuation of value. Cunning idiots like Hartmut Rosa would have listened to the name Hanussen before 1933, laid out the cards for the Nazis and used astrology to calculate the right time for the Nuremberg Party Congress. And it was also because of the penetrating success of such intellectual revolutionary strategies that Nazi fascism was a resounding and lasting success. The transformation of the population into the We Are One People doom has definitely succeeded in the wake of the Wannsee Conference and the Basic Law, and that is the reason why there are no panic attacks in Germany in the face of the crisis and the coming collapse of capitalist relations of production, and no fear at all of Black Friday, the reason why no one wants to solve the logical riddle in which our money is invested other than by the means of sharp-witted cattle, the reason why. This eerie silence, this silence that is as hopeless as it is pregnant with expectation, is only one thing: the silence before the shot is fired. For the Germans, their state, the governor of the sovereign, which guarantees the return of the general German, is nothing but a promise: good money for good work. The Basic Law for the Federal Republic of Germany, adopted on May 23, 1949, begins with this preamble: conscious of its responsibility before God and mankind, inspired by the will to preserve its national and state unity and to serve the peace of the world, the German people have adopted this basic law. It has also acted on behalf of those Germans who were denied the right to participate.
End of quote.
What follows from the people is a deduction and is subject to the proviso of this statement. Before all the articles about human dignity is inviolable, art.
1:1, or even art.
3:1 follow, all people are equal before the law, which the Germans are now supposed to hold sacred. The objective cynicism of this new attempt at German statehood, even, This reinvention of the Germans, as Der Spiegel writes, lies in the fact that it quite naively and self-confidently declares the mass murder of the Jews to be the legitimate basis and prerequisite of the freest, most democratic of all basic orders. For the Germans who were unfortunately denied participation include only the sisters and brothers in eastern Albania, not at all the German Jews who were deported to their deaths. The Germans of whom the Basic Law speaks, the German people who by virtue of their constituent power adopt the Constitution, are, as the preamble says, from the outset the people of the Nuremberg Laws and the Wannsee Conference, a people who do not even in the a priori of their post-Nazi constitution express the slightest hint of lamentation, mourning, let alone guilt. The dead have to be dead. The Jews will not be allowed to tamper with the state's lustful reconstruction work. An empty and cold forgetting prevails on all sides, not only in the Constitution, according to Adorno, which represents a deliberate self-empowerment, that of total world pacification once again. The Basic Law knows that it has mass murder as its historical and logical precondition, and it rejoices in this by concealing its origin. Auschwitz is the founding document, Hitler the founder of the now forcibly parliamentarized Volksgemeinschaft. Every article of this work of art shows that, as Adorno recognized, the Volksgemeinschaft of the unfree and unequal as a lie was at the same time the fulfillment of an old, admittedly evil bourgeois dream. Thus the Basic Law is at the same time the exact method of the kind of self-criticism that Germans alone are capable of, maneuver criticism among buddies, i.e. the epitome of so-called constructive criticism, a criticism aimed at not getting caught the next time. Article 1:1 already speaks with malicious intent of the dignity of man, not of people. This by no means refers to people as they walk and stand, not to empirical individuals, but to bodies in their neediness, productivity and passion only insofar as they are suitable as material carriers, marks of the legal function of the subject. Manen and of himself does not exist, no one has ever seen him, he is the abstraction that is imposed on concrete individuals as a juridical fiction, Marx, and according to whose standards they have to prove themselves if they want to be socially valid, i.e. enjoy the right to be alive, to breathe, to eat. As every legal handbook teaches, the human being as a concrete individual is only the subject of allocation of basic rights, ergo the object of an imposition that he has to live up to at the price of his life. Thus, for example, George Scholz, Grundgesetz I, Grundlagen, Die Grundrecht, Munich 51985, page 52, this booklet is a so-called repetitorium, a canon that law students memorize before their exams so that they can later function as the Jesuits of capitalist rule like sleepwalkers, i.e. subsume the concrete. The state is there for the people, reads the commentary on Article 1:1 of the Basic Law, Ibid, page 26. The subject is the value form of the individual, the character mask that it must not only put on, but internalize, if it wants to exist in the equality of commodity exchange, in which the accumulation of capital appears as a necessity. Therefore, each of the full-bodied phrases not only cancels itself out in its implementing provisions, but turns into its exact opposite. Each paragraph of the Constitution contains its own antithesis, namely, in the general phrase, freedom, in the marginal gloss, the abolition of freedom. Every right is at the same time an immediate obligation. The right to vote, represented in the ideology of popular sovereignty, which makes us believe that the formation of will leads from the people to the state, Spiegel, immediately appears as compulsory military service, as confiscation of the body by the state. In fact, the truth of Article 1:1 is that the dignity of the state is inviolable, and that of the sovereign even more so. The Basic Law, far from declaring the good, the true, and the beautiful to be the mission of rightly understood statehood, provides the timetable of the state machine, Carl Schmitt, i.e. the general terms and conditions of a monopoly enterprise, Jürgen Seifert. Thus, Article 3:3 all men are equal before the law shows its horseshit when the jurist comments, general compulsory military service is an expression of the general idea of equality. Individuals are not equal in themselves, but only as a result of a repressive comparison that they must want as subjects. The measure by which individuals are promoted to subjects is not theirs. Article 2:2 then proclaims, everyone has the right to life and physical integrity. The fact that the life generously granted by the state implies the duty to sacrifice is only revealed in Section 5 of the Criminal Code, which states under the heading Offenses against National Defense, whoever incapacitates himself or another with his consent by mutilation or in any other way for the fulfillment of compulsory military service, or causes him to be incapacitated, shall be punished with imprisonment from 3 months to 5 years, Section 109 StGB, because at least the lawyer knows this, even if he knows nothing else. There is no right of disposal of the individual over his own life. At the same time, Section 17 of the Military Criminal Code, Part 2, Military Offenses, Section 1, Offenses against the obligation to perform military service. The other deal with unauthorized absence, desertion, and withdrawal from service by deception. The human right is the right of the sovereign against the individual, i.e., the right of the state to demand from the citizen the use of life and death. The self-mutilation of the soldier is material damage to the property of others, to the private property of the state. His body is only temporarily left to the individual under the total reservation of his capital productive as well as state-loyal use. The law is the institution reinforced by violence that watches over it with suspicious eyes. Accordingly, Roman law categorized the escape of a slave as theft from oneself. One can see from this what the concept and cause of historical progress is, which rather proves to be a change in the form of servitude, Marx. The subject has to send itself to supplement the commodity's lacking sense of the concrete with its own 5 or more senses, to prove itself as the material and carnal basis of socialization through the capital relation, if it wants to maintain itself as a body. In its juridical form, the individual is only socially valid if it satisfies the general clause of proving itself as a subjectivized exchange value, as a human commodity, Marx. Thus the society of free and equal subjects reveals the negativity and thus the untruth of comparison in the sovereign monopoly of power over life and death, in the right of last resort.
The fact that, as art
14.2 states, property obliges, i.e. that its use shall at the same time serve the common good, is as an alleged socialization paragraph in the consequence of art. 15. No instruction or even political legitimation for the stateless and classless society, but rather the reflection of the commodity character of the individual with regard to his labor power in himself. Quite apart from the fact that Article 14 sums up the National Socialist concept of property as elaborated by the Academy of German Law. For the fact that individuals enter into a relationship of private property with themselves, that they become monads of self-utilization and function, is the reason why the abstraction of art 1.1, on account of the dignity of man, is not a simple abstraction, i.e., not a renunciation of something, but a relationship of production, the production of the sovereign as the general man, a real abstraction therefore, which once and truly appeared to the Germans in the form of Hitler as the personification of their unconditional political unity. And so it goes on and on in the basic law, so energetically that one could consider the regular reversal of electoral right into military duty, of entitlement into obligation, to be a smooth logical contradiction that can be resolved on the side of law. The contradiction, however, between the egoistic individual, the bourgeois, and the altruistic mass of citoyens gathered in the state is not a contradiction, but merely an antinomy, i.e. always already reconciled, in the barracks, in the form of the soldier as one who is still alive, but who conceptually and by the state has long been set as dead in killing, as undead and as material of the state's purpose. C.F. Hegel, Grundlinien der Philosophie der Rechts, section 324, addition. It is necessary for the state that the finite property and life be posited as accidental. Those on the left who harp on about the contradiction may pretend that the contrast between the ideal and its admittedly bleak realization is an antagonism, as if there were an abyss between the constitutional mandate and social reality, and as if the ideal had to be turned into reality. There is even talk of an unconstitutional reality, Wolfgang Abendroth. But the contrast between ideal and reality, as an antinomy, is not a contradiction, but a relationship of production that cannot be healed by any alternative use of the Constitution. The definition of left is simple, because the left is that faction of bourgeois society that insists, one does not know why and why, but in any case very resolutely, on playing off the ideal against reality. Wolfgang Abendroth, for example, was pompous enough to say that the essential content of the Basic Law was the guarantee of the possibility of a legal transformation of the socio-economic basis towards a socialist society that also grants real, and not just legal fictitious, equal rights to all, vulgar and for everyday ideological needs. The Left Party or Oscar Lafontaine would suffice. Democracy will only exist again when the interests of the majority are actually asserted and the people do not have to experience that on the one hand hundreds of billions are spent on those quo banksters, on the other hand there is no money for Hartz IV recipients, for pensioners and for wage earners. That is not democracy, a crisis of democracy and the social order, in Das Parlament N. Degree 43, October 20, 2008. One may conclude from this the truth of Marx's dictum that where there are political parties, even the radical politicians do not seek the cause of evil in the nature of the state, but in a certain form of state, in place of which they want to put another form of state, but also the insight that ideology in late capitalist society is not the dogma that one has to believe and profess, but the opinion that has to be discussed endlessly. The right to freedom of opinion is the duty to ideology, to the drivel of Menschen bei Maischberger and elsewhere. The relationship between the left and the right is thus mediated by the center, the endless mirror game of politics, through which the legitimacy of the state sovereign is reproduced, i.e. becomes more and more hardened and becomes evidence for the subjects. The reversal is programmed, and so it would not require Article 18 of the Basic Law, which places freedom under the rigid reservation of its functional use, no freedom for the enemies of freedom. In order to fulfill the right to freedom of expression established in Article 5 in the very sense that it is thwarted, for the right to opine is nothing other than the duty to leave it at that, to abridge thought of its capacity for truth and to recruit it as an agent first of common sense, then of the no less bristling popular sentiment, i.e. the compulsion to the pluralism of the intellectual animal kingdom. Hegel. He who abridges his thinking to opining breaks, according to Hegel, with humanity in himself and thus releases the billet into the intellectual animal kingdom, phenomenology of spirit. The right of association under Article 9 is also subject to the proviso of its functional use for the protection and promotion of working and economic conditions, Article 9, 3. The mirror game of politics, the oscillating antinomy between right and duty, is cancelled out in the barracks as the negative truth of the state. For, as the historians, i.e. the jurists turn to the past, tell the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, violent death is a special source of legitimacy for the political order. It is therefore necessary to discover the tradition of this civic cult of death, if you will, this ultima ratio of civic engagement for one's own community, and make it fruitful. For only there are elements of an appreciation of dying for political goals. Just as the barracks are the negative, so the Volksgemeinschaft is the positive truth of German statehood, and so it is not surprising that whenever the state sings its own praises, the jargon of self-reliance turns up, i.e. a jargon that Horst Kohler in particular has mastered so well that, as if in the trance of a spiritualistic session, it spills out of him, dissolution of boundaries, lack of ties, unrestricted freedom are to blame for the economic misery. It is therefore necessary to rediscover the value and dignity of work, to sharpen the sense of monetary stability, and so on. Horst Kohler, The Market Needs Rules and Morals. The Berlin speech of March 24, 2009, in Frankfurter Allgemeine of March 25, 2009, the solemnity of such sentences differs from that of secularized funerals only in the enthusiasm for irrational sacrifice. This is how Air Force officers might speak when, returning from a freshly devastated city, they drank champagne for the benefit of those who did not come back. The punched-out speeches of the political character masks are made up of all the building blocks that Gunther Anders lists in his list of words forbidden to the public use of reason, and what Kohler can do, IG Metall can certainly do when it agitates against the ideology of money and greed, and notes highly critically that politics has too often subordinated itself to pure market interests. Could it be a little less? Therefore, when Article 20 of the Basic Law stipulates that all state authority shall emanate from the people, it is by no means a society of individuals that is meant, but rather the grouping together of subjects that are as productive of capital as they are loyal to the state to form an armed horde, a nation of nothing but Germans. This article, which social and other Democrats like to invoke to promote legitimate rule, expresses the extent to which the state of the Basic Law is authorized to act not only as the legitimate legal successor, but also as the legal social heir of the Third German Reich. The defensive democracy of the FDGO takes constitutional stock of the collapse of bourgeois class rule after 1929 and its negative sublation into the classless class society Adorno, of the people's comrades. As the sovereign trustee, and actually, organic synthesis of wage labor and capital at the same time, the state that continues it is now supposed to guarantee the stability of negative socialization as if it were by nature, precisely as if successful accumulation for its own sake were the innate quality of the race bred by Nazi fascism from a German population into the German people. Preamble. In this way, the antinomic circle in which modern consciousness oscillates is resolved, the matter so extremely delicate for Der Spiegel, the state as problem and solution at the same time. All state power emanates from the people. The rebellious question of where it goes after that is as counter-revolutionary and German as the Basic Law itself. If, according to Oscar Lafontaine, what is trumpeted as the left holds the view that it is necessary to fight for a policy for all, i.e. in other words, what has been well known as democratization since the days of Ferdinand Lassalle's agitation for the people's state, then the ideology of politics comes to an end. The unconditional unity of citizen and state confesses itself in the idea that sovereignty is the instrument of social self-realization and the system of commanding and obeying, only rightly drilled for the common good, is freedom itself. Capitalist society thus becomes a popular front. The fact that Nazi fascism succeeded in transforming bourgeois society into the Volksgemeinschaft, that the sovereign and thus the paradox of the immediate generality of man appeared to the Germans in the form of Hitler in the flesh, i.e. as a condition of the possibility of their self-preservation as subjects, through which they racialized themselves, which was the exact meaning of anti-Semitic self-suggestion. That they organized themselves as a cross-class and class-abolishing murder collective, that Hitler was able to keep his promise beyond May 8, 1945. That it must be a greater honor to be a citizen of this Reich as a street sweeper than a king in a foreign state. This is not only the external and outward, the historical prerequisite of the basic law, but rather the inner, essential constitution of the community which it establishes and continues. In politics, the sovereign is precisely what Marx critically depicts in the analysis of the value form in money as the form of immediate general exchangeability, capital I, page 82, i.e., the social practical existence of a perfect paradox, the general as immediate, as sensually and materially concrete. This is where, says Marx, the magic of money, Ibid, page 107, comes from, and ergo, so it can be added without further ado, the magic of the sovereign, the evil spell of the central perspective and of total disposition. As little as capital is absorbed into the factories, so little is sovereignty absorbed into the individual state apparatuses, a fact that is expressed, in a perfectly affirmative and apologetic form, in Carl Schmitt's doctrine of the state of exception as the miracle of the state. Hitler, as the immediate general German, was this sovereign. The basic law organizes the morning congregation, which is as endless as it is inconsequential, waiting for a new Pentecostal experience. What is the anathema of fascism theory par excellence has been well noted by psychoanalysis. There is an unprecedented similarity in thinking, feeling and acting between Hitler and the German people, as if Hitler had paralyzed the critical functions of each individual and taken over their role himself. Thus, in an almost physical sense, he is part of each individual whose thinking he controls. Here lies the root of the incomprehensible bond between the person of Hitler and the German people. This bond renders all appeals to reason and logic ineffective. Whoever fights for Hitler is, in a sense, fighting for his own psychological identity, Walter C. Langer found. To the classless class society, which the basic law casts in articles and paragraphs, the capital relationship appears as the immediate nature of the people transformed into Germans themselves. An indication of this is that in the first return of the crisis of the collapse of capital since 1929, the jargon of German ideology is repeated so automatically that it is impossible to know who is speaking. Left and right have united and welded themselves together in the cult of political sovereignty. Money must once again serve the economy, and the economy must once again serve the people.
Who is speaking? Köhler or Hitler? Goebbels or Lafontaine?
That it was Goebbels is mere coincidence. That Montefiore, in contrast, holds the definite opinion that money has a serving function, is also a coincidence. Just compare Lafontaine's aforementioned speech to the Bundestag, but even lesser minds like the Left Party MP Dieter Demm know the jargon by heart. Loans should serve the common good. But to achieve this, the financial casino must be radically closed. Das Parlament N. Degree 50/51 of December 8 and 15, 2008. Kohler can do it too. The immediate task is to get the money cycle going again. We are talking about the lifeline of the economy, FAZ of March 25, 2009. The original Nazis, who are of course superfluous, can do it all the more when they agitate against the administrative dictatorship of transatlantic capital, against financial oligarchy and Anglo-Saxon finance capital, and for the good trusting money of the Germans. This sets the tune to which the birthday party for the 60th anniversary of the Basic Law will dance. Because Horst Kohler is right about one thing, the Germans have something to offer when it comes to dealing with the crisis. And Der Spiegel is not wrong either when it states that with the Basic Law, the people of the block watchers have become a people of questioners, a people of critics who criticize everything that does not obey their gruesome utopia of the Volksgemeinschaft, who in particular chalk up the fact that 988 years are still missing for the Thousand-Year Reich, not only for the endless and crisis-free accumulation of capital, but even more so for the state of the whole people. The long-overdue revolution must therefore, if it is to be the opposite of the revolution of the Germans, Goebbels, become the world revolution against Germany from the outset.